Chapter 1: A Penniless Villain. A bolt of lightning ripped through the night sky. The entire world was flashed into a pale color. Bean-sized raindrops seemed as if they wanted to take advantage of this instant of light, and then all of them smashed down on the ground. It smashed on a body that was on its back. The body collapsed in a low-lying area, the upper half of its body outside of the mud, and the lower half of its body in the water. Host found. Soul injected. Randomly sacrifices the host 7 emotions in 5 frames. Sacrifices the host 7 emotions of fear. Activate Fear Aura. Activate Bad Luck Aura. Activate Maul. Binding successful. System level 1. Please upgrade the system to level 2 within 1 month. Otherwise the system will be detached and the host's soul will be banished to the endless void. The corpse suddenly opened his eyes. He was resurrected. The rain fell harder, hitting him so hard that he closed his eyes again. His face was still raw with pain, and he raised his right hand to cover his face. Another pale lightning bolt split the night sky in half, reflecting the corners of his hooked mouth. Crossing over? System? A villain? And sacrificing my fear. Great. Whatever. As long as it's not back in that iron coffin again. The rain got heavier and heavier, and the sky seemed to be pierced to flood the source of evil in this world. He climbed up from the water, searched for memories in the original owner's mind, and walked towards his own Big Ben outside the forest. The original owner is called Muhan, rich 2nd generation, 21 years old, an urban novel in the standard brain-dead canon fodder. And the protagonist Lin Dong is a university classmate. The protagonist despises Lin Dong, who is from the countryside, and repeatedly makes things difficult for him, and then realizes that his beloved courtyard flower Su 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 likes Lin Dong. The protagonist attributes the failure of several courtships to Lin Dong, so he kidnaps Lin Dong's sister, Lin Huan, to blackmail Lin Dong into leaving Su Su Su, but at the appointed place was rushed Lin Dong a punch put down, on the spot cardiac arrest. Death. Only at the time of death did the original owner realize that Lin Dong, a poor boy, was actually a martial arts powerhouse. Muhan snorted. Secretly the original owner deserved it. Nothing to move the protagonist's sister, but not to die? However, what qualifications do you Lin Dong have to manipulate my life and death? Muhan sat in the Big Ben with a muddy water. Just as the cell phone rang, it was Mu father Mu Changha's. There were 63 missed calls. Still know how to answer the phone? Where did you die? Mu Changha on the phone was growling. Died in the Tsuiyun Mountain Range Forest Park outside of Huainan City. Muhan returned a sentence in his heart. His mouth, however, followed with the words in his heart. Muhan froze, then realized that it was after fear was sacrificed. He himself had lost his fear and even respect for his father. The voice on the phone stopped for a while. Only then did the voice ring out. I don't care where you die. Do you know that you have intruded into a big trouble? You even dared to mess with the Lee's consortium, and now all of the family's business is being sniped by them. And the partners have collectively drawn a line with us. You have ruined this family. Ruined. Muhan held his cell phone with a somewhat heavy heart. The family business was gone. He was sorry but did not feel heavy. What made him feel heavy was Lin Dong's power. The original owner's understanding of Lin Dong seemed to have deviated greatly. It was the afternoon when the original owner met Lin Dong, and now it was the middle of the night. If Lin Dong was really just a poor boy, there was no way he could have snapped the neck of the Mu family company in such a short period of time. The Mu family company had a market capitalization of over $1 billion. Whether it was by virtue of his own strength or with the help of others, it had shown that the protagonist was developing and was in a good position. The road ahead is worrying now. Muhan pulled out a few paper towels and wiped the water on his face. However, this is what makes it fun. Those who have no fear have no fear. Another girl's exclamation of surprise came from the other end of the phone. It was the original owner's sister. Dad, the company account is blocked. My bank card is also blocked. All the cards in the house are blocked. Woo! A woman's cry rang out. Changha, hurry up and let the boss come back. Then it was Mu Changha, rebellious son. I told you to keep a low profile on weekdays and not to cause trouble. Now it's good. Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied? Get your ass back here. If you don't come back this time, you'll never come back. Good. At the same time, in a parallel world in the distant stars, a powerful paladin stirred from his prayers. The immortal prisoner in the iron coffin at the bottom of the sea is dead? Nope. It's his soul that's missing. An hour later, Muhan followed the route in his memory and returned to his doorstep. At the entrance of a rich villa area in the east district of Huainan City, Muhan parked his car at the gate, rolled down the window, poked his head out and looked at the security guard. Letting the pouring rain hit his face, opened the door. The security guard came out with an umbrella. Sir, your car should enter from the west gate. The south gate is not for cars. Okay. Muhan rolled up the window and opened the door to get out of the car. The security guard immediately noticed that Muhan had long been soaked from head to toe, and his face was white probably because of the rain. There was not a trace of blood color. Muhan put his arm around the security guard's shoulder. The corner of his mouth curved slightly, and said softly to the security guard, "Think about it, is this Shiman?" At this moment, a bolt of lightning cracked the sky and also struck the nerve that controlled the security guard's sanity. The fear aura was unleashed. Yes, this is Simon. The security guard shivered and replied, hurrying back inside the security booth to open the door. Muhan drove his Big Ben over the umbrella, harvested 1 point of fear value, converted to 1 point of villain value. Muhan froze, then laughed out loud. This life was destined to be wonderful and extraordinary, making up for the years he had spent in endless darkness. The security guard, half wet, stood inside the security booth staring soulfully at the taillights of the Big Ben, like a pair of demonic eyes. Muhan slowly drove the car towards his own villa. The villa is brilliantly lit. The room is full of shadows, and there are 7 or 8 people standing at the front door. Muhan recognized that there were the original owner's father, mother and sister. The rain is raging, although the 3 people have the eaves of the house to cover, also holding an umbrella, but still wet half of the body. The busy people in the house are wearing uniforms, are the staff of various government departments. Other villas are scattered, standing some people in pajamas, is near and far to see the other residents. Mu Changha, a business wizards, starting with nothing from tens of thousands of dollars right and now more than $1 billion. I admire him. It's just that the son he gave birth to is no good. Ha ha ha. It's useless to have a big family business, messed with the wrong people, and now directly be made bankrupt. Hey, it's really miserable. All the family business has been filled in. This time it's Li Jinnan. See the tallest person standing at the gate? That's Li Jinnan's secretary Chen Dongsheng. I've had the honor of meeting him once. Li Jinnan? The Li Jinnan of the Li's consortium? God knows how Mu Changha's son was able to mess with that kind of towering figure. I admire him. I heard that he messed with one of Li Jinnan's new little friends. Seems to be called Lin Dong. Have you guys heard of it? I don't know if this is the beginning of Li Jinnan screwing them over, or the end. Muhan had already guessed the general situation after listening all the way. Lin Dong borrowed Li Jinnan's power to straighten out the original main family into bankruptcy, and now the relevant political departments were accounting for the fixed assets of the original main family. Basically, it can be determined that everything in the original master's house will be taken to fill the pit of bankruptcy after being accounted for clearly. Simply summarizes that the Mu family now have no money, but also offended the big brother cannot afford to offend. The corner of Muhan's mouth hangs a smile. It seems that no one's life is easy. Muhan got out of the car and walked slowly in the heavy rain. Only when he approached the villa did the crowd see his appearance. Muhan, my master asked me to ask you a question. Do you know regret? Chapter 2, Muhan's regret. As the rain poured down, Muhan stood outside the house, letting the rain wash over his body. Muhan looked at the man in front of him who was asking questions. Nearly 40 years of age. It is the time of the spirit. Suit, tall and thin body, wearing gold thin-framed glasses, face with shrewd. It is Li Jinnan's secretary, Chen Dongsheng. Chen Dongsheng stood on the steps of the villa, towering over him. Young Master Mu, do you regret it? Muhan approached from the rain and looked up at Chen Dongsheng, the corners of his pale face slightly upturned. If you regret it, will you stop? Can't. Chen Dongsheng shook his head and smiled. Master said that he must liquidate the Mu family cleanly today. Muhan wiped a handful of rainwater strewn across his face and said calmly, does my answer matter then? Chen Dongsheng frowned. Muhan's flat tone made him uncomfortable. This brat in front of him did not have the slightest bit of awareness of a bereaved dog. Mu Changha rushed into the rain and slapped Muhan hard in the face. Rebellious son, you've lost the family, all of it. Didn't you say you died in Shui Yin Mountain? Then why did you come back? Muhan sidestepped. It was impossible to let Mu Changha slap him. However, without thinking, Mu Changha lost his center of gravity. His feet twisted, and his entire body fell to the ground. Boom! A thunderbolt split the entire neighborhood. Mu Changha was isolated in the rain, and Mu's father was prostrate on the ground. The lightning sent this scene into everyone's eyes. Mu's mother was so shocked that she lost her words, and Mu's little sister was at a loss for words. Rushing to help Mu Changha back, against the grain na. Scram far away. Get out of here. Mu Changha's hair was disheveled and his body was hunched over, repeating the words for Muhan to roll far away over and over again under his breath. He even took off a shoe and threw it at Muhan's body. The crowd in the distance watched in fascination. The high praised and the low stepped on. His brain circuits are also really clear. Messing with a big brother and still not hurrying to beg for forgiveness properly. Standing there showing off his innocence? Is begging for forgiveness useful? It's useless. Not useful at all. This youngster is too smooth. Hasn't suffered any setbacks. Lacks the society's poisonous beatings. This is not, once and for all, beat him up enough. Eye-opening. Really eye-opening. Son beating up his old man. Awesome. If my son is like this, I immediately give birth to a second child, and then let him roll. Mu Changha follows no one na. A murmur of voices traveled into Mu Changha's ears, causing his barely maintained image of the family head to hold on no longer and collapse. At this moment, he was truly knocked down from the clouds to hell. The person who did it was his own son. Mu Changha's body lurched, leaning against Mu Xiaomei, no longer having any strength. Chen Dongxing gently applauded, looking at Mu Changha out of the corner of his eye. Mr. Mu, someone from Chen is not a child. Put away your bitter tactics. Since your son Muhan has come back, let's end this today. After that, Chen someone's mission is also accomplished. You guys can leave. Chen Dongxing looked at Muhan again. If the old master makes a move, your Mu family will have to shed layers of skin. But master's heart is good. He said that as long as you can beg for young Lin's forgiveness, then master can promise that after this, any further camping that your Mu family does in Huainan City, master and young Lin will not interfere. Muhan, what do you say? Muhan shook his head within his heart. The other party was trying to strike him again mentally after striking him materially. After being the bad guy and taking away the Mu family's family property, he was being the good guy and giving out some small favors. I'm not going to ask Lin Dong. The original owner has just been killed by him. The body is occupied by himself. Muhan heard three voices gasping for air. It was Mu Changha, Mu mother, and Mu little sister. Harvested 3 points of anger value, converted to 3 points of villain value. Muhan looked up at Mu Changha. The look in his eyes was complicated. There was the grief of losing the family business, the self-reproach of not being able to protect his family, the embarrassment of his son's lack of competitiveness, the conflict of hoping that the other party would be able to hold his hand high, and the anger of seeing his family humiliated. In the end, all the divine colors turned into a gray. This was the color of loss. It was the color of giving up the struggle. Muhan was touched. This was a great father. The original owner was blessed. Muhan wiped the rainwater off his face again. Lifting his leg, he walked up the steps. A thick moist air spread out from Muhan's body and rushed into the nasal cavities of several people above the steps. Chen Dongxing wrinkled his nose. Muhan is very tall, 1.85 m outside the body type. Well-proportioned, tiger back and bare waist. Muhan's pale face slowly tore open a smile. Thank Li Jinnan for me. I'll take his favor, but I really can't think of anything else he can threaten me with. I came from the depths of the starry sky, all alone, and now the family business has been cleared out. What can I have that I can lose again? Muhan's right arm spread out and suddenly wrapped around Chen Dongxing. The two suited bodyguards behind Chen Dongxing did not react at once. It was because Muhan and Chen Dongxing were standing too close to each other. In the sound of laughter, Muhan embraced Chen Dongxing and fell straight towards the steps. Bang! In the midst of everyone's dumbfounded stares, the two fell to the ground in unison, falling into that heavy rain. A large splash of water was caused. Muhan was about to raise his fist to deliver a few blows to him, but he was pressed to the ground by the bodyguard. Crazy! You're crazy! When Chen Dongxing got up from the ground, where was there a trace of the social elite's poise and refinement? The glasses were broken, the suit was dirty, and the leather shoes were lost. The buttons of the white shirt inside were also chipped a few times. It was too much more miserable than Mu Changha. Beat, give me a hard beating. Chen Dongxing, who had never been in such a sorry state, lost his mind and loudly ordered the two bodyguards. Who dares? Suddenly two law enforcement staff rushed out from the house, quickly separating several people. What for? Don't they all want to enter the bureau and have a seat? All disperse. Chen Dongxing could only suppress his anger and recruited his bodyguards back, staring fiercely at Muhan, venting and yelling into the house. Check, Xing, as fast as you can. Raising a trembling hand, he pointed at the car Muhan drove. That car, seal it for me, liquidate them all. Not a single one. Chen Dongxing naturally couldn't command the political staff, but it didn't prevent him from taking a stand. Muhan lay on the ground and laughed, laughing maniacally, laughing sickly. Finally, he stood up with the help of Mu Xiaomei. After giving Chen Dongxing a deep look, and then sweeping all the people watching from the same side, he turned around and walked inside the rain. This glance caused a chill to rise in the hearts of Chen Dongxing and the surrounding people, but it was quickly put behind them. Mu Changha staggered a step. Mu mother's support also walked directly into the rain, followed by Muhan. The surrounding crowd was silent, all silently watching this family of four disappear into the dark night. Boom! There was another shocking thunder. Lightning had already split the rain screen for an unknown number of times. The Mu family just like this, they quit Huainan City. A small shrimp can't fight a big whale. It can't struggle half as much as it says it's going to be slapped to death. Brother, where are we going? Mu Xiaomei was angry and confused. Muhan looked back at Mu Changha and Mu mother who were following him in the rain. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Moving, sadness. Muhan smiled to himself. These tastes must be the residual feelings of the original owner. The rain fell harder. A wild laughter came out from Muhan in the rain. The days to come are long. I look forward to seeing you again. Chapter 3, Brother Sam's Sermon. After leaving the villa area, Muhan stood at the security booth with the three of them and raised his hand to beckon a cab. Why are you wet like this? The driver was not too willing to do this business, for wet people got into the car and had to dirty all the seats in the car. Muhan took out his cell phone and swept over $1,000 with Alipay. Willing now? The driver was stunned and immediately replaced with a smile. Thank you, handsome. Where are you few going? Huamao Intercontinental Hotel. This was the closest hotel to the villa. 4-star. In less than half an hour, the cab sent the four to their destination. The driver enthusiastically slipped his business card to Muhan before reluctantly leaving. Handsome, wherever you want to go in the future, be sure to call out to me and be at your beck and call. 4 people into the hotel lobby. Mu Xiaomei see no one else around, and then cannot help but be curious. Asked, brother, where did you get the money? All the bank cards in the house. The electronic wallet of the house is all frozen, including their own. It does not make sense that they will miss Muhan. When Li Jinnan made a move, the people under his hand would make things watertight. Muhan smoothed down his hair with his fingers and reached out to mess up Mu Xiaomei's hair even more. Don't ask. Your brother is rich. Previously, when he got the villain value, Muhan had already started working on the system. The system comes with a mall, which is still at level 1, and there are not many things that can be exchanged with the villain value. Only 3. 1 point of villain value can be exchanged for 1 million, 10 points can be exchanged for 1 point of physical fitness, and 100 points can be exchanged for a random skill. While Muhan hugged Qin Dongqing there in the villa and rolled around in the rain, and intentionally coldly swept the crowd of onlookers when he left, he gained a total of 67 points of fear value, disturbance value, and anger value, all of which were converted into villain value. So Muhan wasn't short of money at all now. Moreover, the converted money was protected by the system, and no onlooker had the right to handle it. You guys stay here, I'll go book a room. Muhan left the 3 of them in the lobby's VIP rest area. Good. After Muhan took a few steps out, he turned his head to find the 3 of them staring blankly at him with strange looks on their faces. Muhan turned his thoughts and realized, the original owner was full of problems, causing countless trouble, hiding behind his family every time, never taking responsibility, and the current self makes them feel surprised. Muhan came to the front desk, where 2 beautiful waitresses stood, with tall figures and delicate features. Welcome. Muhan looked at the 2 girls' badges. One was called Taoeng, the other was called Yuan. Well, worthy of being a 4-star hotel, the waitresses' badges were made large. Open 3 sets of deluxe rooms. Muhan looked at the electronic display behind the 2 waiters, which was labeled 1,288 yuan for the deluxe rooms. Okay sir, please wait. The waitress called Taoeng replied with a smile on her face while taking Muhan's ID card away. Right at this moment. Welcome. A new pair of young men and women came in at the hotel entrance. Muhan looked back. The young man and woman had their arms around each other's waists, were all drunk and walking unsteadily. At night, they each wore a pair of sunglasses, and their ears were pierced with an unknown number of earrings. The most special thing was that they all had a black spider tattooed on their necks. Muhan strangely glanced at it more. Aura of Doom activated, touching the unexpected event. Unforeseen event, your strange look has caused this young man and woman to resent you, and the other party is preparing to find you in trouble. Muhan froze, then his heart was happy, so the aura of Doom was looking for trouble for himself. One had always thought that it was the same as the fear aura, which was to make others unlucky. The young man and woman came to the front desk. When did Huama drop in class so much? Tramps are admitted too. The woman shrugged her eyebrows and glanced at Muhan from above her sunglasses. This glance however froze the woman in her tracks. Although Muhan was in a mess, the body and muscle lines shown after wedding were more seductive, and his facial features were really handsome and unusual. Eyes like a bright star, eyebrows divided into 8 colors, compared to those online national husband is not the slightest difference, even more attractive, because he is now standing in front of you alive. The woman was slightly shaken, and then was pushed by the man. Lily, what are you looking at? What's there to look at in a soupy chicken? You have to remember brother's words. A real man has to look at the substance. He has to be like brother. He has to look good wherever he goes. Brother Sam has a good point. Sister, I just like brother Sam's connotation. The drunken and confused woman quickly returned her attention to the man, and looking at the man again. How to look at how to feel handsome and domineering. Exactly the same as the domineering CEO on TV. Brother Sam's full name was Liang Chen, and the woman's name was Pan Lily. Young man, this is not a small hotel. You're in the wrong place. After the man finished speaking, he turned his head and asked the 2 waitresses Taoeng and Yuan again. Are there any more empty rooms? Yes sir, our room rate. Yuan responded. The man waved his hand to interrupt Yuan's introduction. What's with the introduction? It's not my first time here. I'm a regular customer. I'm a regular. Brother Sam first looked at you and grinned, then looked back at his female companion Pan Lily. After his female companion's eyes are completely on himself, a shrug of the eyebrows, with his right hand index middle 2 fingers from the pocket of the ID card, dejectedly to the counter, head swung at a 30-degree angle. The left middle finger pushed the sunglasses. 668 open room, standard room 668 yuan, business room 768 yuan, luxury room 1288 yuan. The corner of you whence I jumped, picking up her ID card from the floor, maintaining good professionalism. Yes sir, please wait. Pan Lily already had half of her body hanging onto Brother Sam. Muhan looked at the two with interest. What is he here for? The more Sam looked at Muhan, the more uncomfortable he became. This gentleman is also booking a room. He can afford a room too. Joke. Brother Sam set his sunglasses straight. What room did he book? This gentleman booked a deluxe room. Brother Sam froze, turned his head to look at Muhan, looked him up and down. He indeed looked like a fallen man. Brother Sam laughed openly twice, took his sunglasses off in what he thought was an extremely handsome pose, pointed diagonally at Muhan, and tilted his head at Taoying. Don't get it, pretty lady, he can't afford to pay. He's amusing you. And a deluxe room? Brother Sam snorted out a laugh and directly threw words in Muhan's face. Can you be afford it? The words exited. The momentum naturally followed. Feeling the bit, a slap slapped hard on the counter. At this moment Sam felt that he was the absolute winner of life. Pan Lily's eyes were even more mesmerized. Muhan couldn't hear it anymore and was about to step in. Sir, I'm sorry you can't conduct business in our hotel. Taoying apologetically pushed Muhan's ID card back. The whole atmosphere was oppressive. Chapter 4, Brother Sam who confessed to being a goon. Meanwhile, inside a rented house in Huainan City. Young Lin, we are almost done with your business. My master said that tomorrow morning you will be able to see the news of the Mu family's bankruptcy. Lin Dong connected the phone. A male voice came out from the phone. It was Li Jiannan's secretary, Chen Dongsheng. Lin Dong was sighed in his heart. In just less than 10 hours, the Mu family's kind of company with more than $1 billion had gone bankrupt. This was the power of the Li's consortium. Capital pushing across everything. One could not help but feel a sense of longing. Thank you Brother Chen, Lin Dong hurriedly said. The current him was still only able to harbor in a rented room. Compared to them, the current himself was only a mole cricket on the ground. Lin Xiao mustn't say thank you. The master will be unhappy. The master attaches great importance to you. In the future there will be a lot of things for you to take care of. Lin Xiao. On the phone, Chen Dongsheng held up Lin Dong. Lin Dong is also a person who can come and go, hurriedly said. Brother Chen said nothing. Mr. Li has something to directly open his mouth to order. Please also ask Brother Chen to pick me up next Monday. Okay, see you then. You take more care of the old man's illness. Lin Xiao. Lin Dong hung up the phone and exhaled a long breath. His sister was the closest person to him. Whoever touched her would have to die. Inside the Huamao Intercontinental Hotel. Ha ha ha. Brother Sam let out an indulgent laugh that echoed throughout the hall. What did I say? He can't even stay. Muhan retrieved his ID card and opened his mouth to ask Taoying. Why? I'm sorry sir. Our system's backend shows that you are within our blacklist. I'm afraid we can't provide you with any services. Muhan frowned and took out his cell phone to search. So, the Huamao Intercontinental Hotel is owned by the Li's consortium. Then it's no wonder. Let you pretend to be B, but also a deluxe room. Now you're not even allowed to live there. Brother Sam was still laughing indulgently beside him. Noisy. Muhan stretched out his right hand to put an arm around Liang Chen's shoulder, and with his left hand, he moved Pan Lili away. Half dragging, half pushing, he led Liang Chen towards the outside of the hotel. Kid, want to come rough? That's the way Lousy plays. Sam laughed out loud. Once he himself got a hold of him in a moment and gave him 2 punches in the face, he would know that choosing to get his hands dirty was the stupidest decision he had ever made. Pan Lili poo-pooed. Che, Brother Sam is the most capable fighter we have here, so to fight with him is asking for trouble. Muhan looked at Brother Sam with a smile. You've croaked so much, I'll take you to cool off. Chill UMB. Brother Sam cursed and his arm snapped, and then snapped again. Send again. Ah, you let go. Sam let out a miserable scream. Gain 1 point of pain value. Brother Sam realized that Muhan's arm was like an iron hoop, and he couldn't break free at all. The two of them were simply not at the same level of strength. Muhan was smiling. He had exchanged his 67 points of villain value for physical fitness 6 times, adding 6 points of strength. Now that he has started harvesting negative emotions, he is not worried about his villain value. Strength 61 of 83. Muhan asked the system how this data was calculated. The information that came back from the system indicated that the former data was one's current strength value, and the latter data was the upper limit of this body's strength. 40 points was a healthy level for normal people. The normal strength value for a man in his 30s or 40s was around 50. 60 points is already considered excellent, and year-round iron-jacking fitness personnel are expected to reach it. 70 points for the level of amateur athletes. 80 points for the level of professional athletes. To 85 or more that has been considered the absolute top level of regular people. The limit of normal people's physical body is 100. Right now Muhan's strength was already considered excellent, while Liang Chen's strength was going to be greatly reduced after being drunk, and could not be utilized at all. So Muhan wasn't worried about not being able to restrain Liang Chen at all. Sir, please let go. We will call the police. Tao Ying and Yuan hurriedly came up to stop them, and at the same time called out for security. Muhan turned back to Tao Ying Yuan with a smile on his face as if he was talking to an old friend. I'll come back to you guys later. Ah, you let go. Liang Chen let out another scream. The fear aura was unleashed. Tao Ying Yuan's face instantly turned white. They suddenly felt that the man in front of them was a demon who was smiling and was dragging Brother Sam into the boundless hell outside the hotel. Brother! Mu Xiaomei was about to run up, but she was also stunned by Muhan's smile. There was no warmth in that smile. It was all ice. Mu Changha and Mu Mother could no longer speak. The sun in front of them was unfamiliar. This strangeness had been there once in the villa area when he looked back at all the onlookers. Muhan clamped Liang Chen, just like clamping a small child, and walked straight outside the hotel. The heavy rain was like a waterfall, and in only 2 breaths of time, Muhan's entire body was soaked again. A few steps, Muhan found a small puddle on the side of the road and pressed Liang Chen's face into the water. Wow! Liang Chen was choked by the water, and his entire strength recovered a bit, but realized that he still couldn't struggle against Muhan's arm. His face was pressed dead in the water by Muhan. Let go! He'll die! Pan Lily chased out and overcame her fear and rushed up to break Muhan's hand. But where to break it? After 30 seconds, Muhan lets go and releases Liang Chen's head out of the water. Liang Chen rushed to breathe. Heavy rain and choked into the nose, mouth. Liang Chen violent coughing, only to smooth the windpipe. Just wanted to curse a couple of times and then a counterattack. Muhan has already put his face in front of Liang Chen and Pan Lily, still hanging a gentle smile. Do you know, how long can the average person close their breath in the water? Pan Lily didn't dare to answer. Under the influence of the fear aura, she had just used up all her courage. Liang Chen in his hands are like a child. She is even more can only let the other side to pinch. Liang Chen was about to make a move, but his head was suddenly pressed into the water by Muhan. After 1 minute, Muhan let go of Liang Chen's head. Liang Chen already do not know how many big mouthfuls of water. Eyes choked into blood red. The strength of his whole body has retreated again. This time even his hands can't support the weight of his upper body. Pan Lily already hugged Liang Chen and started crying. Some people say it can be closed for 1 minute. Some people say it can be closed for 3 to 4 minutes. And even more people say it can be closed for more than 10 minutes. How about we experiment? Muhan slowly stated. It fell on Liang Chen and Pan Lily's ears, but it was like a hypnotic voice. Brother, woo! Liang Chen desperately shook his hand. In a situation where the difference in force between the two sides was too great, he had completely lost his mind to resist. Moreover, he always felt that the man in front of him was dangerous. Very dangerous. There was a coldness in his body that disregarded life. Muhan took Liang Chen's expression into his eyes, got up and carried Liang Chen back to the hotel again, threw Liang Chen towards the lobby sofa and Muhan himself sat down. Pan Lily followed Liang Chen not knowing what to do. Mu Changha 3 people want to go forward, but was Muhan raised his hand to stop. This trip out, Muhan earned another 13 fear values. At this time, 4 or 5 security guards hurriedly came and surrounded Muhan's few people. Sir, no trouble is allowed in the hotel. Sir, if you make any more trouble, we can only ask you to go out. Chapter 5 Money Decides Standing. Muhan wiped the rainwater from his face, took out a stack of $10,000 in cash from his clothes and threw it on the table. Bang! The cash hit the table with a dull sound, focusing all of everyone's eyes on it. The money exchanged from the system was easy to use. It could be paid by modern means or taken out in cash from the system space. Who's making trouble? You? Bang! Muhan took out another stack from his clothes and threw it on the table, then looked at Liang Chen. Liang Chen hurriedly shook his head. Under the double pressure of force and money, his brain was a bit spinning. Bang! So it's you making a mess? Muhan threw another stack. Pan Lily's eyes twitched at the corners of her eyes and she also hurriedly shook her head. Muhan turned his head to look at some of those security guards. No one is making a scene. We're talking. Go down. The security guards looked at each other and turned around to go down. Muhan smoothed down his hair. There is something for you two to do. This money is the labor fee. Several more stacks were thrown out, and a small mountain piled up on the table. A large red. Liang Chen and Pan Lily's eyes cannot move. Liang Chen and Pan Lily felt again at this instant that today might not be their day of disaster, but instead might be their lucky day. Liang Chen and Pan Lily do not have any serious work. Every day is idle. Basically no economic income. The table of $100,000 for them is a huge sum of money. The fear and anger in their hearts disappeared, and after looking at each other, they respectfully sat up straight. Boss, what do you need us to do? Muhan swept his eyes over the hotel. I'm on their blacklist. You guys already know that. That's because they're dog-eyed. Don't know good and bad. We won't take care of their business anymore. We'll make all our friends in the neighborhood not come to take care of their business. Bah! Liang Chen and the two of them immediately chose their stations and started spraying Huamao. The corner of Muhan's mouth hangs up a smile. I'm going to get out of this. What can you two do? Muhan's cell phone rang and looked outside the hotel. It was the driver from just now. Muhan stuffed a wad of money to the clueless Mu Chanha trio, then arranged them into the car, letting the driver send them to the Tianhua Hotel not far next door to rest first. Tianhua Hotel. 4-star. Tianhua Group's property. Tianhua Group and Li's consortium have business conflicts. The two families can be said to be competitors. Muhan doesn't have to worry about blacklisting and such things happening again. Breaking news completed. Gain 10 points of influence. Gain 10 points of villain value. When Muhan returned to Liang Chen's duo, they had already discussed a solution. Boss, we have a solution for now. We'll call out those brothers of mine now and come over every day to drink and play cards. Customers staying here are concerned about the sense of rest experience. Muhan nodded. This was an underhanded method. What about security blowing you guys away? Then we spend a few $100s to become customers here first. There's no reason for the security guards to kick customers out, right? It would be better for them to mess up if they make a move to kick us out instead. Liang Chen slapped his thigh and said. Just after saying that, he felt as if he wasn't being polite, so he added another sentence afterward. Boss, what do you think? What if they don't do your business? Humph. Liang Chen blared at the name Huamao Intercontinental Hotel, then gritted his teeth. Then we'll start a live broadcast, and broadcast the whole process of their refusal to us on the internet, to stink it up. Muhan nodded. Block it for 3 days first. Is this enough money? Liang Chen and Pan Lily looked at each other, their eyes shining straight up. There are 12 stacks on the table. 100 a day according to the head point. Shouting on 40 or 50 people. Spending 15,000. Open 2 or 3 rooms a day. Spend less than 10,000. Snacks and stuff. Another 10,000. With a total of 35,000. We can make Huamao a gala site. There's still 85,000 left over. What you can't spend all goes to you too. Muhan's sentence was directly like dropping a nuclear bomb inside the duo's heads. Liang Chen and his duo nodded their heads vigorously one by one, trembling their voices and promising that there was no problem. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out. Sir, you can't do this. Tao Ying stood in front of Muhan's few people. Yuwen was reporting upwards at the front desk, and the security guards came over. The faces of Tao Ying's few people were strange. They stood on the periphery and watched the 3 people sitting in Huamao's book discussing how to trip him up, and it was a weird thing to do. However, the pile of hills on the table made everyone feel that this bizarre thing was about to become true. For the sake of the hotel, the employees present had to come over and stop it. Muhan looked at Tao Ying suspiciously. In what capacity are you telling me that I can't? Tao Ying was immediately choked. She herself was just a small waitress, while the other party was a rich man who could casually shell out more than $100,000 and didn't care about that money at all. One really had no qualifications to say no to the other party. Sir, please go out. The security guards crossed over Tao Ying and stood in front of Muhan. Muhan laughed. How much do you guys make a month and can you afford to pay the price of offending me? Muhan blandly pushed the security guards away and walked towards the front desk. Liang Chen and Pan Lily hugged the money and consciously followed behind. You do your duty. Huamao won't remember you. You offend me. I will remember you. The security guards also choked, not even knowing whether to follow. Harvested 7 points of uneasiness value. Muhan looked at Yuwen. This is my number. When your senior comes, have him call this number. After writing down his phone number at the front desk, Muhan turned around and left the hotel, leaving Liang Chen with a message. Do your job well. This is just the beginning. Boom! A thunderbolt exploded and a lightning bolt struck down. Muhan walked into the cab that had long been waiting outside. Everyone watched Muhan disappear outside the hotel. All of them shushed out a breath. Muhan's indifference to life and death when he erupted, his evil aloofness when he was calm, and his indifferent stance when he was waving money around gave them too much of a sense of oppression. A gust of wind blew into the hotel. Liang Chen and Pan Lily only then reacted to the fact that they were still dripping from head to toe. Liang Chen and Pan Lily also disappeared into the night. Brother Sam, do we really do this? If we can hitch a ride on this line with the boss, our lives could be different. But, Huamao's back is also a bottomless pit. I'm afraid, we'll become cannon fodder. I know, but, opportunities don't come along often. I'll do it. Good, then I'll accompany you. Muhan inside the cab watched the two leave with a smile on his lips. money corrupts hearts. As long as the capital is in place, there is no ghost that can't be pushed. Soon, this place would be bustling, and the entire Huainan City Li's industry would slowly come to life. Li Zhennan has stayed in the position of the richest man in Huainan for too long. Huainan City, a night of thunder and rain. Chapter 6 Young Tian Shang who can squeeze out water. When Mu Han woke up, the Tianhua front desk attendants, driven by money, had already delivered 2 sets of well-fitting casual clothes. The 3 of them, Mu Changhe, had also changed into new clothes early and were sitting in the lobby drinking morning tea and waiting for Mu Han. They had too many things they wanted to ask Mu Han. Why did the temperament change drastically? Where did the money come from? What were the plans for the future? When Mu Han appeared in the lobby, the few attendants at the front desk looked mesmerized. This is the wet nobleman you guys were talking about yesterday? Wow. I say, why you guys refuse to change shifts even when it's time? Ah, it's so handsome. You guys look at that smile on the corner of my husband's mouth. It directly softens people's hearts. I'm already powerless to say no. I've even thought of the name of our child now. I'm going to marry him and give him several children as he says. Those eyes, those long legs, that confident glowing face. I'm going to give birth to him until I'm 60 years old. Shut up you, old hag. Mu Han sat down. Your money. Mu Changhe opened his mouth and asked. Don't ask. A lot. You. Mu mother opened her mouth to care. I'm fine. Don't care. Brother. Then in the future. Mu little sister then opened her mouth. You want to do what you want to do. I'm all in charge. Mu Changhe. 3 people for a moment also do not know what should be asked again. And Mu Han chatting up. After a few sentences, Mu Changhe said, I discussed with your mother last night, and now you 2 siblings don't need your mother and I to worry about your studies, and your mother and I can't help. So we are ready to go back to our hometown. Huainan City has been fighting for so many years. The water is still too deep. And in the end, we are all doing graft for others. Mu Changhe in the shopping mall so many years. Overnight the family fortune was swallowed clean. Must have long been Li Zhennan stared at. The trouble Mu Han caused was just a fuse. Without this matter, there must be something else. Sooner or later the Mu family was going to be swallowed. Go back to your hometown even if you want to. Go travel. After working so hard for so many years, walk around the country. Walk around the globe if you want to. Mu Han immediately exchanged 10 million with 10 points of villain value and took out his cell phone to transfer the money to Mu Changhe. The system's money. No need to worry about being restricted by others. Absolutely safe. Mu Changhe's 3 people looked at the 10 million and all froze again at once. The money was given to us. What about you? I have a lot of money. Mu mother froze and looked at Mu Han. Thinking back to the beginning of every month, Mu Han would extremely nastily come and ask for that month's pocket money. And once he asked for it, it was $100,000. The whole family had always thought that he was just profligate and rotten. They have been scolding him for not understanding things, scolding him for being a loser, and scolding him for being unproductive. It turns out that for so many years, he was aggrieved and saved up all his money. Now the family is in trouble. He took all the money out, and also indifferently let the 2 old people take this money to go to play. He is afraid that the 2 old men suffered such a big blow. Heart depressed into a knot. What a sensible child. What a tough child. The one in the rainstorm is what he really looks like. He is excellent. Mu's mother's eyes instantly reddened and whacked Mu Changhe a few times. Mu Xiaomei also followed at the side of the silent tears. Mu Changhe had mixed feelings for a while. It turned out that for so many years, he had been wrong about his son. The trio's collective flood of emotions made Mu Han feel baffled. Ding! Mu Han hung up the phone. I'm going to do something. You accompany mom and dad to talk. I'll come pick you up in a while. A while later, Mu Han reappeared at the Huamao Intercontinental Hotel. Early in the morning, Huamao was already bustling with activity. The entrance of the store was surrounded by crowds, and there were all kinds of people coming in and out of the hall. But there were no serious people. The business people who came out of the store frowned and were very dissatisfied, and left in a hurry. The open-air parking space is a mess of cars and motorcycles of all colors, and garbage is thrown everywhere. Those businessmen sweated before finally driving their cars out, cursing and saying they would never come to Huamao again. The lobby was even more chaotic. The entire scene was a carnival party. The glass of the hotel's front door was even plastered with several big happy words by the good people. There are also people setting off firecrackers inside. Where is this like a 4-star hotel? Street stalls are also like this. Outside the hotel door a few suits and a group of security guards' faces almost black into the bottom of the pot. Not far away also stood a team of law enforcement officers. Mu Han also saw a familiar figure inside. Last night in the villa saw her. Is that ran out shouting who dares? Liang Chen and Pan Lily ran to meet Mu Han. Boss, I was going to call out to 50 people today, but they passed one to another. And now there are nearly 100 people here, and there are still people on their way. Pan Lily reported first. People were good, especially Liang Chen's group. Muhan was willing to give the two of them the money at the time for this reason as well. Boss, the one in a suit standing at the door is the person in charge of this hotel, called Yang Tianshang. He came early in the morning, Liang Chen then reported. Yang Tianshang hadn't fallen back asleep after receiving the news in the middle of the night last night. He rushed to the hotel at dawn to understand the situation. After calling up the CCTV footage and comparing the blacklist in the system, Yang Tianshang was sure that the one who wanted to cause trouble was Muhan. Behind him was the more than $1 billion market capitalization of the Mu World Corporation. Although Huamao's backing Lee's consortium was far more financially powerful than Makoto World. But, would Lee's consortium go and communicate with Makoto World for Huamao? Difficulty. Yang Tianshang dialed the phone to report upwards. Secretary Chen, this is Yang Tianshang. Huamao had some conflict with Muhan, the young master of Makoto World. It already went bankrupt last night? Yang Tianshang's eyes were wide open. No wonder the four members of the Mu family in the surveillance were all in a state of disrepair. Okay, I understand. Yang Tianshang hung up the phone and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It turned out that Muhan just couldn't take the blow to vent his grievances against Li Jinnan. There are so many industries under Li Jinnan's umbrella, yet you came to mess with me? Want to make trouble? Yang Tianshang called the neighboring law enforcement department on the spot, requesting that a law enforcement team be sent out to help coordinate. After hanging up the phone, Yang Tianshang immediately led a group of security guards to stand in front of the store early, ready to meet this downtrodden Mu family young man. What I thought, not Muhan, but a group of left-handed ID card right-handed cell phone video recording social youth, quietly to the front desk to book 10,668 rooms, then in the hall pile up, call shaking people. People come in waves, the car parked in the parking lot in a mess. Yang Tianshang skyskin numb? How can I solve it myself? Those are all customers. Those are all God. Law enforcement officers also arrived at the scene, but there was nothing they could do. Finally, when the hall could no longer be stuffed with people, the group exploded. They threw a party right on the spot. But, they just didn't mess with the other customers, nor did they clash with the security guards. The security guards were even more afraid to clash with them. Things developed step by step. Yang Tianshang watched the hotel fall into the party scene. There were even passers-by who came up and asked, "Do you have any celebrities here? Can I go in and get an autograph?" Yang Tianshang's face was so gloomy that he could squeeze out water. Chapter 7, Yang Tianshang's sky collapsed. Muhan nodded appreciatively after learning what happened. No wonder it started early in the morning and after a while the system sent out a message. Harvested angst value 1 point. Converted to villain value 1 point. Harvested 1 point of anger value. Harvest angst value. It seemed that under the premise of legality and reasonableness, Liang Chen and Pan Lily mobilized so many people to implement according to the established script, and they were still very capable. The reason why the two of them became idle was not because they were really just useless. Rather, they do not have a suitable opportunity, a suitable platform. In fact, everyone is the same. As long as the opportunity arrives and the platform is there, he can shine, and even blind everyone's eyes. Cultivating and cultivating again. These two people could still be used for a while. Why do they listen to you guys so much? Liang Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. One reason is because you are generous, boss, and the other reason is that they are afraid of getting beaten up. Muhan looked at Liang Chen strangely. Pan Lily went on to explain. Brother Sam, he is the most capable fighter in this area. Muhan looked at Liang Chen even more strangely. Liang Chen was embarrassed. Boss, can't beat you. My name is Muhan. You guys call me Boss Mu. Muhan took out his cell phone and handed it to Liang Chen. I will answer your calls in the future. Liang Chen froze and took the cell phone. Then a burst of ecstasy ran through his heart. And when he glanced at Pan Lily, he also saw the glow of surprise in the bottom of her eyes. The two of them had gotten the boss's approval. Liang Chen hurriedly input his and Pan Lily's cell phone numbers, and after repeating the confirmation a few times, he handed the phone back to Muhan with both hands. At this time there was a van parked in front of the hotel. The driver rolled down the window and shouted, "The goods have arrived. Who is the boss? Sign for it?" Liang Chen hurriedly ran to deal with it. Pan Lily explained on the side, "These are the food we bought. Ready to move." Muhan raised his hand to stop Pan Lily's words. For the details of their operation, Muhan was not interested. You guys do a good job, and report back to me if you have trouble. Doing everything yourself will only tire you out. Liang Chen led a few buddies to move the car's goods into the hall in 3 tries. It was all beer, peanuts, and other food. Yang Tianshang at the doorway was also powerless to stop them. Brothers, you guys are not doing the right thing. I also have some friendship with Brother Crocodile in the East City. Sell your face? Brother Crocodile, Liang Chen has seen, but then he was still a little brother, and saw from afar. Indeed, he is a powerful man, and he has dozens of juniors behind him. In this area of Dongchang, Crocodile can still say something, but what's he got to do with it? Boss Mu is paid. and he pays so much, and now it's a legal system. What are you afraid of? Riches and riches. It's not good to say that he will also have a vote of minions in a few days, and then he will be the real brother Sam. That's my boss. You talk to him. Liang Chen led Yang Tiansheng towards Muhan. Muhan just had instructions for Yang Tiansheng to go over and meet him. Liang Chen looked at Yang Tiansheng who was following behind him. His heart was in a dark mood. Early in the morning he was high and mighty, looking at his party with the eyes of a mole. Now he had completely lost his temper. Liang Chen decided in his heart that he would go back and study the law. Yang Tiansheng came in front of Muhan. Young Mu, there's a head for every grievance. It's not appropriate to take it out on Huamao after your Mu family went bankrupt, is it? In one sentence, Yang Tiansheng uttered 3 layers of meaning. One reminds Muhan that he is now a lost dog. Don't be too arrogant. Another showed that Huamao's back was the Li Consortium, and that if he really had to start a fight, it would definitely be Muhan who would suffer. The last one implied that Liang Chen and Pan Lily, their bosses, were unable to protect themselves, so they didn't need to sell themselves so hard. Muhan looked at Liang Chen and Pan Lily behind him, and saw that there was obvious surprise on their faces. It seems that the two of them have not been checking their own identities. Muhan put a smile on the corner of his mouth. The fear aura was turned on. Liang Chen and Pan Lily immediately felt chills all over their bodies, and last night's scene once again reappeared within their own minds. The two of them swallowed their saliva and stood honestly behind Muhan with pale faces, not daring to have other thoughts. Yesterday night under the rain. Let Liang Chen and Pan Lily fear is not beaten. Out to mix a few people do not get beaten? They are not afraid of life and death. The street roamers are more than ordinary people to take life and death lightly. What they feared was Muhan's indifference to life and death. At that moment, Muhan was a madman and a devil in their eyes. He evoked the deepest fear in their hearts. Biological instinct. After Muhan harvested 2 points of fear value, the villain value reached 39 points. Mr. Yang, it seems like you know something about me. Muhan reached out to pat Yang Tiansheng's shoulder. Yang Tiansheng frowned slightly. He didn't like to have physical contact with strangers, so he retreated half a step back and avoided it. In other words, before today, being able to be patted on the shoulder by the eldest young master of Shepherd's World would be an honor for himself, and he would not be happy enough. But right now, this great young master still didn't seem to have fully accepted the reality of being down and out. Young Mu, why bother? You're not changing any facts like this, are you? Mr. Yang, how much annual salary does Huamao give you in a year? Yang Tiansheng froze, then felt that the person in front of him was very ridiculous. This was to dig himself? By what? Relying on your status as a freshly bankrupt? Young Mu, you're joking. My annual salary isn't in your Macworld's eyes. Muhan skimmed over Yang Tiansheng, and the smile on his face intensified. He was constantly reminding himself not to be arrogant. Since Mr. Yang is so temperate, I would like to ask Mr. Yang, do you have a family? Yang Tiansheng's face instantly changed drastically. His eyes narrowed into slits as he stared dead at Muhan. A set of horrifying images flashed by turns in his brain, and he couldn't stop them. Yang Tiansheng believed that these images were exactly what Muhan would do. Muhan, in business, what do you want? Muhan's smile was thick. Things would become much easier when the fear aura evoked Yang Tiansheng's fear. Exchange 30 points of villain value for 3 points of power. 64 of 83. Muhan reached out to grab Yang Tiansheng's arm. Yang Tiansheng flung his hand away and opened Muhan's hand. Yet it doesn't move at all. Muhan grabbed Yang Tiansheng's arm. Mr. Yang, if you know that my Mu family is bankrupt, you should know my relationship with Li Zhennan. My world only has enemies and friends, and treating my enemies with nothing is unacceptable. What's so unacceptable about that? Yang Tiansheng was shocked. Muhan was making a threat. This was breaking the law. This was a crime. Think what nah? Muhan suddenly laughed twice, then slapped Yang Tiansheng on the shoulder twice more. Yang Tiansheng didn't dare to hide. I'm just asking you if you have any family. Where to come to the door to ask how you were raised to be as good as you are. As good as me. Yang Tiansheng's brain exploded with a bang. Is Muhan excellent? Right now, the entire city of Huainan was discussing how Muhan had excelled in bankrupting the Makoto World Company. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him, and I was so happy to see him, and I was so happy to see him. The family is in shreds. Chapter 8. Do you hear me? Under the fear aura, Yang Tiansheng only felt that the entire heaven and earth had darkened. It was as if Muhan had transformed into a demon with a huge scythe. Liang Chen and Pan Lily slightly lowered their heads and eased their breathing. Muhan reached out and tapped Yang Tiansheng, pulling him out of his fear. You're thinking wrong again. I just want to ask around sideways about how much annual salary Huamao is offering. Report upwards. You can't handle this matter. In case Huamao makes things difficult for you, I'll back you up. As much as they give, I'll only give more. Muhan turned around and drew a dozen or so stacks of money from his coat pocket and threw them in Liang Chen and Pan Lily's arms. You two keep one stack each, and take all the rest to distribute. Mr. Yang's people, remember to send one as well. Muhan turned back. His handsome face still had a nice smile. General Manager Yang, it's not true that Shepherd World is bankrupt, but I'm not short of money. Yang Tianshang walked away, staggering away, his whole body like a lost soul. He finally understood why Liang Chen and Pan Lily in the surveillance were dragged out of the hotel and back again by Muhan, like a different person. Fear Muhan like that, because he was not reasonable at all. The rules of the circle he didn't follow at all. Is there a way to get to the bottom of Yang Tianshang? Muhan asked Liang Chen and Pan Lily. This world had always been a world where dragons had dragon paths and rats had rat paths. Boss, I have a neighbor who happens to work at this hotel and can gather information about him. Pan Lily nodded her head to indicate that she could. Muhan, what information? Gather information about his work, Pan Lily replied. Muhan looked at Pan Lily without a word. Pan Lily's heart immediately panicked. Cold sweat flowed down her forehead and her brain worked quickly, then carefully said, family information? Muhan's eyes moved away. Pan Lily immediately added, boss, I will go and collect good information about his work as well as his family. Muhan nodded in satisfaction. Do it properly. Liang Chen and Pan Lily looked at each other with a hint of grayness in their eyes. There was no future in following a ruthless and unprincipled person like Muhan. Suddenly, Muhan picked up his cell phone and said into the phone, Mr. Yang, did you hear that? Liang Chen froze. Pan Lily also froze. The two of them couldn't help but look in the direction of the hotel in unison, only to see that Yang Tianshang was standing in a corner with his back to a few of his people answering the phone. Then they saw him hanging up the phone feebly. At the same time a beeping echo came from Muhan's phone. Early in the morning, there was a phone call to Muhan that dialed over a dozen times in a row, and Muhan didn't answer it. Who else could it be but Yang Tianshang? Just after Yang Tianshang left, Muhan dialed this phone. The conversation between the three of them, Muhan had intentionally set it to Yang Tianshang. These words deepened Yang Tianshang's fear once again. There's no need to check on his family. There's no need. Muhan hung up the phone and left a sentence, turning to leave and returning to the Tianhua Hotel to pick up Mu Xiaomei. Liang Chen and Pan Lily also breathed a sigh of relief. After a long time, Yang Tianshang lost his mind and pressed a phone. Secretary Chen. Tianshang na. You should know that I'm very busy. Secretary Chen. It's about Muhan. The pastoral world is bankrupt. What else can that Muhan be about? Yang Tianshang then explained what happened to Qin Dongsheng. I know. You stabilize the situation. I'll handle a meeting first. Yang Tianshang hung up the phone and looked at the messy Huamao. Thinking twice, he dialed another phone. Hey, brother Crocodile. Looking for you to level things. Muhan came to Huamao for this trip and harvested more than 40 points of villain value. Yang Tianshang alone contributed more than 30 points. The rest was provided by Liang Chen and Pan Lily. After picking up Mu Xiaomei, the two of them took a taxi straight to the real estate company. The family house was sealed, and Muhan didn't expect to get it back. It was still more assured to use the system's money to buy things. When the cab passed Wanda One Mall, the system sent out a column of messages. Attention! Regional protagonist Lin Dong entered the 100-meter range. Conflict will be rewarded handsomely. Attention! Regional protagonist Camp Lin Huan entered the 100-meter range. A clash will result in a reward. Muhan's eyebrows jumped and he couldn't help but put a smile on his face again. In his consciousness, he asked, System, what's the reward? Influence and villain value will be rewarded based on the host's behavior. Influence? Muhan clicked on the system page. The first line was labeled System, Mall, Level 1. Villain value 87 points. Influence 10 points. In the center were commodities, exchange for 10,000 money, exchange for physical fitness, exchange for random skills. On the bottom line was a system upgrade option, followed by 4 requirements. The first requirement, 10,000 points of influence. The second requirement, 1 disciple. Third requirement, sacrifice. Fourth requirement, 29 days remaining. It looked like going against the protagonist to gain influence was the main job now. Driver, stop the car. Muhan pulled the bewildered Mu Xiaomei out of the cab and found Lin Dong and his sister Lin Huan in the crowd. Attention! Protagonist Lin Dong. Male, 21 years old. Medical skill has been Tong Xian. Martial arts has entered Ming Jin. Third-year student of the medical school of the Imperial Capital University. His master is the land deity Nantung Taoist. His grandfather is the former head of the Lin family of the Imperial Capital's 5 great families. His grandmother is the aunt of the current head of the Liujia family of the Imperial Capital's 5 great families. And his eldest uncle is the Imperial Capital's current body 22206. Fame 243. Muhan's eyes shrunk. There were more than 300 words behind Lin Dong's name in its entirety. this would be just too much. And the original main character's memory information wasn't very accurate. In the original main character's memory, he wasn't a poor boy from the countryside? It seems that the plot of the protagonist has only just started not long ago, and it's only a wonder that the original owner couldn't even rank in the cannon fodder queue and died too early without much information about the protagonist. Muhan checked the system to learn that his body's 3 items were 152, physique 36/72, strength 64/83, agility 52/67. Physique so poor? No wonder he had been dried out by Lin Dawn with a single move. This is what makes it exciting. The smile on Muhan's face grew thicker. The more unknown dangers, the more exciting it was for Muhan, who had been silent in the iron coffin at the bottom of the sea for an unknown number of years, especially after fear was sacrificed. Brother, what's wrong? Mu Xiaomei asked. I'm going to have some fun. Muhan used 80 points of villain value to exchange 8 points of physique, reaching 44 to 72. Now it shouldn't be so bad that he would be killed in a second. Muhan quickly found Lin Dong's siblings in the mall. They were shopping for women's bags in a bag store. Red River, a third-line brand. It seemed that Lin Dong's current economic level wasn't very good. Aura of Doom activated. Touching the sudden quest, sudden mission, lowering Lin Dong's reputation, will gain an additional 10% of the villain value of Lin Dong's reputation value. Muhan pulled out his cell phone and prepared to start messing with the conflict. Chapter 9: Cell Phone Shaking People. Muhan dialed the phone. I need to buy tons of flowers now. Liang Chen and Pan Lily muttered a few words on the other end of the phone. Boss, I have a sister here who is a flower store. I'll have her contact you? Good. Be quick. A little while later, Muhan's cell phone rang. Hello, this is Love of a Lifetime. May I ask what you need? The female voice on the phone was not cold. Su Jiawei, the owner of Love of a Lifetime. She had just received a call from Liang Chen, who said that his boss was coming to take care of the business, and that it would be a big business, so she should seize the opportunity, and said that she should not forget to treat him to dinner after the business was done. Su Jiawei did not believe in her heart. She and Liang Chen simply do not know each other very well. Recently business is not very good. The store promotional activities. Liang Chen ordered a bouquet of 49 flowers. Each other left a phone number only. Muhan, I need to use a large number of flowers to arrange a confession site. In the Wanda 1 shopping center. Can it be done? Yes. We have a lot of customers who like to get a romantic proposal ceremony in Wanda 1 mall. The female voice was slightly more enthusiastic. It seemed like this was a serious business. The few little girls in the store who were listlessly cutting flowers all looked at the boss in unison. Business was coming. Liang Chen was effusive, and Su Jiawei really felt that his boss was also an unreliable person. Muhan, how long will it take to get it done? I want the most luxurious. When Su Jiawei heard this, her heart cooled by a large margin. The little girl with her ears perked up sighed afterward. The price is not even asked. When it comes to the last one heard the total price, immediately hang up the phone. Cut. Just mouth high. That's right. All these people think it's cheap to buy flowers. And yesterday someone asked me if I could buy a rose for $1. It's really strange. Hey, there hasn't been much business for a few days, and this batch of flowers has lost a lot of thanks. So maybe the boss will have to lose money again. If the losses continue, I don't even know if this store can be opened again. Su Jiawei thought about it and quoted the price into the phone. This boss, it costs 16,888 yuan to set it up according to the most luxurious standards. After saying the words, she looked at the phone with anticipation. The little girls perked up their ears again and their breathing softened. Muhan frowned. This female boss didn't seem to have good comprehension skills. Would things go wrong if they were handed over to her in a while? With every second that passed, Su Jiawei's few people were a little more disappointed. AI. See, another one like this. As soon as you hear the price, you wimp out. You shrivel up. You don't speak. Do something. Hey, the boss is going to be in a bad mood again. Su Jiawei smiled to herself. Isn't this situation normal? Why should one have extravagant expectations again? Boss, if you think it's expensive, I can make it cheaper. Buy another $2,000. Just $14,888. Su Jiawei gritted her teeth and sold at a loss. The principal of these flowers cost more than 16,000, and they were originally sold for nearly 20,000. It had just dropped a lot. However, if you can 14,888 sell out is also good, at least better than all rotten in the store. Muhan estimated the time. Do not dare to delay. Have to hurry to move up first. So said to the phone, do not talk about money. I want fast. The flowers in your store all transported over. To speed. Words a beat. Send the account number over. Good. Su Jiawei was a bit confused and looked at the several sales clerks who were also a bit confused. Does he mean to buy the flowers? The few little girls nodded. He seems to be saying he wants to buy them all. A few people looked at the flowers in the store. All of them totaled nearly 30,000 $000. Su Jiawei hurriedly sent the account number over. Then she waited blearily for the transfer message. Your bank card has arrived at 100,000 yuan. Su Jiawei was confused when she heard the voice. This boss was so luxurious. The phone rang. Su Jiawei hurriedly picked it up. Her voice incomparably respectful. Boss, you said. Muhan, use all means to send over all the flowers in your store. As fast as you can. Yes, boss. My store is not doing anyone else's business today. Only serving you. Su Jiawei hurriedly took a stand. The phone hung up. Su Jiawei and a few young girls looked at each other for a long time. The joy in their eyes grew thicker and thicker. And finally they couldn't suppress the joy any longer and exclaimed in unison. Su Jiawei dialed Liang Chen's phone. Brother Sam, what kind of person is this boss you introduced na? So ostentatious? Liang Chen, this is my boss. The kind that is not bad for money. Just now I said to you. Good service, as long as he is happy. The finger drop is enough for us to live for a year. Su Jiawei was even more interested after hearing this. Yes. Just now the boss paid 100,000 over in one go. I was stunned. Brother Sam, I'll transfer half of it to you later. I'm really so thankful that you thought of my little sister. Liang Chen already has a certain understanding of Muhan's Ho. No, you take it, as long as the boss is happy. This point is not called money at all. Good, I will do it right. The love of my life immediately full action. Muhan thought for a moment. There were still a few key figures missing to ruin Lin Dong's reputation. After pondering for a while, he opened the Jitterbug short video platform, selected the same city, and entered the search term performance. Immediately pushed a large number of super beautiful super dancing ladies. Unfortunately, all of them are twisting their hips and shaking their boobs, and none of them are really performing. After scrolling for a while, I finally found one. At Small Centurion Chirp, welcome to call with business activities .. Add friends to fill in the intention. Otherwise do not add. Muhan sent a friend application. Leave words, length of a dozen bells. 20,000 appearance fee. Show good can add money. Star Ocean District in a suite. Su Nuo looked at the message on the phone. Some want to laugh. This year's liar is really low-level ridiculous. Acting a girlfriend for 10 minutes to give 20,000. Where will there be such a good thing? The girlfriend's RUO substitute? This was just another one of those horny bastards casting a wide net to see if they could hook a stupid sister. Su Nuo threw her cell phone onto the sofa inside. She hadn't received any announcements in this period of time, and neither her acting nor her singing had made any progress. The current market was too desperate and too rolled up. Even shooting a video without showing some flesh didn't have any traffic. Su Nuo sat down, a little annoyed at herself for not being able to let go like everyone else. The phone rang, and Su Nuo picked up. Su Nuo, did you get any announcements? Su Nuo, no. What about you? No. Nowadays it's really all crazy. No one appreciates real performances. It's all about traffic. The mortgage payment is about to be cut off. It's so annoying. By the way, a guy just added me as a friend of Jitterbug and said he'd give me $20,000 for a 10-minute performance. So let's go and try it together. Shall we? Su Nuo thought about her own house that was about to break the mortgage, and nodded her head and said yes. Su Nuo through Muhan's friend application. About the location directly opened their own small beetle to the Wanda 1 shopping center departure. I do not know this sudden invitation is not serious. Chapter 10 Muhan's profound confession of love. Inside the shopping center, Muhan arranged for Mu Xiaomei to follow Lin Dong and Lin Huan from afar, keeping track of their whereabouts. The first to arrive at the mall were Su Nuo and her college friend Ouyang Lin. When both of them saw Muhan, their eyes lit up. Neither of them expected their boss to be so young and crucially so handsome. Working in the entertainment industry, the two had seen as many handsome men and women as there were rivers of carp. But it must be admitted that Muhan's face value was just as superb in the circle. Muhan saw two people as also a bright spot. Wearing high heels of the two or in 175 or so. Waist straight. In the high waist pants under the backdrop of the two heavenly long legs eye-catching countless. Muhan was satisfied with the two people's appearance conditions. Bank card number. Su Nuo and Ouyang Lin both froze a little. Boss, don't you want to audition first? The two of us will be suitable? Any other requirements? We don't even understand exactly what we have to do yet. Yeah, is it a normal performance? Before coming here, I was worried that the other party was a liar and was here to amuse himself. Now that the other party meets and says nothing, and gives money directly, it makes people's hearts equally panicked, from one extreme to the other. First, he uses money to knock us out, and then he wants us to have a RUO body show? Even his request for a bikini was crushing. The two looked at each other, both saw retreat in the other's eyes. Muhan looked at the system prompt of, harvested uneasy value 4 points, and was speechless for a while. People who studied acting had too much inner drama. Don't think blindly. Muhan briefly explained to the two what they would be doing in a while. Only then did Su Nua's two men put their hearts down and reported their bank card numbers, collecting $20,000. Boss, since we're going to perform in a while, the two of us will go change clothes and put on makeup now? Mu-han nodded casually. At this moment the phone rang. It was Su Jiawei. I'm at the main center. You guys come over. Su Jiawei and a few young girls quickly reached, first looking at the two pretty girls standing beside Mu-han with surprise. Then they were lost in Mu-han's handsome appearance for a short while. In the end, their eyes all revealed a deep shock. Was this handsome man going to propose to two beautiful girls at the same time? Hello boss. Thank you boss for taking care of business. Where do we start setting up? Mu-han pointed around. Right here, the most conspicuous and biggest place in the whole mall. Are you familiar with the mall management staff? Su Jiawei nodded. Quite familiar. There have been customers who have proposed here before, so there have been dealings with the management, but previous customers have put the scene on the side door next to them. No one has put it in the center. After all, places are different and the mall charges different fees. The mall was definitely charging a fee, and the one right in the center was undoubtedly the highest. Don't worry about the money. You go and do it. Get the site here. Everything should be fast. After saying that, Mu-han transferred another 100,000 to Su Jiawei. I only ask for one word: fast. Su Jiawei immediately moved, and the little girls behind her happily followed. A few people could not help but recall what Liang Chen said. As long as the service is good, money is not a problem. Of this, they were now convinced. The two Su Nuas at the side were shocked to see the alacrity with which this money was given. Mu-han saw the two standing in place squeezing their eyebrows and asked, "You two don't go to get ready. What are you doing here?" "Boss, if you don't have costumes here, we can only go back to get clothes and cosmetics. Came in a hurry and didn't even bring it. We live quite close. It doesn't take long to go back and forth." Mu-han frowned. Go back? That was definitely not possible. Not a single second could be delayed. It's me who didn't make it clear. Mu-han transferred 100,000 to each person. Go pick them up on site, as you like, and ask for fast. Amazing enough to attract attention. Character settings you play yourselves. A moment you can be the focus of the whole scene. The two were pleasantly surprised. Their hearts were beating furiously. This boss, so luxurious. And, free play? Is there any announcer you know? Call one over as fast as you can. Male or female. Labor fee 10,000. Mu-han transferred another 10,000 to Su Nua. Tell him what I think. The content of the speech he can play by himself. The requirement is sensational. Yes. Su Nua and Ouyang Lin immediately agreed, and called to pull people on the spot. This was a beautiful job, and they could also send a small favor. Time passed by minute. The center of the mall soon built a platform in the middle of the mall, which was covered with a bright red carpet. There were more and more flowers around the upper and lower perimeter of the platform, all paired with hearts of varying sizes. Heart-shaped balloons of all colors floated throughout the space, and passing children were able to take one or two with them. "You know, I'm waiting for you here?" A soft and affectionate female voice suddenly floated out from the mall radio. "Didn't you say? It's very aggravating to me that my love weighs you down. Can you give me some time? I will prove that my love is easy." The female voice was sensual, watery like a song, flowing slowly through everyone's ears and into the depths of the heart. It seemed to have a magical power to soothe the heart straight away. Customers have been puzzled and looked around. The mall's announcer today has been replaced with an emotional program host? Mom, look, there are so many beautiful flowers in the center of the first floor, and there is a beautiful big sister standing there. A little girl pulled her mother's hand and stopped in her tracks. A coat of red makeup, 3,000 green threads, between her eyebrows are thick sorrows, and on her cheeks are clear marks. She fulfills all my fantasies of a classical goddess. A little fat man lay on the third floor railing looking at Su Nua on the first floor frozen in thought. Look guys, she's directly across from her. That guy holding a whole bunch of flowers. He's so handsome. Geez, if he liked me, I wouldn't need him to confess. I just counter-confess him. He's so handsome. She's so pretty. What else is there to confess? Directly give birth to monkeys. Spreading dog food here. I poo. The female voice in the radio continued to come out. We have experienced 5 years since we met, but I think after 50 years I must still love you like I do now. Believe me, we will be stepping over pompous glazes, over collapsing courtyard walls, towards the dying, gray hairs of both of us. Word by word, the female voice paints a moving picture for all to see. A picture of two loving men and women who had traveled through the vicissitudes of the world, and finally turned into gray hairs, looking at each other with a smile and forgetting about the mortal world. Woo! A girl at the scene directly cried out, "Don't mind me. I just can't help but cry when I'm moved. This relationship is too beautiful." He must have loved her miserably. That's why he was willing to let everyone witness their love. In the sky willing to be a bird with two wings. On earth willing to be a branch with two branches. Watching this makes me want to say yes to him instead of her. Mu Xiaomei looked at all of this in confusion. From just now she couldn't see what Mu Han was up to. To save her life? Promise him. Promise him. The crowd of onlookers grew. Passers-by always loved to watch. Mu Han was very satisfied with this announcer that Su Nua's two men had found. The atmosphere was well baked. The key was that Lin Dong and Lin Huan in the store were also attracted out. In the first instance, Mu Han was similarly discovered by Lin Dong. A cry of surprise escaped Lin Dong's mouth. His emotions were rapidly changing. From surprise to contemplation. From dissatisfaction to anger. From disappointment to determination. Mu Han laughed in his heart. Lin Dong's brewing of these emotions could definitely bring in a large amount of villainous value. Chapter 11, Su Nua's Tears. Lin Dong's eyes narrowed into slits. The vein-intercepting finger taught by Master had failed? Li Zhennan promised that he would leave Mu Han with nothing, and he didn't fully deliver? This morning's news yet again literally broadcasted the bankruptcy of the Mu World Corporation. Why does he still have the energy and money to pick up girls here? He's learned his lesson and still doesn't know how to repent? Looks like the lesson is still not enough. Or you have to be pounded into the dust. If you can't do it once, then do it twice. Probing that the protagonist Lin Dong has developed killing intent towards you. Harvested hate value 10 by 10. 100 points. Mu Han froze. How was this 100 points calculated? Originally there were only 10 points, but because it was the protagonist's hatred it was multiplied 10 times? Understood correctly. Mu Han froze slightly. Then that smile hung on the corner of his mouth again. Worthy of being a villain system, it was joyful as hell when it went against the protagonist. This smile directly melted the hearts of all the women present. Even Su Nua on the stage had a moment of disorientation. Mu Han walked up and sent the large bouquet of flowers in his hand to Su Nua. I like you. Promise him. Promise him. Su Nua took the flowers, but suddenly fell hard toward the outside of the stage. The flowers fell, shattered into a ground full of residual red. Petals scattered. Only the remaining lonely leaves in the branches. Get lost. Su Nua on the stage suddenly pointed her long pointed index finger at Mu Han and cursed out. Everyone was confused. What is this situation? The confession failed? This scene is set up. From material resources to manpower plus the rent. Without 20, 000 to 30, 000 won't be able to come down. I can only say that the beauty did a great job. Pretty what's pretty? Taheo just a few minutes to spread out a few tens of thousands of dollars. Cannot get down. Such a high threshold I and other Dio Silk still want to live? Maybe it's love that will knock on her door. I've always said that the root cause of Xiaofang's rejection of me is not because I'm ugly. You guys don't believe me? Now you open your eyes and look. Growing up to be as handsome as he is, it's just as much of a failure. Just as much of a failure. So there's no relationship between face value and love. Xiaofang didn't choose me, yes. It's because she knows she doesn't deserve me. Cut the crap. I'm afraid you won't be able to return home today and will have to spend the night in the hospital emergency department. Mu Han silently retreated, stood aside and looked deeply at Su Nua, not saying a word. Su Nua on the stage suddenly looked at the crowd in the direction where Lin Dong was standing. Did you see that? Someone is confessing to me. Are you indifferent? What kind of boyfriend are you? What kind of man? The entire room was silent. Silence. Then reaction. Explosion. Asterisk. What is this? She's with someone? He's trolling, is he? He likes her, but she doesn't like him because she has a crush on him. Is that what it means? Dog blood. Dog blood. All ruthless people nah. Spreading money in public to confess to a rich man. There are boyfriends still waiting for others to confess in public, and then refused and then questioned their boyfriends. Heart really big women. Hiding in the crowd to see his girlfriend being confessed to, but also muffled. Head good green man. Sigh. Suddenly, I'm curious as to which green-haired man is so generous. Everyone's gazes all followed Su Nua's gaze to the area where Lin Dong was, and they were all searching for that superb man. The people in Lin Dong's area slowly dispersed in curiosity. Su Nua's eyes kept looking at Lin Dong. Lin Dong was startled in his heart, and the bad feeling became clearer and clearer. Why did she keep looking at herself? One did not recognize her. The eyes of the surrounding people looking at Lin Dong began to become strange. The people next to Lin Dong dispersed one by one. Su Nua's eyes never turned a bit, until only Lin Dong and Lin Huan were left. Everyone knew that the green-haired hero was Lin Dong. Lin Dong, why are you doing this to me? Su Nua's tears could no longer be held back and slid down her cheeks. All the aggression, persistence, and heartbreak were contained in these tears. Mu Han secretly nodded his head. It was worth the money spent today. It was not easy to evaluate Su Nua's performance, but this emotion of love but not being allowed to be expressed by her was everywhere. Everyone's emotions were driven up. How much heartache is in these tears? How much unwillingness? It's so pitiful. She must have given her all for him. It's so infuriating to watch. Sister, don't cry. It's not worth it for that kind of man. Hey, buddy, if you're a man, take a stand. Anyhow, it's not nice to let such a beautiful girl stand on the stage. Yeah, if it's me, first pull her down and kiss her to stabilize her before anything else. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is just dumped A. Around immediately make up A. This buddy's moving away from love speed really fast. Master despise you. The eyes of the crowd swept back and forth between Lin Dong and Lin Huan, their faces slowly showing contempt. This is my brother. Lin Huan hurriedly spoke. Only then did the crowd's discussion stop in this direction, and it unfolded in the direction of not having a man in charge. Lin Huan gently pushed Lin Dong. Brother, are you really a mess? It was normal for her to recognize the wrong person after looking at each other and passing by on the wrong side, but on such a big occasion, after looking at each other for so long, where would there be a possibility of recognizing the wrong person? The still young Lin Dong also fell into a certain degree of self-doubt. Do I really know her? Or, is it just her having a crush on me? It seemed that this was the only possibility. Thinking again that she had actually scolded away Muhan and liked herself instead, Lin Dong was even a little smug. After his mind calmed down, Lin Dong felt that things were not that simple. Girl, are you recognizing the wrong person? Yes, I recognized the wrong person. I was mistaken about you. Su Nua slowly nodded her head nodding heavier and heavier, nodding to the point where her tears completely collapsed in the end. The makeup on her face was all spent. It was even more pitiful. Lin Dong was depressed. The pearly appearance himself was not able to sort things out with her. Brother, in the end it's not you. Lin Huan was a bit angry. She couldn't accept that her brother was a person who was a dilettante. I really don't know her. Lin Dong explained in a low voice. Do you think there's a possibility that it's a crush on me? Lin Huan skeptically looked Lin Dong up and down. Lin Dong was even more depressed. Lin Dong, a woman with such a single-minded devotion to you, yet you treat her like this. If it was me that she promised in the first place, I wouldn't have let her shed a single tear. Muhan jumped out and pointed at Lin Dong and started cursing. You're a piece of trash. I poo. Don't you dare curse Lin Dong. Get lost. Su Nua's crying came to an abrupt end. Turning around and pointing at Muhan's nose, he cursed in a shrill voice. No matter how Lin Dong he is, that's only for me to say. It's not your turn to say it here. Muhan shrunk back again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This dude is really miserable. Standing up for her and still being scolded by her. Let me take another good look at this Lin Dong and see if his bones are soft. Holding fire. They all protect him so much and he doesn't know how to cherish it. I really want to get him. The crowd looked down on Lin Dong more and more. Their eyes were in abject Ruoro contempt. With this movement of Muhan, Mu Xiaomei finally rationalized what was going on. It turned out that Big Brother was trying to disgust Lin Dong. But if he spent such a large price just to disgust and discredit him, was it worth it? Lin Dong also realized what was going on. Was it necessary to direct such a show in order to disgust himself? Chapter 12. My goal is not to get back at you. A cold aura flashed in Lin Dong's eyes as he looked straight at Muhan. Muhan smiled faintly. The meaning in Lin Dong's eyes was obvious. Muhan knew that he had already seen it. He knew that he had arranged all this to disgust him. Muhan also saw mockery in Lin Dong's eyes. He was mocking himself for drawing a snake. Mocking himself that if he didn't jump out, he probably wouldn't have known so quickly. Most importantly, he saw anger in Lin Dong's eyes. There was also a killing aura. Muhan shrugged his shoulders. A provocative look was flung directly at Lin Dong's face. So what if you know? One's purpose was not just to disgust you. Then what gives you the right to scold him? A female voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, and a woman came out in a row. It was Su Nua's classmate Ouyang Lin. Ouyang Lin stuck one hand in her waist and faced Su Nua on the stage directly. He doesn't love you, and you're still pestering him so much. And even more so, you're making him lose face in front of so many people. This is your so-called love. The crowd looked at Ouyang Lin. The same tall figure, the same delicate features, the same outstanding temperament. Another great beauty. Another one related to this what's her name Lin Dong. There was an unspeakable jealousy in the hearts of the men present. INM. The good cabbages all let the pigs go. That's right. All the red flowers were stuck by dung. The good women were all hugged by dogs. Su Nua and Ouyang Lin were in full bloom and immediately started a tearing battle. Sentences never left Lin Dong. From how Lin Dong first tricked Su Nua's heart with his words, then moved on and fell in love with Ouyang Lin, and then dumped Ouyang Lin, and now threw himself into the arms of other women. In less than 5 minutes of verbal warfare, Lin Dong had already been nailed by the two women on the pillar of scum. Good. Since you said that he still loves you, then I will fulfill you all and also release myself. My youth is also youth. I'll go and I'll quit. Wishing you guys happiness. Su Nua looked at Lin Dong slyly, then wiped her tears hard, stomped her foot fiercely, and turned around to leave the stage. Ouyang Lin wordlessly watched Su Nua's departure. When she could no longer be seen, she turned back to look at Lin Dong. no longer having the forcefulness she had just shown, and revealed a miserable smile, which had both lingering love and determination. Yang Lin wiped away the wetness in the corner of her eyes, sniffled, and gently said to Lin Dong, I know that you don't love me either. I just can't see you being wronged. I'm leaving, you take care of yourself. Turning around, she stepped on her high heels and left as well. Walking into the distance, Yang Lin stopped for a step, and after a few breaths, cupped her hands over her face and left. Everyone turned their heads to look at Lin Dong and shook their heads. They were all good girls, yet he didn't cherish any of them and hurt others so deeply. Some good people had already used their cell phones to record the entire process just now, and had also sent it on the Shake platform. Lin Dong naturally saw everything, but he couldn't stop it. He only felt a pang of suffocation. Clearly he was the victim. The two women's quarrels were not leaving him at every turn, yet none of them had ever had a positive conversation with him. Several times he was about to cut off the two women sparring, only to be immediately yelled back by the two of her piece by piece. Shut up, I'm arguing with her. Not you. Stay to the side. You come at times like this. Where do you usually go? Lin Dong was sort of aware that they had no intention of giving themselves a chance to speak. Once the two women's tearing battle ended, Lin Dong had already been beaten in the mud. After the two women left, the gazes of the melon eaters at the scene naturally fell on the two people, Mu-han and Lin Dong. It was only at this time that Lin Huan, who was on the side, finally saw the point and reminded Lin Dong, brother, this was deliberately arranged by that Mu-han. He's here to mess with you, so you have to be careful. Lin Dong cried and laughed as he nodded his head. Mu-han smiled and spoke with his mouth. How does it feel? Lin Dong shook his head indifferently and spoke. Shepherding the world into bankruptcy. If you want to retaliate against me, you can just come to me. Why bother looking for two people to act here? Acting for half a day doesn't have any substantial effect on me. Could it be that apart from this approach, you don't have any other means? Mu-han laughed out loud, a mocking smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he walked towards Lin Dong step by step. Revenge? No, I am not retaliating against you. You don't understand my purpose. My purpose is to harvest your fame and villainous value. Since meeting Lin Dong until now, Lin Dong had a killing intent towards him once, 6 times of anger, 20 times of boredom, embarrassment, and anger due to the fact that he had disgusted him with Su Nuai and Yang Lin, and then because of the protagonist's mechanism of doubling by 10 times, he himself had now risen from 7 points of villain value to 367. Just now was all foreplay. Now is the main event. Mu-han laughed out loud, his eyes flashing with excitement. Super excited. Even though the system tasks, Clash with Protagonist, did not require him to have to fight Lin Dong, it was an extremely meaningful day to fight Lin Dong head-on for the first time. Mu-han used all 360 points to exchange for physical attribute points, using 19 points to pile up his strength and adding all the remaining 17 points to his physique. Now his attributes became, Physique 61/70 seconds, Strength 83/83, Agility 52/67, a total of 199 points, not a few points less than Lin Dong. Walking up to Lin Dong, Mu-han suddenly swung his fist. The fist had a punching wind, with 83 points of strength, which already belonged to the top human level. He could bring up a fist wind with just his physical strength. Wherever this fist wind grazed, it was no different from a fist hitting there. Lin Dong's eyes were filled with astonishment. He hadn't even thought that Mu-han would actually dare to make a move. What's more, he hadn't thought that yesterday. He had been dryly knocked over by his own fist, but today, he was able to strike a fist wind. Moreover, at this moment, Mu-han's fist orbit actually included Lin Huan. In other words, this punch would first graze Lin Huan before hitting Lin Mo. Lin Huan had never practiced martial arts. If this was to be rubbed on, it was hard to say if he had a life in him. Mu-han, you seek death. Lin Dong was shocked and furious, waving his hand to block. Harvest fear value 1 by 10. Anger value 1 by 10. Converted to villainous value 20 points. Bang! Lin Dong stopped Mu-han's punch, but he could not hold it at all. The entire person protected Lin Huan and retreated 5 or 6 steps backward before he could stand still. One was swinging his fist with all his might, while the other had to carefully defend against blocking. The difference was immediate. Mu-han knew that he had not won and was despicable. However, he did not care. When Lin Dong beat the original lord, he hadn't seen him letting go. You can't even catch one of my punches. I need to retaliate against you? Mu-han laughed. Lin Dong suffered a little loss, and his anger surged, telling Lin Huan to back off, and he himself was ready to pounce on Mu-han to teach him a good lesson. What are you two doing? Both back off. If you want to fight again, we'll call the police. The security guard rushed up to separate the three of them. Su Nuai and Yang Lin had stood by when they were cursing at each other, and had gone up to talk them out of the fight, but they had been cursed so much that they couldn't stand up, and it wasn't good enough to get their hands on them to yank the two women. So now Mu-han and Lin Dong just made a move. The security guards played to separate the two sides. Muhan stepped backward, waved his hand to Lin Dong, turned around and dashingly pulled Mu Xiaomei away. The surrounding crowd made way. Lin Dong could do nothing but find another opportunity and led Lin Huan to pave his way through the crowd and leave them all. Muhan had just walked around the corner but stopped. The corner of his mouth put on a smile again and he turned around and went up to the second floor of the mall. He found a new target. The female main character. Su. Chapter 13, Lin Dong, I remember you. A system message rang out. The conflict with protagonist Lin Dong ended, rewarding 100 points of influence, 100 points of villain value, and activating the Eye of the Curse. Opens a new function in the mall. Please check it out yourself. Cursed Eye, reduce the opponent's full attributes by 10% for 10 minutes with a 1-hour cooldown. Sudden mission completed. Lin Dong's reputation reduced by 95 points. Existing 148 points. Additional 9 points of villain value awarded. After the conflict with Lin Dong just finished, he had gained a new 42 points of villain value, and with the current reward, the villain value had reached another 151 points. It looked like, next time, one would have to go find more trouble with Lin Dong. And right now, it was going to burn the fire in Lin Dong's backyard. You go wander around for a bit. I'll go find someone. Muhan sidetracked Mu Xiaomei. It was better not to let her see this kind of thing. It wasn't good. Su right. Mu Xiaomei was not happy. She had just seen Su as well. Big Brother had made the entire family lose because of this woman, and now as soon as he saw her, Big Brother immediately went back to her, and sidetracked himself. Muhan coaxed Mu Xiaomei for a few sentences, pushed Mu Xiaomei into a nearby clothing store, letting her shop as she pleased inside, and then carefully sized up this woman. This woman that the original owner was willing to offend the protagonist for. Su was wearing a mid-length light bottom dress, showing her quiet beauty, the skirt surface lightly sprinkled with small broken flowers. In the waist, knees at the pleats slightly closed, showing her soft curves, half sleeves outside the small arm fair and white flawless, 10 fingers long and slender show, a head of big waves but also in the light soft tore out a trace of wildness. Muhan cannot help but nod. Worthy of being one of the heroines, appearance can be picked on really not many places. Just about to go forward, a fat man suddenly appeared, swinging and blocking Su. The fat man was 170 tall and weighed over 240. The whole thing was a big round ball, rich as hell. Su beauty, don't you feel bored shopping at the mall alone? Su sidestepped and avoided. The fat man then laughed and laughed as he blocked again. Turning back, the fat man still blocked her. What do you want to do? Su was annoyed and didn't walk away for a few moments. The fat man reached out to hold Su and was knocked away by Su. The fat man obscenely touched the back of his beaten hand and placed it under his nose and inhaled it exaggeratedly. It smells so good. Baby, you hit me again. Mesmerize me. Su blared angrily at the fatty. Chow Yenda, show some respect. Chow Yenda, ha, why should I show respect to my future wife? If I respect you, won't I make you a widow? Su was enraged and couldn't hold on to her image any longer. Snapping, Chow Yenda, there's absolutely no way I'll agree to this. Not even in death. Feeling insufficiently relieved, she gasped and raised her handbag to smash Chow Yenda's head. Chow Yenda naturally could not let her hit. Backhanded Su's wrist. A villainous look. Do you agree or not important? Your father's consent is all that matters. Do you know how much my dear old husband sold you for? Chow Yenda's sentence smashed in Su's heart, smashing Su's self-esteem to pieces. It also interrupted Su's sanity. Tears gushed out directly. As the new quarter opened, the Starlight Company founded by her father Su Yaowen was fighting with Xuanyo Company to seize the main board market in Huainan City. The most brutal price war was fought between the two sides. Su Yaowen invested all the money he had earned over the years, and even took all the real estate under his name to the bank to get a loan, and all the money that came out of the loan was also invested. Can be said to be backwater battle. A little retreat did not stay. In the past few days Su Yaowen learned that the company's president of the Sunyu Company is also the same as their own, but also all the money, vowed to throw everything on the line, to fight a dead or alive, evenly matched stalemate, resulting in both sides now who dare not retreat. Who retreats who will fail. Failure is doomed. Shopping malls like a battlefield. At this critical moment, Chow Yenda's father, Chow Rong, stepped into Su Yaowen's house 3 days ago. After several hours of secret talks, Su Yaowen happily sent Chow Rong away with a smile on his face. Starting the day after, Chow Yenda appeared in front of Su from time to time. He would even chase into the school, always claiming to be her fiancé. Su went home and questioned Su Yaowen what all this was about. Su Yaowen said bitterly, Su, this is a stopgap measure. Dad has carefully considered and planned. This marriage with the Chow family is the best for you. Then ignoring Su's rebuttal, he continued, on one hand, once the funds injected by the Chow family arrive, the company will be able to beat Sun Yu, and our family will be able to keep it. On the other hand, I have gotten to know the Chow family's son Chow Yenda. He is very conscientious in every aspect. Very good. A good son-in-law. Good enough for you. As a part of the family, you should be responsible and not be capricious and reckless. With a few simple words, Su Susu's marriage was finalized. Chow Yenda grabbed Su Susu's hand and came close to her ear and said softly, "Old father-in-law sold you for $10 million, but my Chow family spent $10 million to buy you. Do you know how much $10 million is?" After saying that, Chow Yenda blew a breath at her ear. Watching Su Susu avoiding the snake and scorpion, Chow Yenda laughed out loud in triumph, while Su Susu was so shocked by the astronomical figure of $10 million that she couldn't speak. Mu Han, who was not far away, listened to the entire conversation between the two with great interest, already having a rough understanding of the matter. In his heart, he could not help but be curious about the future of Lin Dong and Su Susu. According to the plot, the next long period of time should be all about Lin Dong, who was not financially wealthy, using all means to help Su Susu solve the pressure from Su Yaowen and Xiao Rong. It would definitely end with Lin Dong's success. Mu Han put a smile on the corner of his mouth and thought to himself that everything would not be fun then. Mu Han walked into the clothes store next to where Mu Xiaomei was, took a hat in Mu Xiaomei's puzzled eyes, then threw 2 stacks of money to the clerk, properly picked 2 suitable clothes for her. He also said to Mu Xiaomei, "Wait for me here after you finish buying." In the eyes of all the shopkeepers' surprised eyes, Mu Han left the store, pressing his duck-tongue cap low, his whole face hidden underneath the cap. With a few steps, he walked over to Su Susu and Chow Yenda. The two are still pulling. Did not notice Mu Han. Mu Han didn't greet them either and raised his hand to slap the fat Chow Derong in the face. Pa! Snap! The 2 slaps accurately slapped Chow Yenda's face. Mu Han deliberately let his fingers slap both his ears. Then he burst out, "Who the hell are you? How dare you touch my Lin Dong's woman? You seek death." Mu Han's 83 points of strength. The strength of his hands was no longer ordinary, and the 2 slaps confused Chow Yenda. Then Mu Han rushed to Chow Yenda and beat him up. First give him a pair of panda eyes, and then beat all over his body, the fist to the flesh, feet to the kidneys. While beating his mouth, he yelled, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk, don't you know who I am? I am Lin Dong. You go up to Huainan University and ask who doesn't know me. Lin Dong, MD. How dare you touch my Lin Dong's woman? Today I have to beat you until you're convinced." Chow Yenda's eyes were so opened. His arms also tightly protected his big head. His mouth wailed, "MB, you have the balls. You dare to hit me. Well, I remember you. Lin Dong, I remember you." Chapter 14, Do I Need You to Look Up to Me? Su Susu was in a state of shock. Just now, she was still tugging at Chow Yenda, but suddenly she saw Lin Dong rushing over wearing a big hat, saving herself, and then Chow Yenda was knocked to the ground by Lin Dong with a few blows. Chow Yenda was knocked to the ground by Lin Dong in a few blows. He rolled around on the ground like a meatball. In just a few seconds, the berserk Lin Dong, the screaming Chow Yenda made Su Susu enter the blank stage of her brain. She had no ability to distinguish between the two. Passers-by were shocked by this scene of public beating, and some rushed to notify the security guards. It took nearly 3 minutes for security to finally arrive. Mu Han turned back and pulled Su Susu to escape outside the mall. Chow Yenda had already been beaten to the point where he couldn't get up. The security guard examined Chow Yenda and found that they were all superficial wounds. The injuries on his face were not serious, but he looked very miserable. Both cheeks were red and swollen and high, a pair of panda eyes, and his mouth had become a ham sandwich, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Sir, do we need to call the police?" the security chief asked. "No, I'll handle it myself." Chow Yenda struggled to get up from the ground. "Vengeance, you have to take it yourself in order to relieve your anger. In order to feel pain, only then can it be complete." Chow Yenda asked for a mirror. Seeing his face beaten to this pitiful state, he was so angry that he trembled. With one hand, he slammed the mirror hard on the ground. "Lin Dong, I will make you pay." Pulling out his cell phone, he dialed, "Hello, Xiao Luzi, call up the people." "Sir, please calm down. Violence won't solve the problem," the security guard hurriedly persuaded. "Calm your horse's head, get out of the way." Chow Yenda pushed the security guard away and went out in the direction Mu Han left. Mu Han pulled Su Susu out of the mall and stopped at a small garden outside the mall. There were very few pedestrians in the small amusement park, only 3 or 2. "Lin Dong, how can you be like this? No matter what, you can't hit people." However, after all the beating, let's hurry up and think about how to deal with Chow Yenda's retaliation. Su Susu opened her mouth to chide. Right now, her mind was conflicted with both joy and worry. Joy in the fact that she was being protected, and worry in the fact that Chow Yenda was bound to not relent. "You are protecting Lin Dong like this. He will definitely be touched after hearing this. Muhan took his hat off and looked at Su 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 with a smile. Muhan. Su 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 was shocked before she realized that it was actually Muhan under the hat. Why is it you? Where's Lin Dong? It took several steps backward before she was able to stabilize herself again. Muhan shrugged. How would I know where Lin Dong is? Is it possible that he was watching you being bullied from the sidelines? But he himself was so scared that he didn't dare to come up to save you at all. And that's why I was the hero who saved you. The words stuttered. Then said, I saved you. You don't thank me? Su 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 Su's face became iron blue. Grunted. Her back straightened, glaring angrily at Muhan. Thank you for what? Thanking you for beating up someone and planting the crime on Lin Dong? Shameless. You think you're helping me by doing this? That I would look up to you because of this? You're wrong. This will only make me look down on you even more. What kind of man are you if you dare not act? You don't even dare to use your own name. You only use Lin Dong's. You're cowardly. I'm going to tell Chao Yenda about this. There's a head for every grievance. Your fault, can't let Lin Dong take the blame. The smile on Muhan's face grew. He found this Su 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 interesting. She was coy when facing Chao Yenda, and although there was resistance but the level of fierceness was not very strong. When her brain turned immobile thinking that it was Lin Dong who saved her, she was worried that Lin Dong was suffering too much, blaming Lin Dong for being reckless and was actively defending. Now after discovering that it was Muhan, immediately put all the responsibilities, faults, and consequences all pushed on him. There was no psychological burden in scolding him. That string of words that were taken for granted were said like a cannonball. The original owner in the end licked her into what kind of such a dog? Moreover, her defense of Lin Dong was not at all ambiguous. Sentence by sentence, she picked Lin Dong clean. It could be seen that she was truly in love with Lin Dong. The original owner was really pitiful. No wonder she ran to kidnap Lin Huan out of underhandedness. Muhan smiled, calmly looking at the irascible Su Su Su. Slowly stretching out his hand, he pinched towards her face. Su 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 stepped back incredulously, to no avail, and was quickly pinched. Her mouth was still cursing. What are you doing? Move your hands. Aren't you afraid of? Is it comfortable to curse? Muhan stretched out another hand to rub on Su Su Su's face. It wasn't the kind of touching a beautiful woman, nor was it the kind of caressing a child. It wasn't even like touching a person. It was like rubbing a pet. Right. It was like fiddling with an animal. Muhan patted her face unsatisfactorily, signaling her not to move. Human beings, only when they feel absolutely safe will they completely relax and be wanton and reckless. I'm curious. Why do you feel safe now? Feel safe with me? Am I giving you some kind of illusion? Muhan pointed to the perimeter. Didn't you notice that there aren't many people in the perimeter? Su 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 was stunned. It wasn't because of whether or not there were people in the perimeter, but the Muhan in front of her was unfamiliar, completely different from before. Normally, although he was arrogant and domineering, he was always cautious when facing himself. The eyes that looked at himself had longing, and more than that, he was still mesmerized. No matter what he said or did, he didn't dare to disobey half a sentence, but now his eyes were all cold and teasing. Muhan turned on his fear aura, then let go of Su Su Su, changed to a gloomy expression, and said a very suggestive sentence. With your knowledge of me, what do you think I will do to you? The already frightened Su 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 was immediately struck. Her body shivered involuntarily. The thoughts that flashed through her mind were all the movie and novel clips of love but can't get it, then killing and destroying the body in the downtown area. The more I think about it, the more real it is, the more detailed it is, the more horrible it is. Su 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 instantly paralyzed on the ground. Under the extreme psychological fear, she did not even have the strength to stand. In fact, Su Su Su's mental quality was not so bad. It was really because there were too many things going on lately. Her father forced her to marry for the company, Chao Yenda's stalking and cynicism, Lin Dong's violent outbursts, and Muhan's uncharacteristic transformation into a villain. All of these things came together to keep her nerves in a constant state of tension. The fear aura became a fuse that triggered all of her negative emotions. Muhan pulled Su 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 up and patted her down, set her upright and patted the top of her head. Putting away the gloom on his face, he replaced it with a smile that warmed his heart. What are you thinking about? I'm joking with you. How could I possibly do anything to you? Muhan, who changed into a smile but made Su 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 feel even more horrible, terrifying. Muhan controlled Su Su Su's head and pointed at the exit of the mall. Look there. Chao Yenda shouted a group of people to come for Lin Dong and you. Now I'm leaving. You can choose. Choose to go and speak to the furious Chao Yenda right now to make it clear who is Lin Dong and who is Muhan. However, do you guess if he has the heart to listen to you? Or, you can also choose to hurry up and escape, and go find Lin Dong to discuss a plan. Time doesn't wait for anyone. If he can't find the two of you, he's definitely going to rush to your house. Muhan patted Su Su Su's head again, as if he was patting a puppy kitten. I'm leaving. You take your time to make your choice. Su 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 once again sat paralyzed on the ground, looking at Muhan's back, unable to get up. The back, all wet. He is an earthly demon. Chapter 15, This is my person. Muhan opened the system panel and the villain value on it had risen from 151 points to 190 points again. He got 27 points on Sususu alone. It seems that this one really scared Sususu enough. I hope she doesn't develop any psychological shadows. Sususu was the female protagonist, so the system also gave a 5-fold increase when calculating the villain value. It seems that the system is targeting the protagonist's lineage to the death. Muhan used 100 points to exchange a random skill. Compelling words, weaken the listener's reasoning and amplify the listener's desires. Not bad, the skill was powerful. There were still 90 points left. Muhan was going to save them first. Muhan was about to return to the mall to rendezvous with Mu Xiaomei when the phone rang. It was Pan Lily. Pan Lily's whimpering voice came from the phone. Boss, something happened to Brother Sam. Where? The first affiliated hospital. Muhan hung up the phone and took a cab to rush to the first affiliated hospital. At the same time, he telephoned Mu Xiaomei and told her to return to Tianhua Hotel by herself in a while. Mu Xiaomei hummed and hung up unhappily. Arriving at the hospital, Pan Lily led Muhan towards Liang Chen's ward. What's the situation? It turned out that after Muhan left the Huamao Intercontinental Hotel, Liang Chen and Pan Lily's crowd continued to party in the hotel lobby. An hour later, Yang Tiansheng said something to the law enforcement team, and they all withdrew. Another hour or so later, 5 vans came to the entrance of the hotel and more than 40 people came down from them, followed by more than 30 motorcycles arriving and coming down with more than 60 people. There were more than 100 people in total. The leader was a big bald man, 5 big and 3 thick, with dark skin, a hideous and appalling knife scar at his right eyebrow, and a big gold chain with a gold shaking on his neck. More than 100 people poured into the hotel, making Liang Chen and the others, who originally still had revelry, instantly mute. A storm swept through the entire venue. Everyone realized that the situation was not right and all collectively retreated back behind Liang Chen and Pan Lily. Liang Chen swept around. Yang Tiansheng, security guards, waiters do not know when all disappeared. There is no hall. There is no hotel outside. Liang Chen and Pan Lily had a moment of scalp numbness. I didn't expect trouble to appear so quickly. Liang Chen recognized the opposite side of the leading black big man called Scarface, with their former boss to mix. Have heard the boss said. Scarface was the #1 fighter under Dongcheng Crocodile, and he was fierce. When he was young, he was aggressive and injured and disabled many times. After he was released from prison, he did not have the slightest restraint, and he was even more ruthless. Who is the leader? Scarface swept the entire room with his eyes. Liang Chen kicked a chair, stood out. I am. Liang Chen how can also be considered in the road mixed. Their own small circle of people on the fight they can also rank a first. There is no lack of courage, no lack of bearing. Scarface laughed. Thumbs up. Complimented. Have guts. Then scanning the crowd. Clear the scene. Nothing. All to the old man role. Those who are left behind. Have a fight with me. The people on Liang Chen's side looked at each other. Then all shrunk their heads and went away from the back door in a fish string. Liang Chen and Pan Lily did not stop. There was no problem with shouting these people to cause trouble, but really expecting them to stand in their camp. That was impossible. People on the road spoke of righteousness as well as pros and cons. Brother Crocodile said that he came today. 2 things. First, you are a junior shouldn't make such a big mess. You can't suppress it. Secondly, to make you remember a little bit, and hurry to grow up and grow up. These 2 things, do you recognize? Scarface beckoned and called Liang Chen to himself. Liang Chen, beating women? Scarface pointed at Pan Lily. Her? She's in charge, so she'll have to admit it too. Liang Chen dragged Pan Lily behind himself. I'm in charge. I'll admit it. Scarface gave another thumbs up and clapped. Not bad, man enough. Old man appreciates you. Then let's end it like this. Scarface raised his hand and waved it down. Be quick. Brother Crocodile is waiting for my reply. A group of people surged up and surrounded Liang Chen, separating Pan Lily. When he saw Liang Chen in the hospital room, Muhan's pupils all shrunk for a moment. Afterward, a cold, chilling and piercing smile appeared on his face. In the eyes of Pan Lily and Liang Chen, it was warm to the core. Chapter 16, Schoolgirl Classmates. The gauze was wrapped from head to toe, and there was a bright red splash at the gauze on his left hand. Blood was seeping out of the wound. What's the body's condition now? Muhan's face was cold, and no sadness or joy could be heard in his tone. Pan Lily, the doctor said that there are multiple fractures. Muhan raised his hand. Say the point. Can it be good? How long can it be good? Pan Lily's eyes reddened. Can, but it will take most of the year, and then can't do heavy work within 3 to 5 years. Muhan nodded. Fortunately there were no disabilities left behind or anything like that. One still underestimated them, simply thinking that it was just them who were the villains. It seemed that anyone could be a villain if they wanted to be. That's good. Take good care of him. I'll take care of Huamao's side. Send all the information you know about Scarface, Crocodile, Yang Tianqing and the others to my cell phone. After instructing Pan Lily, Muhan walked over to Liang Chen. Hurry up and recover. I'm short of errands. Redeeming 1 point of villain value. Muhan transferred 500,000 each to Liang Chen and Pan Lily respectively. Talk to me directly if you don't have enough. I'm going to go find Yang Tianqing and a few of them to have a chat now. Boss. There are a lot of them. You wait for me to get better. We will go again. Liang Chen was seriously injured because of Muhan, but he didn't blame Muhan in his heart. When they were blocking Huamao Gate, he and Pan Lily had thought that there would be such a day. They just didn't think it would come too soon. Moreover, blocking for 2 days to get tens of thousands of dollars must have been a big risk. Now as soon as the accident happened, Muhan personally arrived at the hospital. Liang Chen and Pan Lily are aware of this. Generally a rich man like Muhan is unlikely to run to the hospital to sympathize and visit because one of his men is injured. The rich pay, the poor work, and Muhan came over it the first time. First of all, the biggest problem money to solve. Then a lot of things will no longer be a big problem. So Liang Chen and Pan Lily were touched in their hearts. Wait, can't wait. Muhan had an icy cold and piercing smile on his face. Take care of him. After Muhan left, Pan Lily's tears fell. Brother Sam, I think the boss really treats us quite well. At least he's really generous in terms of money. $1 million. How many families couldn't possibly have that much money if they worked for 5 or 10 years? And now, working for the boss, just by taking a beating, you have someone else's life savings. It's too normal for a 250 on the street to lie in the hospital once every month or two. When he recovered, if he took this money and ran to a small county, he could live a good life for a few years in style. Liang Chen looked out the window, determined to follow Muhan. Muhan left the hospital, got into a cab, and went directly to the nearest car dealership, finding trouble with Yang Tianqing and the others. That was an arrangement for the night. Now first go to solve the problem of traveling. It was not very convenient to always take a taxi. Muhan entered the car shop. No one was entertained. Today is Sunday. There are a lot of people in the car store. More people looking at cars, less people buying cars. Muhan swept the showroom, straight to the very center. There was a treasure blue BMW X6 parked here, and half the people in the showroom were gathered around it. There were 4 salesmen who were introducing the car's performance to potential customers. Muhan swept a glance and his eyes happened to meet with the only female salesperson among them. Muhan beckoned. You come. The female saleswoman quickly swept her eyes at Muhan, pretended not to hear, and continued to tell the middle-aged suit-balding man next to her about the car's configuration. She had been in the car dealership for so many years, she still had the ability to see the dress and break the financial strength. Muhan in the crowd from head to toe in a casual dress. Like his dress, the possibility of buying a car, but not big, even if you buy. It is also a low middle range A-class car, mostly around 100,000 to 150,000 dollars. Muhan frowned, he was being belittled. Please have some tea, sir. A waiter handed over a cup of water. Muhan took the tea. I want to buy a car. Okay sir, you can consult our salesman for whichever car you are looking at. The waitress replied politely and walked away. She was now tasked with handing each customer a glass of water. Muhan was not too happy. Twice now. Muhan? Suddenly a female voice rang out from the crowd. Muhan looked at the voice. It was a salesperson with long flowing hair, fair skin and a hot body. The LSPs around her had to cut a glance with their eyes on her from time to time. Su Wen, the original owner's high school classmate, failed the college entrance exams that year, and as the school flower she didn't get into college. Her family's financial condition is really bad. There are 2 younger brothers studying below, so she did not choose to repeat the exam, and entered the society early. Unexpectedly, she met again here. Marshal Mu, are you here to see the car? Take care of the business. Hello. Su Wen came in front of Muhan, who had just sent away the customers she received. Muhan immediately smelled a faint fragrance. What's the price of that BMW? If he could take care of his old classmate's performance, Muhan was still quite happy. Not to mention a beautiful old classmate. Have a vision. Su Wen had a cheerful nature and also knew that Muhan was a standard second-generation rich man, and it wasn't impossible to buy that most expensive car in the store. As soon as she thought of this, Su Wen was instantly energized. Smiling like a flower, she led Muhan to the side of the BMW X6 and began to introduce its performance. Muhan followed her to look at the car's center control and sit in the back of the car. There was no problem. The 4 salesmen from before looked at Muhan's outfit in unison and all came to the same conclusion. The likelihood of this man buying this car was slim to none. Beauty, what are you introducing him to? He doesn't have the money to buy that car. Suddenly a female voice came from the entrance of the store. In walked a short-haired beauty, dressed in men's clothing. She was valiant, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, thin lips and teeth, the corner of her mouth hooked with a hint of cynicism. Next to her was a purely dressed girl, holding her hand in a little girlfriend-like manner. This neutral beauty of hers attracted everyone's attention in the store. Fan Shenxia, a junior at Huainan University, was in the same class as Lin Dong and Su Su Su, and was in the same class as Mu Han. She is the daughter of the boss of Yongchang Biopharmaceutical Company in Huainan, and like Mu Han, she is a standard second-generation rich girl. Before the original owner's family went bankrupt, the financial strength of the two families was comparable. There was no talk of good or evil between the two. Mu Xiao, do you think brother has said anything wrong? Fan Xinxia spoke aloud, afraid that someone might not be able to hear. Of course I said it wrong, I never lack money. Mu Han's expression was flat, and he wasn't angry. She had always been like this. She had known her for 3 years and she had been reckless for 3 years. Baby, let me introduce to you. The handsome and incomparable man in front of me who said that I said the wrong thing is the young proprietor of the Macworld company. But unfortunately, it's history now. Fan Xinxia patted the innocent girl's hand and continued the introduction. The news just came out early this morning. Bankruptcy. Turning her head, she asked Mu Han, where did I go wrong? Chapter 17, How I Dislike You So Much. The customers in the neighborhood started chatting. He's actually the son of the boss of Shepherd's World. What a beautiful company. How can you imagine that it has changed overnight? Then what the hell is he looking at? How can he afford it? I just heard that this car costs $2.5 million on the ground. That beautiful saleswoman must be very depressed in her heart, doing useless work. Su Wen was a bit surprised. She did not pay much attention to this kind of news, did not think that Mu Han's family company has closed down. Her heart is not the kind of loss that people say. The single cannot be closed is the norm. But some heartache this old classmate. Pat Mu Han's arm. I can't do any favors for myself. Mu Han felt the goodwill from Su Wen. Back to a thank you. Turning back, in the bottom of his eyes was a sharp edge. How come you are everywhere? Can you please shut up and sit to the side? Don't get in the way of me looking at the car. These words were not too polite. Fan Shenxia's little girlfriend looked at Mu Han with some surprise. Up to now what she has seen. This man is the first one who dares to talk to Fan Shenxia like this. And Fan Shenxia didn't seem to be angry. Look together. It's a rare opportunity to be able to accompany the downtrodden Mu Xiao to look at a car. Fan Shenxia walked to the side of the BMW X6 and asked Su Wen, how much? The full payment is $18 million, and these days it's doing an event with a discount of $220,000. If you add all the other services, insurance and so on, it lands at $205 million. Su Wen quickly reported the relevant data of the car. The salesman in the store had memorized the data of this car. Not cheap nah. Fan Shenxia teasingly said, Mu Xiao, either we look at other cars, this one is a bit unaffordable nah. Pretending to be angry, she said to Su Wen, how can you bring Mu Xiao to see a car at this price? Then, will Mr. Mu buy it or not? The implication was that he couldn't afford to buy it, and it would be a shame if he didn't buy it. The people in the neighborhood moved slightly to the side, and these two young people were pitted against each other. We have another special customized model here. Let's go there and take a look. I'm sure you'll like it. Su Wen quietly pulled the corner of Mu Han's coat. Her face was a smile, her beautiful big eyes giving Mu Han a wink one after another. Definitely to help her old classmate. Although she couldn't offend the customers, but at least she could divert the fire. No need. I think this car is just fine. Mu Han politely refused Su Wen's good intentions. Transfer or credit card? Both are fine. Su Wen responded with her mouth as usual, her eyes looking straight at Mu Han. The eyes seemed to be speaking. Are you sure you want to buy it? Mu Han's heart warmed. This high school classmate he hadn't seen for years was really quite nice. Why do you think brother is so unbelieving? Fan Shenxia suspected that Mu Han was beating around the bush. The outside world has been rumored that the collapse of the Mu world has taken all of the Mu family's assets to fill the hole. The house and car were all gone. Some people saw Mu Changhua couple is now living in Tianhua Hotel, and today saw Mu Han in the car dealership. These are enough to prove that the rumors are true. The Mu family had now reached the point of exhaustion. So Fan Shenxia didn't believe that at this juncture, Mu Han would still take out millions to buy one. And this car was $2 million. He definitely can't afford it. This young man is too young. At his age if he was buying a $200,000 car, I'd believe it. But this is a $2 million luxury car. I don't believe it. Are you kidding? If he can buy this car, then I can buy an airplane with full payment. Originally or still think he is my dish. I did not expect so unrealistic. And ask for transfer. Swipe card. Said as easy as buying cabbage. Claptrap. Wasted such a good set of skin. The salesman has given him a step down. He is still not down, but also hard to hold on. Do not know how to advance or retreat. Young people, not down to earth. Old classmate, take me to pay. I have something else to do in a while. Muhan ignored Fan Xinsha. Either change a different car, right? Unlike other salespeople who stood on the perspective of performance commission and couldn't wait for him to buy, Su Wen also advised. Muhan couldn't help but laugh and cry. This big schoolgirl was really thinking of herself. In society these can still maintain a red heart. Really quite not easy. Su Wen took Muhan with her step by step and slowly walked towards the finance office. This car can be mortgaged, and the manufacturer is doing a sales pitch. It's 0 interest. Su Wen whispered. This way, the down payment can be less. Less pressure. Ha ha, no need. Muhan was amused. His heart warmed. It wasn't just Muhan and Su Wen who walked towards the finance office. There was also Fan Xinsha and a few other good customers. For these passers-by, although it wasn't themselves who threw away money here. But take a look. That was also a kind of talking point in the future. This is a scene that ordinary people can't even encounter a few times in their lives. Muhan suddenly stopped and looked at Su Wen and smiled. The smile made Su Wen cloudy. What? Can't pretend? It's okay. Brother understands you. Fan Xinsha was still wondering. She always didn't believe it no matter what. That's why she followed her over. Now that she really saw Muhan stop, Fan Xinsha was secretly pleased. She really hadn't guessed wrong. Ha ha, it was still quite refreshing to see Muhan get defeated. A hint of embarrassment deliberately flashed under Muhan's eyes. What does it have to do with you if I can afford it or not? Where do you get off talking so much? I pondered and pondered. I don't need to prove anything to you now. Besides, why do I find that I dislike you so much? After saying that, a trace of snickering deliberately flashed under his eyes. Both of these glimpses were keenly captured by Fan Xinsha. Fan Xinsha was dying of laughter in her heart. This Muhan really does not have any money, and has been pretending to be so bland, causing herself to have a little self-doubt. Almost to the finance room, finally tensed. Bet. Fan Xinsha cool voice. I know, you do not just want to say gambling well. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet? Muhan secretly said that this Fan Xinsha is so unplayable. This is on the hook. I don't take advantage of you. You don't take advantage of me either. Let's do it this way. Muhan face proud. The bottom of the eyes is the heart. I'm this kind of down and out people can only buy this X6. You miss Fan accompanied by a piece of a buy? Fan Xinsha did not answer immediately. She did come to the car dealership today to buy a car, but she didn't intend to buy a multi-million-dollar car. She wasn't obsessed with cars. She came to buy a car for her little girlfriend. There is a 300,000 enough. When the little girlfriend heard this, she immediately put her head down and blocked her eyes with her frontal flossy. Heart a burst of trembling. $2 million of cars. But soon, she calmed down. People cannot be greedy. The little girlfriend shook Fan Xinsha's arm and pouted. Brother, let's go look at the other cars. That is, keep yakking on the side, just like a fly. Hurry up and flash aside. Muhan immediately answered. The whole person was relaxed. Let's go look at other cars. Okay, I'll take you guys to look at the other cars. Su Wen's expression also relaxed. The other salesmen on the side who saw this situation shadow all cursed Su Wen in their hearts for being a stupid bee. There were more than $100,000 of commission not to fight for it, and went to earn a few thousand. What are you looking at? Just buy this one. Chapter 18, Capturing a Hamster Alive. Fan Xinsha had always been a proud and obstinate person. She was certain that there was no way Muhan could afford it, and some of Muhan's small actions were all indicative of the fact that he was being hard-headed. He didn't have the money. Muhan sniffs. Really buy? Fan Xinsha proud. Really buy? Before the words fell, her entire body flew up. Muhan, who had 83 points of strength, grabbed Fan Xinsha's small arm, not much different from grabbing a kitten. In a few steps, he grabbed her to the finance room. Fan Xinsha was dumbfounded, and her little girlfriend froze. Su Wen was also a bit unresponsive. Fan Xinsha had a bad feeling. She looked up at Muhan, trying to find some clues from Muhan's face. No, Muhan's face was normal. The corner of his mouth was a triumphant smile, and in his eyes was a triumphant tease. Finished. Fooled. Muhan exchanged 2 points of villain value, pull out his cell phone, operate a few times, and transferred 2.05 million to the car dealership company account. Such divine speed shattered everyone's 3 views. His ing buying a car is just like buying cabbages. This speed is to rob the car. The staff in the finance room were not clear about what was happening outside. Their door was opened and they saw an excessively handsome man dragging a very eye-catching neutral beauty in. They thought the two were here to cause trouble. Then the man, who was so handsome that he made others feel inferior, paid $2.5 million in one operation. It directly made all the male animals in the finance room collectively feel inferior. All the females were immediately mesmerized. Muhan set Fan Xinsha straight. I've finished paying. It's your turn. Fan Xinsha's mind was like 5 thunderbolts. The customers in the showroom were slowly looking at their favorite cars and no longer discussing the young men and women. It was normal for young people to mix their words and brag or whatever. He bought it. A slightly fatter customer came from the direction of the finance office. What bought it? Fatty, he's already paid to buy that BMW X6 away. The crowd sniffed and became excited all of a sudden. Really bought it? So bullish. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I also said before that he was a turd to come here and poorly pretend to be something, but the clown turned out to be myself. Worship Big Brother, worship Big Brother. A few minutes to spend my life savings. Buddy admire. In the center of the showroom there was a female saleswoman who sat down on the sofa with a soft foot and a gray face. There was a waitress in the lounge next to her whose hands also shook, sighing regretfully. More than $100,000 of commission. Just like that it was gone. In the finance room, Fan Xinxia this moment, feel like a little cute. She is also a variety of certainty. Pressing. As a result, she got herself into a ditch. This Muhan is not a good thing. University 3 years. He gave himself the feeling has always been brainless. Stupid B. Show broad. Course. He also had a few small conflicts. Did not take advantage of what is not a loss. But he was by no means as sinister as what he showed today. He actually engaged in acting. And engaged in petty maneuvers. She felt like she was being intellectually bullied by Muhan. After a short period of shock, she fell into anger, completely forgetting that she was actually the one who first came to provoke and taunt Muhan. Harvest 4 points of anger value. Muhan froze and realized that Fan Xinxia was looking at herself with gritted teeth. Her cheeks were bulging. Hey, sure enough, the original owner's memories weren't wrong. This little ninny would puff out her cheeks once she was infuriated. Living like a hamster. Yikes. The little hamster was so angry that she knocked a pink fist straight on Muhan's arm, then took out her bank card and swiped 2.05 million as well, turned around and left the finance room, not even bothering with his little girlfriend. Muhan of course will not bother with her. Hand a finger Su-won, said to the rushed manager. 2 cars, both to her to deal with? You should know what I mean. The manager faced this kind of car like buying food, big customer respect exceptionally, and repeatedly said that he understood. Payment was quick, and so was the pickup of the cars. The sale of the 2 luxury cars made the entire car dealership move. The manager gave Su-won the privilege of making way for her in the purchase process of all other cars. So soon 2 of the process will run out. Temporary license plate is also on the good. Fan Xinxia drove the car with some overwhelmed little girlfriend. A second did not stay. When he left, he cut Muhan a fierce glance. Muhan handsomely returned a respect. The blackness of Fan Xinxia's face increased by a few more points. Old classmate, I've earned several years of salary from you today. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Su-won was very happy. 1 for re-encountering her old high school classmate. 2, for the commission she earned from the 2 luxury cars, together with the year-end bonus. If she added the commission, she earned more than $200,000 today. 3 is of course happy for Muhan. He can afford, and have the heart to toss Fan Xinxia means that his current economic status is not out of the question. I'm afraid I can't today. I'll treat you some other day. Muhan and Su-won exchanged goodbyes as Muhan drove off and disappeared into the evening dusk. As soon as Su-won returned to the car dealership, all the other salesmen of the dealership surrounded her. Only the 2 female employees hid far away. Both of them were now repenting in their guts. Sister Won, now that you've accomplished all your tasks for the year, you'll have to treat us little sisters to a big meal. Wen-san, is that tycoon really your high school classmate? So handsome and rich. Is he your boyfriend? If not, introduce me. If it works out, my husband and I will thank you properly. Ask for me. Does he mind having more than 1 girlfriend? I'm not going to argue with you. You guys sweeten yourselves. Just give me some pocket money every month. Su-won shook her head and shooed them all away. Muhan called Mu Xiaomei and told her to take care of mom and dad at the hotel, then drove off into the distance. Tianqi Ipin neighborhood. When Yang Tianshang drove into the neighborhood, the security guard greeted him as usual. Manager Yang is back? You seem to have a guest in your house today. Guest? It's an exceptionally handsome-looking young man. I've never seen one that good-looking. The security guard added information and was also curious. What kind of relative is it in your family? Is there a date? I don't know if he minds if he doesn't mind sibling love. My daughter is just short of an object right now. Either Manager Yang you help set up a match? The security guard was still talking to himself. Yang Tianshang, however, was shocked into a cold sweat. The young man described in the security guard's mouth. Besides being Muhan, who else could it be? He really touched his home. There were only his wife and daughter at home now. Yang Tianshang threw the car keys to the security guard, asked him to help stop the car, and scrambled towards the house himself. Muhan, you mustn't mess around. Otherwise, we'll die together. Chapter 19. This stainless steel quality is not good. Yang Tianshang rushed home, sweating, saw that his wife was sitting in the living room with a handsome young man, laughing and talking, and his teenage daughter was sitting on the sidelines watching TV. The picture is very harmonious. There was no imagined saber rattling. Yo, Manager Yang is back. Muhan was the first to open his mouth to greet him, like an old colleague. My sister-in-law and I and Xiaobei could have waited for you for a long time. Manager Yang, you won't be unhappy if I come to my home for a casual dinner, right? Yang Tianqing's wife, Zhang Suilan's tone was slightly scolding, but in fact, she was enthusiastic. Little Mu said nothing. You can come to our home. Old Yang and I are very welcome. In the future, if you have nothing to do, come to our home. Sister-in-law will make you delicious food. Turning to Yang Tiansheng, he said, you have to say something about Xiao Mu. To come to the house and bring so many things, it's too foreign. After saying that, he got up and happily pulled Xiaobei into the kitchen. Old Yang, you two chat. Xiaobei and I will go and cook the vegetables. Yang Tiansheng swept his eyes and saw that Muhan had brought a huge pile of fruits, health products, and nutritional products. You can't talk about pieces, only piles. When Zhang Suilan opened the door, 3 or 4 porters came in from the fish string ground before they finished moving all the stuff. Yang Tiansheng's face was a bit gloomy. He was a bit angry at how his wife let a stranger just enter the house. Manager Yang thought wrong not. Sister-in-law and Xiaobei, 2 women, where to stop me? Even if you are at home, you can stop? Muhan saw the reason for Yang Tiansheng's gloominess. Opening his mouth to enlighten, casually picking up a glass, he gripped it with force. Click! The glass shattered in Yang Tiansheng's horrified eyes. How much strength did this have to be? Yang Tiansheng knew that he couldn't possibly be a match for the person in front of him. Yikes! Sister-in-law, look at my carelessness. I broke a cup. Muhan feigned carelessness. Zhang Suilan smiled and collected the broken cup away. It didn't hurt anywhere, did it? It's good that you're not hurt. You guys continue to chat. Yang Tiansheng's irritation had been completely replaced by worry. Manager Yang, sit. Don't worry, I won't hurt your family. Muhan was instead more like the master of the house. Yang Tiansheng sat down and lowered his voice to say angrily, what the hell do you want? He was angry at Muhan for being so unruly and actually running into the opponent's home. Could it be that Muhan wasn't afraid that his opponent would follow him into his home as well? Muhan picked up an apple and took a bite. You looked for the crocodile, and as a result, Scarface sent my follower to the hospital. At that time, you took all of your people to hide. You have to give me an explanation. Yang Tiansheng continued to lower his voice. No matter what's going on, you shouldn't have come up to my house. You're trespassing. Muhan reached out and gripped Yang Tiansheng's shoulder with a slight force on his hand. Yang Tiansheng's entire body shrank from the pain, but he didn't dare to make a sound. His wife and daughter were happily cooking in the kitchen. Muhan let go and took another bite of apple. You're a good citizen. I'm not. Yang Tiansheng sat down and didn't dare to squeak. The threatening flavor in Muhan's words was heavy. Muhan smoothly picked up the fruit knife on the table. 2 fingers pinched the front and back end of the knife surface. 2 hands wrongly force left twist a little, right twist a little. Snap! The stainless steel fruit knife broke from the center. Muhan threw the fruit knife into the garbage can. Next time don't buy this kind of bad quality. Yang Tiansheng couldn't believe that stainless steel was also something that could be twisted off by human power. He had completely dared not say anything. Muhan wiped his hands with a paper towel. When I was at the hotel, I said that this is not something you can handle, and asked you to report upwards. You didn't do a good job. I asked you what your annual salary was. It was for you to switch camps. Money can't buy life. You didn't listen. Muhan paused and locked eyes with Yang Tiansheng. Tomorrow, go to the hospital to fight for Liang Chen's forgiveness. If he doesn't forgive you, I will still come. This continues to be reported upwards. Yang Tiansheng nodded silently. The situation was stronger than the people. He didn't dare to resist. He was just an ordinary laborer, and his annual salary was only 300,000. For others, he might be slightly more generous, but in the eyes of people like Muhan, he is an ordinary laborer, not much bigger than a mole cricket. During the day, he had searched the internet for information about Macworld, a company with a market capitalization of more than $1 billion. A hungry camel is bigger than a horse. Yang Tiansheng had no choice but to choose to obey. Your wife is very good. Your daughter is also very good. You are very lucky. You have to be grateful that you have a complete family. But luck doesn't come twice. The sweat on Yang Tiansheng's forehead flowed down again, listening to the meaning of his words. If his wife and daughter were not at home today, he would have to make a move. Muhan handed Yang Tiansheng an apple. Yang Tiansheng looked at the apple for a long time, but finally took it. Muhan nodded with satisfaction and then asked, what is your relationship with the crocodile? Yang Tiansheng returned, I actually don't know the crocodile too well. It's Secretary Chen. It's Chen Dongsheng who has some relationship with him, so when I have something that can't be handled on the surface, I will spend money to ask the crocodile to handle it. Chen Dongsheng? Really, where all have your shadow? Muhan asked again, how much did you spend? Yang Tiansheng awkwardly whispered, 10,000. Muhan froze for a moment, then looked at Yang Tiansheng incredulously. 410,000. He beat my follower into the hospital. Yang Tiansheng was even more embarrassed. In his heart, he sighed. Do you think everyone is like you? Money is thrown in stacks? It's hard to make money. Muhan asked something about the crocodile, and Yang Tiansheng answered everything he knew. Not long after, Muhan got up, walked to the kitchen door, and embarrassedly said to Zhang Suilan, Sister-in-law, I have something urgent that I have to go first, so I may not be able to taste your handiwork today. Zhang Suilan enthusiastically retained her again and again, and in the end, she could only very regretfully invite Muhan to definitely come back next time. Closing the door, Zhang Suilan's enthusiasm was like needing ice water. Her face instantly darkened. Supporting her daughter Xiao Bei back to the bedroom, she sat down next to Yang Tiansheng and reached out to rub his shoulders, tears welling up in her eyes. Yang Tiansheng froze, then shame, then anger, and finally it all turned into a lament. You knew? I could tell something was wrong when he came in. His body was all precious. This kind of person wouldn't deal with us. Honey, is something big happening? Gods fighting, dynasties colliding. Zhang Suilan understood, thought about it, and persuaded. Hubby, we'd better not mess with him. He gives me a scary feeling. Just like a gentle devil. Saying and laughing, he stabbed the knife into your heart. Yang Tiansheng made up his mind, got up and went into the study and dialed Chen Dongsheng's phone. Hello, Secretary Chen. I have something very important to report to you. Okay, Secretary Chen. I will wait for you at Huamao tomorrow. Chapter 20, The Throne Long-Hair Brother. Muhan had harvested 4 points of fear value and 2 points of anger value when he came out of Yang Tianxing's house, and received another 2 points of anger value when he started up his BMW X6. Muhan guessed that these last 2 points should have come from a certain high-level person at the top of Yang Tianxing's head. Perhaps it was that golden glasses Chen Dongsheng. Now that the villain value had 99 points, Muhan exchanged 10 points of physical fitness to add all of them to his physique. Physique 70 seconds, strength 83, agility 52 Ordinary people were 40 points, adult men were 50. Extremely excellent was 60, which represented the ceiling for ordinary people. 70 is an amateur athlete, which represents the peak for regular people with some talent. 75 for professional athletes is the limit for normal humans. 80 points had touched a higher level. The little punks under the crocodile's hand should all be in the 50s. Now their own physical qualities were such that they could directly crush them. Muhan drove to the Dream Bar. The Dream Bar at night was one of the most lively places in East City, with neon flashes and cars coming and going. Countless young men and women went in and out of it, and many business people were interspersed within it. This is a place of red lights and drunkenness, a place for young people to release pressure and indulge themselves. Crocodile is the owner of this place. Muhan walked into the bar. The music inside shook the heavens. Everywhere there were passionate writhing bodies, and everywhere there was the clamor of cups to wine drying. Brother, that man during the day. Amidst the loud music, Fan Xinxia's little girlfriend noticed Muhan who had just entered the bar. Fan Xinxia grunted, not looking at Muhan, and took a sip from her wine glass. This is the guy who caused himself to spend 200 days during the day, went back to be scolded by his father, and then took the car away, saying that what is a girl doing driving such a nice car? MD, why can't I drive a nice car? And scolded me for being a girl. I'll go to Taikoku some other day. Brother, that guy fought with someone else. Fan Xinxia happily stood up and looked at the door. 2 big thick arms surrounding him. One is fighting. Too damn relieved. Thinking of the pain, he shouted with a thick neck, beat that bastard to death. Burst him. Beat. Only the music was too loud. No one could hear her shout. Brother, those 2 big thick arms were knocked down by him. Fan Xinxia also saw it and sat down unhappily. MD, I didn't expect that bastard's fighting ability to be quite strong. Why didn't I hear about it when I was in school? The big thick arms they were talking about were the 2 security guards guarding the door of the bar. The staff and customers near the door were not surprised and were drinking and partying on their own. It was only natural for hormones, fueled by alcohol, to make impulsive souls collide a little. It's been a while since I've seen anyone causing trouble here. Yeah, ever since Scarface was released, the neighborhood has been more peaceful, and the troublemakers don't come here much. Who dares to come? Last time, there were several people causing trouble under Scarface's nose, and that was the time that Scarface crippled those people, and that's why he was locked up. Have you heard? During the day today, Scarface pulled a group of people out, and guess what? They went to Huamao store and crippled a small gangster named Brother Sam. Yeah, my sister happens to be a nurse at the first affiliated hospital, and that little punk was wrapped in gauze like a mummy. It's not good to say that this youngster can go and spell a bed with that little punk. Between the people chatting, a group of people came down from the second floor. The leader was a long-haired man wearing sunglasses. He stood in front of Muhan with his hands in his pockets, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Who are you? report a number. Reporting the number is the rules of the East City side. Afraid of the children of the people on the road to make a mess of themselves. Muhan of course did not understand, but it doesn't matter if you don't understand. Muhan spoke. I'm looking for two people. One is Crocodile and the other is Scarface. The long-haired man with sunglasses and the brothers on his left and right immediately knew that this handsome young man was not a member of the Tao. Looking for someone? You're here to seek death, aren't you? The sunglasses long-haired man burst up and rushed towards Muhan. The brothers in his periphery all harumphed and laughed as they stood up for the long-haired man. A few youngsters at the bar poured a drink for the older man in the center. Uncle Tooth, you're a jack of all trades on this side of East City. Who is this long-haired guy? Tell the boys about it so we can grow up too. Uncle Tooth drank a cup, satisfied with the youngsters' understanding. This is the number 2 hitman under Crocodile, just called Long Hair Brother. The reason why he is ranked second is not because he is not better than Scarface, but because he has hung out with Scarface. That's why he ranks himself second. I see. Then this Long Hair Brother is still a man of honor. More than preachy. One of his most famous battles was fighting 1 against 5. All 5 of the opposing team into the hospital at the cost of a half-body injury. Uncle Tooth took another drink that the boys had poured. Yeah, so now wouldn't one person not be enough for Brother Longhair to stuff his teeth? Yeah, I guess it's just a matter of 1 or 2 moves. Bang! Ah! A miserable scream. The boys woodenly pushed Uncle Tooth. Uncle Tooth, Brother Longhair was knocked out by a punch. Uncle Tooth felt a bit of shame on his face. Muhan stretched out a foot to stand on the arm of the fallen Longhair Brother, and with a force, Longhair Brother screamed miserably. You're being rude. I'm looking for Crocodile and Scarface. Which one of them are you? Muhan pushed harder with his foot. Longhair Brother had curled up into a ball. The surrounding brothers all panicked. No one expected that the leader would be trampled on the ground like a dead dog in a single glance. Bah! Trash! Fan Xinxia tilted her head back and downed another glass of wine, wailing in anger, thought that long-haired ghost could beat him up, but as a result, poo! Muhan lifted Long-Hair Brother up, literally just like this. He reached out and lifted Long-Hair Brother, who weighed 160 to 70 pounds, straight up, hanging in the air. The brothers next to him couldn't help but take a few steps back. This power, the sense of oppression was too strong. Which way can I throw you so that the Crocodile and Scarface can hurry out? Muhan asked Brother Longhair. Longhair Brother took a mouthful of spit. Snap! A slap heavily slapped Brother Longhair's face, slapping back his mouthful of phlegm that he wanted to spit out. The eyebrows of many people in the room immediately wrinkled. It was too damn disgusting. You're looking for me? Another line of people came down from the second floor. It was none other than Scarface. Arms and waist were round. Whoever his eyes swept over, he turned his head sideways and didn't dare to meet his eyes. This is the Scarface brother you all say you want to see every day. Uncle Tooth found his aura and knocked on his wine glass. The boys next to him immediately filled it up again. Uncle Tooth, that scar on his face looks really fierce. Yeah, it's pretty scary. Uncle Tooth, how did he get that scar? Uncle Tooth enjoyed the feeling of being held up and took another sip. The boys were busy filling it up again. That or when he was young. Also your age. He followed the former boss and other people to seize the territory. Each with hundreds of people in the Hudong hacking. One person hacked over the other 17. He himself received 21 knives, one of which was on his face. And this is the scar. Asterisk. So fierce. Cut over 17. The boys all knew that this was not the kind of martial arts novel. The reality of the fights and brawls were very tiring. 100 people standing and letting you beat them up can exhaust you alive. This kid can put down long hair or has 2 skills. But facing Scarface, difficult. Uncle Tooth gave the conclusion. As he spoke, Muhan in the middle of the field raised his hand and threw Long-Hair Brother towards Scarface. A person that big was thrown like a burlap sack. Then it smashed straight into Scarface. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. This excessively handsome youth also had an arm strength that exceeded the score. Asterisk. Scarface couldn't help but curse out. Chapter 21, Scarface's Breakdown. Scarface wanted to dodge. The spaces narrow before and after the small brothers cannot dodge. After catching long hair, he was unsteady on his feet and bumped into the juniors behind him, and with the combined efforts of 3 or 4 juniors, he was able to pick long hair up safely. Scarface heard a burst of coldness upward. The viciousness of the gas also tumbled up. Evil was born out of fear. Uncle Tooth, it seems to me that Scarface doesn't have the advantage. At least the strength is far inferior. Yeah, Uncle Tooth. Scarface doesn't seem to be as powerful as you say. Uncle Tooth's chest was clear for the boys. I have to say that this kid's strength is really out of this world. But, fighting is about being ruthless. The one who is brave on the narrow road wins. That's what it means. So nah. I can only say that this kid's innate conditions are very good, but if he goes up against Scarface, he's still going down. The boys were enlightened and yelled to fill up Uncle Tooth. Uncle Tooth is Uncle Tooth. Spot on. Awesome. Awesome. Scarface touched his knife from his waist. Muhan's heart was tightened. Then relieved. Has he suffered less? Kid, state your intentions. Scarface gathered his arrogance and asked cautiously, his eyes roaming around Muhan. Muhan carefully sized up Scarface. It wasn't that Scarface's strength forced Muhan to be cautious. Muhan visually estimated that Scarface was not as good as Long Hair, who was older and stronger than Scarface and more of a threat. Muhan was just trying to figure out how far to beat Scarface. Thinking in his head, his mouth had already spoken. You're standing too high. It's better to get down and have a conversation that will be convenient for a while. Scarface was uneducated, didn't get it for a while, got it after a few seconds. His neck was thick red, and the veins on his hand holding the knife rippled one by one. Good boy, Uncle Tooth marveled. This is too arrogant. The last time so arrogant has been sent to the disability card by Scarface. Uncle Tooth, Scarface can't fight. You guessed wrong. Uncle Tooth rushed to see. The face is bashful again, tilted his head and drank the wine. You guys feel free to drink a single, I'll buy it. Today look away. Only to see Scarface grab Muhan's a distraction, straight stabbing Muhan's belly. Muhan naturally reached out to hold Scarface's knife-wielding hand and twisted it with force. Ka-ching! Half of Scarface's body knelt down. Stainless steel knives Muhan had casually pinched and twisted to break, let alone a body of flesh and blood. Scarface's hand broke. Muhan raised his foot on Scarface's shoulder and stomped down hard. Ka-ching! Dislocated. Scarface was stomped on the ground. No different from Long Hair before. It's better to be on your back. Now you can have a good conversation. Muhan smiled as if conversing with an old friend. Scarface was hardened and didn't cry out in pain. From this point of view, he was indeed tougher than Long Hair. After Muhan knocked down the juniors who came up to save him with a few punches, no more juniors dared to come forward. All of them stood by the side and cursed. The whole bar is quiet. Only the music is still noisy. Uncle Tooth had completely stopped talking, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Times are different. Times are different, nah. Fan Xinsha's face was half pity and half shock. This Muhan was completely different from before. Before it was the arrogance of incompetence. Now it was the crushing of strength. Fan Xinsha was suddenly curious about what Muhan had gone through after his bankruptcy. Muhan lowered his head. Liang Chen is my follower. You kicked someone out just to kick them out, and struck so hard that you broke his arms and legs when you met. Scarface stalked his neck. His eyes were still fierce. In hindsight, I should have wasted him then. Muhan stepped on Scarface's other hand. Ka-ching! The hand broke. The entire crowd chilled in their hearts. Uncle Tooth patted a few boys around him, then moved back together. Uncle Tooth said to you guys, nah, more than one fight, no matter how it ends up. That boldness comes from more than one person. Not enough to call it courage. One to fight many. Still cannot panic. That courage far beyond ordinary people. That's why I said Scarface is ruthless. And now to be able to laugh and talk about stomping the enemy into the ground in the middle of the enemy's encirclement. And to be ruthless. This kind of person is already a madman. He has no fear in his heart. You guys must remember to never mess with him in the future. A person without fear. No one knows where his bottom line is. The boys thought deeply. For the next 2 minutes, Muhan refreshed Uncle Tooth's opinion of him being crazy. Every little while, a little brother couldn't stand the pressure and struck out, then was put down to the ground by Muhan's punch. Within 2 minutes, Muhan struck more than 30 times in the same position, and more than 30 people fell on the ground. Scarface saw his juniors fall one by one, and the ruthlessness in his heart began to waver. So, Scarface spoke up. Kid, don't let me find out where your family lives. Muhan froze. Using the other party's family to threaten, isn't this something only villains can do? I forgot. You're a fellow villain like me. Muhan slapped a slap on Scarface's face. Not too heavy and not too light, but it was a great slam on the other party's personality. The entire crowd froze once again. Face, the people of the Dao were most concerned about. After a short silence, Scarface yelled madly. You sha me. If you have the ability, you sha me. Otherwise, I will find your house and take your family all. Another slap. Not too heavy and not too light. Scarface kept writhing on the ground, but both arms had been broken, one leg was stomped on again. It was impossible for him to get up, yet he was unwilling. It was a dog with only one leg whimpering and rolling around in the mud puddle, trying hard to get up but repeatedly falling back to hell. Everyone in the surrounding area was silent. Even those with soft hearts had already turned their heads away. Scarface, nah, you're wrong on 2 points. One, it's not wrong for you to collect money to do a job, but breaking all the limbs of a person at every turn, this is the first mistake. Muhan did not show mercy. Instead he continued to slap Scarface. Scarface became even more violent after being slapped and struggled even more ferociously. The second point, you shouldn't want to be my enemy. Being my enemy usually ends badly. Muhan knocked down the 2 juniors who came to Scarface's rescue. then slapped Scarface to the ground again with a smooth slap. Ah! Scarface couldn't help but roar loudly. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness after being continuously slapped but unable to change anything. Everyone heard the anger in his growl. There was also helplessness and powerlessness. Longhair had long since stood up, and more than once he wanted to go up and get Scarface out, but he couldn't, knowing that if he just rushed up there he would just be put down with a punch like his little brother. Scarface's roar had raised his battle spirit and created a sense of urgency in his lips. He had been waiting for a moment when Muhan hadn't noticed himself. It's now! Longhair also fell to the ground. The teeth of everyone in the bar clenched involuntarily. It wasn't anger, but awe. It was an instinctive human reaction. Muhan's strike was too clean. Another slap. Scarface was no longer moving, not struggling. He had already resigned himself to his fate. Any more ruthless person would not be able to hold on in this irrevocable situation. Muhan was a complete demon in everyone's eyes at this moment. Killing is nothing but a headache. But he still had to mentally destroy the other party. Fan Chenxia, who had been watching from the side, had a new understanding of Muhan. Uncle Tooth once again explained to the boys around him that they must stay away from Muhan. It's too much. An explosive shout came down from the second floor, catching everyone's attention. It was a big fat man who was all rich, not the kind of fat that is naturally rich and pure fat, but the fat that comes after a long period of non-exercise of robust muscles. Crocodile. Chapter 22, The Crocodile's Breeder. Muhan recognized him. At Yang Tianshang's house. Yang Tianshang had found out the crocodile's photo from the internet. Young man, you came to my business place to cause trouble. Is it because of someone Qin's poor hospitality? The crocodile, named Qin Tai, was in his early 40s. Qin Tai's face was incredibly cold. Muhan dragged his scarred face up to the second floor and leveled his eyes with Qin Tai. Find a place to talk. Qin Tai looked at Muhan and many thoughts flashed through his mind. What he wanted the most was to give an order and let his men tear Muhan apart directly and throw him out to feed the dogs. The prestige of the Dao was never maintained with blood, but he couldn't do that. Muhan was too strong a fighter. Qin Tai had never seen someone so capable of fighting. Scarface and Longhair were already the most capable horsemen under his hand, but both were seconded in one move. It was even more unlikely that he himself was a match. To make a fortune on the road, the biggest thing to rely on is force and fighting. If you can't fight alone, you can fight in a group, and if you can't, you can only concede. In the end, Qin Tai could only nod his head and commanded to the people underneath, "All go do something." Turning around, several people entered a parlor. This was what Qin Tai used to entertain some of his valued guests, and it was well decorated. The two sat down. Muhan backhanded another slap on Scarface. Scarface already had dead eyes. Muhan felt bored and threw Scarface to the other minions, who caught him and rushed Scarface to the hospital. All out, Muhan ordered naturally. Qin Tai was stunned, and the junior brothers were also stunned. The little brothers looked at Qin Tai, who was helpless and waved his hand. The little brothers all left the room, leaving Muhan and Qin Tai alone. Muhan sat down and opened the door. "I came to talk business with you." Hearing about business, Qin Tai just suppressed the fire rose up again a little. He felt that he had taken the initiative again. Crossing his legs, "You hit my people and still want to talk business with me?" Without saying a word, Muhan lifted the sofa on the side and smashed it beside Qin Tai with a loud bang. Qin Tai's entire body was immediately confused. TMD, where is this a person? This is a monster. The juniors outside the door rushed in, and seeing the scene, their brains were also sweating, but none of them dared to go forward. "Get out!" Muhan snapped. Qin Tai nodded, and the minions all withdrew again. Muhan sat down again. "Can you talk properly now?" Qin Tai hurriedly got up and nodded. You say. I'll listen to you. It wasn't a matter of being a wimp or not, it was a matter of having a life or not. I need you to work for me." Qin Tai did not think and immediately nodded. "You say." In reality, his heart had already repented his intestines. Today, he shouldn't have sold Chen Dongxing face, he shouldn't have accepted $10,000 from Yang Tianshang. Now the loss is heavy. He's in big trouble. Now he actually wants to organize his own Jiangshan. This Yang Tianshang is a pitiful bastard. Damn Ground also said what the other party is a bankrupt company's son. Nothing, just a little bit of money. Turn back to Li Jinnan's side of the Chen Dongxing shot in a minute to destroy him. He must be jumping up. And now it is just to use his money to buy to block the hotel to drive away the people. How did he believe him? This Scarface is also a scourge. Let him go and drive people away. How come he beat them into the hospital and broke the others' limbs? Who should I go to for help this time? No matter who I ask for help, it's less money. It's a big loss. What is Chen Dongxing's relationship with you? Muhan snapped. Qin Tai answered truthfully. Actually not much of a relationship. He gives money to me to do things. Business relationship. Just do his business to do more. Muhan nodded. Qin Tai has no relationship with Chen Dongxing, and saves himself from having to support a puppet. With money in hand, it would not be difficult at all to take over all of Qin Tai's men. Don't do Chen Dongxing's business in the future. Do my work for me, and there's no need to worry about things like money. After saying that, Mu Han began to exchange cash, then pretended to pull money out of his pocket, then threw the money in stacks on the table, and in a short while, he threw the whole table full of money. It was feared that there were $500,000 to $600,000. Qin Tai looked at the brain, a burst of numbness. Qin Tai opened the bar. Not seen money. This bar from planning to open is also spent a big price. Rent is more than 3 million a year. The monthly income on the books is nearly 1 million. A year has nearly 10 million. It seems to be more. In fact, after deducting the salary, deducting the usual expenses to the minions, every month to Qin Tai pocket only less than 100,000 yuan. This gray road, income and spending is also big, but even if the expenses are high, Qin Tai has already entered the middle and high income group. From a street gangster origin, to be able to mix to this point, Qin Tai already has great ability. And now, Mu Han this throw money gesture, in the sense of giving Qin Tai a great impact. At this moment, Qin Tai decided to follow Mu Han for the time being. He had to support nearly 100 people in addition to the horses under his hand, and the pressure wasn't generally great, since he became the boss. After a short period of time, this kind of thing is no longer his first priority. Survival was the only thing. He had to think about how to feed all the people who followed him, so he took over a bar. He needed to have beaters like Scarface and long hair to watch the scene for him, but he also didn't want them to really cause any trouble. Therefore, when Scarface went out today, he also specially explained that it is enough to drive people away, not to cause trouble. How did he know that Scarface still caused trouble? But now it seems that, by mistake, the result is quite good. Under the short contact, Qin Tai felt that Mu Han was a person who could be trusted. Unlike the others, they either wanted to kick him out and annex his bar, or they simply couldn't see him as such a small leader. Unlike Mu Han, he didn't seize power and was very much standing up for his men. The most crucial thing is that, in terms of force, there are not many people who are his rivals. In terms of financial strength, a person who casually throws out 500,000 to 600,000 dollars will be short of money? In terms of generosity, where to find a boss who throws money out before he even says anything? Yang Tianchang also said he only has a little money. Damn! I don't know how Mu Han carried so much money with him. Qin Tai quickly transformed his own role and stood behind Mu Han. Boss, you say? Mu Han nodded in satisfaction. This Qin Tai, he understood something from Yang Tiancheng. His hands and feet were still clean. Go to Liang Chen first and apologize to him. Qin Tai froze, then nodded deeply. I will definitely apologize to Brother Liang until he is satisfied. Mu Han gave his men a head start, and he agreed. As for Scarface, deal with it yourself and don't chill the hearts of your men. Qin Tai thought about it and asked, after he gets better, I'll keep an eye on him and make him change, so that he doesn't cause any more trouble. Regardless of how Scarface was, after all, he had followed him for so many years, and the piece of the hotel had a great deal of credit to him. Mu Han got up and patted Qin Tai's shoulder. He has a good boss. Chapter 23, Can your girlfriends take him? Seeing Mu Han agree, Qin Tai's heart was slightly relieved. There's an important task for you. It's boss. Qin Tai shouted smoothly. Mu Han gave some explanations, and Qin Tai answered them one by one. Hearing the end, Qin Tai's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, trying to understand something, and asked, Mu Xiao, you are going to deal with. Mu Han raised his hand to stop Qin Tai. Look at your performance. Qin Tai was overjoyed within his heart. If Mu Han has accomplished something, he himself is also a major contributor now. Guarding this bar is already his own limit. Did not expect that life has this kind of twist. After Qin Tai was happy for a while, he suddenly thought of a piece of news. Boss, I've heard something about you. When Chen Dongxing asked me to help him with a small matter a few days ago, he complained about it, saying that next Monday, which is tomorrow, he's going to go and pick up Lin Dong to cure Li Jiannan's father. A medical treatment? No wonder Li Jiannan was so attached to cleaning up the Mu family. Two birds with one stone, returning the favor and taking the benefit at the same time. Awesome. The day after Mu Han left, Yang Tiancheng and Qin Tai arrived at the first affiliated hospital of Huainan successively. Liang Chen and Pan Lily initially thought that the other party was here to look for trouble, especially when they saw the crocodile Qin Tai. Liang Chen was already wondering if he would be able to get off the ground for the rest of his life. How do you know that once the two men arrived? Liang Chen, Pan Lily offer up. A mouthful of a brother Sampan's sister Liang Chen. Pan Lily shouted in the clouds. Heartbeat. Only afterward did they realize that the two had also followed Mu Han. Liang Chen and Pan Lily were so shocked that their jaws were about to drop. Boss so powerful? It took less than a day to take down the two. At the same time, they were also very touched, as if they had met Bull. The boss did not forget to give himself a boost when he was doing something big. Liang Chen, two people are also very on the road. Immediately said not to fight, in the future to cooperate for the boss work. Yang Tiancheng and Xin Tai also made a statement on the spot that not only the medical expenses, nutritional expenses and other expenses are fully covered, but also to hire the best medical personnel. As a result, Liang Chen and Pan Lily laughed and said that the boss gave them $1 million. These things they already do not care too much. Yang Tiancheng and Xin Tai were dumbfounded on the spot. 10,000 grass mud horses ran through their hearts. Muhan was so ho? At the same time, they were looking forward to the future. This was all an afterthought. When Muhan left the dream bar that night, the system suddenly released a message. The aura of doom is activated. Touching the unexpected event. Unforeseen event. Your behavior has spread in East City. East City experts know your name. Please resist the challenge of 10 experts. You will gain 100 points of influence and 100 points of villain value. Current progress 0/10. Muhan organized his villain value. Scarface Longhair provided 11 points of fear and pain value. The minions gave 53 points. Xin Tai gave 3 points. Fan Xinxia gave 1 point, and with the previous ones, it now totaled 77 points. Muhan froze. Fan Xinxia was just at the bar? Muhan! A woman shouted her name. Her voice was familiar. Muhan turned around. It was Fan Xinxia, alone. Her little girlfriend wasn't by her side. Muhan looked at the pretty little hamster and flirted. Just picked up a new car. Didn't Beauty Fan go drag racing? Fan Xinxia's complexion darkened, then gritted her teeth, and finally said in a bad mood, don't mention the car thing with me. I'm looking for you for something serious. Oh, Muhan sized up Fan Xinxia with a disbelieving face. You would have serious business? After the wine, Fan Xinxia's face was red. Even her neck was reflecting peach color. She herself had an extremely beautiful appearance, and then contrasted with a neutral dress. It had a different attraction. At this moment, Fan Xinxia didn't look like she was in a serious business. This could make Fan Xinxia, who had always prided herself on being a boy, look furious, and she rather hated it when people looked at her as a woman. What are you looking at? Her loud voice attracted two passing drunken punks. Hey, beauty! Muhan went up and kicked those two punks to the ground, not giving them a chance to play hooligan at all. The skill of playing hooligan, or only mastered by oneself, is good. Harvest pain value 2 points. Harvest fear value 1 point. Emergencies completed January 10th. Muhan stared blankly at the two assholes lying on the ground. One was rolling around on the ground in a daze. The other was not half drunk in his eyes and was looking at himself in horror. Muhan faced bitter smile a little. This expert should be trying to give himself a sneak attack. The result was put down with a single kick. The dream bar rushed out a few Xin Tai juniors to drag the two punks into the alley behind. Fan Xinxia was confused. This Muhan so violent? Moreover, after he entered that second floor, the attitude of the staff of this bar towards him became very respectful. It was as if they were facing the boss, and now they were even doing the closing work. Fan Xinxia's eyes became more determined. This kind of man with violent and capable means could only solve difficulties. I have something to ask for your help. You must help me. Muhan did not have a good or bad impression of her. In the original owner's impression, as a girl she always couldn't carry her weight, and when she seized the opportunity, she liked to dislike people and make trouble. It was not pleasing to the eye to say that she is very bad, but also not to. In addition to the mouth high did not do other bad things. Relative to their own, she is absolutely good people. In short, she was a mouthy king with a decent heart and a somewhat twisted sexual orientation. No help. Muhan directly refused. He himself still had to figure out how to find trouble with Lin Dong and Li Zhennan. There was no time to play house with her. It would be dawn in a few more hours, and Chen Dongsheng would soon be picking up Lin Dong to treat the old man of the Li family. Muhan had always remembered that one of the requirements for the system upgrade was to gain 10,000 influence points within 1 month. Right now, he only had 110 points himself. A far cry. I'll give you money. I have. No need. Then, I'll introduce my girlfriend to you. Fan Xinxia started selling her girlfriend. Woman? Even less. Muhan did not talk nonsense with Fan Xinxia and turned around. I have Lin Dong's information. Fan Xinxia offered a killer. Muhan stopped in his tracks. Your family's matter has spread throughout Huainan City. Everyone knows that Li Zhennan stepped in because he wanted to return a favor to a little guy. His name is Lin Dong. He is also a student of our school. Seeing that she had attracted Muhan, Fan Xinxia was a bit pleased. You know that my little sisters are spread all over the colleges, so they may not be able to acquire much useful information, but they care the most about this kind of youthful little boy like Lin Dong. The implication was that she had all the information you wanted about Lin Dong. Muhan turned around with interest on his face. I now need to know Lin Dong's hobbies, work and rest, what he is good at, his strengths, weaknesses and so on. Fan Xinxia blushed a little. I didn't deliberately try to collect information about him, but if you need it, I can do my best to grasp his whereabouts. Muhan also understood after thinking about it. Chapter 24, 4 bouquets of roses for you. The original owner was the same as Fan Shenxia. Both were rich second generation, and they only had people of the same class in their eyes. Whether it was taste, or pattern, or even future development, there were only common topics between people of the same class. The only two classes of people they cared about were politics and business. As for Lin Dong, such a humble son, he was a transparent person in their eyes. Unless he had some particularly outstanding ability that happened to be one that they needed very much. Otherwise, they would not pay attention to it at all. This was the case with the original owner, and even before he died, he only knew that Lin Dong was a poor boy and had a younger sister. Other than that, he knew nothing. Muhan sighed in his heart. Do you guys know that Lin Dong's name has more than 300 characters after it? His family was one of the top 5 families in the imperial capital. It's okay. Muhan nodded in agreement. He had a lot of things to do. If he had Fan Shenxia to help him keep an eye on Lin Dong, he would be able to save a considerable portion of his time. Is there a way to get your girlfriends to conceive 7 or 8 for Lin Dong? Lin Dong's protagonist instantly walked into the grave of his life, and his backyard was his graveyard. He would no longer have the energy to improve and develop. It was even less likely that he would be a threat to himself. Fan Shenxia looked at Muhan strangely. Why? Muhan shrugged his eyebrows. Fan Shenxia's face was grim and serious. Muhan, let me tell you, my girlfriends are all decent people. Muhan rolled his eyes. You didn't have this kind of expression when you sold your girlfriends just now. And, Muhan looked at Fan Shenxia up and down again. What is the connection between a girl who can be your girlfriend and the word serious? Fan Shenxia was furious and punched him. Then she froze. She got it. I didn't expect this man to be a bit of a gentleman. What do you have that I can help with? Muhan inquired. Fan Shenxia stated her needs. Her family has a piece of heart disease. Her brother Fan Chaoyang has not been learning, is in the rebellious period, always want to go to the road to mix. Always feel that the road to mix the special wind. Left-handed baseball bat, right-handed watermelon knife. Chest and then tattooed 2 blue dragon white tiger. He is the most promising one in the school. Muhan looked at Fan Shenxia's dress and style of behavior. Secretly really is a family. All lacked a tendon in their heads. The Fan family never had anything better to do. You can choose your own life. Why can't your brother? Muhan asked. Fan Shenxia immediately blew up. My father's huge spread of things. If I don't find an excellent person to take over, how else can I squander it? Fan Chaoyang is not excellent. Not take over. Who will raise me? You. After saying that, immediately shut up. Muhan looked at Fan Shenxia strangely. Fan Shenxia turned around and left, not having the face to stay. The two of them discussed that Fan Shenxia would send Fan Chaoyang over to Muhan in the next few days. At the same time, if Lin Dong had any movement, he would notify Muhan at the first opportunity. When Muhan returned to the Tianhua Hotel, Mu Changhe and the three of them had not slept and were waiting for Muhan. Mu Changhe and Mu Mother decided to leave first thing tomorrow morning, anticipating to go for a good walk around the great mountains and rivers of the motherland before going out of the country to enjoy the exotic flavors. Now that you're capable enough, this family is relying on you to support it. Your mom and I have discussed this all day and feel that after working half your life it's time to go outside and have a look. Muhan, you have to take care of your sister. UAE, you have to listen to your brother. The parents had gone out for a long trip, and their return date was undetermined. This was only the second day that Muhan had traveled across, and he was happy to count on Mu Changhe and Mu Mother's departure. Mu Xiaomei was a little reluctant to leave, but there was no sadness. This was always the case with merchants' families, getting together less and leaving more. The four of them spoke for a while, gave each other a few words of advice and then rested separately. The day soon dawned. It was Monday, and Muhan and Mu Xiaomei returned to Huainan University early in the morning. Mu Xiaomei was a senior student at the School of Economics and Management of Huainan University. She was rushing back to class. Muhan was not. He returned to school for Lin Dong. Early in the morning, Fan Shenxia sent a message which contained the address of Lin Dong's rented apartment. It was right next to the school, a residential building, 7 stories high, and he rented the 6th floor. Muhan knocked on the door. The door opened. It was Lin Huan. Muhan smiled politely and handed over a bouquet of roses. Just passed by the love of my life, Tube Sujiawei asked for. When Lin Huan saw himself, his pupils dilated violently, and then closed the door with a bang. Inside the room came a cry. Brother, brother, Muhan is here. Outside the door. Who? Muhan? Yes. The door opened again. Muhan still smiled politely and handed Lin Dong and Lin Huan a bunch of roses respectively. Su Jiawei had just actually given Muhan 3 bunches. Lin Dong couldn't figure out Muhan's purpose. Muhan squeezed and squeezed in, seeing that 2 plates were sitting on the table with breakfast inside. One was in the process of being started and the other was already finished. It's not sumptuous, but it's wonderful, Muhan commented. Muhan, what do you want? Lin moved to suppress his anger. The day before yesterday, he kidnapped Lin Huan. Yesterday, he found someone to disgust himself at the mall, and he almost injured Lin Huan, then pretended to beat up Chao Yenda, scaring Su Susu out of her wits. And today he actually dared to run straight into his own home and send his siblings roses as if nothing had happened. He even sat on the sofa to critique his breakfast. The more Lin Dong thought about it, the more he felt that the veins in his head were showing signs of bursting. What the hell was going on with this Muhan? Oh, I came to apologize. Muhan apologetically took out another bouquet of roses from his clothes and handed it to Lin Huan's hand. He himself had taken another bunch from Su Jiawei when she wasn't looking. Lin Huan took it and threw it into the trash. Muhan shrugged and stood up to visit the house. You guys are so rude. Lin Dong finally couldn't help it. This Muhan was a bad to the core asshole. Just for today, teach him a good lesson. The two of them, if they had a tacit understanding, fought as one. After a few punches, Lin Dong realized that the situation was not quite right. He seemed to be unable to gain any upper hand. Muhan's body strength was very high, and his strength was almost the same as his own. This was very incredible. The day before yesterday, he had only used one finger to subdue him. Yesterday at the mall, he was protecting Lin Huan but was knocked back several steps by his punch. But one could feel that Muhan's physical strength was still some distance away from himself. But now, his physical strength was already on par with his own, or even stronger. How could his progress be so fast? Muhan laughed in his heart, and the more he fought, the more excited he became. He himself suppressed the protagonist. Before going upstairs, Muhan exchanged all of his villain value for physical quality, changing it to 8 points. The physical quality also came to physique 72-72, strength 83-83, agility 58-67. With high physique and high strength, himself and Lin Dong were already evenly matched, and even had a slight advantage. After all, the total of the three stats on Lin Dong's head showed 206 points, while he himself was already at 213 points. Ha ha, Lin Dong, eat my punch. Muhan was excited to fight, and his fist smashed Lin Dong hard. Lin Dong also used his full strength to clash with Muhan. A caca sound of bones colliding in the air caused Lin Huan on the side to be at a loss for words. She knew that the two would fight, but the scene was completely different from what she thought. Muhan, who should have been thrown out like garbage by Lin Dong in 3 or 2 strokes, actually fought with Lin Dong back and forth. Muhan was openly crazy. Lin Dong, eat another punch from me. Lin Dong's eyes suddenly revealed extreme seriousness, and his gestures and body shape were completely different. It seemed to have some sort of rhythm. Muhan's heart screamed inwardly that it was not good. Lin Dong was going to move for real. Chapter 25, I came just for your hand. Several punches came down in succession, and Muhan's punches were avoided one by one. Muhan knew that this was some kind of punching technique. The situation began to shift from you and me to Muhan's one-sided beating. Lin Huan was watching from the sidelines. It was really a relief. Muhan could only draw the battle towards Lin Huan. This allowed Lin Dong to fight more and more. It also made Lin Dong more and more angry the more he fought. Muhan, this guy really had no bottom line. Winning a small amount of breathing time, Muhan hurriedly checked his eyes on the villain value and had 63 points. Before going upstairs, he had exchanged all the villain value himself, and Lin Dong and Lin Huan had given so much in this short while. Harvested 2 points of hate value and 4 points of anger value from Lin Dong, and then doubled it 10 times. Harvested 3 points of anger value from Lin Huan. Now both of their anger values were still rising. Muhan hurriedly redeemed 6 points of agility. Physique 72-72, strength 83-83, agility 64-67. The body's coordination immediately received a very large increase. Muhan felt that his body had become much more agile and was already able to move his body at will. Lin Dong's fist struck again and Muhan sidestepped to avoid it. Successful. Muhan was delighted and Lin Dong was shocked. Soon Muhan familiarized himself with the changes and was already able to manage to dodge through small movements. It didn't matter much if he took a hard punch when he missed. With 72 points of physique lying around, it wasn't much of a problem. Moreover, a punch for a punch, one could immediately recover on Lin Ju. Muhan's counterattacks were increasing, and he was already able to have a back and forth with Lin Dong again. Muhan's rampant laughter began to appear again. It began to stare at Lin Dong's fists as they smashed against each other. After a pair of iron fists had blasted against each other dozens of times, both of them stopped. This kind of hard sparring caused both of their fists to suffer great damage. Both fists were trembling involuntarily, and the surfaces of their fists were broken, with blood dripping down. Painful. Muhan walked straight to the kitchen to rinse the blood from his hands, then smoothed his already messy hair with water, drew a few paper towels from the table to wipe his hands slightly, threw them into the garbage can, smiled politely at Lin Dong, and made a bye-bye gesture to Lin Huan. who had long been hiding in his bedroom, and turned around to head out of the house. Muhan's gentle smile pierced Lin Dong. Lin Huan's heart. Lin Dong's chest rose and fell, and his eyes kept burning with anger. He hated that he couldn't beat Muhan to death on the spot. The fact that he was organizing himself so leisurely was simply mocking and insulting. But one could not beat him. He was not what he used to be, and had even stood on the same level as himself. The few times he had tried to strike his chest with his pulse-intercepting finger, he had dodged it twice, and finally once he had managed to hit it. The force of the finger had been stopped by his skin, flesh, and tendons, and the effect was extremely weak. Muhan's physical qualities were so strong that they made many martial arts techniques lose their effect. I'm happy to see you two today. I hope you're happy to see me as well. See you later, Muhan said as he paused to step outside the door, then politely closed the door gently. Lin Huan came out of the bedroom and looked at the mess in the living room, and was angry in his heart. Brother, your hand is bleeding. Lin Huan took out the family's medical kit and started to clean Lin Dong's hand. Lin Dong did not say anything. Instead, he was annoyed at why he was not a bit stronger. A bit more. Only then could Muhan come and go with ease. Right at this moment, Lin Dong's cell phone rang. Once Lin Dong looked at the call reminder, the person froze, then his face changed drastically, and finally his face was as black as a dark cloud. Brother Chen. Lin Xiao is polite. I'm downstairs now. Chen Dongxing came to pick up Lin Dong to treat Li Jinnan's father. Alright, Brother Chen, wait for me. I'll be right down. There's no rush. Ha! Lin Dong hung up the phone, his teeth creaking with hatred. It turned out that Muhan knew that he was going to treat Li Jinnan's father today, so he came over early in the morning just to injure his hand, so that he wouldn't be able to save anyone until his hand was healed. This asshole. Muhan, I will make you regret this. Make you regret this. Muhan went downstairs happily. He did not know Lin Dong's method of saving Li Jinnan's father. However, if Li Jinnan gave up the major bulls and hospitals at home and abroad and chose to believe Lin Dong, a junior medical student, then Li Jinnan's father's disease was bound to be impossible to cure with ordinary methods. Either Lin Dong had a miraculous medicine that raised the dead and whitened the bones. Obviously this was impossible, and even if there was, it was unlikely that Lin Dong would take it out. Either Lin Dong had extremely advanced medical concepts, and had a medicinal formula in his hands that was astonishing to the heavens and earth. This is also unlikely. The medicinal formula magical inevitably accompanied by rare medicinal materials. Lin Dong is unlikely to have medicinal materials. There will not give. Then need Li Jinnan self-funding. In the eyes of Li Jinnan, such a businessman who has seen the world, this is a big cake is not believable. He is unlikely to courtesy of Lin Dong, more likely to deal with the Mu family. Then there was only one possibility. Lin Dong had extremely strong medical skills, and it was highly likely that it was Chinese medicine needle art. Through the fact that he punched the original owner into cardiac arrest, it was evident that he was very familiar with the human meridians. He had come over today just to injure his hand so that he could not perform his needle art. Muhan's guess was really right. A large portion of all Lin Dong's kung fu means in medicine relied on his needle guilt. The system sent a message. End of conflict with protagonist Lin Dong. Rewarded with 100 points of influence and 100 points of villain value. It was true that the system's rewards were rich whenever he went against the protagonist. Muhan redeemed 3 points of agility and leveled up his agility. Suddenly, base is full. Unlocking the redemption limit. Unlocking the host's 5 senses. Sight 5789. Hearing 5475. Touch 4978. Taste 61 of 84. Smell 5976. Muhan froze. There was actually a follow-up? How do I redeem the upper limit? Muhan asked the system in his consciousness. Can be redeemed in the mall. Consume 100 points of villain value to raise the cap by 1 point. Sure enough, the exchange items in the mall changed from 3 to 4, with an additional option of 100 points to redeem the upper limit of physical fitness. It seems that in the future, we really need to come to the protagonist often to talk about the future and talk about the heart. Muhan went downstairs and happened to see a Benz parked next to his BMW X6, Mercedes Maybach, with a market price starting at $1 million. The juxtaposition of the two luxury cars attracted many passers-by to stop. This is also the nature of ordinary people. Just like seeing a beautiful woman always cannot help but to look a few more eyes. The small netizen Su Bebe today's live broadcast content is to bring fans and friends to tour to see the city of Huainan. Holding up her cell phone, Su Bebe happened to walk down the street, saw 2 cars, and immediately walked up. Tai Z guys, we are now at Zhanggong Avenue next to Huainan University. And guess what? I saw 2 luxury cars, a BMW and a Mercedes-Benz, together nearly $4 million. Looks like the people of Huainan have a high standard of living. Guess which of these 2 cars are from these 2 brands? Su Bebe was interacting with the fans in the live broadcast room. Suddenly the door of the Mercedes opened and down came a tall driver wearing sunglasses. With a cold face, Dragon walking to Su Bebe. pushing her away with a big hand. This is a private car, get out of the way. Subebe was pushed to stagger a few steps. Her center of gravity was unsteady. Her feet twisted again and the whole person was planted on the ground. Muhan happened to come forward to drive his X6, and wrapped his arms around Subebe. The little girl is quite pretty, Muhan said secretly. Chapter 26 What should you do? The passers-by immediately opened their mouths to condemn the sunglasses driver. What quality? The other little girl didn't touch your car. You're pushing people. What's the difference between that and hitting people? What's wrong with people's little girls shooting your car? And private cars do not allow shooting. Then you hide it at home, do not drive out. Still not a man. Hit a woman with his hands. At first glance it's a trashy goods. Still dress like a man. Yuck. Subebe hurriedly stood up straight and came out of Muhan's arms, saying thank you. She angrily turned around and cursed at the Mercedes driver. You're crazy. I'm filming me. What are you pushing me for? Get lost. Mercedes driver is very tough. Even by so many people say he does not care. And even one back to see. Can't you talk properly? You're so proud of bullying a little girl like me? You are so bullish. Cut the crap. Get lost. The Mercedes driver had a very bad attitude. Asterisk. So unqualified. This girl will make you famous in Huainan City. Subebe finished and took the cell phone to the driver live. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this unqualified Mercedes-Benz owner. Just now everyone also saw. I just photographed the car. Did not involve any other people's privacy. He got off the car to hit me. But also let me roll. Old iron guys, you say there is such a reason? Is there such a person? The people inside the live broadcast room immediately started to show solidarity with Subebe on the public screen. The Mercedes driver came up and grabbed Subebe's cell phone. Muhan sidestepped the driver. He had no intention of meddling in this matter. There were too many of these things in the world to manage. The driver grabbed Subebe's cell phone at the same time, glanced sideways at Muhan. His mouth boomed, count on you to know what's good for you. At the same moment, the backseat glass of the Mercedes-Benz shook down, revealing a man's face, wearing gold thin-framed glasses with a thin face. Muhan and the man met eye to eye. Muhan smiled, smiling happily. You really came, Chen Dongsheng. Chen Dongsheng also smiled, smiling equally happily. The previous day's rainy night when he rolled in the rain in public was a vivid memory, still unforgettable. Do it! Chen Dongsheng gave an order to the driver. The driver got the order, and with a forceful right hand, he snatched Subebe's cell phone, and with his left hand, he formed a fist and punched Muhan straight in the face. The speed of the fist was extremely fast. The force was tremendous. Far from ordinary people, obviously have kung fu in the body. Chen Dongsheng's driver is not only a driver, but also an expert. 5 or 6 people can't even get close to him. He was responsible for both driving and security. Muhan sidestepped the fist. The driver's speed was too much slower than Lindong. Then he reached out and clasped the driver's right hand that was grabbing the cell phone. I didn't expect that you could still avoid it. There are 2 strikes. The driver came to be a little interested. There weren't many people in the group who could go through the motions with themselves. Suddenly, he realized that Muhan's hand was exerting force, and he laughed out. Youngster, do you have the strength? Muhan looked at the driver strangely and exerted a slight force. In the next second, the driver felt a sudden huge force on his wrist. Extremely painful. The cell phone couldn't hold it and fell, being picked up by Muhan and handed back to Subebe. In another second, the force was even greater. The force on the driver's wrist was so great that he couldn't bear it. He felt like his wrist was about to be twisted off. Unable to help but let out a cry of pain. His entire body curled up on the ground under the pressure of the huge force. He had never imagined that human strength could be so immense. Subebe, who had received the cell phone on the side, hurriedly took several steps backward, trying to calm down. This was the first time she had faced violence. When she finally stabilized her mood, she found that the driver who had been ferocious a few seconds ago was now subdued. It was curled up on the ground. Subebe looked at the handsome man in front of her in utter amazement, and realized that he was impeccable looking and so manly. Like the Prince Charming in his dreams, he shone all over. Muhan lifted the driver with force, lifting the driver up whole and sending him forward, and the driver stuck to the Mercedes. Everyone was dumbfounded, then exploded. Is this a movie? A person that heavy was lifted up. Is this person a monster? Did you just see that? He was lifted, pushed him 4 or 5 meters away. My God, is this Superman? This young man is in trouble. Although it's a case of bravery, but that's a nearly $2 million Mercedes-Benz. A casual scratch could cost thousands of dollars in compensation. Deflated. The 2 doors of the Mercedes are dented. It's over. The other side is afraid that this young man will have to hemorrhage. Impulsiveness is the devil. The driver helped the car to climb up and stared hard at Muhan. I didn't expect you to be an expert, but you messed with the wrong person. Today you hit someone and broke the car. You're in trouble. Su Bebe listened with apprehension on the sidelines. She didn't expect that she had just come out to broadcast live for a bit, but she had actually caused such a big mess. The repair costs of luxury cars had always been not low. Now she had some regrets. But this big handsome guy had gotten into all this because of himself, so she must be responsible for it. Big deal. Throw a year's salary all in. You're allowed to hit me with your hands, but we're not allowed to hit back? The driver poo-pooed and said, "Do you know who owns this car? Do you know who is sitting in the car? Without knowing anything, you guys dare to make a move? Scare who? This girl graduated from being scared. Will I be scared?" Su Bebe was disdainful on her face, but her heart was drumming. Lee's consortium knows, right? We are from the consortium. Su Bebe sucked in a breath of cool air. The passers-by in the neighborhood collectively lost their voices. The fans in the live broadcast room were all silent as well. Everyone then boiled over. Lee's consortium? That trillion-dollar market capitalization behemoth? Real estate, finance, electronics, tourism, foreign trade, education, etc. What makes money it does. Last year's figures showed that it has nearly 200,000 employees. Oh my god, this is big today. Too big. No wonder this driver is so arrogant. When others pat the car, he dares to push people with his hands. He also dares to grab the cell phone with his hands, and he dares to beat up the car with a word from the nobleman. It turned out that behind it was such a big Buddha. Moreover, the car is sitting on the most likely is a very powerful character. The driver looked at everyone smugly. "No, you're afraid? It's too late." Everyone's silence gave the driver inflated confidence. Turning his head to stare hard at Muhan, raising his hand to slap Muhan's face. "Dare to hit me? Do you regret it now?" Snap. A slap. Muhan smacked the driver to the ground. Su Bebe were so shocked that she went up and pulled Muhan, signaling him to calm down. The passers-by were a little confused. Was this young man's head so iron? The driver covered his face and climbed up. Being slapped in public made him almost lose his mind. But he didn't dare, because he couldn't fight. Muhan didn't bother with a small character like the driver, but happily looked at Chen Dongsheng inside the car. "Chen Dongsheng, what do you think you're going to do about this mess? I'm curious." Suddenly Muhan punched the roof of the car. The roof of the car dented an oversized crater. That crater almost pressed against the top of Chen Dongsheng's head. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. Shocked at his strength and also his violence. Instead of the current scene, he was more like a violent person. Chapter 27. Did Lin Dong give you the bottom line? Inside the car, Chen Dongsheng's face was blue. The one who had caused him the most pain in the past 2 days was the young man in front of him. The day before yesterday, he personally knocked Muhan into the mud. Muhan should have turned into a mole cricket from then on, begging for a life at the bottom of the mud, and finally dying out and disappearing. Yesterday, Yang Tianqing called Chen Dongsheng and said that Muhan, this loser, spent a lot of money to find a gang of assholes to cause trouble in Huamao. He felt strange at that time. Where did this loser get the money? All the assets of Muhan's family had been cleared by him. Later he thought that Muhan might have hidden a sum of cash somewhere beforehand. Last night, Yang Tianqing called him again to report that Muhan broke into the house and threatened the family. This time he instead thought it was only normal. After all, a dog will only jump over the wall if it is anxious. And the dog that jumped the wall, his bottom card was gone. And an uneducated, down on his luck rich kid like Muhan, who only resorted to violence with his emotions, was the least threatening of all. He could be sent to the station in minutes. So although Chen Dongsheng had always wanted to get Muhan killed, he didn't deliberately deal with Muhan and just stomped on him when he ran into him. Where did he think that he would let the driver do it and end up being outmatched? Muhan's hands were so powerful. It wasn't at all what he had shown the night before. "Young man, you still come to mess with me after taking a big loss. What should I say about you? Ignorant? Incompetent?" Chen Dongsheng came out of the car very calmly, his face still looking down on Muhan. A preachy face. In this society, a big fist is not big. A big capital is really big. It was perfectly normal to teach Muhan a few lessons on his own. The driver saw Chen Dongsheng get out of the car, also found the backbone, very consciously retreated behind him. Some people in the surrounding crowd recognized Chen Dongsheng. How could it be him? I've seen him before. Li Jiannan's secretary. He has attended several press conferences in Li Jiannan's place, and can be said to be one ear and half a mouth of Li Jiannan. Who is Li Jiannan? ********. You stupid X. Li Jiannan is the hand of Li's consortium. Holy, doesn't that mean he's the second in command of the Li clan consortium? *******. You're a stupid X. How can a secretary like him be considered second in command? But his words and actions to a certain extent represent Li Jiannan's meaning. You're making me confused. So what kind of existence is he considered? Chen Dongsheng was satisfied with the crowd's recognition of the consortium and was pleased with his popularity. Su Beibei couldn't look at Chen Dongxing's lofty appearance and deliberately responded. An existence equivalent to Wei Zhongxian. Everyone was pinched. Chen Dongxing's face darkened and glared at Su Beibei. Little girl with eloquent teeth. Very good. What's your name? Back to give her a lesson. Su Beibei was a bit regretful after saying that. Being missed by such a big shot must be a very troublesome thing. Muhan stepped forward to block Chen Dongxing's man-eating gaze and slapped him on the shoulder. Comrade Wei, it seems that my presence is still too weak. You actually have the heart to care about others. A strong force came down on Chen Dongxing's shoulder. His knees couldn't withstand it. His body was short, almost kneeling down. That lofty arrogance was also instantly shattered to pieces. You, Muhan slapped down again. Don't be you. Just say how you plan to leave from here today? Chen Dongxing leg bent again. Humph. Chen Dongxing was furious and was in the middle of reprimanding some, but suddenly realized a problem that had been deliberately ignored by himself. This Muhan in front of him was audacious and would not fear himself at all because of his status. The aura of Li Jinnan's secretary did not have a bit of pressure on Muhan, and removing his identity, it seemed like he really had nothing that could pressure him. The driver saw that Secretary Chen Dongxing did not retaliate, and immediately helped to curry favor. Humph. You probably don't know much about the real strength of the Li's consortium and don't know Secretary Chen's energy. That's why you're so rampantly ignorant. I believe that when you have a slight understanding, you will regret your ignorance at this moment. Muhan looked at the driver in amusement. Why would I regret it? You will lose your job because of this. Your family will lose their jobs because of you. Your family will even lose all your industries. You will lose all footholds in Huainan City. No one will dare to hire you. No one will lend you a hand. You will starve to death alive in Huainan City. With every word the driver said, the pleasure on his face increased. With each sentence, the hatred on his face subsided. It was as if everything that had just been said had all become reality. The mood of the passers-by also became low with these words. They knew that although the driver's words were hard to hear, the Li clan consortium did have the strength. Everyone did not notice Chen Dongxing. At this moment, Chen Dongxing had long since lost his previous calmness. Instead, his face became more and more gloomy, and there was even cold sweat running down his forehead. Everything the driver said was like a reminder to him that Muhan had already lost everything and could not lose anything more. He already had nothing. Then what could one hold him for? Muhan shone a light on the driver's stomach and kicked him off. He plastered the Mercedes again, the glass shattering on the front and back doors. Backhandedly, he slapped Chen Dongxing on the shoulder again. How did you recruit someone? What should I say about you? Ignorant? Incompetent? Muhan returned the words to Chen Dongxing and turned his head to threaten the driver. If you keep yakking, I'll send you to the hospital. Chen Dongxing was slapped by Muhan several slaps and his whole body was about to explode with anger. The anger in his chest had reached the extreme. However, he froze and could not do anything at all. The passers-by on the side watched with great joy. This handsome young man was really powerful beyond words. Su Beibei, however, was worried. It was painful now, but how could one bear the consequences that followed? Muhan, what are you doing? Suddenly a male voice came from the neighborhood next to him. It was Lin Dong. Lin Dong, who had medical gauze wrapped around his right hand. He had already packed himself up and was ready to accompany Chen Dongxing to the Li family manor. Lin Xiao. Chen Dongxing breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that Lin Dong was capable of kung fu, and it was only when Lin Dong first came to the Li family manor to treat elderly that several famous martial artists lost to him in one go, and it was only then that he made everyone look at him with high regard. He gave you the bottom line? Muhan asked. You'll regret it right away. Chen Dongxing's blandness returned to his face, as it was the night before. You'll be disappointed. I'm afraid. You think you're invincible just because you defeated Xiao Zhang? 10 Xiao Zhangs are no match for one Lin Xiao. Luo Ji even lost to Lin Xiao. Chen Dongxing's words were all lessons. Who was Luo Ji? Muhan didn't know, but Su Beibei knew. Luo Ji, Huainan City's local star, 70 kilograms free fighting national champion. Chapter 28, collecting this interest first. It's him, 24 years old. The Luo Ji who took the national championship. I've seen his matches. He's simply a beast in human form. He can lose? I don't believe it. That gauze-wrapped one can beat Luo Ji? I don't believe it either. He's so skinny and weak. If Luo Ji gives him a bump, he's afraid that he'll break all his bones. Bragging. Luo Ji is the sky. Luo Ji is the earth. With Luo Ji there is heaven and earth. It's impossible for Luo Ji to lose. Muhan reached out and patted Chen Dongxing. Little Chen, you are still too young. Chen Dongxing's pupils contracted. He actually called himself Little Chen. This was an insult. Muhan looked at the villain value. He just had 107 points. Now he got 9 points from Chen Dongxing and the driver, totaling 116 points, redeeming 11 points of vision. The vision attribute changed to 68/89. Immediately, the world in Muhan's eyes became completely different. The dust flying in the sunlight, the fine fluffy hairs on Su Beibei's face, and the leaf vein patterns on the grass by the side of the road could all be seen clearly as long as one looked closely. Even a bee that had just flown past in front of him, he could make out the pattern on its wings as he gazed at it. Static vision was enhanced. Dynamic vision was also enhanced. As expected, since the 5 senses were the second batch to be strengthened, their usefulness must be very great, at least not worse than the 3 basic qualities. Muhan walked towards Lindong, unleashing the cursed eye. Lindong's full ability decreases by 10% for 10 minutes. Lindong felt that his body was not quite right for a moment. Muhan ran. Lindong strengthened his spirit, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he wondered in his heart, was this going to be another fight? Neither side could take advantage of the other. Was it necessary? The two quickly met, a face-to-face, and quickly separated again. Muhan happily walked back. While Lindong clutched his right fist, he looked at Muhan with great astonishment. He had gotten stronger again, and a lot stronger. He was actually able to predict his moves. His strength hadn't increased, his speed hadn't sped up, yet by anticipating him he was able to avoid his fist and hit his small arm. One had suffered a great loss. The entire right hand was now unconscious. Muhan was overjoyed in his heart. The cursed eye with this vision was really powerful. His own dynamic vision could see Lindong's trajectory of strikes clearly, and only then was he able to achieve a miraculous feat. Originally, today's plan was only to injure Lindong's right hand, but now there was actually an unexpected blessing. That just now was likely to break his hand. It wasn't a prejudgment. It was seeing. The person you're pushing is not good. Your vision is very problematic. Muhan patted Chen Dongxing's shoulder and prepared to leave the scene. There was no point in staying any longer. The purpose had already been accomplished. As for completely cleaning up Lindong and Chen Dongxing now, Muhan could not do it now. Although Lindong was now unbeatable, he was still far from being able to kill him. Moreover, he had to kill him silently, or else there would really be no place for him in this world. Looking at Chen Dongxing, he was now crushing him to death, but he hadn't done any substantial damage to him at all. Chen Dongxing's roots are in Lijianan. His own road is still far, but it is a beautiful thing to collect some interest first today. There will be a long time to come. Muhan suddenly stopped and pointed at Lindong's face that was clouded with agonizing unwillingness, and asked Chen Dongxing, "Little Chen, do you want me to pay for his medical bills and your car repair bill?" Chen Dongxing didn't say a word. His heart was crumbling right now. The battle power of Muhan in front of him was too strong. Even Lindong was undefeatable. Money, he didn't care at all. He now felt that the hand that had just patted on his shoulder was very heavy. For the first time, he felt that he might have gotten into a big trouble. The one who had this feeling was also Lindong, who was holding his right arm. In the eyes of the two of them, Muhan was now a madman who chose to devour people. Muhan took Su Beibei away on and drove his own BMW X6, and with a kick of the gas, he left in the dust. "I'm going. This BMW X6 is his? The man is handsome, rich, and violent. Why am I so enamored with him? Am I sick? 3 views follow 5 senses. Please don't yell at me to wake up. He fulfills all my fantasies of a domineering president." With a single glance, he knocked over all the bullies for her. So romantic. This is what a man should be like. Punching the red face. End of conflict with protagonist Lindong. Rewarded with 100 points of influence and 100 points of villain value. This hand harvested the protagonist's anger value of 2 by 10 points, pain value of 1 by 10 points, and 7 points of villain value from Chen Dongxing and the driver. Muhan was satisfied. Su Beibei on the BMW X6 took several deep breaths before finally calming down completely. She knew that Muhan pulling himself into the car was equivalent to him carrying the whole thing. "Thank you." Muhan shook his hand. "Where do I put you down?" Su Beibei hurriedly said, "Let me treat you to a meal. Thank you for helping me today." After saying that, her face was scarlet. When the conflict had just occurred, her gaze was the same as that of the other girls at the scene, always hanging on Muhan from time to time. She felt that she was in love. Suddenly, she remembered something and looked at her cell phone, then shrieked out, "It's over." It turned out that her live broadcast room had never been closed. The beginning and end of the matter were broadcast out. The number of people in her live room had also risen from a few hundred at the beginning to over 1,200,000 now. As a small anchor, the highest number of people in her live room was just over 10,000. Now there were actually over 1,200,000 people. It could be said that she had, all of a sudden, caught a small fire. The messages on the public screen were dense and dazzling. Su Beibei hurriedly flipped through it. When she herself was pushed down by the driver into Muhan's arms, everyone was holding out for her and speaking up for her. When the cell phone photographed Muhan, the picture on the public screen immediately changed, and a whole bunch of female viewers wailed out, "Mom, yeah, what kind of divine face value is this? So delicate features, those eyes, that nose, those lips, I can't. Why is he more handsome than my husband? No, he is my #1 husband now." Anchor, don't shake your hand. What are you doing shooting that dead driver? Shoot that handsome guy. Shoot the handsome guy. Anchor, you quickly manage to ask for his WeChat, phone number and address. As long as you get it, I'll immediately give Brush 10 rockets. When Muhan knocked the driver down in 3 or 2 hits, and also threw the driver out to smash the door of the deflated Mercedes. This man belongs to Optimus Prime. Right, a few drive flattened the car door. So powerful. Is that driver still alive? Finished. The god of the man got into trouble. That Mercedes-Benz is worth more than $2 million. The repair cost is not low nah. Be prepared to cut kidney. Repair cost is not low? Don't be afraid. God of man. As long as you are willing to accompany me to share a dinner. You say how to repair me how to repair. You like I will all. Upstairs. Do you know what you're saying? Incoherent. Chapter 29 Explosion in the live broadcast room. When Muhan smashed his fist into the roof of the car, Chen Dongxing's face flashed with shock. I go. This is shooting a movie. Anchor, you're not in Huainan, you're in Hengdian. Right. This effect pulls all the stops. 10 sports cars brushed by. One for $66. Man got this punch into my little heart, causing my little heart to thump. So man so violent. I like it so much yo. Ha, this glasses man looks familiar It's Chen Dongxing, my dad Li Jinnan's secretary. Upstairs, what are you shouting nonsense? Don't you dare call my dad like that. Lustful girls, your male god is so brave, he might have to get boxed up. So dramatic, isn't it better than a drama? I'm going to support a wave. Don't be a wimp. Anchor, follow the male god's lead and abuse the capital. 5 rockets lifted off. At this moment, the comments on the public screen increased by another huge wave. The viewers heard that there was a supremely handsome man tyrannizing the senior figures of Li's consortium in this live broadcasting room. And as soon as they spread the word, the good people all frantically flooded in. The flowers that cost $1 apiece were sent all over the screen. Actually, Chen Dongxing wasn't even considered a high-level person, but to ordinary people, he was already high enough. When the live broadcast reached the point where Muhan tapped Chen Dongxing's shoulder and threatened him if he had thought about how to leave, God is fair, gave him the perfect appearance but not his brain. And asking Chen Dongxing how he wants to leave? Who does he think he is? Daring to be so arrogant because he's handsome? Calling out to capital. Be damned. Anchor, Chen Dongxing asked you for information, don't tell him. This kind of person is insidious. He is trying to settle scores. Don't you guys realize that the god of men doesn't goad Chen Dongxing at all? You Chen Dongxing expression bland. Our male god directly scolded you incompetent and ignorant. Angry or not? Hate it or not? One sports car brushed by. Chen Dongxing has instead wimped out. Look at you guys, he has no temper. It seems that the male god's background is not penniless, it must be powerful as well. Chen Dongxing can only beat his teeth and swallow blood. Is there any bullish netizen who can search out the male god's information? Buy it for a heavy amount of money. Private chat. Then 10 rockets rose into the air. First brush 10 to show my strength. Lin Dong appeared. And Chen Dongxing's expression relaxed as Muhan hit Lin Dong hard. Chen Dongxing said that civilian could up Luo Ji? He's afraid that he's so scared that his brain has short-circuited. All listen up. I won't allow anyone to make fun of my great Luopol. A rocket rose into the air. What kind of international joke is this? When Luo Ji defended his title, he was bloody all the way, KOing his opponents in every match. Who can stop him? Why did the god of man run off to bully a civilian? That civilian couldn't do it. He was knocked out in one punch. The god of man's posture is so handsome. It already has 3 of my charms. Is there a possibility that that civilian is really stronger than Luo Ji? And the male god is even stronger. Get lost upstairs. You're insulting everyone's intelligence. Muhan pulled and tugged the anchor into the BMW X6 as he drove away from the scene. Holy, the male god is still a rich second generation. How can everything be so coincidental? I seriously doubt that this is the anchor looking for someone to act. Act your sister. You smash a Mercedes Maybach to act for me. Chen Dongxing accompanied the anchor to act? You think too highly of the anchor. Can ask Chen Dongxing to act. Small anchor or small anchor? The one on the top floor is a stupid bee. His brain has been crushed by a car without explanation. 10 sports cars brushed by. Anchor, quickly send out the positioning. I'm going to meet the male god by chance. Su Bebe said a few words of apologies and bye-bye in the live broadcast room, and then closed the live broadcast room. Even if there were already 3 million people now, even if there were only about 100,000 people at her peak, the page showed that this live broadcast had reaped nearly $6,000. Looking at the backstage, 999 messages to add friends, all came to ask for Muhan's specific information. Su Bebe was angry in her heart and actually wanted it herself. Muhan drove the car and looked at Su Bebe strangely. What's finished? Su Bebe was embarrassed to say. I'm sorry, I'm a famous anchor. I just forgot to turn off the live broadcast. You were broadcasted out by me. I'm really sorry. It may have a great impact on you. The impact of the conflict with the protagonist Lin Dong has expanded. Additional reward of 500 points of influence. It could still be like this? Muhan began to think about whether to take a video of every time he punched Lin Dong and then broadcast it online. Thinking about it or giving up. The influence network easily attracted the attention of certain departments. Then it would be more than worth it. Don't care, no impact, Muhan said. Muhan and Su Beibei exchanged contact information and put her down at the next intersection. Muhan, I may need to borrow your live room for a while. Welcome, anytime. Looking at Muhan driving away, Su Beibei was so excited that she couldn't hold on to her ladylike image anymore and jumped 3 feet high. Originally, she was still wondering how to open her mouth to leave her god's contact information, but the god himself took the initiative to give it. Today is really lucky. Su Beibei dialed a phone. Sister, I'm talking to you. I ran into a super handsome male god today. People domineering and warm. Must be more handsome than the one you said before to be cool. Muhan drove to the hospital to care about Liang Chen's injuries, and learned that both Yang Tiancheng and Qin Tai have come. Liang Chen also forgave both of them. Hurry up and get well and wait for you to do something. Muhan left the hospital and came to Yang Tiancheng's Huamao Intercontinental Hotel. Yang Tiancheng stood waiting outside the hotel with a gray face. What's wrong? Muhan could see that Yang Tiancheng was not in the right state. Yang Tiancheng opened his mouth and said, I've just been notified that the headquarters has sent a new manager to take over my job, and the person is already on his way. The waiters and security guards stayed away, obviously not wanting to stand too close to Yang Tiancheng. When people leave, the tea cools, and the walls fall down. How were you arranged? Muhan asked. Yang Tiancheng's entire body collapsed. The notice didn't say, but it should be retired. Muhan knew what was going on. On the contrary, Yang Tiancheng was still implicated by himself. Chen Dongsheng was cleaned up by himself. That a stomach of fire is bound to be all spread to others. Yang Tiancheng, who had rescued Chen Dongsheng several times because of himself, became a punching bag. No reason, is so cruel. Yang Tiancheng was equivalent to bumping into Chen Dongsheng's muzzle and took all his firepower. It seems like Chen Dongsheng doesn't treat you as one of his own. Muhan estimated. He took advantage of this incident to replace you with one of his people. It seemed that in the morning, Chen Dongsheng still brought Lin Dong to the Li family manor, and the probability was that Li Jinnan had acquiesced in replacing a small person like Yang Tiancheng after learning about it, as a way of comforting Chen Dongsheng. No wonder when he was in the hospital, the system suddenly prompted that he had harvested 3 points of anger value and 1 point of hate value, which should have been provided by Li Jinnan and Chen Dongsheng. Immediately after that, it received another 1 point of killing value from the protagonist Lin Dong. It was thought that Lin Dong must not have gotten the friendship value from Li Jinnan and most likely dropped a few more points, so he was resentful. Muhan welcomed it in his heart. Don't worry about livelihood. I lack everything, just not money. Muhan pacified Yang Tiancheng. It just so happens that there is something to discuss with you. Muhan casually transferred to Yang Tiancheng 1 million. To solve his worries, he can focus on helping himself. Yang Tiancheng froze, finally experienced the same sense of shock that Liang Chen and the others had at that time when they were stunned by the money, and the feeling of happiness. Chapter 30. Who says he is poor? Come out. In fact, just now in the hospital himself was still very envious of Liang Chen, Pan Lily and Qin Tai. All got huge sums of money from Muhan, just not himself. Now is also kind of balanced. Boss, this 1 million? $500,000 for errands. $500,000 counts as your annual salary. Thank you, boss. Yang Tiancheng was thrilled. The gloom of having to be cleared out finally lifted all the way. When he was first notified, his mood was extremely low. It could even be said to be confused. Home mortgage, car loan, children's school tuition, all kinds of tuition fees, interest class fees, pressed on his heart, breathless, without a sizable economic source. Life is visible struggling. And now, Muhan casually threw out the money to solve all their own problems. Even he himself stepped on a higher floor. Before, his annual salary was only $300,000, and he worked as a cow and a horse every day. Now, before any work was finalized or started, he got $500,000 in startup capital, and the wages were paid first. It's too hoity-toity. Who wouldn't love this kind of boss? You've been doing hotels for so many years. There's a situation you can analyze. I'm going to stir up Huamao. Muhan lightly stated his purpose first. Yang Tiancheng gulped and looked at his co-workers who were far away from him. The co-workers all looked at him strangely. He was embarrassed. The old proprietor hadn't even come to clean himself out yet, and he was already following the new proprietor and plotting how to take out the old proprietor, and still discussing it on the old owner's turf. It was a bit of an ungrateful, backstabbing sense of guilt, yet inexplicably relieved. Then we need to create a higher quality hotel to seize Huamao's clientele. Yang Tiancheng gave his opinion from a professional point of view. First of all, from the site selection we need to choose a location with a larger target population. Then, Muhan raised his hand to interrupt Yang Tianqing's words. It's too slow. Muhan asked for advice. I'll just buy this building and get rid of it. What do you think? Yang Tianqing's feet went limp and his entire body almost paralyzed to the ground. Boss, are you buying a building the same as buying bread? You don't even think when you say it. Do you know how much it costs? Buying a building? This building is considered small scale. 13 floors, about 1,600 square feet per floor. And since it's in the city center location, it costs more than 20,000 per SQ feet. That's more than 400 million. Luckily it wasn't in the Magic City or the Imperial City. Outside of the Third Ring Road it was already more than 60,000 per square foot. At least $1.2 billion, and there was still a price for it. So it's going to be 400 million. That's a bit much. Muhan did the math. That would be 400 points of villain value. A bit much for himself right now. But it wasn't too much of a problem if he himself tried a little harder to find more trouble with Lin Dong and Lin Huan. And once he squeezed Hua Mao out, he should be able to reap the villain value of many people in every aspect. So it didn't have to be a pure throw-in of 400 points. Yang Tianshang looked at Muhan like he had seen a ghost. Boss, he was actually calculating. What do you mean? Did the boss really have 400 million? Isn't he broke? This scene was seen by Qin Tai, who had just entered the hotel. Qin Tai rushed to Hua Mao after receiving Muhan's call, just in time to hear the conversation between Yang Tiansheng and Muhan. Then together with Yang Tiansheng, he acted like a little cutie, like looking at Muhan who was considering it. The two people's brains were buzzing with the possibility of going offline at any time. If anyone were to say now that Muhan was a down-and-out rich second generation who was penniless, Yang Tiansheng and Qin Tai would definitely smash that stupid ex with money. Qin Tai wanted to smash Yang Tiansheng to death. Yang Tiansheng wanted to smash Chen Dongxing to death. Boss, even if we buy the property, we can't evict it because of the contract. It can still continue to operate profitably, and if we forcefully evict it, it will be even less of a loss if it takes the liquidated damages. Yang Tiansheng continued to persuade Muhan to put off the idea of buying a building. If we don't rent to it after the expiration date, it is perfectly capable of changing the building and continuing to rent it. We can't just run off and buy a building again. Muhan nodded, feeling that it still made sense. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. He was just afraid that Lin Dong couldn't afford it. Muhan was already looking forward to whether there would be a second protagonist appearing. So, Yang Tiansheng saw that Muhan had dismissed the idea, so he continued, after we choose a good location, from hardware to software. Muhan raised his hand again to interrupt Yang Tiansheng. Come up with some wild ideas. Your way is too slow. For example, follow Liang Chen's path before. Muhan inquired. How about it? Yang Tiansheng and Qin Tai glanced at each other. It was obvious that the boss was very uninterested in the normal path of doing business. Yang Tiansheng nodded his head in affirmation. Boss, this path can work. Let it have no source of customers and break it from the root, and it can spoil its reputation in a very short period of time. It will be hard for it to climb up again. So, Yang Tiansheng smiled bitterly. That's why at that time when you, boss, asked Brother Sam and the others to come to the store, I was so anxious that I had to go to Master Qin. Qin Tai hurriedly compensated with a smile. But this way, it will break the rules and there will be many other risks, such as, Yang Tiansheng looked at Qin Tai again. The implication was that if we don't follow the rules, the other party will make random moves. That's why I called Qin Tai here. Muhan clapped his hands and said to the two, just follow this path. You two discuss getting it. Commercially, Yang Tiansheng says it all, and Qin Tai says it all in matters of the road. The goal is to make Hua Mao yellow at the fastest speed. Said in the system mall exchange money, each person transferred another 1 million, not enough talk. I want fast. Fast knife does not work. Then a blunt knife to cut meat. Perhaps this will maximize the harvesting of the villain value. Yang Tiansheng and Qin Tai once again looked at each other. Their hearts were indisputably thumping. This boss's degree of bravado and style of action. If the heart is not good, cannot stand a little. You have to listen to me in my territory. Muhan's cell phone rings. It's Fan Xinxia. Fan Xinxia, young Master Mu. What did you do this morning? What did you do this morning that made Li Jinnan so angry? Muhan, not a big deal. It was just disgusting Chen Dongxing and then making Lin Dong unable to cure Elder Li's illness. Fan Xinxia was convinced, still not a big deal? I have seen on the internet. You trained Chen Dongxing like a grandson in the morning, smashed other people's luxury cars and didn't compensate for the money. And by the way, you also bullied Lin Dong. You can be really busy. Muhan was a little embarrassed. It's okay. Fan Xinxia, Li Jinnan is jumping up and down because of you. He let out the word that he would make it difficult for you to move an inch in Huainan. It's causing my father to want to get to know you now, but he doesn't dare. Ha ha ha. Muhan, afraid of being cleaned up by Li Jinnan with me? Fan Xinxia was non-committal, I have to say. Li Jiannan's divine speed in bringing down your Makuti world has made all the companies and businesses in the entire Huainan city go ape. Now he can be said to be a dominant player. You, the lost dog in everyone's eyes, actually dared to go and mess with him. The key is that you even managed to mess with him. Now everyone is very curious about you. Chapter 31, Throwing Stone Rollerballs Around. Fan Qinsha paused and sighed. That's why I kind of admire you. You should be careful lately. Muhan shook his head. This Fan Qinsha's speech was still a bit unpleasant. Bereaved dogs. I have nothing. It should be Li Jiannan who is afraid of me. The barefoot is not afraid of the one who wears shoes. Fan Qinsha froze for a moment, and once she thought about it, Muhan really did have nothing. Fan Qinsha, my brother clamored to come to you after watching the video of you abusing people, saying that you are now his absolute idol. Muhan wondered, you're not afraid that your brother will be dragged down by me? Fan Qinsha laughed. Your Mu family started from nothing and has little roots. My Fan family is not. Muhan, are you sure it's your brother and not your sister? Fan Qinsha froze for a long time, finally understood and scolded. Get lost. Hanging up the phone, Muhan arranged some more matters for young Tiancheng and Qin Tai, and was ready to leave. This battlefield was left to the two of them. This is Manager Yang, isn't it? An open-hearted laugh came from outside the hotel. Two men in professional suits came in at the entrance of the hotel. The assistant manager of the hotel slightly bowed in front to lead the way. Behind them was the person who spoke, less than 30 years old, all gangly, with a big dazzling earring in his left ear. Wearing a suit didn't suppress his frivolous attitude. Feng He, Chen Dongsheng arranged to replace Yang Tiancheng position. He pushed the assistant manager out of the way and walked a few steps in front of Yang Tiancheng. On his face was complacency extraordinary. My brother-in-law said that your work ability is very outstanding. Let me learn more from you. Yang Tiancheng was puzzled. He didn't know Feng He, so he didn't recognize who his brother-in-law was. The assistant manager explained at the side, this is Manager Feng He. Manager Feng's brother-in-law is Secretary Chen Dongxing Chen. After saying this, he smiled curtly at Feng He. Feng He's face contained satisfaction and his chin rose. But probably there is no chance to learn from you, because you were terminated. Yang Tiansheng's face became ugly. Muhan looked towards the hotel door. These two fools were coming down from a black Mercedes. There seemed to be another acquaintance in the car. Muhan asked, is that Chen Dongxing in the car? Feng He swept a glance at Muhan and snorted out a laugh. And who are you? Do I know you? And you dare to ask me? Qin Tai's eyebrows jumped. This young man was not generally arrogant. He was about to make a move to teach him a lesson. Muhan pressed down on Qin Tai. Oh, Feng He's face showed that he suddenly remembered who Muhan was and laughed out loud in a fake voice. I remember. You're Muhan, the youngest master of Mach 2 World. The powerful man who played Mach 2 World to death with his own strength. Feng He caught his breath and laughed. How did you do it? I'm too curious. Once power is in my hands, the world is mine. He simply couldn't look at the Muhan trio and wasn't afraid of offending them. Muhan's smile hung at the corners of his mouth. Yang Tiansheng and Qin Tai saw it and took a slight half-step back. However, he ignored Feng He and walked towards the outside of the hotel. He could see that it was indeed Chen Dongxing in the car. This, however, made Feng He think that he was shocked by his domineering aura and didn't have the face to stay in the hotel any longer. Don't go why don't you chat more? Mu Dishao chat a few more sentences. Suddenly, Feng He's throat was like being pinched. The voice came to an abrupt end. He saw Muhan as soon as he came out of the hotel gouge out the stone tumblers from the mouth of a stone lion in front of the door with ease. A large swish of stone chips fell from the lion's mouth. Then he held up the stone rollerball and smashed it directly into the Mercedes-Benz. Feng He even saw his brother-in-law's face become bloodless through the back seat glass. Bang! The top of the Mercedes was smashed out of a big pit. Everyone around was startled, and after figuring it out, they collectively looked at Muhan in anger. The nature was too bad. The character was too bad. The contemptuous eyes made the faces of young Tianqing and Qin Tai, who were standing behind Muhan, hot. This boss was generous, is really generous. He is also a real asshole when it comes to mixing. He just didn't care a bit about what the onlookers thought. Even now, he was looking at Chen Dongxing smugly. Chen Dongxing regretted that he should have left when he saw Muhan, should not have stopped here. Muhan walked towards the Mercedes, which was quiet for a moment and immediately drove away. Feng He, who saw the scene, was a bit unable to grasp it. The brother-in-law, who had always been vindictive, actually left without saying a word. Quickly converge. No longer provoke Muhan. Several people, passers-by, also walked away. The situation is not quite right. That badly damaged Mercedes actually did not claim compensation, but hurriedly ran away. That young man cannot be messed with. Muhan turned back, but was stopped by two youths. One dyed his head full of white, the other tattooed large flower arms. Muhan, you picked off long hair and Scarface by yourself? Muhan knew this was here to find trouble for himself. Yang Tiansheng was busy looking at Qin Tai, who had a bland face. Just look, don't panic. Feng He's eyes flashed with delight. He just pondered that it was impossible for his brother-in-law to be afraid of a down-and-out rich second generation. He must have considered that it would be degrading if he got into an argument with him in public. That's why he walked away. There was the big picture. I am the Muhan you are looking for. Muhan nodded. The two men rubbed their fists and leapt to their feet. We are under the East Side Chicken Brother. Muhan closed his fist and the two men fell to the ground. Sudden event completed March 10th. Harvested 2 points of pain value. Muhan turned to Qin Tai and said, call someone to take care of it. Huomo's party can't be stopped. Yang Tianxing secretly said, so the boss is a great master. No wonder Qin Tai is following the work. Feng He in the hotel lobby shrank back again. His scalp was numb and he was glad that he didn't get beaten just now. Great God, you're too good. You're my idol. A young lad with sunglasses jogged to Muhan after turning off the roaring motorcycle, adoration written all over his face. The lad looked very similar to Fan Qinsha. It was none other than Fan Xiaoyang, with red lips and white teeth, sword eyebrows and eyes. His face value was no match. The body shape is lean. The person is at 1 meter 8, all boyish. Definitely a long-legged little oppa in the eyes of the girls. The foster system. Sure enough, it was her brother, not her sister. Fan Xiaoyang? Yes, great God. Fan Xiaoyang was excited. He recognized Chen Dongsheng, and he decided to look up to Muhan when he saw the mixed-up Muhan pressuring Chen Dongsheng to the point where he couldn't move in the video. After learning that his sister Fan Qinsha and the Great God were in the same class, he pestered her to get her to pull the strings. Now only just meeting the Great God he saw the Great God scare Chen Dongsheng alive and then casually clean up 2 assholes as casually as breathing. Fan Xiaoyang's eyes sparkled. This was the life he had dreamed of. The fast and furious sword fight in the rivers and lakes. And Muhan's appearance is perfect. He deserved the word Great God. Great God, you can be my brother-in-law. Fan Xiaoyang blurted out. Muhan stared blankly, and then had a black line on his head. These two are really siblings. One selling his girlfriend, one selling his sister. While talking with Fan Xiaoyang, there were 3 more Mercedes-Benz drove and stopped in front of Muhan. Fish string and down 10 people. The right hand is still wrapped in gauze gloomy face of Lindong. Eyes slightly red face full of anger su, and swollen as a pig's head of Chao Yenda. Muhan secretly said that this matter is all rushed together today. Is this a group to send warmth, influence, and blessings, villain value? Chapter 32 The Despicable Muhan. It just so happens that the influence is only 810 now, and the villain value is only 255 points. The corners of Muhan's good-looking mouth hung a smile again. Fan Xiaoyang looked on the sidelines and shook his head. My goodness, brother-in-law, this face value. I feel that my sister is a bit unworthy of awe. The vehicle behind followed down Chao Yenda's supporting fighters. Qin Tai frowned. Why is Chao Yenda here? You recognize it? Muhan asked. I only know that he is the crown prince of Zhengwei land and the gold master behind East City Chicken. Qin Tai was afraid that Muhan didn't know who Brother Chicken was and added. Brother Chicken's territory is not far from me and has some business conflicts with me. That group of minions are East City Chicken Brothers people. After saying that, he called to shake people. Feng He, who was collecting his tail in the hotel lobby, came back to life. With a smile on his face, he quickly walked to Chao Yenda. Brother Chao, welcome, welcome, my little brother has just taken over Huamo. In the future, I will definitely ask my big brother to take care of me. Chao Yenda was actually younger than Feng He, but his status and strength was far from being comparable to Feng He. Feng He relied on his brother-in-law Chen Dongsheng, elevating Chen Dongsheng to a higher level. He was still just a senior wage earner. He is just a senior wage earner with a lot of face. Chao Yenda's status as the eldest son of a real estate tycoon can crush Chen Dongsheng to death. Not to mention Chao Yenda, even the original owner of Muhan before the accident, as the crown prince of Macworld, was far more golden than Chen Dongsheng. Nay, a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Chen Dongsheng could not look at Muhan, and Feng He could not look at Muhan either. But facing Chao Yenda, Feng He put his stance very, very low. Chao Yenda thought for a while before remembering who Feng He was. Nodding at Muhan, he asked to Feng He, are you with him? Feng He was a human savant. Chao Yenda and his group were obviously here to find Muhan in trouble. Hurrying to set his position straight, they are causing trouble in my little brother's hotel. Please ask Big Brother to help my little brother out. Chao Yenda nodded his head and walked in front of Muhan in big strides, staring at him carefully and comparing him with his appearance in his memory. This morning Chao Yenda approached the door of the Su family. Su's father, Su Yaowen, saw that he had been beaten up and was about to slap Su Susu on the spot. Chao Yenda was not willing to give up at the last minute and stop Su Yaowen, saying that as long as Su Susu drew a line in the sand with Lin Dong, it would not affect the marriage between the two families. Su Yaowen naturally knew that Chao Yenda was talking about the $10 million, so he strictly ordered Su Susu must take a good stand and must give Chao Yenda a satisfactory explanation. Su Susu followed Chao Yenda out of the Su family and called Lin Dong in tears. Lin Dong left the Li family manor and rejoined Su Susu, explaining to Chao Yenda together. Chao Yenda saw that the two of them were working together. He was burning with jealousy, but he couldn't be angry for no reason, and he really wanted to find out if Lin Dong moved his hand or not. If Lin Dong and Su Susu lied, then both crimes would be punished together, and Lin Dong would be doomed. Mu Han, you beat up Chao Yenda yesterday. Why did you falsely accuse Lin Dong? Su Susu's eyes were red as she questioned Mu Han. Everyone's eyes were focused on Su Susu. Absolute beauty features, delicate body, pear blossoms. I feel sorry for her. Mu Han hadn't even spoken yet, and everyone had already decided that everything was Mu Han's fault. Mu Han silently sighed in his heart. The original owner died really undeservedly, and the person he liked didn't have an ounce of affection for him. Opened his mouth and pressed all the pots on him. Though it's true that she didn't wrong him. He. Mu Han, 1 is 1, 2 is 2. I, Lin Dong, have never done anything bad, but there's no way I'll recognize what I didn't do. Lin Dong said. Was it you yesterday? Chao Yenda's fire rose upward. The injury on his face and the pain in his heart. He was now almost convinced that Lin Dong and Su Susu were not lying. What? Feng saw fit to care for Chao Yenda first, then fell on the well and stepped on Mu Han. Just now, he hit my brother-in-law with a stone tumbler. He has violent tendencies. It must be him. After a few interrogations from Lin Dong, Su Susu, and Chao Yenda, Mu Han did not refute a single word. The matter was also laid out as it was. In everyone's eyes, this matter was simple. Su Susu was stunningly beautiful, and Chao Yenda, Lin Dong and Mu Han were all three of her suitors. In Wanda One shopping center, Mu Han saw Chao Yenda talking to Su Susu, and under the influence of jealousy, he beat Chao Yenda severely, but he does not dare to bear the serious consequences that follow. Mu Han, who was extremely scared, despicably framed the guilt on Lin Dong, who was not present. 3 birds with 1 stone, both beating up Chao Yenda and taking revenge on Lin Dong, as well as taking off his own responsibility. However, he did not expect that the person in question, Su Susu, had a bowl of water and did not hide it for him at all. Instead, she exposed all of his shamelessness and ugliness. So there was this scene that happened now. Of the 3 men, Mu Han was the most humble one and the nastiest one. Bull ********. Fan Chaoyang didn't believe it. I don't believe a single word you guys said. A person who could twice crush Qin Dongxing to the point where he didn't dare to let out a fart, would become so bad because of a woman? Fan Chaoyang didn't believe it. He didn't believe it no matter what, unless Mu Han admitted it himself. So Fan Chaoyang's eyes kept looking at Mu Han. Xin Tai and Yang Tiancheng looked at each other. I didn't expect the boss to do this, posing as someone else to beat up a love rival at the mall. Love, it always makes one's mind not clear. Who hasn't been young? Who hasn't done a few stupid things? It is just that it is a bit embarrassing to be blocked here. Xin Tai spoke. Defending the boss is the most basic quality of employees. Xin Tai, rice can be eaten indiscriminately. Words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Don't bring out nonsense without evidence. Yang Tianshang also stood out to defend. Things can't be based on just one side of the story. There must be some misunderstanding in there. Of course there is evidence. Su Susu spoke decisively. There is definitely a video inside the mall. As long as you want, you can go get it now. Looking toward Mu Han, he snapped. Is this something you can deny? Xin Tai, Yang Tianshang, and Fan Chaoyang collectively lost their voices. Su Susu was not wrong at all. Facts speak louder than words. Feng He hid his glee and said righteously, my Huamao doesn't welcome people like you. Please leave Huamao immediately. The passers-by beside him also scat out. The mall beats up people and thinks he can hide it? How could he have such a strange idea? If you like someone, then pursue them properly. What kind of man is it to use violent means? Underhanded. I just think this person is sick. People Mercedes-Benz parked here. He picked up the stone to hit others. Not a psychopath. I've seen a lot of this kind of pervert on TV. Love but can't go on the road of crime. He is the prototype of that kind of TV program. Scary. He should be arrested. Mu Han looked at everyone, without uttering a word himself. Already, he had been seated as a despicable and shameless person. However, Mu Han felt that what they said was actually correct. He himself had never been a decent person. Not in his previous life and not in this life. Chapter 33 saying it's you is you. Mu Han glared at Su Susu. Under the effect of the fear aura, Su Susu's mind immediately conjured up the fear of being dominated by Mu Han yesterday. Frightened, she shut her mouth and didn't dare to speak. Her own aggression and irritation were all swallowed back into her stomach. Lin Dong pulled Su Susu behind himself to pacify her and angrily rebuked Mu Han. What do you want to do? Mu Han gave Lin Dong a thumbs up. I know you don't wimp out on Chao Yenda. I guess you love Su Susu miserably. That's why you're willing to commit yourself to making this trip, right? After saying that, he glanced at Chao Yenda, who had a gloomy face. Lin Dong did not deny it. He had never given much of a damn about Muhan, Chow Yenda and this type of rich second generation. A single favor from Li Jinan had been exchanged for a night of bankruptcy for the Mu world. The Chow family would not be an exception. Muhan turned his head and said to the fat Chow Yenda again, "You said yesterday that your family spent $10 million to get you a daughter-in-law. Did you get a daughter-in-law?" Chow Yenda's eyebrows jumped and his gaze became stern. It was only then that the person who hit himself heard about the 10 million thing. This was tantamount to Muhan directly admitting it. "It's really you, B-boy." Chow Yenda raised his hand and the minions behind him pressed towards Muhan. Muhan didn't even look at the little brothers. They were all rotten tomatoes. Muhan pointed at Lin Dong who was hiding at the back to pacify Su Su Su. Compelling words flowed out from his mouth word by word. "Do facts matter? I said that the one who beat you up was Lin Dong, not anyone else. What do you think?" Chow Yenda closed his right hand to make his juniors stop. A thought suddenly ran through his mind. Do facts matter? Maximizing benefits was only important. Su 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 understood. Yang Tiansheng understood. And Fan Chaoyang also understood. Xin Tai and the others then also understood. All were people who dealt with business. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. This was the most basic principle. Lin Dong did not understand, but he realized that Chow Yenda's eyes were looking at him more and more wrong. Chow Yenda stared at Muhan. "Why can't it be you? For your wedding, I will only applaud for you at the reception, but he will definitely applaud for you in your wedding room." Muhan compelled while picking off the stone tumblers from the mouth of the other stone lion at the entrance. There was another large cloud of stone chips flying around. The stone roller bead was then handed over to Chow Yenda's hand. Chow Yenda's hand sank, and his entire body was stunned and confused. No wonder Feng he said that his brother-in-law, Chen Dongsheng, didn't say a word of and drove off. And applauding for you, he was completely convinced. On the way here, the two of them had been comforting and cheering each other up, treating themselves as nothing. And now here they are performing a public show of lovemaking. On one side was Muhan, who was opening rocks with his bare hands, and on the other side was Lin Dong, who was planting grass on his head. How to choose? There was no need to think at all. The facts didn't matter. "Lin Dong, damn you beat up my old man and falsely accused others." Chow Yenda exploded all his fire at Lin Dong. Xin Tai and Yang Tianxing secretly praised that Muhan still had a wrist, and in a few words, he made Chow Yenda point his spear at Lin Dong. On the side, Fan Chaoyang's eyes sparkled. The idol really wasn't bound by the love of children. And this kind of tactic of turning a conspiracy into a young conspiracy, this kind of strength of crushing everyone to death, it was too cool. But things didn't go as smoothly as everyone thought. Chow Yenda's juniors rushed up. They quickly surrounded Lin Dong to death. But next, they were all put down by Lin Dong in just 3 or 2 strokes. It was a clean and crisp. Fan Chaoyan's mouth was slightly open in shock, and he somewhat believed what Qin Dongxing said in the live broadcast. It was highly likely that Luo had really lost to Lin Dong. The corner of Chow Yenda's eyes jumped greatly. He realized that he had thought of Muhan in a simplistic manner, and he had thought of Lin Dong as well. "You don't know right from wrong. You think I'm easy to bully, don't you?" Lin Dong broke away from Su 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 Su's hand and went up to clean up Chow Yenda. Chow Yenda, an ordinary person, other than being fat and being able to take a few more punches, there was no advantage in fighting. As he panicked like a horse thinking that he was going to get another beating, Muhan stepped in and stopped Lin Dong. "Lin Dong, your hand is injured. You need to pay more attention to rest. It's better not to move your hands." The two exchanged 2 or 3 punches. Lin Dong was still unable to defeat Muhan and suffered a loss, holding his right hand as he retreated back to Su Su Su. He still didn't see it and still didn't understand why Muhan's prediction was so accurate. He himself was completely suppressed. "Lin Dong, are you alright?" Su Su Su's heart ached for Lin Dong and she stared viciously at Muhan. "Muhan, you hit someone again." Muhan froze and laughed, shaking his head. As usual, she didn't sit her butt upright. Muhan held Chow Yenda up. "Get even." Chow Yenda swept a deep glance at Muhan's trio and led his minions away. Feng he didn't dare to stay and sent him away with a smile, then hurriedly slipped into the hotel. He already knew that he was not on the same level as them at all. Muhan turned his back to Lin Dong. "Look, if I say it was you who hit me, it's you who hit me, and it's you if it wasn't you." Lin Dong had never suffered this kind of loss before. "The days to come are long. Muhan, we will meet again soon. Muhan, I am disappointed in you. Very disappointed." Su 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 threw out a sentence. Muhan found it funny and glared at her. Su 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 shrunk back behind Lin Dong. Lin Dong led Su 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 away. Conflict with the protagonist ended, rewarding 300 points of influence and 300 points of villain value. Ha! The rewards were more this time. It seemed that they weren't set in stone. There were many people who provided villain value this time, sporadically adding up to 176 points, and Lin Dong gave 150 points. Together with the ones harvested outside Lin Dong's residence in the morning, the influence now amounted to 100 points. and the villain value was 731 points. Attention! The plot of the protagonist Lin Dong is about to fully open. Please prepare the host. Alarm bells rang loudly in Muhan's heart. It seemed that the Lin Dong of the past few days was an incomplete version. With the level of hatred he had for himself now, once he developed, he would definitely come at a certain time to send himself to the west. He had to hurry up and speed up his development. Muhan's consciousness entered the mall and exchanged skills. Deduct villain value 100 points. Exchange elementary cooking skill 1/1. Immediately, there was more knowledge about cooking in his head. Muhan froze for a moment. How could he still redeem such inexplicable skills? It was far less powerful than the previous cursed eye and compelling words. Deducting 100 points from the villain value. Redeeming primary calligraphy 1/1. Muhan's face darkened and asked the system what was going on here. Skill redemption is completely randomized, and there is no difference between high and low. Muhan thinks about it and also thinks that the system still has a point. Muhan thinks about it and feels that the system still has a point. It's just looking at its own villainous value and is blatantly embezzling it here. Continue to exchange. Deduct 100 points of villain value to exchange for the sin scale. Skill sin scales, sacrifice. Muhan froze. This profile, unknown. Chapter 34, The Patient with a Big Name at the Hospital. Deduct villain value 100 points. Exchange primary jewelry appraisal ability 1/1. Muhan has a black line on his head. He doesn't dare to exchange skills anymore. The system is too pitiful. Redeem all the villain points for physical qualities. Gaining 33 points, all added to hearing and touch. Vision 68/89, hearing 68/75, touch 68/78, taste 61 of 84, smell 59/76. The moment he finished adding it, Muhan felt that he became completely different from just now. After trying it out a little, Muju was satisfied. The high attribute sense of hearing gave himself the ability to hear voices, and the sense of touch allowed him to know everything that crossed his hands like the back of his hand. After redeeming everything, there was now only 1 point of villain value. Muhan didn't care at all and looked back at Fenghe. Harvested 1 point of fear value. Once the snowball rolled up, then no one could stop it. Muhan instructed Qintai, organize the information on the East City Road. I want to meet Chicken tonight, so arrange it. I remember you said that he has a business conflict with you. Qintai froze, then was excited. Boss, you. Muhan nodded. I want to integrate East City. Qintai's heart trembled and he took a deep breath. Okay boss. Only yesterday did the boss reveal a little bit of meaning in this regard, but he didn't expect it to start today. Muhan arranged Yang Tiansheng again. Make your preparations? You'll have to use your management talents soon. There's a big spread ahead. The two men nodded heavily. It seemed that the boss was going to make a big move. The turning point in life came too fast. Both of them were a little heart-pounding. Fan Chaoyang on the side looked at Muhan's appearance of pointing the way. Yearning, couldn't wait to raise his hand. Brother-in-law, what about me? Muhan looked at Fan Chaoyang. Fan Chaoyang was 19 years old, the same age as Mu Xiaomei, a freshman this year, also studying at Huainan University. For his classmate's younger brother, Muhan felt that he still had to make things clear. I'm not a good person. Fan Chaoyang had a brainwashed look on his face. I'm not a good person either. Muhan knew that looking at Fan Chaoyang's appearance it was unlikely that he would be persuaded to leave. For a moment, he didn't think of how to arrange him. You follow me first. Muhan left Qintai and Yang Tiansheng behind and took Fan Chaoyang away. Not long after, outside the hotel came a huge bunch of people, who ran to Qintai and respectfully shouted, Brother Crocodile. Qintai and Yang Tiansheng glanced at each other and looked at Fenghe who was shivering and panicking in the hotel lobby. Boss, I just saw Lin Dong being welcomed into the hospital by the dean. Pan Lily dialed Muhan's phone in Huainan First Affiliated Hospital. Muhan, who was driving, had an ominous feeling in his heart after hearing this. When Lin Dong's name was linked to the hospital, it meant something big was going to happen. In his profile, there were the words medical skill. Muhan turned the car around and headed straight to the First Affiliated Hospital. Fan Chaoyang, who was following behind on his motorcycle, muttered something strange and also turned around to follow him. Just after arriving at the hospital, the two saw 7 or 8 doctors welcoming an old Chinese doctor who was over half 100 years old into the hospital. The patients walking beside them were talking. Isn't this Xiang Hua, the former director of the Chinese Medicine Hospital? As a member of the National Medical Hall, he was also invited? How many powerful doctors have been invited in this short period of time? There must be 8 if not 10? What's the name of that old man who was just sent in? How could he attract so many people? He must be very important. Have you noticed? The dean was personally in charge of that old man when he was sent in. Fan Chaoyang noticed that Muhan was concerned about those doctors and asked curiously, Brother-in-law, what's the sudden visit to the hospital for? Robbing business. Muhan followed Xianghua from afar with the bewildered Fan Chaoyang and witnessed Xianghua and a group of doctors enter the hospital's largest conference room. The moment the conference room opened its door, Muhan gazed and swept. Static image fixed. Excellent eyesight saw at least 30 to 40 people in the conference room. All gray hair. The youngest afraid to be already outside of 50. They were all gray-haired. And the youngest of them was probably already over 50. They were all hanging down their arms and were silent. There was no doubt that the most powerful doctors of the first affiliated hospital had encountered an extremely difficult situation. Several of the old physicians sitting in the center were frowning and shaking their heads one after another. Lin Dong's excellent ear power heard them all successively express their lack of certainty. It was thought that these several old physicians were the external assistants that had been invited. Lin Dong was clearly also within it and was sitting in a corner. The doctors on the scene were not familiar with him and looked at him with some indignation. The kind of indignation that the lion felt when he realized that the little hyena was actually sitting on an equal footing with himself. Lin Dong's face was unassuming. Muhan recalled what the patients outside had said, that Lin Dong was picked up by the dean. It seemed that he had a deep relationship with the dean. The door to the conference room closed. Muhan took a few steps closer and listened with his ears. Fan Chaoyang also saw Lin Dong. He scratched his head and pulled Muhan. Brother-in-law. The conference room's doors, windows, walls, and other decorations are generally very soundproof. It's hard to hear. Muhan did not reply. His ear power was 68 points. To say that he was a wind listener was not an exaggeration at all. After taking a few more steps forward, he really heard it. Dean Zhou Na. This heart patient is so old. 86 years old. It's risky to open up. It's too late to use medication. It's useless for you to call us here Na. Yes, we are all people who have done at least thousands of surgeries. What kind can be saved, what kind can't be helped. We all know in our hearts. Opening the chest isn't dangerous. The danger is that the patient is too old. His blood vessels, blood pressure, spirit, resistance, and recovery will all be big problems. Who dares to lead the surgery? It's not a matter of dare or not. It's a matter of whether it's necessary or not. Right. I believe that the risks during the surgery can still be minimized by all the experts with certainty. But what about after the surgery? Bed rest and recuperation will take at least a year and a half. And even a year or two if the result is not good. He's 86 years old. Is that necessary? Being cheerful and in a good mood might be better instead. None of the physicians who were brought in were very willing to step in. The difficulties are great. It wasn't appropriate to take a rare life's worth of fame and fight for it. Muhan did not listen any further. He already roughly knew that today's scene was the plot of Lin Dong and Dean Zhou's mutual achievement. Muhan stopped a passing little nurse, smiled politely and asked, "Beautiful little fairy, I want to know where that old man is? Can you tell me?" The little nurse looked up, and then the whole world brightened in her eyes. The one who asked the question was a flamboyant nobleman who was unusually handsome, with a bit of a seductive flavor in his affectionate smile. Standing next to him was an equally handsome, fresh and handsome nurturing male god. At this instant, the little nurse wanted to be hugged by Muhan and then reach out to pinch Fan Chaoyang's face. Life was complete. The little nurse quickly fell, her face instantly like a reddish apple. In ICU Ward 1, the little nurse happily acted as a guide. Chapter 35, White in Ink. The head nurse had been standing guard outside ICU Room 1 and saw the small nurse leading two young men over. First, he was surprised at the face value of the two men. Then he looked at the little nurse reproachfully, and finally spoke in a businesslike manner. "Please go back. The patient wants to rest." The ICU ward was not allowed to be visited. Moreover, the current situation of the old man inside was really not good. Muhan had a vaguely uncontrollable sadness on his face. "We are the patient's family. We came to take a look at him. Hard work." Muhan's passive skill compelling words could lower other people's vigilance. Together with his expression was very well placed. So the head nurse's suspicion and block did not last long. "You guys come out quickly and don't cause trouble for me." Muhan and Fan Chaoyang entered the ward and saw two people. An old man was lying on the hospital bed, wearing a respirator in his mouth and nose. His mental state was very bad, and there was a possibility that he would close his eyes and pass away at any time. "It's him." Fan Chaoyang recognized the old man, then introduced the old man to Muhan in a low voice. "By Li Fu, the founder of the Magic City Sanmu Consortium. He has reigned supreme in the financial world for over 40 years, and has always been my father's idol." Beside the hospital bed, a stunningly beautiful woman was holding the old man's hand, her eyes drooping with tears, her expression sad and hard to let go. "Grandpa, you'll be fine. You must hold on. The hospital has invited the best doctors in the city. They can definitely cure you." Fan Chaoyang had been sizing up the woman, and hearing her call the old man grandpa, he instantly knew who she was. By NMO. Under his breath, he couldn't help but mutter, "So the Magic City Fire Phoenix is so beautiful looking. No wonder my sister has her heart set on picking her up every day." Muhan heard Fan Chaoyang's muttering. Fan Xiaoyang embarrassedly hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. The old man on the hospital bed, by Li Fu, got a little bit more energetic and wanted to say something to Bai Nmo, but he struggled so much that he couldn't say anything in the end. Throat issued a ho-ho weak sound. Bai Li Fu's head tilted a bit, and his gaze just happened to meet with Muhan in the doorway. Ha! Muhan suddenly eeped in surprise. The moment his gazes locked, he saw a message appear on top of the old man's head. It was different from the kind of system prompt that was present when he first met Lin Dong. Instead, it was a skill guide. Sinful scales, compel the opponent to accept your help. Muhan turned his head to look at Fan Xiaoyang. There weren't any hints for sinful heavenly scales. It seemed that this skill was only useful to those with a strong desire. Interesting. The corner of Muhan's mouth involuntarily hung a smile. Muhan tapped the skill to activate the sinful heavenly scale. Bailiff only felt a brilliant light flash through Muhan's eyes before a thought appeared out of nowhere in his own mind. He can save me. Bailiff didn't want to die. And he couldn't die either. The handover of the Nikki group had yet to be fully consolidated. Now if he himself fell, with the collapse of his connections, the huge business empire would be in for a storm. Turbulence fluttered. That was the foundation that he had built all his life. He could not afford to give it up. It was only then that Bai Nmo noticed that two people had come in. Although they were excellent sellers, the two did not give her a good feeling. To be precise, Muhan gave her a grim feeling. Bai Nmo, who are you guys? You're not hospital doctors. Muhan didn't deny it and graciously admitted. Yes, but we can save your grandfather. He walked to the other side of the hospital bed and spoke compelling words. Old man, there is still too much beauty, too much responsibility, too many things in the world that need you. Bai Nmo actually had a brief moment of disorientation, rushing forward to separate Muhan and protect his grandfather. If you have anything to say, you can just say it to me. Bai Lifu also didn't know where the strength came from. Speaking with difficulty, let him say. Bai Nmo could only retreat to the side. Muhan continued to compel. I can help you. Are you willing to give it a try? Bai Lifu nodded his head. As he nodded, the Sin Scale's information in Muhan's eyes updated. Sin Scale, compel the other party to sacrifice anything until their souls are exchanged with you. At this moment, the information Muhan looked at Bailiff changed again. The message Health 3 appeared above Bailiff's head. There was a plus sign behind it. Muhan reached out and tapped the plus sign in the void. Sacrifice each other's senses in exchange for sinful time at a ratio of 10 points, 1 year. Muhan spoke again. The exchange is fair. I will take away a portion of your senses in exchange for giving you 1 year of time. Are you willing? Bai Nmo couldn't help it any longer. This youth has read too many novels, committing middle-aged sickness here. Does he think he's the devil? At the same time Bai Nmo said please leave. Bailiff spoke. I'm willing. Muhan's eyes lit up as a series of additional physical data about Bailiff was added to his consciousness. It could be said that right now Muhan was the person in the world who knew the most about Bailiff. The test reports in the hands of those experts in the conference room were far less accurate and detailed than Muhan's. Muhan looked at the data that was waiting to be adjusted, and he felt like he was Bailiff's god, controlling everything about him. Muhan deducted 10 points from the pain sensation item. At the same time, Bailiff felt that the symptoms of cardiac colic seemed to be a bit milder. Breathing also finally stabilized slightly. The entire person also relaxed a bit with it. Bai Nmo froze. What was this? Coincidence? Or a psychological suggestion? Either way, she looked at Muhan's eyes a little more gently. Fan Xiaoyang also froze. The idol can also dance the great god? Worthy of being an idol. He knows so many things. Muhan was about to add 1 year after Sin time. The door of the ward opened. When the first one came in, a physician with white hair, it was thought to be Dean Zhou. Then a group of 10 or so people instantly crowded the ICU, squeezing Muhan and Fan Xiaoyang out of their beds. Muhan pulled Fan Xiaoyang to get out of the way. Bailiff's Sin time was in no hurry to add up. Lin Dong was also in the crowd, standing at the end. His face was stoic, but Muhan saw a hint of disdain and stoicism from the bottom of his eyes. It seemed that he had been ostracized in the meeting room. Lin Dong naturally saw Muhan as well, and there was more than a hint of surprise in his eyes, followed by an undisguised hatred. Harvested 1 point of hate value, converted to 10 points of villain value. Lin Dong, you're actually mixing amongst the great physicians. Don't you feel ashamed as a third-year medical school student? Muhan opened his mouth to provoke Lin Dong, first harvesting a wave of villainous value, and incidentally suppressing Lin Dong, harvesting 1 point of hate value and 1 point of anger value, converting to 20 points of villain value. Lin Dong did not answer, deciding to hold back for now and hit Muhan in the mouth with a bang later. Some doctors did not like Muhan's provocative accent and looked at Muhan reproachfully. However, their eyes were stung by the cold aura under Muhan's eyes. They immediately withdrew their gazes, not quite wanting to mess with this handsome but sinister man. One by one, the doctors came forward to diagnose and check. 10 minutes passed. The crowd still didn't say a word. and the atmosphere was a bit gloomy. Obviously, the situation was not optimistic. Chapter 36 Sickness. Bayan Mo anxiously asked, "How is my grandfather doing?" Dean Joe looked calm and said to the crowd, "Saving people is like putting out a fire. So let's say what we have to say." The crowd looked at each other and whispered a few words to each other. Their opinions remained the same. The patient's indicators are slightly more stable than the data at the time of the examination, but the symptoms of the heart have not improved, and the painkillers have just been used? A physician asked. The head nurse at the side shook her head. No. Bayan Mo glanced sideways at Muhan. Muhan returned a polite smile. The patient has just finished an attack, and now will have another attack at any time. And at this age, it's tricky. Yeah, everything is the same old problem that was just mentioned. Age. 10 or so doctors shook their heads one after another. None of them had a better solution. Muhan nodded secretly within his heart. Bailiff's health attributes were already almost bottoming out at 0, and the time item only had a few days remaining. The judgment of these doctors was accurate. Dean Joe looked towards Lin Dong. "Little Lin, what do you think?" Lin Dong did not hesitate and directly nodded. "It can be cured." The crowd all looked at Lin Dong with sideways glances. In their eyes was surprise, which slowly turned into anger. They had always thought that this youngster was just coming over to have a long look. It was unexpected that Dean Joe would actually ask for his opinion. What's more, they hadn't expected him to open his mouth and say that it could be cured when everyone else had stated that it was difficult. Which of the people here were not his seniors? And which of them were not leaders in their respective fields? So many people are not completely sure. You didn't read the test report in the conference room, and you didn't look at the patient up close when you came in and stood in the doorway. We all said it was difficult, and you went on to say it could be cured. You're slapping everyone in the face. It's arrogant. And, Zhou Wenmao, what do you mean? Did you invite us here just to make a fool out of us and give him a leg up? Excessive. Just excessive. You say you can heal? While everyone was furious, Muhan leisurely spoke. Which of these physicians present are not your seniors? Is it appropriate for you, as a junior, to press your seniors to the ground and hit them in the face like this? When Dean Zhou Wenmao, threw the question to Lin Dong, Muhan had roughly guessed the direction of the plot. Zhou Wenmao was bound to know Lin Dong beforehand, and was well aware that Lin Dong's medical skills were extremely high. Otherwise, with Lin Dong's identity as a junior medical student, it was impossible for Zhou Wenmao to recognize him, much less would he specifically pick him up and bring him into the hospital. Zhou Wenmao's reason for inviting other peers to come was probably from the pressure of Bai Lifu and Bayan Mo's status. With such a big shot, Zhou Wenmao would be criticized if he directly arranged for the unheard of Lin Dong to conduct treatment. No matter how talented Lin Dong was, after all, he was not standing at the center of the stage yet. He lacked an opportunity to stand under the spotlight. Zhou Wenmao then set up such a stage for him. No effort was spared. Lin Dong was a person who liked to express himself, especially in front of Muhan. This, coupled with the fact that he had suffered defeat at Muhan's hands for 2 days in a row, made him feel constrained in every way, and it didn't feel good. So when Zhou Wenmao asked him, he gave an affirmative answer without even thinking about it. He wanted to prove himself, but he forgot that this would offend everyone and push Zhou Wenmao into the fire. And the truth was indeed as Muhan had guessed. Even the relationship between Zhou Wenmao and Lin Dong was even stronger than what Muhan had guessed. Zhou Wenmao and Lin Dong had the friendship of fellow disciples. Lin Dong was furious, angrily glaring horizontally at Muhan. His teeth gritted. However, he saw that the madness in Muhan's eyes was becoming more and more prevalent. Lin Dong hurriedly sidestepped his head. On this occasion, Muhan would really fight with himself regardless. It was still more important to save someone to show off his strength. As long as one saved someone, all words were pale in front of the truth. Lin Dong used his left hand to feel out his golden needle. His right hand was still wrapped in gauze. What a joke! Ridiculous, ridiculous. Xiang Hua, the former director of the Chinese hospital, laughed out coldly. He was seriously injured himself, but he actually dared to perform needles to save people. This wasn't survival in the wilderness. This wasn't seeking medical treatment in the wilderness. This was in a hospital. It is a proper hospital. His behavior was not brave, but reckless and irresponsible to the patients. I, Zhou Wenmao, guarantee on my honor that Lin Dong's medical skills are fine. Zhou Wenmao had set up this stage. The important patient was available, and the audience under the stage was also complete. All that was left was for Lin Dong to save the day. So he took the initiative to carry this responsibility. If any accidents happen, I will take the responsibility. Everyone instantly froze. Zhou Wenmao was actually able to do this for Lin Dong. What kind of god was Lin Dong? Could it really be an unearthly medical marvel? Muhan laughed coldly, attracting everyone's attention. What kind of personality do you have to speak of? Muhan aimed his cannon directly at Zhou Wenmao. Since you were from the enemy camp, wouldn't it seem like you were being generous if you didn't stomp on you yourself? The moment you asked Lindong, you already had no personality. Using so many of your peers as stepping stones, playing the one will win, 10,000 bones trick? Mu-Han's words were very hard to hear, but they were not without reason. Standing on the shoulders of giants was the easiest way to become famous. Zhou Wenmao was so angry that his blood pressure shot up. People like them who did academics and research were the most protective of their feathers. What kind of person are you? There's a part for you to speak? Zhou Wenmao had seen Mu-Han stomping on Lindong in a frenzy early in the morning, and his anger was in his heart. Now he actually dared to mess with himself. Mu-Han's aura unfolded and suppressed everyone. Under the aura of fear, everyone's hearts trembled. Mu-Han looked straight at Zhou Wenmao. Without any fear in his heart he said word for word, "You better speak through your head." Zhou Wenmao's heart was half cold and half angry. However, he was not allowed to have an attack, because there were already physicians whisking their sleeves away. The scene was unsightly for a moment. Dean Shou, I still have urgent matters. Farewell, Zhou Wenmao. There is no need to contact each other in the future. Lindong's temper was not good either, and he coldly grunted at everyone. Facts speak louder than words. When the results come out, you will naturally know that medical skills cannot be faked. Lindong took out the golden needle and rode out of the crowd. However, he was stopped. It was Mu-Han. Lin Xiao, without the consent of the family, you're prepared to be brutal? Do you have the minimum respect for life? Lindong turned his head to look at Bai and Mo. Bai and Mo were staring at Zhou Wenmao with an angry face. Dean Shou, I asked you earlier to invite all the best doctors in Huainan, but you are here thinking about how to pave the way for a young scion? Do you know the consequences of bullying my Bai family? Zhou Wenmao's cold sweat ran down his face as he said under his breath one after another. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Everything today had been improvised. Inviting all the great physicians here was indeed to treat Bai Li Fu. He suddenly thought of his junior apprentice brother, whose medical skills had been truly transmitted by his master, and he might be able to cure this disease for real. 3 birds with 1 stone. The patient is good, the hospital is good, and the little brother is good. But, which thought the development of things completely deviated from the direction. This Mu-Han 3 or 2 sentences to Lindong pushed to the opposite side of everyone. Junior brother also really can't speak. Even himself was splashed with dirty water by that Mu-Han. Chapter 37, Toughing It Out with Li Borong. Miss Bai. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhou Wenmao hurriedly remedied the situation. Lindong is the best doctor I've ever seen. No one can compare to him. Elder Bai's situation is not optimistic right now. Please, you must believe me. Lindong also said, Miss Bai, I can save your grandfather. Right now. As long as Bai and Mo agreed, he would be able to reverse the situation. After a few minutes, everyone at the scene would all prostrate themselves at their feet. Fame and profit couldn't run away just the same. Joke. Mu-Han's sentence split straight on Lindong and Zhou Wenmao's head. Are you guys going to do an experiment? Bai and Mo snorted coldly and took out their cell phones to make a call. Zhou Wenmao was sweating like a pig, and Lindong's face was ugly to the extreme. Bai and Mo must have called the person who was in charge of the Bai family. Mu-Han happily watched as things were moving in an uncontrollable direction. As for Bai Li Fu, with Sin time around, he could jump out of bed and run all over the place at any time. Miss Bai, wait. Suddenly an old voice came from the doorway. Everyone in the ward looked towards the door, and they all made way. All the physicians took the initiative to greet the visitor. Bai and Mo's hand that was dialing the phone stopped as she also looked at the old man. Li Jiannan's father, Li Borong. Fan Xiaoyang exclaimed in shock. The hottest thing in Huainan City right now was the Li Clan Consortium's overnight appropriation of New World. Mu-Han's gaze was like electricity, sweeping straight at Li Borong in the doorway. 70 years old, twilight of the face, has been like rotten wood. Li Borong also saw Mu-Han. His eyes were pierced by the coldness in Mu-Han's eyes. What a powerful descendant. Lindong moved a step sideways, blocking Mu-Han's gaze, while standing beside Li Borong. Grandpa Li, what brings you here? Since the first time he went to the Li family manor to stabilize Li Borong's condition, Li Borong had thrown out a giant thick olive branch to him. Lindong obediently called out, Grandpa Li, I've come to see Elder Bai. Li Borong told Lindong to get ready. I'll talk to Miss Bai. Lindong, nah, you have to give Elder Bai a good look for me. Mu-Han understood the meaning of Li Borong's words. He was trying to stand up for Lindong. Bai and Mo's feelings towards Lindong changed a little, with Li Borong's status. To have him take the initiative to come out and support him, Lindong was 80% truly capable. The other physicians in the surroundings also had shocked expressions on their faces. This young man was actually Li Borong's person. No wonder Zhou Wenmao was working so hard to push him forward. Miss Bai, I've been a godly friend to Elder Bai for a long time. We are all old people. The years are unforgiving and our bodies are not what we want. So today, seeing my old brother suffering from this disease, I also wish to do my part. Greetings to Elder Li. Bai and Mo saluted. Li Borong showed up and prepared to pave the way for Lindong. Stroke, hemiplegia. I don't know if Bai has ever had an understanding? Bai and Mo nodded their heads, a little puzzled as to how Li Borong talked about the stroke. Because of the stroke, I can't walk normally, lift things normally, and spit out words normally. But now, how does Miss Bai see me? Bai and Mo's face was astonished. Stroke she certainly knew well, one of the several diseases that older people feared the most. Could it be? Li Borong nodded excitedly. Not bad, I am walking freely and recovering so well now, all because of Lin Dong. Bai and Mo looked at Lin Dong in shock, greatly changing their opinion of Lin Dong. Based on the mere fact that he could cure a stroke, he could already be famous in the world. Fan Xiaoyan was also shocked and subconsciously said, no wonder, no wonder, no wonder, no wonder one of Lin Dong's favors is so big. Who wouldn't want a favor from a divine doctor? Who would have trouble with their health? Fan Xiaoyan looked at Muhan worriedly. Muhan patted Fan Xiaoyan's shoulder. That kind of dirt, don't bother. If there was no sin scale, Muhan really had a bit of a headache with Lin Dong's superb medical skills, but now it was different. Lin Dong could make Li Borong walk freely, but other than that what could he do? Can he break through the limitations of life? The sinful scales could. Li Borong turned his head to look at Muhan, the smile on his face slowly retracting and replacing it with sternness. Young man, the person who has just been preventing Lin Dong from healing, is that you? With one sentence, Li Borong focused all of everyone's gazes on Muhan. Everyone knew that Li Borong was trying to take out his anger for Lin Dong. Bai and Mo still had a good feeling towards Muhan and just wanted to open their mouths to protect Muhan. However, Muhan stretched out a finger to stop Bai and Mo's words. Li Borong, counting, I am an enemy with you, correct? Muhan called out Li Borong's full name, causing the pupils of everyone in the room to contract slightly. For someone at his level, being called by his full name was no different from being pointed at and cursed on the street. However, it was the second half of the sentence that shocked them even more. Foe, being able to become the enemy of a giant like the Li Clan Consortium proved his strength to a certain extent. Both Bai and Mo glanced sideways at this and looked at Muhan a few more times. I don't really recognize you. Li Borong deliberately laughed softly. Anyone could hear the contempt for Muhan in his voice. Young people nowadays always die some bad habits, always think they are powerful, think others should recognize him. Ha, young people be down to earth. Li Borong lectured Muhan. Of course no one spoke for Muhan. Lin Dong and Zhou Wenmao looked at Muhan gloatingly, seeing how he could withstand Li Borong's pressure. I agree. Muhan slowly applauded. People, indeed, should not be arrogant. Arrogance is easy to make jokes, easy to get off the stage. I've been taught. Li Borong let out a few loud laughs. This was Muhan bowing down to himself. It seemed that this young man was nothing more than that. Arrogance without backbone could only be ignorance. Lin Dong skimmed Muhan. This was the look of a loser. He knew that since then Muhan would have a hard time catching up with himself. Fan Xiaoyan frowned behind Muhan. The idol had somewhat disappointed him. Bai and Mo put away a few moments of looking at him. Li Borong nodded and said, it's not too late to learn. Turning his head, he asked Lin Dong to administer help to Bai Lifu. After Lin Dong showed off his skills, the Li Clan Consortium and Bai Lifu's Sanmu group would come together in a powerful alliance. That would take it to another higher level. This was a win-win situation. Suddenly, Muhan spoke again. It was ghostly and cold. Do I know you? The entire room was silent. This young man was confronting Li Borong head-on, returning all the words that Li Borong had just taught him. The crowd looked at Muhan in surprise. Being taught is me being educated. It has nothing to do with you. As for you, what are you? Muhan uttered a sentence that was like a thunderbolt in everyone's ears. You. Li Borong's aged face was instantly gloomy. After so many years, no one had dared to speak to himself like this, and it was still this young kid. Suddenly, Bai and Mo let out a cry of alarm. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Only to see Bai Lifu on the bed suddenly covering his chest. His face was like gold paper. Chapter 38 Bailiff has a heart attack. Bailiff had a heart attack. All of the doctors rushed around. All the unrelated people like Muhan, Bai and Mo were squeezed into the corners. Even Li Borong, who had always been feared by the crowd, was squeezed to the door. The greatness of the doctors was fully realized at this moment, but soon they stopped. The sense of responsibility made them care for life, but many objective factors made them powerless. The chief of cardiac surgery was methodically arranging for the administration of aid, but his stiff expression clearly showed that everyone was doing the best they could. Li Borong spoke up. Bai, please believe Lin Dong. The old man is the best proof. Zhou Wenmao also spoke. Miss Bai, I can vouch for that. Now that old Mr. Bai is in danger. The only person who can help him is Lin Dong. This time, all the doctors beside them did not speak up against it again. They knew about Li Borong's stroke, and there were even physicians present who had treated Li Borong. There was no improvement. It could be imagined that with Li Borong's family history, he must have tried all the methods he could. There was no improvement. But the other day, news came out from the Li family that Li Borong's stroke was being treated, and the results were very good. People didn't believe it when they first heard the news. It was not until they witnessed it with their own eyes today. Instead, they were looking forward to Lindong's strike at this moment. If they could learn something from it, then their own medical careers might be able to go to the next level. Bai and Mo were also very clear about the current situation. In the end, he nodded his head. In this instant, Li Borong seemed to have seen himself putting his arms around Bai Lifu in a moment to talk about how to get the consortium to enter the magic city. Zhou Wenmao also breathed a sigh of relief. If the youngest senior brother made a move, it would be a medicine to cure the disease, and with a dazzling gesture into the eyes of everyone in the medical world, he himself would have successfully accomplished the task entrusted to him by his master. Everyone's eyes were gathered on Lindong. Lindong took a deep breath and his left hand quickly straightened the golden needle. This excellent stage was not easy to come by. It was up to his own performance next. Suddenly, Muhan made a move that was out of place in such a tense atmosphere. In the direction of bailiff, he burst out and spat out a single word. Rise. At the same time, he added the 1 year of sinful time to his consciousness. Bailiff's original health 3 became health dash. This loud shout startled Fan Xiaoyang and Bai and Mo who were beside him. The entire ward was also startled. Lindong's hand that was organizing the golden needles also shook for a moment because of this, and he raised his head to look angrily at Muhan. Muhan, if you cause me to be distracted, you are causing harm to old Mr. Bai's life. Muhan glanced at him with contemptuous disdain. Suddenly, everyone looked at the hospital bed in collective horror, and some even wiped their eyes before looking at it carefully. In their hearts, they were all crying out straight away. How could this be possible? Bai Lifu he sat up, with Muhan's gulp. Bailiff actually did sit up, and the body that had just been curled up had now stretched into a normal human form. He even moved his limbs. Fan Xiaoyang cursed in his heart. Is this a ghost movie? Is it so scary and metaphysical? At the same time, his curiosity about Muhan had increased to an unimaginable level, and he also understood why Muhan had called Lindong a dog and a chicken. This is no longer a medical skill. This is almost a divine skill. If he hadn't been following Muhan, he would have thought that this was a scam. Bai and Mo had already surprised him by pouncing up and hugging Bai Lifu. Grandpa, you scared me to death. Bai Lifu patted Bai and Mo and comforted them for a few moments. He was about to get out of bed to meet Muhan. The doctors gathered around again in unison, carefully inspecting Bailiff's body. Don't move, don't move. Gradually all the doctors' eyebrows furrowed, and the thoughtful, unbelieving, and puzzled expressions on their faces grew thicker and thicker. What's going on here? His physical signs, his various data have all returned to normal. The recovery is too fast. How did he do it? The hell is this considered a medical miracle? Some doctors were so shocked that they burst out in foul language. Take a film and check further. A Chinese doctor was taking Bai Lifu's pulse. Steady, very steady, very steady. That's good? Bai Lifu was also curious to know how he was doing right now, so he fiddled with the doctors. Lindong's hand that was organizing the golden needles paused in midair. A huge sense of fall arose in his heart. One step at a time, he had finally reached the moment of all the people's attention, and he was so close to the threshold that he was suddenly shouted at to stop. One hadn't even begun to exert himself yet things were over. The pants had just finished coming off, but the person was gone. He himself was standing here in such an awkward and incomparable manner. What is oneself? A clown. Zhou Wenmao's eyes were wide and his face was ashen. The stage he had set up had been robbed by someone else. After Li Borong's face showed his shock, his eyes turned back and forth between Bailiff and Muhan. Businessman nature. A special case was made, and Bailiff's test report soon came out. It doesn't make sense. There's no reason. It's impossible nah. But how did it happen? The doctors all gathered to study and discuss Bailiff's case. I don't know who said to go to the conference room, and the group of doctors piled back into the conference room to continue their discussion and research. Before leaving, they all looked back at Muhan. Still the same uninviting look, but a lot more mysterious. For the first time, Muhan felt that the doctors were cute and respectable. When he looked at Zhou Wenmao and Lindong again, he dropped the thought again. Mr. Mu, what is my current condition? After Bai Lifu had spoken a few words with Muhan, Bai Lifu had a lot of curiosity in his stomach. He felt like he could go to a marathon. This was something that he hadn't even dared to think about in these decades. At 86 years old, he now felt good everywhere in his body, pinching here and there, living like an old child. After being afflicted by heart disease for all these many years, once he was free, he had never felt better. You're not getting better. Muhan splashed a pot of cold water on Bai Lifu and Bai Mo's head. Bai Lifu froze. His joy faded. The excitement on Bai Mo's face also instantly disappeared. Muhan, we are exchanging. I took part of your things, so you gained a year, but the disease is still the same. Bai Lifu and Bai Mo hurriedly asked, will the disease develop within a year then? Muhan, no, but it will after a year. Bai Lifu and his duo breathed a sigh of relief. At least within a year, one was healthy. Bailiff asked apprehensively, then what have I lost? Mu Han laughed. You're lucky. You only lost a little bit of pain. Bai Lifu and Bai Mo came to a realization. Mu Han took Fan Chaoyang and left. Before leaving the door, Mu Han looked back at Li Borong. You would have wanted me to recognize you. Li Borong moved. He looked at Lin Dong again. Protect your hands. See you in the morning. Lin Dong's pupils contracted. Bai Mo chased after him. Sir, how should we repay you? There will be opportunities. Mu Han left Bai Mo with a dashing back, mesmerizing the soul of the little nurse who had been peeking at him outside the door. Bai Mo looked at Mu Han's back a little out of breath. Chapter 39. Being my employee can't be without a car. Mu Han drove away from the hospital. The initial purpose of stopping Lin Dong from moving Huainan's name was reached. End of conflict with protagonist. Rewarded with 500 points of influence and 500 points of villain value. It seemed that because the people on the scene were all people who had some influence in their respective fields, the system gave more. In addition, Lin Dong individually contributed 12 points and 1 point of killing Qi, counting 220 points, Zhou Wenmao 7 points, Li Borong 6 points, and the rest of the crowd contributed a total of 34 points, and this wave had reaped a total of a full 767 points. Influence now reached 610 points, with a villain value of 769 points. Redeemed the skill twice. Deduct 100 points from the villain value and redeem junior performance 1-to-1. Deduct villain value 100 points. Exchange for beginner's car skills 1/1. Garbage. No more redeeming skills. Using 510 points to redeem 51 points of physical attributes. Added to the 5 sense attributes. And now the 5 senses cleared to 75 points. 70 points were amateur level attainment. 75 points were professional level attainment. One's own 5 senses were all professional grade. Unlimited potential. Leave 59 points of villain value before making plans. The phone rang. Boss, I have an appointment with East Side Chicken tonight. It was Chin Tai. Mu Han, good. How is the Huamao Hotel now? Phone. He doesn't know where to hide. The Tianhua Hotel side is full of customers. Huamao won't be able to jump for a few days. Chin Tai's voice was full of excitement. It had been many years since he had done something like this. Before, he had to raise a large group of people, follow the rules of the industry, and ultimately return to begging for a meal. Now there was no need to think about food anymore. One's mind was much more relaxed. Boss, I'll send 2 smart ones to do your bidding? Can have to protect such a rich lord. Never let anything happen to him. Just after hanging up Chin Tai, he received another call from Mu Xiaomei, concerned about what he was doing. Mu Han thought for a moment, opened WeChat, to Mu Xiaomei, Pan Lily, Chin Tai, Yang Tianxing each sent a positioning, come to Rongda car dealership, immediately, no waiting after the deadline. Suwen was chatting with her co-workers in the office. She hadn't sold a single BMW X6 until now since Mu Han had brought it up. There were a lot of interested customers, but not many actually placed orders. In the past 2 days, she always thought of Mu Han from time to time. Reunited again, Mu Han was still as brilliant as he was in school, and even more domineering. There was even a hint of inexplicable evil charming flavor. Sister 1, are you thinking about that big handsome guy from yesterday again? Either you ask him over again, so he can take care of our sister's business too. Yes, Sister 1, let him add a few hundreds of thousands of dollars of cars is also quite good. We do not ask for much. He. Either that, when you guys get married, buy a fleet of cars is also possible. Yo, the office warbled. Suwen red-faced to stop their words. You cannot talk nonsense. He is just my classmate, and many years no contact. As soon as the words left her mouth, her cell phone rang. Upon seeing that it was Mu Han, she immediately got up and walked to the corner. A little sister next to her skimmed Mu Han's name and cheekily made eyes at the other students. Then all of them shut up in unison and looked at Suwen, who walked to the corner with a smile on her face. Only one person silently got up and sat in another corner. Mu Han, big beautiful Su. In the store? Suwen was inexplicably a bit happy, and a smile appeared on her face unconsciously. Is this where Marshal Mu finally remembers to go to his appointment? Last time, Mu Han pitched in with Fan Xinxia and took 2 BMW X6s from her hands, said to be about dinner, to now also did not become a line. Mu Han, in on the line. See you later. The phone hangs up. Suwen froze, and then a joy in his heart. Mu Han, this is to come to the car dealership to pick up their own? Then she had to go and greet the manager first to ask for leave. Sister 1, you guys aren't familiar. You really aren't. Ha, we all know. One little sister coaxed, and the others laughed and laughed along. By the time Mu Han arrived, Suwen had already slightly touched up her makeup, bright and colorful. The two long legs in black silk under the professional clothes contrasted sharply with the snow-white arms. It was very capable of inspiring others' desire to commit crimes. An X6 parked in front of the store. Soo-won greeted it. The car was Muhan's. A roaring motorcycle stopped next to the X6. The helmet came off, and it was another extremely handsome boy, even younger, but his face value was not discounted. The appearance of two absolutely beautiful men attracted the gaze of a group of mature women. Soo-won looked at the boys and looked a little familiar. Without saying a word, Muhan entered the store and sat down on the sofa in the lobby, stating his purpose. Big beautiful Sue. I'm here to buy a car. Soo-won froze, a little difficult, finally made a decision. Whispered to Muhan, okay, I'll think of a way to see if I can give you a refund, but I'm sure I'll lose a little. Muhan froze. Fan Chaoyan followed and froze. After a long time, Fan Chaoyan understood and slapped the armrest and laughed. Muhan puffed and laughed, spreading his hands. Big beautiful Sue, am I that poor in your eyes? I came to buy a car, not to sell it. In his heart, he secretly said that this high school classmate can be handed over. Soo-won smiled awkwardly. Then what kind of car does your friend want to buy this time? Fan Chaoyan froze again, turned his head and smiled cheaply. Brother-in-law, you want to buy me a car? Brother-in-law? Soo-won's heart trembled. He's married? That's right, both multi-gold and handsome. Must have married young. Muhan, pick one at random. Fan Chaoyan's cheap smile solidified. He himself was just saying it casually. He quickly shook his hand. No, I don't like to drive but not ride. Muhan doesn't care if he loves to drive or ride. Now that he's in the mood to drive or ride, he has to speak for himself. I won't allow the people who follow me to be without a car. The sight of Soo-won once again froze. A joke. He gave to buy one. Her heart began to pound. It seemed like she knew nothing about his trench. What kind of car is there now? Seeing that Soo-won was about to start introducing it, Muhan added, the kind that's expensive, much more expensive, and in stock. During the process of looking at the cars, Soo-won was in a state of shock. This one I think is quite suitable for you. Beckoning, Muhan ordered an M4 convertible coupe for Fan Chaoyan, 120W. Turning around, he looked at a 1.3 million MBW8 series coupe. It's not bad for a little girl to drive this car. He also pointed to the X5 Premium Edition a little farther away and said 4 more. This is not like buying a car, but more like buying food. From the rest area to the exhibition area, and then back to the rest area. Before and after the absolute no more than 10 minutes. Fan Chaoyan was also confused. It was only now that he realized that Muhan had come to allocate cars to the people under him. But what kind of boss gives a car that costs $800,000? There's no place to spend your money. The little sisters who intentionally passed by them, all one by one, gathered in a corner with weak legs. Did you hear that? 6 cars. A total of 6 cars bought before and after. I'll be damned. $5.7 million at a quick estimate. You know what? I was so wet. The scariest thing is, he didn't even pick. I saw one just about to introduce the car's performance. He said bye, and one was dumbfounded, not knowing which expression to choose. I also want to have such a high school classmate. What do you guys say? Would that tycoon little brother mind taking a lover? It's best to take 2. Chapter 40 Chao Yenda and Su Su Su's engagement banquet. Not long after, Mu Xiaomei and the others came one after another. Looking at the 6 cars placed in the delivery area, several people were in a state of confusion. Mu Xiaomei was already wondering if her family was bankrupt or not. This was even more trenchant and inhuman than before it was bankrupt. Pan Lily, Yang Tianshang, and Xin Tai all had dry throats and somewhat weak legs. Compared to this scene, Muhan's previous gesture of throwing money in stacks looked a bit low. The 2 little brothers who were brought by Xin Tai looked at Xin Tai with a gaze that was more intimate than looking at his own father. This just with the new boss. Will receive a luxury car. There is no limit to the future of money. Fan Chaoyan saw everyone's equally shocked eyes dropping to the ground and mentally balanced himself. Manager Zhao in the office was in a very good mood. The tycoon entered the store, and today was destined to be another fruitful day. Drinking a mouthful of water, the hot-bodied Soo-won walked in. Manager Zhao frowned, not going to serve the guests. Run up here to do what? Which one is he going to mention today? The manager's office was on the 2nd floor. It took Soo-won a moment to come back to her senses. Manager, 6 cars, all of them. The air stood still. Manager Zhao threw down his cup, rushed down to the 2nd floor like the wind, ran to Muhan and piled a smile on every cell of his face. Mr. Mu, we will do our best to serve you and make sure that you can drive away all the cars you fancy today. Running too fast and not braking. Manager Zhao almost touched Muhan. Muhan moved his finger. Behind him, 2 cold youths of 1 meter and 8 head stepped forward and stabilized Manager Zhao, at the same time indicating that Manager Zhao should stabilize his emotions before speaking. Not to mention, The two little brothers that Chin Tai had found were indeed smart, and they also looked excellent. They were all existences that could make rich women drool. Fan Chaoyang's eyes were glowing. Secretly said that the great god has an aura. This operation immediately elevated more than one level of compulsion. When I go back, I want to find 2 followers myself. Mu Xiaomei covered her chest, closed her eyes and felt that there was really no way to see. Big brother wasn't like this before. Now it seemed like a completely different person. Fan Chaoyang does not know how to read minds. If he did, he would have told Mu Xiaomei, "This is a different person? Do you know how your brother pressured Li Borong and Shen Dongxing to the point where they couldn't breathe? He also saved the life of Mordor Bailiff. Is this something an average person can do?" Mu Han looked at Manager Zhao. "She is my classmate. Her ability is there for all to see and has always been strong. What do you think?" Manager Zhao suddenly realized, with a face of "I understand. Recently, the company is selecting an assistant manager. Whoever is able to do so, I will strongly recommend." Mu Han expressed his satisfaction, and the 2 new followers went with Su Wen to go through the car purchasing process. "Welcome. Since it's an engagement, it must be with a new car." A fat man came in at the door, followed by 5 or 6 juniors. Mu Han, whose hearing had reached 75, immediately knew it was the fat man Chao Yenda. What a fate, seeing him twice a day. Chao Yenda, guided by the salesman, just walked a few steps and also found Mu Han. He had an indescribable taste in his heart, and more than that, he was still not angry. On the basis of, Mu Han risked his name to beat himself, but also from the forest hands to save himself. Seemingly even, but how to think, or their own losses. Big panda eyes are still hidden under the sunglasses. Mu Han saw Chao Yenda's face expression change several times, and finally walked to himself with great vigor, and asked triumphantly, "Is Mu Xiao free the day after tomorrow?" With his urbane nature, he was definitely going to fool around with something. Mu Han was still a bit curious. "Free or not? It depends on what you're talking about." Chao Yenda's eyebrows flew up in triumph. "Of course it's a good thing. I'm getting engaged the day after tomorrow, and I'm solemnly inviting you to come, so you'll definitely make the trip worthwhile." After saying that, a victorious look appeared on his face. Mu Hanqi said, "I can't think of a reason to go to your wedding. I'll give you a reason." Chao Yenda laughed. "How about this reason if my fiancé is Su Su Su?" The few people around Mu Han changed their faces in unison. Other than Pan Lily, a few people were all aware of Su Su Su. Fan Chaoyang recalled the girl he saw in the morning. With a big wave on top, she was indeed pretty, but wasn't she a pair with that Lin Dong who had his right hand wrapped in gauze? In the morning, she was still fine, but in the afternoon, she switched to someone else's arms. So exciting? Mu Xiaomei looked at Mu Han worriedly. She knew that her big brother had become obsessed with Su Su Su. For her, he could do anything. Mu Han read Mu Xiaomei's eyes and was too lazy to explain. Mu Han purposely turned his face somber. "I don't believe it." Chao Yenda was immediately bursting with fulfillment. He felt that he had come to the right place today. Next, Chao Yenda started the mode of showing off his fiancée. Mu Han extracted, supplemented and perfected the general direction of the whole thing from his endless 10 minutes of nonsense. It turned out that after returning home in the morning, Fat Chao Yenda told his father, Chao Rong, that he had almost been beaten by Lin Dong and Su 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 Su, and that he must return the $10 million. Chao Rong taught Chao Yenda a lesson and also revealed his true purpose. Chao Rong's development of Zhongweilan has hit a bottleneck and he wants to seek other development. Suyuman's Starlight Communications has a lot of potential for development. Moreover, he had no children at his knees, so it was a good deal to use $10 million to make Chao Yenda his son-in-law. Chao Rong told Chao Yenda that he was marrying the identity of the Su family's son-in-law, not the person Su Su Su. Chao Yenda came to his senses after his father's enlightenment and realized that this was a very cost-effective business. A small amount of money for a big amount of money. The return on investment is amazingly high, and the key is that it comes with a stunningly beautiful woman. As for whether or not her heart belongs to him, it does not matter. The flesh in his own hands can be. Once the father and son duo came up with a plan, they immediately killed the Su family, using the reason that Su 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 collaborated with outsiders to beat up Chao Yenda, forcing Su Yaowen to agree to the marriage as soon as possible. No coincidence. Su Yaowen's rivals also obtained $10 million of aid money from somewhere. If Su Yaowen wanted more money, he had to marry Su 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 faster. So, once the adults of the two families met and discussed, the wedding went straight through. The two families were united in their opinion. The faster the better. Mu Han's face was truly gloomy at this moment. His attention was not on Su Su Su. He was concerned about Lin Dong. As Su 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 was the heroine, the person she ended up marrying could only be Lin Dong. So on the day after tomorrow, Lin Dong will definitely make a big fuss at the engagement site. Chapter 41, The East City Appointment. When Chao Yenda saw Mu Han's face turn sour, his mood was even better. He had bent the curve. So what if you have high force value, Holding a beauty is still dependent on money strength. Young Master Mu. Chow Yenda dragged his voice. I know you're a bit unconvinced, but there's no way. Society is like this. She didn't care about you when your family wasn't broke, and she won't care about you now that your family is broke. Seeing that Mu-han didn't say anything, Chow Yenda got a release of all his suffocations in the past 2 days, and the two panda eyes on his face didn't feel pain anymore. Actually, if you can come up with $10 million, the person she married might be you. Not having money is the original sin na. Mu Xiaomei and the others couldn't help but laugh. $10 million? Mu-han had spent almost $8 million on buying a car at this car dealership 2 days before and after. Su-wen, who had finished the process, looked at Chow Yenda with sympathy in her big eyes. Deliberately, she said loudly, Marshal Mu, all 6 of your cars are ready. Mu-han said to the crowd, all go try out your new cars. Several people looked at Chow Yenda one by one and shook their heads, taking the keys and walking towards the new cars. The new followers, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, bowed and took the keys, suppressing their inner ecstasy, and shouted, thank you for the new $800,000 car that boss assigned. Chow Yenda's face looked like he had been slapped. His mouth hardened. 800,000? Che, 100,000 or so. The next second looked toward the car delivery area. An M4 convertible coupe, an 8 Series coupe, 4x5 premium, TMD. This is nearly $6 million. His own card all adds up to more than $2 million. Buy a ball. He just mocked the other party did not have 10 million, cannot marry Su. Really stupid ex behavior. Turned around and cursed and left the car dealership. *******. Rich marvelous? Mu-han, Chow De Xiao doesn't buy a car anymore? Chow Yenda poo-pooed and led the people to escape as fast as possible. Fan Xiaoyang returned from the test drive and asked, brother-in-law, are you going on Wednesday? Mu-han, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Mu Xiaomei was surprised. Brother-in-law? Mu-han, don't listen to him shouting blindly. Fan Xiaoyang was submissive. Great uncle. Su-wen's eyes lit up. Mu-han turned his head to her and said, beautiful Su, have to go beforehand. Next appointment. In Su-wen's slightly lost eyes, Mu-han and his group drove off. Su-wen and her little sisters stood at the entrance and watched the caravan move away. Sister 1, if he's not married, you should hurry up and marry him. He's too trenchant. From the time we came in to the time we went out, 37 minutes, spending nearly $6 million. Sister 1, even if he's married it's worth trying. If you don't try, I'll try. Xiaoli, you're really divine prophecy. Sister Wen's classmate actually did buy a fleet of cars. I'll treat everyone to a big dinner tonight. No one is allowed to leave. No drunkenness. Su-wen looked back at the fleet of cars with a deep glance and turned around to laugh and joke with her little sisters again. That's a must. Sister Wen is afraid that this handful of commission will be more than 30. Did The time soon came to evening. In the afternoon, there was a trivial hiccup. There are 4 self-proclaimed East City 4 gentlemen experts to challenge Mu-han. Was 3 punches and a leg carry away. Emergencies completed July 10th, 4 points of pain value gained. Mu-han was led by Qin Tai to come down to the city. Mu-han was led by Qin Tai to East City Chicken's turf. In front of the Rainbow City Light KTV, people were coming and going, and an evilly handsome and unusual man was escorted in the center by a dozen or so minions under the stars. The evilly handsome man opened his mouth to speak. Old Qin, your base camp is either a bar or a KTV? Qin Tai smiled awkwardly. It's that bit of business, you know. Inside the KTV door came out a dozen or so mottled-haired assholes. The leader of the gangsters went up to talk. Saw the crocodile Qin Tai accompanied by a strange man. Felt strange, so he looked more, only to see that the man is handsome. There is indifference and madness intertwined in his eyes, hidden in the main seat. Brother Crocodile, our chicken has been waiting for a long time. The leader of the gangsters swept his eyes obliquely at the minions behind Qin Tai. Sorry about that, they can't enter. Mu-han suppressed Qin Tai, who was about to lose his temper. Let's get down to business first. The leader of the gangsters reached out to block the evil handsome man. You can't enter. Qin Tai slapped an ear up. Get lost. The man was of course Mu-han. Both sides of the minions were immediately about to have a group fight. The leader of the gangsters raised his hand to stabilize his own people, poo-pooed the blood and stared fiercely at Qin Tai. Brother Crocodile, today Chicken wants to see you. I won't move you. I'll keep this slap in mind. And if it's a different day, I'll come to you. Turning his head to Mu-han still said, you can't enter. Very good. Principled. Mu-han complimented. In the next second, he punched him in the abdomen, then led the way into the KTV. The leader of the gangsters fell to his knees and fell headfirst to the ground, his eyes protruding, fainting. The other juniors were shocked. This kind of experience, they didn't have. Randomly grabbed a junior to lead the way. Arriving outside the door of the specific private room where Chicken was located after a while, Zhang Longzhao who dragged the knocked-out guarding junior brother out of the way, then respectfully pushed open the door of the private room. Mu Han was the first to walk in, Qin Tai walked to his left, and Zhang Longzhao who followed. A sofa was placed on each of the three sides of the private room, and in the main seat sat Chicken, in his 40s. On the left and right sides were two big brothers, both in their 40s. Qin Tai's eyes shrunk. These two were also the big brothers of East City, Brother Hao Tian and Brother Shrewd. Brother Chicken didn't follow the rules and created a 3-against-1 situation, didn't even give a seat. Next to a number of boxes can vaguely see the ambush of many minions. On their side, only 4 people came in. Long Hair is guarding the house, and Scarface is in retirement. If the one who came today did not have Mu Han, but only himself, he would be eaten to the bone by them. Of course, it was unlikely that he himself would come. Zhang Longzhao, who is very eye-catching and his hands are quite good, quickly working in unison to move a set of sofas from next door. After knocking down a few juniors who came to show their loyalty, they finally set up the sofa. Humph, in my territory, still dare to mess around. Crocodile, today you don't want to go out vertically. Chicken clapped his hands and smashed his ashtray on the ground, beating the drum as a trumpet. The minions who had long been ambushed outside the private room moved at the signal, surging in and pouncing on Mu Han's 4. Mu Han swept a glance at Chicken. Chicken immediately felt his heart startled by the cold aura in the eyes of this handsome and evil man. Mu Han turned back and walked idly between the dozens of juniors. A punch from the east, a leg from the west. Very casual. However, under the effect of 83 points of ultra-high strength and 75 points of extraordinary 5 senses, each of Mu Han's strikes avoided the opponent's block and accurately, quickly and powerfully struck the opponent's weak points. A single blow could break one. In only a minute or so, more than 30 of them were crushed, lying or lying down. None of them could stand. The rest of the juniors were stunned and shrank back. All of them looked at Mu Han in horror. With this kind of absolute ferocious person around, how else can they fight? Mu Han straightened his clothes, and in the eyes of Qin Tai and Zhang Longzhao, who with even more adoration, he sat down on the sofa in a dashing manner. Chapter 42, Incorporation. Breaking news completed October 10th, gained 100 points of influence, 100 points of villain value. I didn't realize that there were 3 masters from East City in the Re. Just in time to complete a mission that was almost forgotten by myself. At least who it was. Mu Han didn't care. Anyway, it was a one-punch one goods. Mu Han once again swept his eyes at Chicken. Chicken took a moment to stand up, full of cold sweat. Brother Hao Tian and Brother Shuipi also stood up in a panic, showing fear. Everything on the road is based on force. Just like the shopping mall, everything is measured by money. The biggest winner tonight could only be Mu Han. The 3 Chicken brothers walked a few steps closer to Qin Tai, Brother Crocodile. Who is this gentleman? This is to admit weakness. The 3 men naturally had experts under them, but unfortunately, they were all lying down and unable to move, and they lost the right to speak. Qin Tai proudly stood straight and did not answer. Today's boss Mu Han's battle had made himself rise in the water, and he was not what he used to be. Those who used to be equal in the past, now they already have to hold careful and talk to themselves. Zhang Long had a cold face. My boss's surname is Mu. You address Mr. Mu. Mu Han changed his sitting position, and his aura naturally unfolded under the fear aura. The temperature in the room seemed to have dropped a few degrees. I was going to look for you 2 tomorrow, but since they are all here it's good to settle it in one day. The 2 of them, Brother Hao Tian and Brother Shrewd, wiped their cold sweat and busily said that it was quite good to settle it in one day. Starting today, you guys should still do what you do. Mu Han stated the reason for his visit. There is only one requirement. You have to listen when I say, and you have to do what I tell you to do. After saying that, he looked at the 3 people blandly. In his gaze was a thick threat. The 3 looked at each other. Their hearts were stifled and angry. This was to directly integrate the 3 people, and it was also the kind of person who usually lived on their own and would go through fire and water when the order came. Zhou Pippi and Huang Shiren weren't this dark, but the 3 didn't dare to say anything to resist. The 30 or so minions lying on the ground have not climbed up a single one until now. If they don't agree, the one who can't go out today vertically is themselves. Mu Han signaled Zhao Hu to work. Zhao Hu dialed a phone. Immediately there is a little brother slightly laboriously carrying a large box in, handing the box to Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu set the box on the ground and skillfully opened it. The 3 Chicken brothers looked at the box strangely, and the moment the box was opened, they were completely stunned by what was in the box. A box full of red, all cash, at least $3 million in cash. Of course, the 3 of them had never seen money before, and the annual water flow on their accounts was also in the tens of millions. But they, like Qin Tai, had less than $100,000 in hand each month after all the big spending. So in reality, they hadn't seen so much cash at once. Qin Tai and Zhang Longzhao, who acted calmly, This was the second time they had seen so much money. The first time was a few minutes ago, and the few people were also in this cute little appearance. Chicken's trio gulped. Mr. Moo, this is? Things didn't seem to be the same as they had imagined. People die for money. Birds die for food. Muhan didn't explain. Turn around and listen to Chin Tai's arrangements. The words changed. What is Chow Yenda's relationship with you? Chicken hurriedly answered, not daring to hesitate. The VIP customer of my KTV, considered my big gold master and breadwinner. Mr. Moo, him? Chin Tai took over. He offended the boss. Chicken thought to himself that it was true. His mouth preceded his brain and immediately took a stand. I will not do his business now, and draw a line with him. The heart was dripping blood. Continue to do his business. Befriend him, and tell Chin Tai when you have news of him. Muhan asked. Any contact with the people from Lee's consortium? The three of them shook their heads. Mr. Moo, if needed, we can try. Muhan nodded. Then he got up and left. Zhang Longzhao, who was left behind to assist Chin Tai in handling the follow-up matters. After Muhan left, only then did the three chicken brothers let out a long breath of relief. Muhan's sense of oppression was too strong. Arranging for people to send the fallen juniors to recuperate from their injuries, the three of chicken sat down at Chin Tai's gesture. The trio's posture was low. The way of survival for people on the road was always cruel. Brother Crocodile, what is Mr. Moo's identity? The trio asked. Chin Tai also did not pose. Briefly introduced Muhan to the three. Looking at Muhan's meaning, in the future, a few people will also slowly become co-workers. The boss man is very good to get along with. Yes. The three of them remembered the 30 or so minions who fell to the ground. Chin Tai, let me emphasize the boss. You guys don't understand his rules without contact. Yes. The three of them sat upright. Chin Tai, your turf is still yours. Your earnings are still yours. The boss doesn't want all of it. Understood. The three were slightly relieved. It turned out that they didn't need to make offerings. Chin Tai, work for the boss. Don't worry about money. This is the reserve fund. Zhang Longzhao, who points out 150 stacks and puts down 50 stacks in front of one person. The three looked at each other again, and there was unexpected joy in their eyes. It seemed like it was okay to be taken in by him. Chin Tai, after a while when the boss recognizes you, he will assign you a car. Allocating cars? The three were a bit fresh. Seeing the X5 Premium parked outside through the window, the three of them actually developed a sense of anticipation. A car that was around $800,000 was directly given a match. Then what do we need to do? There are 3 Huamo Intercontinental hotels in the East City. We'll go to work tomorrow and the expenses will be fully reimbursed by the boss. Chin Tai said. Go to work at a hotel? The three were confused. A bright moon in the night sky of Huainan. Muhan disappeared into the night. This night, Muhan made it difficult for many people to sleep for a long time. Lin Dong stood on the balcony of his rented room, looking at the full moon in a trance. The gauze on his right hand had been removed. Due to Muhan's stimulation, the 9-dragon skill that his master had taught him had finally been cultivated to the first layer. Ming Jin had come to a great completion. The ability to recover increased greatly, and his hand quickly recovered. Moonlight poured into the room, spilling over Fan Qinsha's body and her stunningly beautiful features. When she heard what Muhan had done from Fan Qiaoyang at night, her feelings towards him had been changing. Peeling back Muhan layer by layer, many more mysteries emerged. Perhaps it's a good idea to have my brother follow him. In the Huatian Hotel, Bai and Mo were reminiscing about the means Muhan used to save his grandfather, pondering its scientific nature. Bai Lifu was on the phone with his son. There's no need to come see me. Stabilizing the group is the first priority right now. There are too many people paying attention to us. I have to stay in Huainan for a few more days. The sun rose. Muhan shoved the flowers into Lin Huan's hands and then happily left from Lin Dong's house. Lin Dong held his newly injured right hand. The resentment in his eyes was like substance. Ming Jin De Chang was actually still no match for Muhan. This time when he did it, he himself fought suffocatingly and abnormally. He couldn't catch his movements, but he always managed to hit his weaknesses. He knocked on the door. He opened it. He strikes. He strikes back. 1 minute later, he left victoriously, and ING left behind a bouquet of flowers. Lin Huan foolishly looked at Muhan. The heart was a bit messed up. Muhan happily went downstairs with the 100 influence and 150 villain points contributed by Lin Dong. The cell phone rang. It was Mu Xiaomei. Hello? Brother, you come quickly. Ah, a shriek came from Mu Xiaomei on the phone. Then came a male voice. Asterisk. How dare you ask for help? The phone was hung up. Muhan's eyes narrowed. Someone was moving Mu Xiaomei. Chapter 43, Little Sister Mu was arrested. The wind and rain turned. It was Mu Xiaomei's turn to be bullied? Where the other party was, who they were, all unknown. If it was anyone else, they would have panicked by now. But Muhan did not have a trace of panic on his face. On the contrary, it was like frost. In the other party opened his mouth to say the first word. Muhan with super strong five senses has heard who the other party is. Feng He, Chen Dongxing's brother-in-law, Yang Tianshang's successor. The time now was 7:27, the time to go to school. It seems that Mu Xiaomei had just left the hotel and was arrested by Feng He. Muhan dials Yang Tianshang. Yang Tianshang, boss. My sister was arrested by Feng He. You immediately bring a few of Qin Tai's juniors and go to the Huamao Intercontinental Hotel to get Feng He's phone number. Then go to Tianhua and get the surveillance video. Report back in time. Muhan's voice was like a piece of thousand-year cold ice. Yang Tianshang, who was running in the morning, was jolted. This is a big deal. Muhan found Qin Tai phone. Immediately comprehensively inquire about the seal information and whereabouts. There are no 1 million. Provide information valid 100,000. At the same time, notify Chicken 3 people. Immediately go to block all Huamao branches in the East City. Now send me Chen Dongxing's information. I want them to pay. Boss, I only have Chen Dongxing's phone number. What's wrong? Qin Tai heard the monstrous anger hidden in Muhan's voice. My sister was sealed and arrested. Qin Tai let out an explosive cry. Mom D, I'll do it right away. The god of wealth's family member was arrested. What's wrong with that? In an instant, the entire East City boiled over. Everyone under the hands of Qin Tai, Brother Chicken, Brother Hao Tian, and Brother Shrewd went crazy. What kind of boss is this? All the people on the road wanted to kneel down and lick Muhan, especially Brother Chicken's trio. For the first time, they felt the happiness of having a powerful backer. In less than 1 minute, Qin Tai called. Boss, a brother knows Chen Dongxing's address. Muhan transferred 2 million. Tell the brothers to hurry up and inquire about Feng He's information. Drip, your PayPal has arrived with $1 million. The reporting junior was confused on the spot, then went crazy. Asterisk. I'm rich. I'm ing rich. Boss Mu is so awesome. Instantly this news spread throughout the entire East City again, and even people in other places were startled. Muhan drove on the car, and under the primary car skills that he had exchanged to before, the X6 quickly soared up to 140 yards and shuttled through the city streets in a windy manner. Passers-by had sideways glances. Asterisk. Having a luxury car is marvelous. Driving so fast, if you have the ability, why don't you go become a racer? You don't really say. His car skills are really quite good. Did you see that little drift treatment when he just turned the corner? Very professional. Asterisk off. You're a geek who only drives a simulator every day to play wild racing. You know a dare, but also drift. Pretend to be a professional here. In just 7 minutes, Muhan parked his car and came to a villa community 17 kilometers away. Blue Bay Green Capital. 2 stacks of banknotes to open the way. The security guards quickly took his Chen Dongxing brother-in-law Muhan to the destination. Then, in the security guard's dumbfounded eyes, violently kicked the entire door of Chen Dongxing's house to fly. The security guard was dumbfounded. Chen Dongxing and his wife in the room were so shocked that they hugged each other, and their golden glasses fell to the ground. It was trampled by Muhan. The security guard gulped backwards, not daring to say anything, silently retreating to the side, as if he was blind and deaf. The next door, upstairs and downstairs neighbors probed out. MD, which stupid X? Early in the morning. Sorry, feel free. Then they all shrunk their heads and gently closed their own doors. Muhan's breath is too cold. Let them smell the dangerous flavor. Muhan walked into the house, and 2 slaps knocked the Chen Dongxing couple, who were still in a state of confusion, to the ground. Muhan, you are breaking the law. Chen Dongxing's face was white. Chen Dongxing's wife covered her mouth and sobbed. The door that was severely deformed and fell to the ground made her not dare to make any noise. She knew that she had encountered a heavenly crisis today. Breaking the law? Do you know what you're talking about? Muhan's cold gaze covered Chen Dongxing's entire body. Chen Dongxing knew that he was like a small bug that could be crushed at any time in the other party's eyes. The other party didn't care if he did anything at all. It had only been a few days and the statuses had swapped. Your brother-in-law Feng He grabbed my sister. Call him. Chen Dongxing froze and his wife was confused. Before the two didn't know what was going on. Now it was completely clear. Chen Dongxing's heart was filled with a wave of anger that went straight to his head. I see this psychopath as a detour. Was smashed 2 cars, do not dare to say a word. Feng, and what makes you dare to mess with him? My brother is very honest. He and others this. Gentlemen, are you mistaken? Muhan did not pay attention to her. Chen Dongxing took out his cell phone and was ready to call when Muhan's cell phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Muhan's eyes narrowed, connected, and pressed the speaker button. Muhan, your sister is in my hands. Without waiting for the words to finish, Muhan hung up the phone, slapped Chen Dongxing on the head and turned his head to look at his wife. Where is your brother, honest? The two did not dare to speak, in the fear of aura shrouded. but also by the Muhan aura of deterrence. They have lost some of their sanity. The phone rang again. The same unfamiliar number. Connected. Muhan. Your sister. Muhan hung up the phone again. Feng He on the other end of the phone was about to go crazy with anger. Shin Tai's call came in. Boss, I've asked. There are a few newly recruited minions under Haotian who received money from Feng He. They're the ones who did this. Distribute the money to the brothers who provided the information. Also, tell them to contact those few newly accepted junior brothers, and before I arrive, cripple Feng He and cut off one of their own hands, and I can forgive them and compensate each of them with $100,000 in medical expenses. Muhan turned his words around and said sternly, otherwise, all 4 limbs will be broken. Hanging up the phone, with one hand in one hand, he threw Mr. and Mrs. Chen Dongsheng onto the X6 in full view of the public, and went straight to Feng He according to the address sent by Qin Tai. Boss, Yang Tiansheng called in. Tianhua's technicians deleted the surveillance video. Nothing. This call from Yang Tiansheng just gave Muhan a heads up. You contact Qin Tai and have someone come to Blue Bay Green Capital to delete all the surveillance as well. The X6 sped up and quickly disappeared around the corner of the road. The security guard shivered, finally stabilized his mind, put the 2 stacks of cash away, and only after a long time did he remember to report to his superiors. In front of him, however, there was already a large group of people standing. The leaders, Qin Tai and Yang Tiansheng, were looking at him with smiles on their faces, warm and amiable. The code meter of the BMW X6 swung back and forth between 140 to 160. Muhan drove another lightning bolt through the streets of Huainan with his elementary car skills. Is it the same car from just now again? He hasn't raced into the crematorium yet? Looks like he really has some skills. In less than 10 minutes, the X6 stopped in front of the gate of an abandoned stone quarry in the southern suburb of the city. There were already dozens of people standing in front of the gate. As soon as Muhan stepped out of the car, these people immediately shouted under Brother Hao Tian's leadership. Hello boss. There was a man on the ground in front of them, his face completely disfigured and his limbs broken. It was none other than Feng He. Next to him were the little brothers who had done something wrong. 4 in total. Their right hands had all been fractured, their faces white with pain, but they had to grit their teeth and die. Mu Xiaomei was sitting far to the side, and I don't know where they moved a chair for Mu Xiaomei from. Next to her, 2 little sisters were accompanying her and talking, intentionally or unintentionally blocking Mu Xiaomei's line of sight, not letting her see the miserable state of Feng He and those 4 little brothers. Brother Hao Tian extinguished his cigarette and went up to report to Muhan. Chapter 44, Feng He with broken limbs. Brother Hao Tian stood in front of Muhan. There was an additional cold brutality on this handsome and evil man. Boss, Missy is not injured. She is only slightly frightened. Muhan nodded, still satisfied with Hao Tian's rescue speed. Turning around, he lifted Mr. and Mrs. Chen Dongsheng down from the X6 and threw them beside Feng He. Hao Tian's heart indisputably missed a beat when he saw Chen Dongsheng. Although Feng He on the ground was Chen Dongsheng's brother-in-law, he didn't have a background, so it wouldn't be too much of a problem to beat him up. But Chen Dongsheng was different. He was the secretary of Li Jinnan of the Li Clan Consortium, unless he was abandoned by Li Jinnan. Otherwise, Li Jinnan was his backing. Hao Tian did not know that Muhan had directly offended Li Jinnan's old man to death yesterday. Amir Chen Dongsheng was completely out of sight. Feng He opened his eyes with great difficulty. The pain in his limbs kept him half awake and half unconscious. After seeing his sister and brother-in-law, he knew that he was saved. With his sister and brother-in-law, he wanted this gang of 2.5 boys to pay the price in blood. Sister, brother-in-law, take revenge for me. I want them to kneel and beg for mercy. I want Muhan to regret blocking my hotel. Chen Dongsheng's face was even more ugly, and his sister's voice was gone. Only then did Feng He see the state of the duo, and then he was confused. Sister and brother-in-law were not here to save themselves. The 2 of them were captured. How dare you mess with him? You've harmed yourself as well as your sister and me. Chen Dongsheng's words were full of fire. Revenge? You go yourself. How? With your life? In fact, yesterday he was in the first affiliated hospital, but he found an excuse not to accompany Li Borong into the ward. Facing Muhan, he already had a psychological shadow, because he has never been normal. There was always madness in the bottom of his eyes, and he was simply fearless, and it was getting stronger and stronger, more and more unreasonable. Li Borong was so overwhelmed that he didn't have a single move. What can he be? Feng He's brain cleared up a lot. His sister's sobs at the side also made him see the truth a little bit. I do not have the strength to arm wrestle with Muhan, not even a little bit. Yes, how did he dare to challenge him? Thinking about it is really ridiculous. Your own triumphant extraordinary kidnapping to Mu Xiaomei. Not a few minutes. Helpers mutiny to break their own hands and feet. A few minutes later, outside the matter of brother-in-law and sister were caught in front of their own. oneself is truly ridiculous. Muhan looked down at Feng He, without pity or anger. You don't have the guts. Who is behind this? When Yang Tiansheng said that Tianhua's surveillance video was deleted, Muhan knew that there was someone else behind Feng He. It's Chao Yenda. He encouraged me, said he would help me and would wipe my tail. Muhan turned around and got into his car, driving back to the city with Mu Xiaomei and Zhang Longzhao who had just arrived. Before leaving, he transferred $1 million to Hao Tian, send the three of them to the hospital, and divide this money among the brothers. Everyone's heart sped up a little uncontrollably. Whether one had followed the right person or not, one didn't know, but one must be following a god of wealth. Muhan quickly returned to Tianhua Hotel, and Yang Tiansheng was already waiting at the door of the store. On the way, Muhan and Yang Tiansheng spoke on the phone. Yang Tiansheng, boss, an employee just saw that Chao Yenda hasn't come out after returning to the hotel. In the past 2 days, because the Huamao Intercontinental Hotel was blocked by Muhan, many customers chose the Tianhua Hotel. Muhan went straight to the hotel. Which one? Yang Tiansheng was a bit embarrassed. His words were a beat. Sorry boss, haven't asked yet, the staff won't say. Muhan's feet stopped for a step, and then continued to walk forward. It can be a bit rough. A drop of sweat ran down Yang Tiansheng's forehead. Muhan patted Yang Tiansheng's shoulder. Get used to it slowly. Before the words fell, his hand was raised. The quick-witted Zhang Long immediately escorted Mu Xiaomei into the elevator to go back to her room to pack up her things. Zhao Hu quickly stepped forward to signal the Qingtai minions behind Yang Tiansheng. MD, just now arrogant your sister. Get the hell out of my way. A group of people split out 2 or 3 people. The previous high and mighty a few security guards directly frame away. Little girl flash away. This place is being taken over. A few more people directly entered the front desk and forced a few waitresses away. Zhao Hu said to Yang Tiansheng, Mr. Yang, this thing still depends on you. Brother, I'll go to school first. Mu Xiaomei, who had come down from upstairs, was much more stabilized. Muhan nodded and arranged for Zhang Long to send her. After Yang Tiansheng checked Chao Yenda's room number, Muhan immediately entered the elevator. Old Yang, take someone to the surveillance room. Since they said they don't have any surveillance footage, don't have all the footage. Zhao Hu flew up and kicked the door of the room open. Ah, damn, who is it? Spoiling my fun. A female voice shrieked from inside the room, along with Chao Yenda's angry curses. Muhan walked in and saw that Chao Yenda was playing cards with a girl on the bed. Obviously, both of them were not very good at cards, and both of them had lost almost all of their clothes. When Chao Yenda saw that it was Muhan, he was shocked in his heart, then forced himself to calm down. Muhan, what happened last time is over. I didn't look for trouble with you, instead you still come to me? In his heart, he cursed Feng He for not being able to accomplish anything. Muhan took in all of Chao Yenda's expressions in his eyes and was already certain that Feng He wasn't lying. You did something wrong, so I came. Muhan stomped Chao Yenda on the bed and reached out to grab the tail finger of Chao Yenda's right hand. On his face was a smile. Don't be nervous. With a firm squeeze, the tail finger was fractured. Chao Yenda screamed miserably and shrunk into a ball on the bed. What's going on in your pig brain? I'm curious. Muhan pinched his right ring finger. Chao Yenda, Mu Xiao, don't. I admit my mistake. Muhan's decisiveness sent chills down Chao Yenda's spine. Ka-ching. The ring finger was fractured. Chao Yenda, brother, master, I'm not scolding you. I was wrong. He was already rolling his eyes in pain. Muhan turned to leave. Tomorrow is your engagement banquet. Not much more difficult for you. I'll collect some interest first. See you tomorrow. Chao Yenda curled up into a fat shrimp. After hearing the sound of the elevator leaving, he cursed in pain. MLGB. All a bunch of trash. Enduring the pain, he dialed Feng He's phone. You stupid X. How do you do things? A voice came from the other side of the phone. Chao Xiao. Feng He has all his limbs broken. What are your instructions? Hao Tian. How come Feng He's cell phone is in your hands? Chao Yenda wondered. Boss Mu handed him over to me, so it's not in my hands. As soon as he heard Muhan's name, Chao Yenda was so scared that he hurriedly hung up the phone. At the same time, his whole body was like falling into an ice cave. Could it be that all the people in East City were working for Muhan? Chapter 45, The East City's Shock. Muhan didn't bother to ask what happened. A casual estimation told him that it was bound to be that the two of them had a deep grudge against themselves, and that the sword was going out of its way. One was thinking of forcing himself not to block the door. The other was purely to take out his anger. Muhan left Tianhua and drove towards the first affiliated hospital to meet Liang Chen. The system gave him a very strange prompt. Quickly go to the first affiliated hospital. At this moment, he didn't realize that this before and after less than 1 hour had caused the entire east city of Huainan City to spread his name. Era. did you hear about it? Today a tycoon gave $1 million to two assholes together. It's you. 3 guns. I just heard about it too. It was everywhere early in the morning. I heard that the tycoon's name is Boss Moo. Said he was saved, and as a sign of gratitude out of the blue, he gave 1 million, but said that one person gave 1 million. You two little cuties. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. It was Boss Moo's entire family that was saved. Doe. They said you were there at the time. You have the most say, you say it. I know it too. I know it. I know, said the Earth Dog and cried. The crowd was confused. Flower Dog patted Earth Dog, then said to everyone, Boss Moo spent money is to buy information. Earth Dog happens to know, just that he ran a little slower. Someone else provided it first. Everyone was silent, then collectively exploded cursing course. MB, run you MB, run so slow. Die. 1 million. Serves you right, little cutie. Be a poor bee. Asterisk 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 asterisk. One message for $1 million. There's no ing reason why I haven't come across such a good thing. You stupid asshole. Woo. There were voices everywhere discussing Muhan being rich. Moreover, the people under Chin Tai's hand were discussing more about Muhan's decisiveness. I saw Boss Moo's car skills in the morning. That level, that drift, the tires looked like they were lubricated, and it was gone in a puff of smoke. Someone gave a thumbs up. Have you guys ever seen 200 yards of speed in the city? The camera just wanted to take a picture. The car is gone. It couldn't be photographed. Do you think the camera is angry? You illiterate. That's a high definition, high-speed camera. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Everyone, I followed Mr. Moo to Blue Bay Villa. Guess what I saw? That thick security door. Boss Moo just flipped it over with one kick. The door flew at least 5 meters inwards. This person said with a good sense of humor, I was so scared. I was about to pee. I heard that Boss Moo went to Blue Bay alone. Why were you there? He didn't brag. I was there. That door was me. Ha ha ha. A junior interjected. Boss Moo used money to take Fong He's accomplices in. That's what's exciting. Soldiers without bloodshed. Handsome or not. This is what you don't understand. It's not just the charm of money. It relies more on Boss Moo's own intimidation. I've been fortunate enough to appreciate Boss Moo's intimidation once. Brother, tell me. That day, Boss Moo came in and kicked me. I flew out 5 meters and lay on the ground unable to move. Ha ha ha. NMB. Get lost. Unlike the joy of the gangsters on the road. Chao Rong looked at his son Chao Yenda's pinched and fractured fingers, his chest heaving with anger. When has my son ever been wronged like this since he was a child? Chao mother's eyes were tearful. She had only one son, and since childhood, she had been giving the stars to the stars and the moon to the moon. Chao Rong, your son was hurt like this by that son of a... Do you care? If you don't care, I'll care. Mother Chao couldn't tolerate that the murderer was still at large. Bam! Chao Rong picked up a vase and smashed it hard on the ground. Muhan must pay the price. I will make him regret coming to this world. Chao Rong's heartache was no lighter than Chao's mother's. He was just holding back. He had to keep the big picture in mind. After tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow is an important day. Chao mother closed her eyes and suppressed the fire in her heart. Mom and Dad, tomorrow Muhan said he will come. Chao Yenda said in a hateful voice as he held his cast. Good. Too good. After Chao Rong and Mother Chao froze slightly, they both smiled grimly and nodded. Let him come. Li Boron looked at the big banyan tree outside the window, holding a copy of tomorrow's invitation in his hand, thinking for a long time, finally made up his mind. Dialed a phone. Take the time to go there tomorrow. The roots that you didn't get rid of by chopping the grass are growing up again. A voice came out of the phone. Okay, I'll be busy first. Another corner of Huainan City. Fan Chaoyang wailed at home. Too cool. An idol is an idol. Mobilizing pretty much everyone in the entire East City in less than an hour. It's so cool. Fan's father pointed to the invitation on the table. Are you going? An engagement party? I'm not going. Fan Chaoyang shook his head to go out. I'll find an idol to go. Fan Xinxia slapped Fan Chaoyang honestly. Then said, your idol will go. Oh, Fan Chaoyang just wanted to say then I will go. But the words suddenly stuck in his throat. The excitement on his face receded. Thought for a moment, and solemnly said, I want to go. Fan father looked at Fan Xinxia. What do you say? Fan Xinxia nodded her head as well. I think we can give it a try. As long as you don't go, it won't count as standing in line. Fan father nodded in agreement. In that case, then you two go. I won't go. In the parking lot of the first affiliated hospital, Mu Han, who was getting out of his car, received a system message. Host's reputation has spread far and wide. Influence increased by 500. Villain value increased by 500. Mu Han pondered for a moment. These were probably brought about by the small wave that was danced up by himself. Influence 2310 points. Villain value 891 points. Himself soared to 891 points after 53 points from yesterday after buying 6 cars. The system rewarded just 100 plus 500 points. Lin Dong Morning enthusiastically contributed another 150 points, and some from Chicken and their minions. Please ask the host to search carefully. Muhan frowned. What is this? A treasure hunt? Muhan looked over one by one. There was nothing above their heads. 10 minutes later, Muhan arrived at Liang Chen's hospital room and pushed the door in. There were 5 people in the room. In addition to Liang Chen and Pan Lily, there was a couple and a patient whose limbs were in plaster. It was actually Mr. and Mrs. Chen Dongsheng and Feng Yi. What a small world. Muhan laughed and did not bother torturing the 3 people anymore. This was because he saw a skill tip above Liang Chen's head. Sinful scales, compel the other party to accept your help. Muhan saw a strong desire in Liang Chen's eyes. Boss, I would love to get out of the hospital and follow you. Liang Chen's eyes were thick with longing. In terms of that, the first ones to follow Muhan were him and Pan Lily, but now no one in East City knew about the 2 of them. Only Yang Tiansheng, Qin Tai and the others. This was his 3rd day in the hospital, and Muhan had already made a name for himself in the entire East City. If he was not discharged from the hospital, there would be no more place for him by Muhan's side. Muhan nodded. Now was also the time to use people. I can help you. Will you? The words of compulsion were spoken slowly. I am willing. Liang Chen didn't even think about it. Sinful scales, detects that the other party has a strong will to become an apostle. Can be accepted as an apostle? Apostle? What is this? Chapter 46, The Apostle Walker. You will be my apostle and will fulfill your desire. Do you agree? I agree. Liang Chen nodded his head. Sinister scales, the other party officially becomes the host's sanguine apostle force. The first time an apostle is included, this time free of cards, again will consume the corresponding card. How are the cards obtained? The card draw function will be opened at system level 2. The card drawing function will be activated when the system is level 2. Muhan estimated that this kind of apostle card should be very difficult to draw. What's the Sankey Apostle Force? Sankey Apostle Force, gain 10% of the host's full attributes when in normal state. Is there a non-normal state? System upgrade, apostle can obtain other states. Muhan nodded within his heart. This apostle was still very good. Developing it should be a great help. It might be more powerful than himself. Now Muhan's consciousness was looking at Liang Chen's attribute data like he was looking at Bai Lifu at that time. The most conspicuous of them was also the health item, which had become a dash just like Bai Lifu. Even his longevity item changed, becoming a dash. When the host dies, the dash will be forced to become 0. It seems that the apostle is an existence that lives and dies with himself, a very close comrade in arms, worthy of the word apostle. After determining that Liang Chen had become an apostle, Muhan saw the expression of hidden pain on Liang Chen's face completely disappear. Amazement, even confusion and horror flashed in his eyes. Any normal person in his place would have felt this way. After all, something like begging for a melon and getting a melon, or begging for a bean and getting a bean, was a bit scary in itself. Anyone would panic. Liang Chen quickly adjusted his mindset. Harvest never comes with risk. He shook his hand hard. It was flexible and strong. It was really healed. Liang Chen looked at Muhan incredulously. He only felt that he was even more mysterious and handsome and evil. Pan Lily looked at these 2 men who were a bit silly, a bit sick, both committing diabolism. A very middle of the road kind of 2. There is also a bit of nervousness. There are also the Qin Dongsheng couple next to them, Feng He, and a whole bunch of doctors who just came in. Inside were Zhou Wenmao and Lin Dong. As enemies met, Zhou Wenmao and Lin Dong's faces were covered in frost. Xiao Mu, your people get sick and injured too? I thought you could go your whole life without having to go into the hospital. Lin Dong opened his mouth to mock. What was that you were doing just now? Making a spell? Do you need me to move a magic altar for you? Foolishness. Ridiculous. Muhan was too lazy to open his mouth to argue, but instead was wondering how Lin Dong was in the mood to come to the hospital right now. The female lead, Su, was getting engaged tomorrow. Had his preparations been completed? Muhan did not care about Lin Dong's mockery, but Liang Chen did not. Perhaps it was because of the apostle. Liang Chen immediately wanted to remove his caste and tear Lin Dong apart as the price for insulting his boss. Muhan sat down elegantly, his eyes signaling Liang Chen to stay calm. He again realized that Lin Dong's right hand, which had been injured by himself only in the morning, had actually recovered. It seemed that not only did his progress not stop, but it had advanced a great deal. Muhan said, "Noisy, start your medical performance." Lin Dong grunted. Wait until he cured Feng Yi, then he would come back and punch him Muhan in the face in public. Medical skill was the foundation of his establishment. He greatly took out the golden needle box that he had specially brought. Box is rectangular, made of yellow pear, front carved dragon, back carved phoenix, built in 108 needles, small as a millimeter, thick as a small dagger. The bottom of each needle is also carved with a fine dragon and a long phoenix. Dragon and phoenix golden needle, one of the three great treasures of Chinese medicine needle art. Zhou Wenmao was thrilled, and the surrounding doctors that he had specially called over to observe were also talking. When treating by Li Fu yesterday, Lin Dong did not have the chance to perform the golden needles at all, so naturally the others did not pay attention to this set of golden needles. One of the three great treasures? Then this needle must be very powerful? I heard my former Chinese medicine instructor at school mention it once, saying that it is the most precious treasure that anyone studying Chinese medicine can only dream of. I still believe in instruments. I still don't believe in this kind of fancy stuff. A young medical doctor who had just graduated said, "Keep your voice down. The dean is a fan of Chinese medicine. You don't want to hang out in the hospital in the future? Mr. and Mrs. Chen Dongsheng and Feng he naturally didn't understand, but it didn't stop them from getting excited along with it. Pan Lily bent down. Boss, that Lin Dong seems to be very powerful." Mu Han lightly clapped his palms twice, took out a coin from his pocket and threw it at Zhou Wenmao's feet. "It's really hard for you to be a dean. If you can blow more." The whole place is silent. Zhou Wenmao's face will be white for a while and red for a while. Ever since he met this Mu Han, his own prestige was slipping all the way down. He now hated that he couldn't tear Mu Han into pieces on the spot and feed them to the dogs. However, he didn't have the strength. Yesterday, Li Borong's kind of big brother couldn't do anything about him, so he couldn't do anything about it. He can only secretly be ruthless in his heart. Never get sick. Do not fall into his hands. The surrounding doctors could only pretend that they didn't see and didn't hear it, watching Lin Dong with their eyes and noses, extremely focused on him. Lin Dong looked at him angrily, then quieted his mind. He was going to show his medical skills and give Mu Han a big slap in public. He drew out a dozen golden needles and quickly stuck them on Feng He's body. The effect was immediate. "It doesn't hurt anymore. My hands and feet don't hurt anymore." Feng He was loudly grateful. Zhou Wenmao didn't hold back again and couldn't help but marvel in admiration. Chinese medicine stops pain, focuses on the tendons and veins, is faster than Western medicine, and doesn't hurt the body without medication. This is where its charm lies. Moreover, Lin Dong's accuracy in recognizing the acupuncture points and the speed of the needle is great. "I'm not as good as that." The surrounding doctors also saw the way and let out exclamations. This was also the first time they had seen the power of Chinese medicine up close and saw its effects. An eye-opener, an eye-opener. The speed is so fast that Western medicine drugs are not as good. So regretful. I never went to a few sessions of the Chinese medicine class I took. Don't regret it. It's impossible to see such exquisite needlework even if you go. Don't talk, look carefully. Stopping pain is not a skill. Healing is the real skill. If that's all he can do, then he's wasting our time. Mu Han couldn't help but nod his head even as he watched. Chinese medicine. It is really profound. If it wasn't for the sinful scales, Lin Dong's medical skills would have indeed brought about a heavenly trouble for himself. Lin Dong was smug and skimmed Mu Han. "You are bound to not be able to read it." After saying that, he quickly removed the plaster from Feng He's hands and feet. Then he used the technique he learned from his master to push and massage on Feng He's hands and feet for a while. Smooth muscles, tendons and bones. Zhou Wenmao's exclamation rang out again, pushing but taking the pulse hand. "I didn't expect that you actually even learned it." Suddenly it dawned on him. "So that's how it is. You're the one who treated Elder Li Borong with this technique." Chapter 47, Life and death are all up to me. I won't allow you to forbid, 4,000 words. As soon as the doctors next to him heard that he was using this technique to treat Li Borong, they all immediately came into the spirit. All of them didn't say a word and looked carefully, wanting to learn a little bit from it. At the same time, the heart also exclaimed that this is not false. Mu Han condensed visual power, 75 points of ultra-high vision to see every step of Lin Dong clearly. From the landing position to the method of force, Mu Han's eyes were like a high-speed camera installed in his eyes, playing frame by frame. Suddenly, Mu Han saw qi on Lin Dong's left and right thumbs. Mu Han withdrew his gaze. It seemed that Lin Dong Tong Xian's medical skills were basically from qi, and his pushing tendons and taking pulse hands were not that brilliant, but the use of qi, I am afraid that it is his master's skill. Suddenly, the system sent a message. When the host's 5 senses reach a certain level, he can spend a certain amount of villainous value to topographize some of the other party's abilities. The learning requirements for the Taiyi True Scripture are 55 strength, 55 sense of touch, and 70 vision for topography, costing 100 points of villainy value. Ha! Mu Han's eyes flashed with light, secretly saying that the benefits of having high basic attributes were slowly starting to appear. Topography. Spending villain value 100 points. Topography successful. Host attributes have reached the learning requirements. Whether to learn, learning. Immediately a large amount of knowledge poured into Mu Han's brain, and after a short while, he had already mastered the Taiyi True Scripture. Taiyi True Scripture. practicing chi into the body for one's own use. Imperial chi possession can injure the enemy. Tai True Scripture, beginner boosts host's full attributes by 10% when lucky. There are a total of 9 layers. Strength and touch can be practiced with 55 points, and thereafter, the strength and touch needed for each layer needs to be incremented by 5 points, and when it reaches a double 100, it can be learned at the 9th layer. I'm afraid that it will be able to increase by 100% by then. Muhan was so excited that his hands and feet trembled for a moment, and only suppressed it with strong willpower. He calmed down and silently recited the enhancement. Upgrading to the first level requires 60 strength and 60 sense of touch, and costs 1,000 points of villain value. Do you want to learn it? Muhan exhaled a long breath of wind. Compared to the increase in strength, this 1,000 points of villainous value was not much. After Muhan learned the Tai True Scripture, when he looked at Lin Dong again, he felt that it was sparse. Lin Dong finally finished his pushing and holding, and pressed his palms flat in front of his chest and abdomen to return his chi. Then he removed the golden needles in reverse and carefully wiped them before carefully putting them back into the needle box. I feel as if my hands and feet are completely healed. Really? Sis and brother-in-law, I'm healed. Feng He was thrilled. Thank you, Shaolin. Thank you so much, Shaolin. Originally, he thought he would have to lie in a hospital bed for at least a year and a half. Zhou Wenmao went up and carefully probed Feng He's limbs, and kept nodding his head inside. Indeed healed by 70% to 80%, shortening the recovery time by at least 80%. The surrounding doctors immediately surged forward, their mouths in praise. Lin Dong issued a snort at Muhan. Healing relies on real skill, not middle-agedness, and even less on maneuvering. Turning his head, he handed over to Qin Dongxing. Keep the plaster on him. Half a month after removal it will be completely healed. There will be no after effects. Never pay attention. Within a month the hands and feet should never be stressed. Once it leads to secondary trauma, the consequences will be very serious. Mr. and Mrs. Chen Dongsheng hurriedly nodded their heads. Muhan, do you want me to show your friend? Lin Dong took the upper hand and began to launch himself at Muhan. A glimmer of hope flashed in Pan Lily's eyes, then dimmed. There was no way someone as proud as the boss would bow down. Muhan cast a glance at Lin Dong with slanted eyes. Him? He's nothing to look at. Just a mummy. The light within Pan Lily's eyes all but died out. In her heart, she did not blame him. After all, the boss had given $1 million for medical expenses a few days ago. No boss would have this kind of responsibility and big heart. Disregarding the death of your friends. Not bad. Lin Dong provoked Pan Lily. Don't follow this kind of person. It's not worth it. Pan Lily was about to retort when Muhan's left hand pinched down on the plaster of Liang Chen's limbs one by one. The plasters shattered. Pan Lily was shocked. The doctor had explained that no more injuries were allowed or there might be irreparable damage. Lin Dong, Zhou Wenmao and all the doctors' hearts chilled. Muhan with a cold smile on his face was like a demon as he sent his friend to hell as if nothing had happened. Boss! Pan Lily shrieked and pounced up to beg. Instead, she flung herself into Liang Chen's arms. Liang Chen laughed. I'm better. The boss did a random spell and I'm better. Amazing or not? Muhan frowned. Nonsense. This is just a small spell for me. Lin Xiao only knows big spells. Pan Lily was dumbfounded. The entire room was confused. Lin Dong was even more confused. His own medical skills were not worth mentioning in the other party's eyes. He casually cured the person, wandering around on the spot. He himself cured it, but also lying in bed for half a month later can get off the ground and 1,000 thanks. You can't compare goods with goods. The point is, how the hell did you cure it? It was quiet for a long time. Then the pot exploded. Everyone's heart is screaming silently. It doesn't make sense. How is it possible? Liang Chen has been lying here for a few days now. Every day is a corpse. The doctors present have seen it from time to time. His attending doctor looked at Liang Chen as if he were a ghost, not caring about Muhan's aura of uninvited people. He went forward and began to check up on Liang Chen. He was not bad, so Liang Chen did not resist. And just so everyone knows how powerful the boss is, all the doctors were more and more shocked the more they examined him. He wasn't trying to be brave. He wasn't standing here in solidarity with Muhan with a stiff upper lip. He was really cured. There was no faking at all. It's too fake. This was not a tone of skepticism, but admiration to the point where there was no rhetoric to describe it. Lin Dong and Zhou Wenmao's hearts and minds were already shaking a little. Bai Lifu was like this, and they were uncertain. Now Liang Chen was even more so, and they were in the clouds. Could it be that Muhan's level was already so high that they couldn't understand it at all? Everyone's minds were still spinning a bit. Suddenly, Feng He let out a miserable scream. Everyone was startled and turned around to see Muhan standing beside Feng He as if he was the god of death. His body was surrounded by a chilling aura, and his claws had been withdrawn between his sleeves. Feng He's limbs were once again fractured. No one thought that Muhan was so brutal that he committed murder in the hospital. Everyone shivered in their hearts. Unconsciously, They were moving back. Lindong's few people were furious, but before they could condemn it, instead, Muhan came clapping his hands. Fear aura. Drumming one palm, the chi flourished by 1 point, drumming until he opened his mouth to speak. He had already pressed everyone to the point where they did not dare to breathe. Compelling words. Lindong, your medical skills are really good, but your brain is not so good. There was regret on his face. You saved people without my permission. Isn't this intentionally increasing the patient's pain? Lindong saw his aura of life and death are all up to me. If I don't allow it, you won't allow it. The people present also saw it. It was too overbearing and unreasonable. Pan Lily only felt her heart trembling, and Liang Chen's hot blood rushed to her head. Such a boss was too strong. Muhan, how can you be so overbearing? Mr. and Mrs. Chen Dongsheng cursed angrily. Muhan was too angry and glared at the duo. The duo's eyes were struck by electricity, both of their stalks warring, immediately dumbfounded, leaning back with each other's help. Muhan did not hide it. Do not serve? This hospital has plenty of beds. Fonan was Muhan's momentum pressure did not dare to make a sound, even if the pain in the limbs is already about to exceed his limit of tolerance. He fainted. The moment he fainted, he felt relieved instead. Alarm bells rang loudly in Lindong's heart. Compared to Muhan's inexplicable and unreasonable rescue of Liang Chen, he was more concerned about why Muhan had such a strong aura in just a day or two. In fact, Muhan had already had such an aura since the moment he crossed over. It's just that he was too weak at that time, and in the eyes of others, they only saw his madness. The first ones to be shocked and convinced by his aura were Liang Chen and Pan Lily next to him. Muhan reached out and grabbed towards Lindong. Tai true scripture. The highly advanced attributes allowed Muhan to grab Lindong like a chicken right now. Before Lindong could react, Muhan's right hand had already grabbed Lindong's right wrist. With a firm grip, with a light hand, he waved to Pan Lily and Liang Chen. Then he left the hospital. Lindong, are you alright? Zhou Wenmao couldn't see it, but knew that Muhan had already made a move. Lindong's right hand couldn't help but tremble. Rolling up his sleeve, a blue and black handprint was at his wrist. Lindong gritted his teeth and inhaled. Broken bones. Everyone's pupils contracted as they looked towards Muhan's departing back. Muhan came out of the hospital with an influence of 2,410 and a villain value of 929 points already. Muhan was now a little reluctant to leave Lindong. Organize his attributes and skills. Deduct villain value 100 points. Exchange primary character and painting appraisal 1/1. Deduct 100 points from the villain value and redeem elementary doom aura 1/4. Ha! Muhan froze. What the hell is this? This damn thing, the aura of doom, can still be upgraded. Today, after crossing over for less than 4 full days, it triggered 3 times. This probability is not low. After upgrading, is it ready to come once a day? Suddenly Muhan's heart was happy. This thing is for influence and villain value. For others, it's bad luck. But for himself, it's luck. The primary fear aura might be able to be exchanged as well. Deduct 100 points of villain value to redeem 1/1 of the primary textile skill. Convinced. Deduct villain value 100 points. Redeem beginner singing skill 1/1. Forget it. Spend 300 points to raise your agility cap from 67 to 70. And another 30 points to raise your agility to 70. Keep 199 points for emergencies. Muhan drove his car and went straight to the nearest property sales point. When he came out of the Tianhua Hotel, he wanted to go to the sales office, and only went to the hospital because of the system prompt. He didn't realize that the harvest at the hospital was so great. In the car, he dialed Fan Xinsha. Help me check Lindong's whereabouts information for yesterday and today. Keep an eye on him. Fan Xinsha was shopping at the mall with her little girlfriend and wondered, did he mess with you again? Muhan, Susu is getting engaged tomorrow. He still has the heart to go to the hospital to save people today. He must have all the leverage. I want to see his bottom card. Fan Xinsha rolled her little white eyes and said, okay, I'll try my best. Making people act like a stalker. The little girlfriend was a little surprised in her heart. Fan Xinsha had been mentioning that handsome and evil man more and more often lately, and the womanly odor on her was a bit more than before. Muhan dialed Yang Tianqing's phone again. Old Yang, call up Old Qin to find out who owns the Huamao Intercontinental Hotel property and ask him about the rent. Yang Tianqing responded, bring Qin Tai to go. To use means? Muhan, not bad. We'll pay as much as Huamao gives. You two go do it together. Qin Tai's charging into battle as possible. The fought-down kingdom still has to rely on Yang Tianqing this kind of doing serious business to run it. After the matter, Muhan's X6 has come to a property. Liang Chen and Pan Lily also parked the X5 Premium. The three of them entered the sales hall and were greeted by a curvaceous salesperson. Yeah, boss. The salesman let out a cry of surprise, obviously recognizing Muhan. It was still as handsome and extraordinary as the first time he saw it. Now there was an extra trace of evilness in his body, adding to the charm. Mu-han looked at the visitor. 175 centimeters tall. Professional suit. Those two straight against the sky long legs are still the focus of the whole city. Su Nuwa. A few days ago in the Wanda One Mall pleased that small anchor. She also has a classmate called Oh Yang Lin. The face and body were also first class. At least 5 points or more. Why are you here? Mu-han was still very kind to the two of them. After all, they had done themselves a favor, even though it was a matter of each taking what they needed. Hey, to beg for a living. Su Nuwa overflowed with a sweet smile. Mu-han could see a hint of loss in Su Nuwa's eyes. She was unwilling to come. As a student of acting, she was actually forced by society to survive in various industries. Life was not gentle to her at all. Mu-han asked, so the performance is on hold? Su Nuwa gave a and laughed helplessly. No more performances. If there's a chance in the future, it would be nice to be able to serve you once in a while like last time, boss. Liang Chen and Pan Lily looked at Mu-han strangely. Mu-han rubbed his nose. Su Nuwa reacts that she said the wrong thing. Mu-han, I'm here to buy a house. It's just the right time to punch up your performance. Then I really have to thank the boss. Su Nuwa enthusiastically, but a little rusty, introduces the house. It's only my first day on the job. Let the boss laugh. Suddenly a cockney-looking dude rocking a 2x5 pace walked in through the door, scrutinizingly scanning all the waiters in the hall. His eyes lit up when he saw Su Nuwa. With a piggish look on his face, he read straight from his mouth. And such a beautiful woman. Not lonely. He walked to Mu-han's several people with a few followers. First scornfully swept a glance at Mu-han's 3 people, scanned twice, and reached out to flick Su Nuwa. I called out to you outside the door. You didn't hear me? This service attitude of yours needs to be improved, nah. The dude's gaze made Su Nuwa secretly frown. A man dressed as a manager in the lobby nodded and walked quickly to the Dedizi. Young Master Chow. Mr. Chow always has instructions to make sure to serve you well, so feel free to mention any requests you have. Chow Zisho, Chow Ron's nephew, Chow Yenda's cousin. In their eyes, this was a royal relative. The playboy Chow Zisho was satisfied with Manager Zhang's humility. Nothing for you, just let her serve me well. Manager Zhang hurriedly arranged Su Nuwa. Xiao Su, serve young Master Chow well. If you serve him well, you'll be transferred tomorrow. Xiao Su looks like a person who understands. No need for you to say more. Ha ha ha. Chow Zisho went up to grab Su Nuwa's small hand as he spoke. The other salespeople in the neighborhood silently withdrew their gazes. They had seen this kind of thing a lot. I can't say whether they were lucky or unlucky. As for correct, there is still the term correct for salesgirls? That is probably unfortunate. Su Nuwa retracted her hand. Chow Zisho frowned. Manager Zhang was surprised. Chow Zisho stepped forward. Su Nuwa took a step back. She knew exactly what these types of rich young masters liked to play at. Serving him? Serving and not knowing which bed to serve him in. Chapter 48, is this goods worth a villa? 4,000 words. She apologized and said to Manager Zhang and Chow Zisho, Manager, I have a very important client here. Would you see about letting other willing little sisters serve young Master Chow? The implication was, I'm not that kind of person. I don't take this kind of job. I don't earn this kind of money. Manager Zhang saw that Mu-han was dressed in casual clothes, not well dressed, and it was not at all comparable to young Master Chow. A little unhappy. I don't need you to be willing. I'm willing. Chow Zisho arrogantly laughed, his eyes roaming over Su Nuwa's body with bare ruoro. He was just good for this kind of woman with a temper. The ones that fell down at the first push were no fun. Putting pressure on Manager Zhang, you take care of your people, and if you don't, I'll go to my eldest uncle to reflect that he, the manager of the sales department, still has business to improve. Watching Manager Zhang's face tense up, sweat on his forehead, and then scrambling to pull Su Nuwa aside, Chow Zisho was smug in his heart. He enjoyed this sense of dominance. Manager Zhang was also genuinely a bit flustered. Chow Zisho, this kind of royal relative. You have to say that if you want him to help you get to the next level, he won't be able to do so. But when he wants to harm you, he is a harm one accurate. He said to go to Chow Rong that Su, then he must be to the death. Manager Zhang is doing Su Nuwa's ideological work. You a girl to survive. Natural weapons to utilize, not just an eye-opening and closing. Open and close the matter? Why are you so resistant? Su Nuwa listened to the fire. You are not treating people as people nah. Finally couldn't help it and cursed. Asterisk. To accompany you to a company, La Ma is not a third party. He is your young master, not my young master. Roll. Everyone in the hall looked at the two, their eyes focused on Manager Zhang. The eyes of the beautiful women in the sales department even cut into Manager Zhang's face with strong contempt. This Manager Zhang's ability was there, but his inferiority was even more obvious. Usually always like to mooch off this girl and that beauty. The gazes of the beauties made Manager Zhang's heart hairy. He was horny, but also good at saving face. Shut up, do you still want to work? Manager Zhang became irritated. suppressed his voice and tried to pull Su Nua to the off-center corner again. Asterisk 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 you sister. I quit. Su Nua pulled her badge and threw it at Manager Zhang. The employees looked at Manager Zhang again in unison. He was instantly looked at and lost his mind, raising his hand and giving Su Nua a slap. Splat! Su Nua covered her face, her chest heaving with anger as well, baring her teeth and scratching at Manager Zhang's face. Muhan noticed that Su Nua's appearance made the Yin light in Chao Zisho's eyes grow stronger. Suddenly, a pair of hands hugged Su Nua from behind, pulling Su Nua away and behind Muhan. It was Pan Lily. Manager Zhang pressed up aggressively. A trainee who came to work on the first day actually dared to throw her face. Then in the future, how can she lead the team if others follow her example? He needs to re-establish his authority. Chao Zisho's eyes were also ferocious. His own prey was pulled behind someone else's back. Crosswise? Hand over the person. Manager Zhang warned Muhan. Kid, get as far away as you can before this young man gets angry. Chao Zisho licked his lips and threatened. Liang Chen blocked Chao Zisho and Manager Zhang. Muhan was calm. The two people in front of him were like two puppies. Not worth it. He opened his mouth blandly and asked Manager Zhang first. Your store actually provides this kind of service of accompanying play? Manager Zhang grunted. This is the business of my store. It has nothing to do with you. Hand over the person. Muhan turned his head and asked Chao Zisho again. Which one are you? Chao Zisho snorted coldly and was about to act like a pussy. But Manager Zhang had already jumped the gun and kissed his ass. Is young Master Chao's name something you're worthy of knowing? Muhan shook his head to stop Liang Chen's urge to punch someone. Manager Zhang clamored up. Still want to hit someone? You're afraid you don't know that the security guards in my store are all professionally trained. Immediately, 5 or 6 security guards who were at least 1 meter 8 in height surrounded them. The two followers behind Chao Zisho also stepped out together, surrounding Muhan and the others. Boss, I'm sorry, it's better for me to settle my own affairs. Su Nua didn't expect to run into such a bad thing today. Previously, she had heard her little sister say that she knew that the dyed tank of society was deep, but she didn't expect that she would eventually encounter it. I'm afraid that I won't be able to leave in one piece today. Everyone saw the grayness in Su Nua's eyes. Pan Lily patted Su Nua's hand and comforted. There's the boss. Don't be afraid. Muhan remained calm. In other people's eyes, this group of security guards and followers were oppressive beasts, but in Muhan's eyes, those were all providers of pain value. I'm just here to buy a house. Muhan sighed. Lin Dong was not here. He could not bring up the mood to abuse people. Nay, the villain value was sent after him. This sentence sounded like a plea for mercy in the ears of Chao Zisho and Manager Zhang. Originally, customers come first, but you are not welcome in our Zhangmai land. Manager Zhang was overbearing. Muhan froze. This is Zhangwei land? Chao Yenda's family? Finding a random sales office, he actually found Chao Yenda's place. It could only be said that his family's business was really quite big. Manager Zhang, exactly. Do you know you're scared now? It's too late. Throw them out. Manager Zhang gave the order. The security guards moved together. Boss, you go first. Liang Chen bellowed and rushed into the group of security guards, preparing for a vicious battle. In less than a minute, Liang Chen foolishly looked at the security guard lying at his feet. There was actually not a single punch. Chao Zisho and Manager Zhang were also dumbfounded. No wonder that handsome and evil man was so calm and unmoving. So he had such an expert by his side. Chao Zisho looked at Liang Chen with glowing eyes. His favorite thing in life was to make friends with hot beauties, followed by watching experts fight. Go! Chao Zisho's two followers received the order to pounce on Liang Chen. These two followers had a monthly salary of $10,000. Not to say that they could fight 1 against 5. It was still no problem at all to fight 3. When there was a little trouble on a normal day, these two followers would be able to overwhelm the crowd. These two brothers of mine are very powerful. You have to be careful. Don't get knocked down in 1 or 2 hits. It won't be fun. Chao Zisho voiced out a reminder to Liang Chen. It wasn't that he was much of a kind person, but he wanted to watch a dragon fight. 10 seconds later, the follower also lay on the ground. Everyone in the room sucked in their breath to look at Liang Chen. He was like a fierce tiger landing on a flock of chickens and slapping one with one palm. Mighty and domineering. Pan Lily was the most shocked. Dozens of minutes ago, his limbs were still hanging on the hospital bed, no different from an invalid. Now he was fierce without reason. It was all because of the boss. Liang Chen excitedly returned to Muhan's side, guessing that this huge transformation had something to do with the hospital's middle class. He didn't realize how scary it was to have an extra 10% of Muhan's attributes. Muhan looked at Liang Chen's attributes. Good guy. The average value of the 3 bases for adult men was at 50. The average value of these security guards was around 55. And the 2 followers were around 60. Before Liang Chen was hospitalized, he was around 58. But now with the additional bonus of the apostle, he has reached an average of 65. You have to know that in the battle of martial arts, one line of strength is one line of strength. Stronger is invincible. If Liang Chen's health value dash was taken into account, he definitely stood at the pinnacle of ordinary people. Harvested 9 points of pain value. Muhan nodded silently. The villain value gained by the apostle was also counted on the host. This is a good point. Chao Zisho, who was on the side, saw that the opportunity was not right and turned around. He is a playboy, but not a real fool. And when he realizes that things cannot be done, of course he wants to run away. Liang Chen blocked the way. My boss didn't say anything. You can't leave yet. Chao Zisho turned back to open his mouth. Do you know who I am? How dare you stop me? My eldest uncle is Chao Rong, a famous figure in Huainan City. You dare to mess with him? Manager Zhang reacted. The Chao Rong behind him was a figure who stomped his foot in Huainan City and the ground would move 3 times. He wasn't really stupid and hurriedly drove people away. Dare to make trouble in General Manager Chao's territory. Hurry up and go. We will not be blamed. Muhan was instantly amused by the two of them. Chao Rong? I pinched off 2 of Chao Yenda's fingers, and I haven't seen Chao Rong come to me until now. Manager Zhang didn't believe it. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Just you can still hurt young Master Chao? Then I can hurt Ultraman. The whole room. Chao Zisho naturally wouldn't believe it. What Muhan said was just like I broke Wang Tiechung's hand, and no one dares to come to me. It was simply a fantasy. Do you think I believe it? Chao Zisho grunted, lifting his foot to walk out and was blocked back by Liang Chen. What the hell do you want? The eyes of the entire room were focused on Muhan's piece. They don't look at houses and buy houses for the time being. Isn't this scene better and more exciting than a movie? Who wouldn't love to see the bridge where the powerful hero fights back against the bully manager and the playboy rich kid on behalf of the pretty salesman? Male customers love to watch. The beautiful saleswoman is really good looking. Female customers love it even more. Muhan's handsomeness is the handsomeness that can make all women lose their resistance. And the ones with the violence factor in their hearts all looked at Liang Chen adoringly. One punch and one little kid. The aesthetics of violence still had an audience. Muhan swept his eyes at Chao Zisho. Chao Zisho's heart jumped. The meaning in the other party's eyes was unknown, giving him a very bad premonition. Muhan took out his cell phone and found a number to dial. The phone was quickly connected. Muhan turned on the outside voice. Which one? While Chao Yenda was lying at home recuperating, he was also calling to invite his friends to tomorrow's engagement banquet. Chao Zisho is from your family? Muhan asked. Muhan? Chao Yenda heard that it was Muhan, and his entire body leapt up from the sofa in shock. There was also a big bad feeling in his heart, and the 2 fingers followed with a great deal of pain. Chao Zisho wouldn't have messed with this psychopath. Muhan, it seems that he is indeed a member of your family. Come here and be quick, otherwise I can only send him to the hospital. Don't look, clean up the scene and continue doing what you need to do. Liang Chen ordered the cleaning staff and other male employees next to him. Then he pinned Chao Zisho and Manager Zhang into the parlor with one hand. Chao Zisho's face was green and red, and Manager Zhang was trembling. He really knew Chao Yenda. Moreover, he was threatening. Could it be that he really broke Chao Yenda's fingers? More importantly, did no one really come to trouble him? He had messed with the great Buddha himself. When Chao Yenda pushed open the door to the conference room, Muhan was faking sleep with his eyes closed. His mind was pondering on how to earn influence faster to upgrade the system to level 2. Liang Chen was in the corner trying out his greatly increased arm strength like no one was watching, while Pan Lily was in charge of shouting 666. Su Nuo stood beside Muhan holding an ice bag and compressing his swollen face. Manager Zhang squatted in the corner like a prisoner caught in the act. Next to him stood Chao Zisho with his head hanging down. Chao Yenda hurriedly looked at Chao Zisho's fingers. Fortunately, the shapes were all normal. Muhan, what are you doing? Illegal detention. Chao Yenda stood outside the door and questioned Muhan. Chao Zisho's eyes lit up. His cousin had arrived, he was saved. Come in and talk. Muhan pointed to the opposite side of the sofa that had been empty for him. I'm not going in. Big fat Chao Yenda even moved back a step, reaching out to push all the bodyguards he brought in front of him to block them. Still going in? Throwing himself into the net. Chao Zisho's heart was completely cold. Muhan didn't say panic. The cast on Chao Yenda's right finger was conspicuous. Manager Zhang was even worse, already on the verge of collapsing to the ground. 3 minutes later, Liang Chen continued to return to the corner to adapt his strength, and Pan Lily called out to her employees to clean up the bouncers at the scene. Su Nuo brought over a cup of water to Chao Yenda, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs trembling. At Muhan's gesture, I think that it's better to settle grievances. What do you think? Muhan opened his mouth. Chao Yenda promised on his face, but in his heart, MMP, TMD, let me break your fingers, and then force your sister in a dead end, and then come back to you to say that it's appropriate to dissolve and not to tie the knot. Are you willing to? How can you say that? Muhan, I see that you seem to have a grudge in your heart. Chao Yenda busy shaking his head. No. Muhan withdrew the fierce light in his eyes and said, No, that's good. Speaking of business, called you to discuss a business with you. The whole room froze. Didn't I hear that you came to buy a house? What other business is there to discuss? Muhan pointed at Chao Zisho and manager Zhang. These two goods. What price are you offering? Chao Yenda's brain was like a bolt from the blue. Su Nuo was even more dumbfounded. Buy and sell run mouth this is. The boss is doing what business? Chao Zisho and manager Zhang didn't dare to say anything. Chao Yenda closed his eyes. His heart is bleeding. The price must be very high. A long time. Chao Yenda opened his mouth. He has no way. He is in a weak position, you say. Muhan, I'll exchange them for 2 villas. It's not too much, right? A calm tone of voice spoke words that thundered to death. You're kidding. Chao Yenda jumped up, pointing his left hand at Chao Zisho. A sentence almost came out of his mouth and felt inappropriate. Pointing at manager Zhang. This item is worth a villa. Moreover, I'm an outsider. I'm not offending you right now. And you open your mouth and manage to ask me for 2 sets of villas? I'll send you 2 made of paper. Okay, Muhan said rightfully. Your people beat up my people. Of course I'm looking for you to make a claim. Whether your people are worth it or not is your business. Mine is worth it. He was fired. It has nothing to do with me. Chao Yenda directly sold manager Zhang. Young Master Chao. Manager Zhang was confused. Even if you came here and didn't make a decision for me, how could you directly fire me? Su Nuo was happy in her heart, relieved to see this lecherous manager Zhang fired on the spot. The redness on her face didn't even hurt that much anymore. Then your cousin. You also don't care? Muhan's gaze swept over Chao Zisho's fingers intentionally or unintentionally. Isn't he worth a villa? Chao Yenda cursed straight in his heart. Open mouth villa, closed mouth villa. A set of villas 3 to 4 floors. The ground floor area of a total of 300 square feet. The first floor with a garden. The first floor there are 2 floors. A layer of fitness, a layer of parking. This is all money. Selling $88 million. Not to mention Chao Zisho. He didn't think he was worth this price. No way. Chao Yenda's head shook into a rattle. Chapter 49, Buying Your House to Pick on You. Muhan's gaze turned cold. Chao Yenda is very familiar with this look. He knows that every second from now on Muhan may go crazy, sitting on his own turf, but like into someone else's tiger's mouth. The powerless Chao Yenda felt that he was both a goat, but also a rubber man. Any Muhan pinch. Time passes by. The pressure is getting bigger and bigger. Chao Yenda suddenly brain flash. Have an idea, only to see him without saying a word. Stood up. Quickly walked to Su Nuo in front of a 90-degree bend and bowed down. Respectful beyond measure. Apologizing beyond measure. I'm sorry. I apologize to you on behalf of my cousin. Please be magnanimous and forgive him. As compensation, we are willing to pay 10,000 yuan. Do you think it's okay? Turn the gun around. Take the money out of the kettle. TMD. I'm not going to go through the motions with you, Muhan. I'm going to fire directly at the person under your hand. She's forgiven, so there's no reason for you to hold on to us anymore. Right? 10,000 is enough to show sincerity. Usually a 500 is about right for this kind of thing. Muhan secretly praised in his heart that this fat man had some wisdom. Su Nuo was startled, did not dare to respond to anything, only know to look at Muhan. This kind of scene, she could not hold. 10,000? Forgive not. Muhan took over. He shouted the villa was just shouting. 20,000 then. Chao Yenda stretched out 2 fingers and hurriedly retracted them. At the same time, he was relieved in his heart. Muhan was agreeing not to talk about the villa. Muhan squinted at him. 100,000. Chao Yenda didn't dare to ponder and hurriedly nodded his head. I'm willing to pay. Thanks for forgiveness. And aside, Chao Zisho's heart jumped violently, only to feel wronged. I didn't even touch a hair on her head. I didn't even touch a single hair. And I offered $100,000. My people were still beaten but he didn't dare to say anything. The cast on his cousin's right hand was reminding him that the person in front of him was not to be messed with. Soon, Su Nuo got 100,000 transferred in his dementia. Liang Chen and Pan Lily once again saw the boss's broad-mindedness. Chu Quill enemy. Gained 100 points of influence. 100 points of villainous value. Muhan's body paused slightly. So it turned out that making the other party submit could earn so many reward points. In the future, after defeating the other party, you can try to make the other party yield and maximize the gains. Only those with a certain status can have their enemies subjugated. It turned out that Liang Chen, Yang Tianshang, and Xin Tai were all of this level that didn't make the cut. But that's true when you get right down to it. Liang Chen is in a precarious situation. Yang Tianshang, a part-time worker, can have what status? Xin Tai, several people seem to scenery. In fact, is the surface? A month income or less than 100,000. Then the ordinary people to far better, but still cannot be counted as a person with status. Aura of Doom. Unexpected event. What you did caused the originally non-appearing leader of the Chow family's younger generation to appear in advance. Reward to be settled depending on the result. Mu Han frowned. Was this a heavyweight to appear? Chow Yenda led on Chow Zisho to leave the conference room. They didn't want to stay here for a second longer. Don't rush off. Come back and sit down. Mu Han spoke leisurely. Chow Yenda and Chow Zisho, half of their bodies already out the door, still retreated back, not daring to provoke Mu Han. The first matter is over. Now on to the second. Chow Yenda's fire surged and he slapped Chow Zisho on the head. What else have you done? Are you trying to pit me to death? Chow Zisho commiserated. Mu Han was not happy. Why are you still hitting people? What about the second thing is that I want to buy a house? Chow Yenda aggrieved. I didn't even say anything when you hit my people. Now I'm hitting my own family members and you're saying me instead. Liang Chen, three people froze. Boss, you just offended each other to death, abused each other half a day, and now actually buy a house from each other? What kind of operation is this? I can't understand. Buy? Chow Yenda wasn't too sure. Buy, Mu Han affirmed. Chow Yenda settled his heart back into his chest. Again, he began to wonder, how did Mu Han come to buy a house in his place? It didn't make sense. Wasn't he afraid that he would call out a high price to screw him over? Chow Zisho cheered up and inclined his head to give Chow Yenda a wink. It was written in his eyes, brother, rip him off hard, sell him the worst house, blocking the toilet, wicked neighbors, into the buggy backwash, no privacy, easily burglarized, sell him all such houses, then set the price at the highest possible level and make it all back. Chow Yenda read it and his mind came alive. A chance to strike back so soon? But he always had a feeling that it was always dangerous to get involved with Mu Han. Blessedly, Chow Yenda snapped to a terrifying possibility and looked at Mu Han in dismay. He met Mu Han's icy eyes head-on. In this instant, Chow Yenda read Mu Han's meaning and knew that Mu Han knew that he had read his meaning. Chow Yenda's scalp tingled as he shook his head and laughed bitterly. Young Mu, my house is too expensive. It's not suitable. Mu Han's eyes were cold. I don't lack money. Chow Yenda, the quality is not good. It definitely does not meet your requirements. Mu Han, that would be better. Chow Yenda choked. Mu Shao, can you buy another house? Mu Han, I have my eye on your house. Chow Yenda, why? Mu Han, if I buy from someone else, there are some problems with the house, so I'm too embarrassed to ask. Chow Yenda's anger was obvious on his face. You just think I'm easy to bully, and you want to keep bullying me. Then the cold sweat trickled down. He just can't do it. Chow Yenda's heart crossed, not for sale. Mu Han's face smiled. Think about it first, and then answer when you're ready. Chow Yenda sat motionless. Everyone beside him looked at the two strangely, completely unable to understand their mute riddle-like conversation. It was only after a while that the crowd rationalized what was going on. Simply put, once Mu Han bought the Chow family's house, then he would have a whole lot of reasons to find trouble with Chow Yenda. Granted, developers are the least afraid of trouble, though, you have to look at who created the trouble. For Chow Yenda, this is tantamount to giving himself to Mu Han for him to ravage to his heart's content. That's why Chow Yenda's entire being was bad. Chow Zisho was also like a defeated rooster, accompanying Chow Yenda as he froze. Suddenly Chow Yenda thought, as long as after tomorrow, Mu Han still has the guts to stand in front of the Chow family again is a question mark. He can completely write a blank check. Therefore, the house was just for him to see, to relieve his eyes. Having figured this out, Chow Yenda got up and said, I'll sell you the best house, but you can't look for trouble for no reason. If you don't agree, I won't sell it to you no matter what. Mu Han nodded in agreement. In the end, Chow Yenda deliberately introduced Villa 001, the most central villa in the villa complex, to Mu Han. The selling price was $12.6 million. The price of a house in Huainan City was over 10,000, and an ordinary elevator house with 100 square feet was over 1 million. It can be imagined that this villa is really very good. Chow's family has put in a lot of effort and is ready to use it for their own living. Mu Han is very satisfied after seeing. Su Nua and the others also looked at it with admiration. Mu Shao, this villa is renovated. The renovation fee alone went to more than $3 million, so I am really selling the best house to you. Chow Yenda acted realistically. You can't go back on what you promised. Also, you should consider it for 2 days first and decide that you want us to trade again. After all, more than $10 million is not a small amount for anyone. This reason he chose to stall for time was also very justified. Mu Han glanced at Chow Yenda with contempt. There's nothing to consider. It's only $10 million. Slipping around at Lindon's would be at least $100 million. Chapter 50, Engagement Banquet. Chow Yenda's heart was shocked. So luxurious? Forced composure shook his head. From a professional point of view and then delayed, Mu Shao, even if you decide now, today cannot be traded. Do mortgage words, first to get your credit. Mu Han raised his hand to interrupt. Buy a house which so much. Full payment. Chow Yenda stayed for a moment. Not mortgage? More than $10 million of house you do not mortgage? Then how can I delay until tomorrow? There is a feeling of moving a stone to hit his own foot. Mu Xiao. Cut the crap. Mu Han's words turned. How many points is your staff commission? Chow Yenda replied 1 point, then was ready to fish the topic back again. I'll pay you 5 million. The commission will not be given to you. Mu Han completely ignored him and used 13 points of villain value to exchange good money in the mall, transferring 5 million on the spot. Then he turned his head and transferred another 100,000 to Su Nua. I said I'd give you a performance boost today. Chow Yenda's heart was broken. How could such a large transaction be said to be over and done with? The money is all accounted for. What was said was swallowed in blood. No matter how much he dreamed, he never imagined that this Mu Han guy actually had so much cash, whose account would have more than $10 million lying around at all times. And, as far as he knew, he had only just finished buying the $6 million fleet. He has nearly 20 million lying on his account? Su Nua's heart, on the other hand, was drunk. With this additional 100,000 at once, her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Mu Han. In both of her most difficult times, this handsome boss was like Prince Charming, appearing and saving himself from the fire. Today, not only did he help her solve the crisis, he also gave her 200,000 in one go, which could be said to have solved her economic crisis for a very long time to come. Boss, how am I going to repay you? Su Nua looked at Mu Han expectantly. If the boss wanted to dive her, she would be happy to do so. The other way around would be fine too. She had always recognized her own poise very clearly. No need. Mu Han replied indifferently. Su Nua delivered herself to the door. I'm also fine with serving tea and laundry and cooking. Hearing her say this, Mu Han really felt that he should take in a few female followers. Pan Lily was even better. She had to follow Liang Chen. Call up your classmates. 100,000 a month. And let the two of you make a movie when you have the chance. It's better to be in pairs. Boss, you are really super invincibly handsome. Su Nua jumped for joy and was about to come up to utilize the natural advantages of women. However, Mu Han's right hand was pressed against her forehead with one finger. It doesn't move an inch. Mu Han, do your job properly. Then dialed Su Wen's phone. Su Dame, does the store still have X5 Premium? Su Wen, Mu de Shui, is this another car to buy? The heart has a faint loss. Why Mu Han only look for himself to buy a car? Do not do something else? I got the key from Chow Yenda, and then transferred 1 million to Liang Chen to get the house. Originally wanted to directly to Liang Chen and Pan Lily also directly buy a set of, but Liang Chen said nothing, said the salary is already high enough. The two of them casually save a deposit can afford to buy. Think about it, a month of combined salary of 200,000. Buy a house is not far away. In the future, there is nothing to give them more assignments, more money. It will not take long to live in a small house. In the afternoon, Mu Xiaomei did not have class. Mu Han led Mu Xiaomei and two new followers in the mall crazy bye. The villa area security guards got the news early, and when they saw Mu Han leading three big beauties into the neighborhood, they were collectively bad. What a life winner. The villa is very large, up and down 4 layers of 6 rooms. Mu Han let Su Nuai and Ouyang Lin, two long-legged beauty, are living in. The two of them were renting a house before, and retired directly. This way, Mu Xiaomei usually also have playmates. A brown man himself has a lot of things to do, but no effort to accompany the little sister. Su Nuai and Ouyang Lin are naturally very happy. Both of them can't recommend themselves. Mu Xiaomei was also very welcome. She couldn't wait for Big Brother to bring home all the beautiful women. In the evening, at Mu Xiaomei's suggestion, several people had a small party for moving into the new home. Mu Han was also in the mood and entered the kitchen, putting his elementary cooking skills on display. Directly, the trio's tongues were almost eaten. Wow, brother, when did you know how to cook? How come I never knew? Boss, your craftsmanship must be master level. I've never eaten anything this delicious. Can I eat it for the rest of my life? Su Nua said with a smile. Me too. Ouyang Lin was also a lively character. Perhaps it was because people who studied acting were all lively. I didn't purposely buy any ingredients today, so I'll make you guys a better meal next time. Mu Han ate and drank enough and sat on the sofa to rest. However, he suddenly realized that there was a change in Mu Xiaomei's trio. The face value had increased? Mu Han asked the system in his consciousness. The redeemed skills all have their own magical uses, so please feel around on your own. Mu Han studied his attribute status. He found that there was an additional charisma compared to before, which was now 92 points. Could it be that this cooking skill has the ability to increase a character's charisma value? This is strange. It wasn't until a few days later, when Mu Han had cooked a few times in a row and observed the changes in the attributes of himself and Mu Xiaomei, that he was sure the food he made with his cooking skill could slowly increase his health value and charisma value. As for the enhancement effect, He finally obtained the accurate data after a long period of observation and statistics. The one-time replenishment of health value from elementary cooking skills could exactly equal the consumption of a year. Of course, with age, the consumption was gradually increasing, and one would have to take a few more meals. To put it simply, if you eat once a year, you can live to be 100 years old, and after that, if you eat a few more times a year, you can live to be more than 100. Further on, when the consumption is greater than the replenishment, one still ends up stepping into death. But, this was already very horrible. As long as he was willing to cook every day, raising a large number of 1,000-year-old demons was no problem at all. For example, the Bai Li Fu he saved yesterday. Give him a meal and he would be able to get out of his hospital bed and wander around blindly. Of course, when the health value was almost depleted again, it was still necessary to lie back in the hospital bed. As for the charisma value, it was an additional effect brought about by the health value, restoring the best state and delaying aging, not really increasing the charisma value. Even if the effect is just that, it is still extremely appalling. Don't underestimate the pursuit of health and beauty. Since ancient times, generals such as beauty, not allowed to see the white head on earth. It refers to both health and looks. At this moment Muhan has not yet gotten the data, but with his intuition, he is already sure that the cooking skill is a skill that can be called a divine skill. Chapter 51, Sitting in the corner watching you get engaged, 4000. The phone rang. Yang Tiancheng and Xin Tai reported in unison that the owner of the property where the Huamao Intercontinental Hotel was located was Chao Rong, and that they had hit a brick wall. Early the next morning, Muhan gave Lin Huan a bouquet of roses and left with a smile in the eyes of the other party, who was already slightly used to it. Lin Dong was not at home. He pounced. Just in time, Fan Qinxiao's phone call came through. I'm sorry, after he came out of the hospital yesterday, up to now my little sisters haven't been able to find any trace of him. It's the same as if he had evaporated. Muhan expressed his understanding that not being able to find Lin Dong's whereabouts meant that he had gone to move the killer. Are you really going at noon? Fan Qinxiao was referring to Chao Yenda and Su Susu's engagement banquet. More people had the impression that he was still Su Susu's kneeler. Muhan, of course, I can't miss it. This engagement banquet will be very grand today. Rongyu Hotel, a 5-star hotel in Huainan City. The waiters are busy as usual early in the morning, and all the famous people in Huainan City like to come here for wedding ceremonies. Today is the big day for the engagement of Chao Rong, the real estate tycoon, and Su Yaowen, the electronic communication bull. Muhan arrived early, at 10 o'clock. Mr. and Mrs. Chao Rong, Mr. and Mrs. Su Yaowen, and Mr. and Mrs. Chao Yenda were talking and laughing in the parlor, thinking about the future. Just whether this future was the future of one family, or the future of the two families together, was unknown. When Muhan led Liang Chen, Pan Lily, Su Nuo, Ouyang Lin, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu to arrive, a wave of tension ran across Chao Yenrong's face. Both Mr. and Mrs. Chao Rong and Mr. and Mrs. Su Yaowen narrowed their eyes as they sized up the handsome and evil man in front of them. This topic of conversation that had Huainan City abuzz for a few days. Shepherd World went bankrupt because of him. The director of the first affiliated hospital suffered a loss at his hands. The old man of the Li family was hardened by him head-on. The Magic City's bailiff was favored by him, and the East City's wind and clouds tumbled for him. This piece by piece, all of them are showing that he is a troublemaker. Moreover, very capable. Even Chao Yenda had 2 fingers pinched off by him. Mr. and Mrs. Chao Rong's faces were all frosty, instantly devoid of the spring breeze and smokiness of the previous second. You really dare to come? Muhan smiled, too lazy to answer such nonsense. Zhang Long carried a suitcase up and set it in front of Mr. and Mrs. Chao Rong. Once it was opened, there was $3 million in cash neatly yards inside. The breadths of the entire audience were shortened by half a point, especially Su Yaowen, who was short of money to the point of being in over his head. This is my congratulatory gift. Muhan said calmly, you're the host, I'm the guest, aren't you welcome? It was as if he couldn't see the murderous gaze of Mr. and Mrs. Chao Rong. Mr. and Mrs. Chao Rong looked at him for a long time. Chao Yenda had warned yesterday that he was strong, had a large number of people under his hand, and was well funded. However, Mr. and Mrs. Chao Rong had reservations about believing those words. If you were to say that Muhan himself was a powerful fighter, they believed it. But if you want to say that he has enough money and can call out all the gangsters in the East City to work for him at any time, they don't believe it. People in the business world, how hard it is to make money, they know better than anyone else. Muhan was a down-and-out rich kid. How much money could he have? For this reason, they even lectured Chao Yenda a few times. He was exaggerating, uneducated, a man of the world, and couldn't tell the difference between truth and bragging. They have planned all kinds of possibilities for Muhan's appearance today, and in the end, In order to play it safe, they spent a lot of money to invite a whole group of people to come here, spend a lot of money to invite a whole security company, nearly 100 security personnel, not only to prevent, but also to make him pay the price. But, how could they not expect that Muhan is actually with 3 million in cash? What his son, Chao Yenda, had said was true. The red swath of it made Chao Rong have to re-estimate Muhan's true strength. The preconceived plan was overturned in its entirety. Chao mother didn't think much about it. The murderer who beat her son was standing in front of her, and she hated that she couldn't get her hands on him and tear the other person right up and feed him to the dogs. Take your money. Money our family has plenty of. You touched my son. This matter is not over. Muhan didn't reply and walked into the banquet parlor on his own, picking a spot at the very edge to stand down. Tai true scripture. Increase the 3 bases in 5 senses by 10%. Strength value increase. 83 plus 8 points to 91 points. 70 for an amateur. 75 for a professional. 80 would already be the ceiling for a regular person. And 91 points has long exceeded what regular people can see. The next instant, Muhan's right foot stepped down hard. A loud bang, like a thunderous explosion. The glass of the windows and doors in the entire banquet parlor were shaken and rattled. The hard marble under his feet cracked. Small rubbles exploded up one after another, with 1 or 2 splashing and hitting the wall, denting a small pit. Everyone's faces changed drastically. Was this humanly possible? Is he still human? If he went crazy and kicked on himself, would he still be able to live? Inside the red and festive banquet parlor, everyone trembled with fear. Real fear lingered all over their bodies, harvesting 42 points of fear value. For the first time, Mr. and Mrs. Chao Rong understood why Chao Yenda's hands and feet always involuntarily trembled when he talked about Muhan. The faces of the security personnel surrounding them were ironic. They had previously been given the task of teaching Muhan a lesson on the spot at the necessary moment. Who taught who? One is only here to make money, not to get killed. Sorry, sometimes my ears don't work too well. What did you just say to me? Muhan turned his head to look at Mother Chao suspiciously. Chao Mother's voice shrunk. Muhan's high and overwhelming force value told everyone that he was not to be messed with. At the moment, force overrode money. The loud noise drew the hotel manager over. Duty calls. He can only go forward with a stiff upper lip. Sir, you damaged the hotel floor. You have to pay for it. The hotel manager was businesslike. At Muhan's gesture, Zhao Hu stepped forward, and he was also carrying a box in his hand that looked exactly like Zhang Long's. Opening it, he took out 2 stacks of money from it and shoved it into the hands of the frothing hotel manager. Muhan explained, "This is compensation." Zhao Hu took out another 20 stacks and stuffed them into the arms of the hotel manager, who was already starting to get confused. Muhan frowned, and Zhao Hu comprehended the meaning. He hugged a handful from the box and placed it in the hotel manager's arms, helping him to hold it well and not letting the money fall to the ground. This hold, afraid that there are 30 to 40 stacks, Muhan rightfully instructed the hotel manager. Add a table here. Let the chef bring one of each of the best big dishes. Any questions? The hotel manager smiled after a temporary moment of confusion. No problem. With money, all problems are not problems. Muhan nodded in satisfaction and asked, "What did you say just now?" The hotel manager happily shook his head. "Sir, I just said, what is it that I can help you with?" Chao's mother was speechless but helpless, but still opened her mouth to block it. "Manager, this banquet room is ours." The hotel manager reacted. "So they are not together. Then this big bunch of money in his hand. Go do it." Muhan sidetracked the hotel manager and looked straight at Chao's mother. "Over the top now?" Chao mother stepped back and pulled Chao Rong. At first sight of this side, Chao Rong already knew Muhan's difficulty. His bottom was thicker than expected. "What is the purpose of your visit today?" "Sincere congratulations. And also, to help you." The opening time set by the Chao and Su families was at 11:58. The time quickly arrived at 11:40. The banquet hall was bustling with activity, but the guests who came in all noticed a table of guests in the corner that stood out. The table was piled high with dishes, not unlike the other tables, which were organized and staggered, and the waiters were constantly serving the dishes, and there were even a couple of elaborate serving carts next to the table. Buffet of the immediate sense of sight. What attracted more attention was the fact that there was a handsome and evil man with a very high face value sitting in the middle of it. Beside him, 2 stunningly beautiful women were happily serving. Muhan closed his eyes and looked at the entire crowd as if they were nothing. Suddenly, Muhan opened his eyes. His position was just right to see the signing-in desk that welcomed the guests. Chen Dongshang, Li Zhennan. Zhang Long got up and was stopped by Muhan. Liang Chen took the $3 million case in Zhang Long's hand, lifted another case by his feet, and walked towards the signing-in table. Their table was already the center of attention in the room, and Liang Chen immediately took away everyone's attention when he got up, and when it was realized that his target was Li Zhennan, The entire room's breath caught. There was anxiety in Chao Rong's eyes. Chao Yenda quickly stepped in front of Mu Han and asked angrily in a low voice, "Mu Han, what do you want?" The Chao family had naturally invited the Li family to organize a big event, but with the Li family's economic system, it was unlikely that Li Jinnan himself would come over. Chao Rong was certain of this. In Li Jinnan's eyes, a giant in the eyes of the world like the Chao family was only a slightly larger lobster. It was comparable to the Mu world. So the moment Chao Rong saw Li Jinnan appear, he was first shocked, then his face had glory. There were people in Huainan City who could afford to invite Li Jinnan, but there were by no means many. As he saw Mu Han's followers welcoming Li Jinnan, he was upset in his heart. Mu Han laughed twice and said, "You father and son should not think about pleasing Li Jinnan. You should be clear about who he is here for." "You?" A word woke up the dreamer. Chao Yenda thought of Lin Dong. Mu Han nodded. This fat man's brain was still a little bright. "So I came to help you." Chao Yenda quickly returned and told Chao Rong about Mu Han's words. Chao Rong was of course extremely shrewd. Before Chao Yenda finished speaking, he had already understood that Li Jinnan was definitely coming from a bad place today. A few days ago, Li Jinnan had directly swallowed Mu Han's family's Mu World Company directly for a favor from Lin Dong. What about today? Was it worth it for himself to offend Lin Dong and touch base with Li Jinnan for the sake of the Su family's property? Of course it was worth it, for those who stood at their height. Who wasn't riding the thorns? Who wasn't riding the wind and waves? Who didn't grow up with big fish eating small fish? One step at a time, 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 one step at a time? Scared? Those who are afraid, the grass in their graves is already a meter high. Liang Chen took a few quick steps and preceded Li Jinnan and Chen Dongxing to the signing-in desk. Two heavy boxes were placed on the signing-in table with a bang. Once opened, one box was $3 million, the other box is $5 million. Then he sang loudly, "Mu Han, Chao Yenda of the Chao family, Chao Yenda of the Chao family, and Su 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 of the Su family, 100 years of goodwill. The gift is $8 million. The whole room was silent. Then everyone's eyes were oversized. The gift money of 888 is already at the ceiling level. Whose money comes from the wind? I've never even heard of 88W. Now this Mu Han, directly giving 8 million. Everyone didn't believe it, but those two boxes of cash were just there. Didn't we hear that his family's Mu world went bankrupt? Where did he get the money? He can't get that much money without going bankrupt. Strange. Rise again? It should be a new level, but it doesn't make sense. Li Jinnan can still turn him around? But the facts are in front of us. Don't care about this. You guys hurry to see. This Hanmu family kid is definitely going to win Li Jinnan this old fox front over the hand. Exciting. Good to see. But going head to head with Li Jinnan at the Chao family's engagement banquet. It's not quite right. Right. What about the Chao family and the Su family? Among those who were invited, there was also someone with a sharp eye. I'm afraid that Li Jinnan's trip is not simple. He might not be here to congratulate us. Let's continue to look back. Liang Chen's tall drink made Li Jinnan, who happened to walk to the signing table, also become the center of attention. Li Jinnan of the Li clan consortium. Mr. Li Jinnan Li has arrived. Liang Chen immediately bellowed again. Send the gift money for. The voice stopped. It drew the gazes of everyone present to look straight at Li Jinnan. Li Jinnan had already been held up on high. His face was unpleasant. Mu family junior, actually calling out on the spot? Mu Han stood up and laughed, shifting the gazes of all the people to himself, including Li Jinnan's icy gaze. Mr. Li's gift money is bound to be more than mine. I, a junior, throw out a brick and add another 2 million to make up a whole. Waving his hand, he threw out a box. The box flew over 30 meters. It landed steadily on Liang Chen's hand, opened it, and there was another 2 million in cash neatly coated. The whole audience was in an uproar. A gift of $10 million is the only thing you've ever seen in your life. What's more shocking is that Mu Han's underdog junior and Li Jinnan, the business senior and giant, went toe-to-toe right away, directly white-hot. A crayfish that had its nest covered took out its weapon and made 2 swipes at the whale. Everyone was looking forward to the reaction of the whale that was Li Jinnan. Someone noticed Chen Dongsheng, the secretary behind Li Jinnan. Logically, Chen Dongsheng at this time should have stepped forward to block Li Jinnan's body, but he did not. He didn't dare. After a few encounters, he now had no such guts. Even if he stood behind Li Jinnan, he did not feel the slightest bit of backbone. Li Jinnan's aura unfolded, assuming the posture of a senior, slightly scolding and lecturing. A child's behavior is too impulsive and irrational. In a single sentence, Mu Han's aggressive behavior was all classified as childish behavior. Li Jinnan calmly left his name on the signature book, and behind him, Chen Dongxing put down a gift letter. You want identity and face, not wrestling for it like this. One more sentence, changing the subject. Everyone nodded their heads silently. and a rustle of discussion sounded. Worthy of being Mr. Lee, it makes sense. People live for a skin, not money. Temperament, upbringing, and cultivation all have to be inculcated over a long period of time. So a thug can only be a thug. Have a few dollars and think you can win the respect of others? Too young. Liang Chen's face looked bad, and Pan Lily several people were also uncomfortable. Muhan chucked in a mouthful of food and didn't continue to dwell on it. What he said is actually right. I don't care about identity and face, but I do lack these, and he has them. So he lightly said a few words and offset my $10 million, and even everyone went to kiss his ass. In the first photo, Muhan lost, at least for now. It seemed to be. Harvest 10 points of anger value. This was contributed by Li Jinnan. Muhan looked at Li Jinnan straight back with a snicker. When he himself hit someone, his anger value only went up 1 point by 1 point. He, on the other hand, gave 10 points in one go. The anger was extreme. Chapter 52, If I can't beat you I'll beat your sister, 4,000 words. Li Jinnan brought Chen Dongxing to sit on the chair under the guidance of Chao Rong. Chao Rong already knew that Li Jinnan had come to cause trouble by standing up for Lin Dong. However, he still had to invite Li Jinnan to the chair. This was what was called status and position. The time was approaching 11:58 when Su 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 finally appeared. This was the third time Muhan saw her. The first time was at the Wanda One shopping center, beating up Chao Yenda, and the second time was at the Huamao Intercontinental Hotel, beating up Lin Dong. Today, she looked a bit forlorn, and used very thick makeup to make up her usual delicate beauty. But even as haggard as she was, her clear beauty still overwhelmed the women in the room. Su Nua and Ouyang Lin scat out their voices. What a woman of the city. Boss, I've heard that you've always been interested in Su Su Su. Su Nua asked curiously. Ouyang Lin also pricked up her ears to listen. Little sister Mu had told her and Ouyang Lin a lot about Muhan's past last night, and among them, Su 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 was highlighted. Muhan knew that Su Nua was asking if he was still infatuated with Su Su Su. Not really. Muhan didn't put a single glance on Su 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 Su. The gains she could bring to himself were too low. Then we're not going to snatch the bride today? Ouyang Lin's tone was a little disappointed. Yesterday, she missed Muhan's tantrum at Zhongbei Land, and thought she could make up for it today. Muhan, I guess I'll have to snatch a bit. Ouyang Lin rubbed her two small hands together excitedly and gave Muhan several delicious dishes. Boss, what has she been looking for? Lin Dong? The one at the mall? Su Nua had been watching Su 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 Su. Muhan nodded his head. The three of them couldn't help but recall the incident of collaborating to discredit Lin Dong at the mall a few days ago. Looking at each other, they smiled. Su 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 scanned the entire field without spotting Lin Dong, her eyes drenched in disappointment, and she stood beside Chao Yenda in resignation. Time was up. Chao Rong straightened his suit and led Chao Yenda and Su 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 onto the stage. Dear guests, today is the engagement banquet of Chao Yenda and Su 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 Su. Chao Mao has only invited close people. Chao Rong and Su Yaowen successively gave speeches on the stage, with golden phrases bursting out from time to time, and the guests under the stage were all very facetious as they applauded to set the mood. Everything was very harmonious and beautiful. Muhan's eyes suddenly lit up as Lin Dong appeared. He was followed by a masked Taoist priest. It seemed that this Taoist priest was the rescuer that Lin Dong moved in. Muhan nodded to Liang Chen, who got up, sharpened his fists, and walked towards the door of the banquet parlor. The late arrivals, Fan Xinxia and Fan Xiaoyang, naturally sat at Muhan's table. I've noticed that as long as Lin Dong is around, you're fixated on biting him. Fan Xinxia's speech was still as unpleasant as ever. Brother-in-law is a human, not a dog. Fan Xiaoyang reminded. Shut up. Fan Xinxia's ears flushed red and gave Fan Xiaoyang a brain crash. Muhan was too lazy to care about the siblings. Liang Chen spread his arms and stopped Lin Dong and the Taoist priest outside the door. The dozens of security guards invited by Chao Rong also came forward to surround Lin Dong and the two of them. This was Chao Yenda's instructions. The former was purely trying to find trouble with Lin Dong. The latter was not wanting Lin Dong to come in and stir up his good deed. Quickly look. Something happened at the door. The commotion at the doorway was not small, drawing the attention of many guests. That young man I recognize. His name is Lin Dong. The Taoist behind him is unrecognizable. Who cares? Anyway, there will be a good show today. How is there a good show? Dude, quickly tell me. Ha ha, listen carefully as I tell you. A few of them are real enemies. 3 men surrounding a woman in a quadrangle romance. The thing is like this. The surrounded Lin Dong snorted coldly and struck out, and in no time at all, he beat all the security to the ground. The gap between a martial artist and a regular person. The chasm was hard to leap. Lin Xiao, stop. You are not welcome here. Liang Chen did not let go. Lin Dong disdained. First poo-pooed towards Muhan, then raised his fist and punched Liang Chen. The master's shadowy soul doesn't exist, and the dog follows and barks. There are you guys everywhere you go. Get the hell out of here and cool off. Liang Chen shot back. Then you must be a rotten bone. The two quickly exchanged a few punches. They separated again in unison. It was an even split. Neither one had the advantage. Chao Rong had made many acquaintances, and there were many martial arts enthusiasts among the guests. Master Sun, you're a martial arts senior. Explain to us laymen what level they are at, so that we can also open our eyes. Master Sun is the old generation of martial artists in Huainan. There are 3 martial arts halls under his name. His disciples teach young men and women fitness, and from time to time he organizes amateur martial arts competitions, and he is the judge of Huainan martial arts competition all year round. Mr. Sun's eyes are very sharp. It's really worth it to come here today. It's not common to see such high-level fights. Maybe you don't know the difference between us martial artists and normal people. Let me explain it to you. A martial artist's power doesn't have to be much greater than a normal person's. What we practice is cohesion. The power of a regular person is scattered. It is difficult to concentrate on a single point, and most of the power will be wasted. It looks like 100 pounds in one punch, but in fact, more of it is wasted. Therefore, a regular person's full power strike is not as efficient as a trained martial artist. The efficiency is different. It is neither possible to do a precise strike, nor is it possible to achieve a one-strike kill. And that Lin Dong is very powerful. Did you guys see that? Each of his punches struck above the opponent's weak points, so the opponent immediately lost the ability to fight. Someone didn't quite understand and opened his mouth again to ask, Master Sun, what you guys keep saying about losing combat power? Is this point important? Master Sun laughed and explained in more straightforward words, very important. Think about it now. You knock me down, I get up again. You knock me down again, I get up again. Are you tired? The man suddenly realized. No wonder there is a common saying, 10 people standing for you to fight can tire you out. Then someone else exclaimed, doesn't that mean that there are 2 supreme martial artists here at once? Master Sun hesitated slightly, but still nodded his head and said, Jedi may not be considered as such, but they are definitely masters. At least, I'm no match for them. Then he smiled sagely. Old age is old age. Muhan took a closer look at Lin Dong. His strength seemed to have slightly increased, so he asked the system. Protagonist Lin Dong. The sum of the 3 bases is 208. Before it was 206. It grew by 2 points in the past few days. Liang Chen's average value of the 3 bases was 65, totaling 195 points. It was weaker than Lin Dong. As expected, Lin Dong and Liang Chen exchanged hands again, and after a few rounds, Lin Dong had the absolute upper hand, storing up his strength to slash at Liang Chen's neck with a palm. Liang Chen staggered and fell to the side. Lin Dong withdrew his hand and slowly said, if you're a dog, lie down properly. Master Sun praised, the victory has been decided. After receiving this palm he will surely faint. That Muhan's henchman is undefeatable. Pan Lily then wanted to go up to help Liang Chen, was stopped by Muhan. He is more powerful than you think. Fan Xinxia laughed. This is not stopping Lin Dong. How is it powerful? Muhan glanced at her. This girl was truly unable to speak. Fan Xinxia also knew that, so she pursed her lips and smiled awkwardly, not denying it. There is a gap. Of course there was a gap. Lin Dong was the main character, and Liang Chen was just a passerby. Liang Chen stood still, moved his neck, and stood back in front of Lin Dong. Pan Lily breathed a sigh of relief. Master Sun, who was among the guests, praised again. He actually didn't pass out. Outstanding. Very outstanding. Resistance to blows. Recovery ability. Absolutely first class. The surrounding people secretly nodded their heads. This Master Sun's speech was not helpful or biased. Some people did not understand and asked, Master Sun, the ability to take a beating and not fall down is worth 2 excellent? Master Sun nodded affirmatively. It's worth it. We have a saying in martial arts. To learn to beat someone, you must learn to take a beating. Standing up is the only way to win. And to borrow a fashionable phrase, there is a high margin for error. A few people beside him nodded their heads to show that they had benefited. Liang Chen and Lin Dong once again battled to a piece. Lin Dong was surprised to find that Liang Chen's battle power had not dropped in the slightest. Could it be that he was not injured? Muhan was also scrutinizing Liang Chen's status and his attribute points. Strength had gone up by 1 point. After a few more rounds, Liang Chen was once again slashed in the neck, and his entire body staggered to the side again. Lin Dong took an arrow step, caught up and slashed down with another vicious palm. Liang Chen's entire body crashed onto the signing platform. There was no movement. Chao Rong and Su Yaowen in the banquet hall had already finished their speeches one after another. Su, who had gotten off the stage, kept looking at Lin Dong, her eyes reddening. He had finally come. Lin Dong straightened his clothes and took a step towards the banquet hall. You think you can leave? Liang Chen, who had thought that he wouldn't be able to get up again, stood up again, and twisted his neck. The apostle's health value dash made his resistance to blows now exceeded that of a normal person. Moreover, His strength had increased by another 1 point. Lindong stopped in his tracks, his anger flourishing. Being blocked twice and 3 times had put him on the verge of a complete outburst. His beloved was looking at him miserably inside, but he was being dragged at the door. Get the hell out of here. Lindong finally stopped holding back. His martial arts skills unfolded, pouncing on Liang Chen like an encroaching forest fire, each punch and palm hitting the joints around Liang Chen's body. Liang Chen did not know any martial arts and was beaten without the ability to fight back. Just 4 breaths of time later, Liang Chen was slammed against the wall by Lindong's combined body. Bang! Like a broken sack, he slowly slid down the wall. Master Sun sighed with regret. Lindong has already touched the boundary of Ming Jin. It's normal for him to be defeated. After saying this, he took a drink from his wine cup. The younger generation is fearful. Li Zhennan nodded his head appreciatively and said to the person next to him, Lindong, very outstanding young man. Lindong was like a god of war. The people lying motionless behind him baked his aura to the limit. Underneath his cold face was all the endless rage that had been suppressed. This fire burned. Xiao Yenda standing next to Su Su's heart jumped. Su Su's beautiful eyes looked at Lindong excitedly. He had finally come to pick himself up like a ray of light. Muhan picked up a bowl and smashed it straight towards Lindong. Bang! Lindong smashed the bowl with a punch. The sound focused all of everyone's gazes on Muhan. Muhan, you still want to stop me? Lindong with his strong aura slammed the questioning into Muhan's face. Muhan did not reply and took the new bowl Su Nua handed over. Muhan's ignorance pushed Lindong's anger even greater. In just this moment, Lindong had already provided 120 points of villainous value. You want to leave without finishing the fight? Liang Chen climbed back up from the ground. Lindong's face was stunned. Master Sun was highly praised, and the masked Taoist began to curiously survey him. This was actually able to stand up again. His strength rose by 1 point again. 3 times he met him head-on, 3 times he was knocked down, and 3 times he got up. He was like an undefeatable little strong man. He even gained 3 points of strength. This is the terror of an apostle. Liang Chen moved his body and was not hurt. Surprisingly, he wasn't hurt. Liang Chen laughed and rushed towards Lindong. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. Master Sun muttered, this resistance to blows is simply divine. The people next to him unconsciously chimed in. Seen it all. Get lost. Suddenly, the masked Taoist behind Lin Mo let out a delicate cry and slapped her palm on Liang Chen. It was soft and gentle. However, Liang Chen was like being hit by a train and shot off. Once again, he slammed back into the wall, set in place, no longer moving. The entire audience sucked in a breath of cold air. Master Sun was so shocked that he brushed himself up and said excitedly, This is above Ming Jin. Dark Jin. She is a martial artist. Yes, the masked person was a female Taoist. From the sound of her voice, her age could not be too old. The Taoist priest whispered to Lindong, there is a time limit for me to come out. I cannot stay for long. Lindong nodded. The hearts of the Chao clan's crowd went ice cold. They had never expected that Lindong, a poor boy, had such a character behind him. Poorly recognized, poorly prepared. It was foreseeable that Chao Su's engagement banquet was about to be made chaotic. The Chao family would lose face. Chao Yenda suddenly thought of something and looked at Muhan. He said he was helping. Sure enough, Muhan stood up and spoke leisurely. Lindong, I didn't find you at your house early in the morning. Is she the strong support you found? Lindong was shocked. You went to my house. Muhan nodded. I sent a few bunches of roses to your sister. She seemed to like it a lot. Lindong was shocked and furious. Muhan, if you dare to mess around. Muhan interrupted him. Don't be impotent and furious. You can't beat me. Remember, I'll be there tomorrow morning. If I can't beat you again, I'll beat your sister with a rose. Lindong was choked speechless. Everyone was confused. Were these ing words from a human being? If I can't hit you, I'll hit your sister? How can you hit with a rose? Someone laughed out evilly. Fan Xinsha bared her teeth and laughed out. Sure is a real asshole. Fan Chaoyang worshipped Muhan while curiously looking at Liang Chen beside him. Liang Chen was helped back by Pan Lily was sitting next to him, twisted his waist and acted like nothing again. Miraculous. Su Nua and Ouyang Lin had started to get a bit used to it. The boss is really disgusting. Ha ha. Muhan. Lindong couldn't take it anymore and rushed towards Muhan after shouting harshly. The martial skill had just been executed when Muhan punched his liver. The power of his entire body disappeared without a trace like an ebbing tide. Tai True Scripture. The 3 bases added 10%, and the combined value totaled 247 points. Strength climbed back up to 91 points. The 5 awarenesses plus 10%, with an average value of 82 points. With this extremely fast punch from Muhan, Lindong didn't even see it clearly. He was crushed on the spot and his entire body went limp. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fan Chaoyang shouted in excitement, and his person jumped up. It was too bullish. All the women's eyes were glowing. staring at Mu-han for a second. Handsome and dangerous man. Irresistible temptation. Chapter 53, I am not as good as him. Dark strength. The female Taoist was surprised in her heart. How is it that there are still martial masters in Huainan City who are not in the S-H-I-E-L-D, master's son? This Mu-han is so powerful that he crushed Lindong with a single punch. So is he also a martial master? Master's son nodded enviously. The person at the same table asked, Master's son, what is it that you keep saying that makes a martial master more powerful than a martial artist again? Master's son organized his thoughts and slowly opened his mouth to explain. Martial artists practice Ming Jin, and when one day they break through the boundaries to master Qi, then they step into another completely different realm, Dark Jin. At this point, it's called martial master. The person next to him continued, is it powerful? It can no longer be described as powerful. A martial master using Qi can do things that ordinary people simply cannot do. The people next to them all became curious. They all knew about martial artists, but they rarely heard of martial masters. For example, the use of Qi can close the breath for 3 days without dying. Can Qi cover the surface of the body to break through solid stone? Can Qi protect the interior to resist hammering? When Master Sun was ready to continue on with the introduction again, the female Taoist priest's icy gaze suddenly swept in, the warning implication as if it was substantial. Master Sun's heartbeat could not help but beat rapidly, his forehead covered with fine sweat. The noisy banquet parlor. She actually heard what she was saying at the gate, no longer dared to say more. Martial master's intention, do not dare to disobey. It also just occurred to me that one must not say much about martial masters, and most of them belong to a mysterious department. After the female Taoist priest stopped Master Sun, she looked back at Mu-han, and without uttering a word, she reached out and slapped her palm at Mu-han. It was swift, yet full of powerlessness, but no one dared to underestimate this palm. The big crater on the wall was still talking about the thickness of her palm. Mu-han didn't even look at it, and blasted his fist straight up. Bang! There was a loud bang. The female Taoist retracted her palm and pulled Lindong back, staring at Mu-han with narrowed eyes. His force far exceeded his own. Qi couldn't protect his palm, and the 2 finger bones of his right hand were broken. Seeing Lindong slowing down, the female Taoist's tone was grave. He is the Mu-han you mentioned? Yes, it's me. Mu-han directly took the words over. He thought to himself that it was rare to come across someone stronger than Lindong. It was the right time to try out the limits of the 3 base attributes, so he couldn't let it go. Catch the punch. The villain value was 467 points, 400 points to exchange for a strength limit of +4, and 40 points to exchange for 4 points of strength. Strength reached 87 points. Gathering up his Qi, he slammed down with all his might. The female Taoist priest's Qi was utilized in her left hand, and she hastily received it. Bang! After a dull ringing sound, a fist and a palm separated. Mu-han stood still and the female Taoist priest took a step back. Unbelievably, she looked at Mu-han. He didn't have any luck, and he was even able to overpower himself. How is it possible? Master Sun once again lost his temper and stood up. This is impossible. The twig trumped the machete. Bright strength overpowered dark strength. This was simply heavenly. Yet it happened. The people in the hall could not understand it, but guessed from Master Sun's loss of composure that Mu-han must be extremely more powerful than the female Taoist. Mu-han reminded the female Taoist priest, last punch, be careful. As his words fell, the Tai True Scripture was activated. Strength 87 plus 8, 95 points. Another punch was slammed. Bang! The fist created a sonic boom in the air. Oh my god! Master Sun was on the verge of losing his ability to speak. Throwing a punch like thunder. This is surprisingly not a legend. It actually exists. The female Taoist was so shocked that she did not dare to catch it, fearing that if she just caught it, her own hand would be gone. She tugged Lindong to frantically retreat backward. Luckily, she avoided it. Mu-han skimmed his lips and stopped fighting. Lindong, can you impress me for once? Turning around, he walked towards the edge to sit back in his seat. Lindong just wanted to say something back, but was stopped by the female Taoist. Don't provoke him, I'm not his opponent. Lindong looked at the female Taoist in confusion. A member of the Divine Shield was actually no match for this Mu-han? The backing that he had invited himself had conceded at the first moment. When Fan Xinxia saw Mu-han sitting back, she strangely snapped, didn't you go to stop Lindong? How come you don't care about him again? Stopping him, beating him up, and then letting him in. Strange and weird. Mu-han smiled without saying anything. His true purpose was not to prevent Lindong from coming in, nor was it to help the Chow family. His starting point for everything was simply to maximize villain value and influence. He had to play with Lindong's mindset to gain more. So once Lindong came out, his words became especially voluminous. Otherwise, if he found a knight to touch his house and directly give him a few hits, he would simply burp. There would be no hope of upgrading his own system. Simply put, Muhan was raising and brushing monsters. This time Lin Dong provided another 60 points. Muhan was happy in his heart. Defeat S. H. I. E. L. D. Member. Influence 100. Villain value 100. Muhan looked back at the female Taoist. What was the S. H. I. E. L. D. Lin Dong finally walked back to the banquet room. Chao Rong, Chao Yenda, Su Yaowen and Su 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 long ago got off the stage to stand among the guests. The I don't agree that he had prepared early on didn't have a chance. Muhan took the piece of beef Su Nuwa chucked over and stuffed it into his mouth. Lin Xiao, next time come earlier. Don't always think of jamming. With me here, you can't jam. Lin Dong grunted, still shouting in the direction of Chao Yenda and Su Su Su. I don't agree. Before Chao Rong could say anything, Muhan took over again. Who are you? What's the use of saying you don't agree? Lin Dong hardened as if he didn't hear, and said loudly to Su Yaowen, Mr. Su, I am sincere to Su Su. Any difficulties, I am willing to accompany Su Su to overcome them together. The implication was that the funds that the Su family lacked, he, Lin Dong, could also make up for it. Su 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 heart had the feeling of lifting the clouds to see the sunrise. She was pushed out by her father to get engaged and married because of the lack of money. After solving the money, then she could not have to marry Chao Yenda. Su 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 was touched. Lin Dong, are you telling the truth? Lin Dong nodded his head imploringly and affirmatively. Yes, we can overcome all difficulties. Muhan's words rang out again at an inopportune time. Less bragging. The Su family lacks at least $20 million or more. You have it? Lin Dong proudly tilted his head. Yes. Su 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 covered her pretty face. The aggression in her heart was vented. Oneself was finally going to be free, and the dark clouds were finally going to pass. Wiping away her tears, she stared fiercely at Muhan. Since he appeared her own path had been very bad. Muhan completely pretend not to see. It is a pity that she a heroine halo, but brush not very out of the value of the villain. Before also rely on her to indirectly brush Lin Dong's value. Now do not need. She can go to Lin Dong's house every day on time to clock into work to receive value. Not too pleasant. Su 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 finally had the bottom line. Father, Lin Dong and I are sincere. Su Yaowen moved his heart, but on his mouth, he said, you have to pay attention to your identity. You are now the fiancé of the Chao family. The situation was unclear, and the Chao family was still the bigger tree. Chao Rong's face did not look good. Ever since Lin Dong appeared, his face had become increasingly sullen. Although he had already prepared for it, the female Taoist behind him had brought great pressure, power pressure, force pressure. The vast majority of the people present did not know what a martial master stood for, but they, the several old bosses, did. Chao Rong, Lin Dong, you are challenging my Chao family. Lin Dong stared back proudly. His attitude already indicated everything. Chao Rong stared at the female Taoist. This real person, you want to intervene? He did not put Lin Dong in his eyes. His pressure came from the female Taoist. The power possessed by the class that this group of martial masters were in was already above the norm. They, ordinary rich merchants, were still just regular people in the end. Her attitude was very important. The female Taoist priest did not reply. Her eyes only circled around Muhan. The clear and cold attitude was unknown. Chapter 54. Li Jinnan disliked. Li Jinnan, who had been sitting in the chair, made an even bigger decision to fully support Lin Dong. Lin Dong would surely soar into the sky. When Li Jinnan opened his mouth, everyone consciously refrained from making any sound, except for Muhan's table. Mr. Chao, it's long been a new era now. We can't have arranged marriages. We still need to respect the will of the descendants themselves. If the Su family's daughter is unwilling to marry into your Chao family, you shouldn't force her. I will find another good man for your son. What do you think? Turning his head to Su Yaowen, he said, your Su family's difficulties are also your Su family's opportunities. Li Jinnan opened his mouth and first came with a soft blow to cut the Chao family down. Then he promised Su Yaowen. He had come today mainly to represent Lin Dong. As long as the Li family made a move, whether it was from the capital or from the market, the Su family's Starburst Communications would be able to annex the rival Sunyu company in a very short period of time. Su Yaowen's eyes lit up. Li Jinnan's words could be even more thorough than Chao Rong's promise of 20 million. In the end, he wanted money just to squeeze Sun Yu. He couldn't think of any reason to refuse. It was better to ride under the big tree that was the Li family. And right now, it seemed that the benefits Lin Dong could bring to the Su family far outweighed the Chao family. The Chao family's wolfish ambitions. Su Yaowen wasn't a cutie pie, was of course clear as day. It's hard to beat a hero for a penny, so he knew it was a pit but had to jump into it. But now the turnaround has come. Mr. Li is right. Woke up Mr. Su. Mr. Su should respect his daughter's choice. A direct change of camp. Lin Dong was happy. Su Su was happy. And Li Jinnan was satisfied. The Chao family's face was blue. After today, the Chow family would become the biggest joke in the entire Huainan city, even surpassing the Mu family. The Chow family's fiancé was robbed on the spot, and the Chow family didn't even dare to let out a single fart. How can the Chow family stay in Huainan in the future? But Chow Rong doesn't dare to go to war with Li Jinnan. If Li Jinnan casually moves his resources, the Chow family's Zhongwei land will immediately experience a cold winter. He can't afford to carry the weight of his family business being destroyed. Big fish eat small fish. The cruelty of the mall far exceeds our imagination. Someone whispered. The Su family was forced by the market and had to rely on their daughter to seek respite. I thought it was because his family business was too small to escape. As a result, as big as the Chow family is also the same. When capital sweeps in, they also have to go downstream against their will and are not allowed to be free. Mu world, a lesson from the past. Someone looked at Mu Han in the corner. That rampant kid seems to be called Mu Han. Is it that Mu world's Mu Han? Can't be, it must be the same name. Just as the Chow family members were all feeling incredibly humiliated, Mu Han's voice sounded again. Li Jinnan, is it bad for your family to inherit something else? Having to inherit this kind of sightlessness. Li Borong thinks that everyone in the world has to know him. And here you are thinking that you have the say in the life and death of everyone in the world. Why are all the people in your family so shameless? The two sentences impacted back and forth in the banquet parlor, picking up everyone's nerves. The entire room was quiet. Then a complete explosion. Mu Han was swearing in public. A barefaced insult without a hint of concealment. Li Jinnan's satisfaction had vanished without a trace. Anger covered his entire face, and his pupils had tightened into needles. Bang! Slapping the table, he glared at Mu Han from afar, unbridled. Chow's family members' hearts ached as if they had drunk a bowl of iced green beans in the summer. Even Mother Chow's eyes were much softer when she looked at Mu Han. Relieved, too relieved. Doing something too overbearing, is someone who can't be leveled? Chen Dongqing knew that it would be impossible for him not to stand up for Mr. Li anymore. Mu Han, do you know who you are talking to? A bowl smashed straight onto Chen Dongqing's forehead. A few drops of blood splashed onto Li Jinnan's clean suit, which was particularly harsh. Chen Dongqing obediently did not say anything. There was a dark sense of relief in his heart. He knew that Mu Han was not afraid of Li Jinnan at all. Unbridled. Unbridled. Everyone was incomparably shocked, half speechless. This was scolding someone and not letting the other party talk back. The melon was too big, and it could also press people into briefly losing their ability to speak. What kind of existence the martial master female Taoist was, they didn't know, and in the previous fight, they were only surprised at the high level of force value of a few people. As for what position Li Jinnan was in, they were very clear. A figure at the top of the tower in Huainan City, and a figure that could be ranked in the whole country. To say that he held Huainan's economic development direction in his hands was not an exaggeration at all. This Mu Han is really reckless and fearless. Does he know who he is scolding? Does he still have a family? Does he still want to have the rest of his life? I'm kind of convinced. This guy is whoever he dares to dislike. Have you noticed? He's always looking for trouble. Li Jinnan came in and he looked for trouble. That Lin Dong came in and he looked for trouble. And now he's looking for trouble with Li Jinnan. He's never been idle at all. Isn't he afraid of retaliation? Under Li Jinnan's monstrous fury, can he still protect his integrity? Maybe tomorrow, his fortune will be zeroed out. Wasn't that the case with Mu Tianxia the other day? This was someone who didn't recognize Mu Han. Everyone in the room stared blankly at Mu Han. Fan Xianxia and Fan Xiaoyang lowered their heads under the table, not daring to let Li Jinnan find them both. The two of them now somewhat regretted sitting over. Even Fan Xiaoyang, who regarded Mu Han as his absolute idol, was still in a state of shock. It's too fierce. It's simply impossible to carry. Li Jinnan would definitely attack indiscriminately next. After discovering his siblings, the Fan family would surely bear his wrath. The Fan family is not afraid of the Li family, but the Fan family's home base is not in Huainan, so they will definitely lose out in a fight. The key was that there was no profit motive, like the Chow family, bumping into the Li family. In case the Li family didn't stand so firmly behind Lin Dong, then the Su family could be swallowed by them. With the Su family as a big piece of cake, it was still worth the risk. But what about the Fan family? There was no benefit. You'd have to say invest in advance to curry favor with Mu Han. It's completely unnecessary. In the future, the sister Fan Xianxia married over it is good. Fan Xiaoyang glanced at Fan Xianxia, a manly woman, and her brother-in-law didn't know if he would condescend to take her in. Mu Han exclaimed, not spoiling Li Jinnan at all, when you entered the door. You wimped out. $10 million? I said give it, but you changed the subject and didn't want to give it up. You can't. Lin Dong came in and was stopped by me, but you didn't say anything even though you were his ally. You were estimating his value until that female Taoist made a move and you saw enough leverage to export your solidarity. You are not pure. Lin Dong and the female Taoist narrowed their eyes and glared over, which Mu Han directly ignored. Li Borong was lectured by me in the hospital and lost his temper. And after so long I don't see you coming to me for revenge. You're pretty useless. So I'm curious. You're such a wimp holding back a reddened face. Who are you holding it back for? Chapter 55 Lost? Fan Xianxia and Fan Xiaoyan covered their faces with paper towels and moved away quietly with cats bowing their backs. They didn't dare to sit next to Muhan anymore. It was too scary. Their hearts couldn't take it. The way this cannon was fired, it was no different from looking for death. You cowhide. My Fan family serves. I'm nowhere near as good as you. I'll hide first. Fan Xianxia walked without any embarrassment. Brother-in-law, my heart wasn't too good when I was a kid. I'll also go to the side first to slow down. If you're still alive. See you later. Fan Xiaoyan walked decisively as well. Liang Chen, Su Nuo and a few others were also a bit scared. But thinking about the fact that they had nothing in the first place, it didn't seem like they had to worry about losing anything. They also sat openly. In the banquet room, a needle could be heard. Everyone is pondering in their hearts. What kind of background does this person have? Even the older generation, Li Borong, was disliked by him? The female Taoist priest broke the suffocating heaviness with a light sentence. How did you mess with this kind of madman? It was not known whether these words were said to Lin Dong or to Li Zhennan. However, the word madman accurately described Muhan's madness at this moment. It was almost like he had lost his mind. The Chao family's relief had turned into worry. There was no doubt that Li Zhennan would definitely deal with the Chao family next. No surprises there. Li Zhennan said word for word, a verbal fight is a pointless move. And what makes things happen is not being sharp-tongued. Under the words, it was meaningless without hurting the bones. Li Zhennan still took the stance of not arguing with him. Everyone present nodded once again. Mr. Li's gaze can always see through the surface to the inside. Unique and ingenious. Mr. Li's culmination. Mr. Li's mindset is not something my generation can reach. I don't agree. In my place, if he dared to insult me like that, I would definitely fight with him. That's why he is Mr. Li and you are not Mr. Li, and this is the gap between us and Mr. Li. I finally know what it means that a prime minister can hold a boat in his belly, and a man who achieves great things doesn't stick to small details. Listening to Mr. Li's words is better than reading 10 years of books. All sorts of horse farts came pouring in all over the place. Liangchen's several people's emotions were affected by the masses and somewhat depressed. In the words of that group of people, their own line of people were coarse and vulgar mangaka and wild bandits. Muhan sat back in his seat amidst the contemptuous eyes of the crowd. After he blasted out a barrage of fire, the results were minimal. Li Zhennan's position could not be shaken by one or two words or one or two things. However, the 10 points of anger value and 10 points of hate value that he had once again contributed were genuine. His heart was not as calm as it appeared. Muhan hemmed and hawed in his heart. He had a premonition that as long as he pissed off Li Zhennan here today, he might be able to take a superb amount of influence. Yes, influence. Yesterday, Chao Yenda's submission had contributed 100 points of influence and villain value. Li Zhennan was far from Chao Yenda's big fat ass. Su Nuo took the opportunity to smooth Muhan's back. Little stars in her eyes. Boss, don't be angry or listen to them. I just think you're great. Much better than him. Ouyang Lin followed suit and quickly got on with it. Her eyebrows curved into the shape of a love heart. Yes. Just now people felt that you are especially man. Especially charming. Much more handsome than him. The two women chirped and praised Muhan. Fan Xianxia sat far away, whispering to herself under her breath. These two little ninnies are quite good at snatching things up. Fan Xiaoyan didn't know whether she was talking about robbing him or robbing them. Li Zhennan continued to press the Chao family. Since he supported Lin Dong, he had to support him to the end. Mr. Chao, Mr. Su has already said that he wants to respect the descendants' own wishes. What do you say? Chao Rong and Chao Yenda looked at each other, humiliated and powerless. They could only say, since Mr. Li, who said he agreed. Muhan's chilling words spread out leisurely. At this moment, he was completely different from just now. Su Yaowen couldn't brush any value on him, but Muhan was not polite to him at all. Are you sure you agree? Fear aura. Tai true scripture. Words of compulsion. The aura was displayed and rushed towards Su Yaowen alone. Immediately, Su Yaowen's face changed drastically, as if he had fallen into a cold hell. His breathing was even stifled. The body could not move. The mouth could not speak. Only cold sweat. Muhan quickly retracted his aura and said, Li Zhennan, look at what you forced Su Yaowen into. You're also too overbearing. Right? How come marriage is such child's play in your eyes? You're responsible for him being driven sick by you. The female Taoist frowned and said to Muhan, targeting ordinary people is not allowed. Lin Dong shouted out, Muhan, you've gone too far. You actually made a move against Mr. Su. Muhan glanced at the female Taoist before directly ignoring Lin Dong. Doubts arose in the female Taoist's heart. Why was he a chatterbox when he faced Lin Dong and Li Zhennan? whereas when facing others, it was dry, cold, decisive, even cruel. Su Yaowen had been shocked by his aura. His heart and mind had already been wounded. It was necessary to become very ill. The fire in Li Jiannan's heart was already almost impossible to suppress. He also knew that with this bastard Muhan around, nothing could be done today. Mr. Chow, my words, please also consider them. Leaving the table out of the hotel, Chen Dongsheng covered his forehead and followed behind. Gray. When he walked beside Lin Dong, Li Jiannan stopped a step and patted Lin Dong's shoulder. I believe that Mr. Chow is a sensible person. He will fulfill you and the Su family's daughter, and everyone here will give you their blessing just like me. Nodding his head to the female Taoist priest again, the female Taoist finally reacted, without the coolness she had when facing Chao Rong, and slightly raised her hands in salute. Everyone knew that Li Jiannan had stopped this step to pave the way for Lin Dong. The guests got up one after another to take their leave, and dispersed in 3 or 2 minutes. Chao family members also left, leaving no one behind. After today's incident, marrying Su was impossible. The coveting of the Su family's property is also out of the question. He may even have to face the Li family's suppression. The loss is not worth it. Su Yaowen's cold sweat had been flowing non-stop. His mind was in a trance, and he could only barely stand still with Su's assistance. Lin Dong immediately performed his medical skills to brush the Su family's favor. Su Yaowen, who had slightly regained his senses, was still pale. Seeing that it was Lin Dong who was by his side, he immediately held Lin Dong's hand. Lin Dong, I know that you are sincere to Su. Before it was all because of the Chao family's compulsion. You are so outstanding. You should be able to sympathize with my difficulties, right? There is Li Jiannan and the martial master as a backing. My Su family female you can marry away. Lin Dong's heart MMP. Face touched. I understand everything. Mr. Su is also forced by the situation. There is nothing he can do. Su Yaowen saw that Lin Dong was very understanding. His heart was even happier. Lin Dong I want to say that why didn't you tell me earlier when you were dating my daughter? I agree with you 100 times. Wouldn't have made this mess today. Lin Dong's heart darkened. Old thing. The pot was dumped so quickly, and it just started taking it up. Su tugged at Lin Dong. Lin Dong laughed nervously. Yes. Grandpa Li and Uncle Li have both criticized me, saying that I don't quite understand things. The word understand things was bitten rather heavily. Su Yaowen saw that he had moved Li Jiannan's father and son out, so he couldn't continue to pose. There will be a long time to come. Nodding his head in relief, on his pale face was the smile of a loving father. The two men began to talk without any nutrition. Su stood on the side, inexplicably looking a little redundant. Chapter 56, The Loser's Big Harvest. Su's eyes unconsciously looked at Muhan again. Today's him was completely different from how she remembered him. Once, he was a foppish degenerate, pompous and showy, clamoring for attention, and would only be impotent and furious. Now, it is impetuous and unrestrained, but can pressure others to squeak dare not, is wanton and casual, but is the focus of the whole scene, more can let others war alarmed. His body, cannot see the rules of the constraints, dashing and wild, dangerous but charming. Women like is not this kind of unknown excitement? That's why there are several more beautiful women around him today that he has never seen before. Muhan swept over with a glance and Su hurriedly lowered her head. Su, what's wrong with you? Lin Dong was concerned. Su smiled sweetly and shook her head to indicate that she was fine. Su Yaowen, however, pulled Lin Dong and chatted again about the problems his company was currently encountering. The female Taoist priest left first, leaving Muhan with a message before she left. I'll wait for you outside and have something to say to you. This scene stunned many more people and similarly upset Lin Dong. Muhan's group then left. When they walked out of the hotel, they ran into the big fat Chao Yenda, with a dead face and the boxes containing the money at his feet. Young Mu, it's better to return it to you. Thanks for speaking for us. Muhan didn't stop and walked away with Liang Chen Su Nua. Money, I have more than enough. When you guys have any ideas, remember to come to me. He was referring to dealing with Li Jiannan. Chao Yenda looked at Muhan's back for a long time, unable to withdraw his gaze. His bravado made Chao Yenda envious. The female Taoist walked closer, her voice still clear and cold. SHIELD does not allow the existence of supernumerary martial artists, so it wants to incorporate me? Muhan was very interested in this SHIELD of theirs. Li Jiannan, Chao Rong, Su Yaowen, and that master's son obviously knew about this organization. It was very unusual, and Muhan guessed that it might be an official force. Female Taoist, yes. Muhan asked, what kind of organization is SHIELD? Instead of answering, the female Taoist priest warned, if you strike at ordinary people again, you will be sanctioned by SHIELD. Muhan glanced at her knuckles. Who sanctions who? The female Taoist blushed and walked away, coming and going in a hurry, seemingly in a hurry. A text message came from her cell phone. It was from Fan Chenxia. Just 5 words. You lost today. Brief, piercing. Muhan admitted that she was right. The Chao family had retreated. The Su family had benefited. And Lin Dong and Su had finally succeeded in holding hands. The entire time he had been arrogant and seemingly pressured very many people to take a breath. In reality, he had lost to just a few words from Li Jianan. With a few words, the direction and development of things all followed his wishes. This is the world where economy is king, and he holds the economic lifeline. He can get everything he wants, and he is like a vicious dog biting around at the banquet, except for the curse nothing to get, and threw out $10 million. In everyone's eyes, today's self had lost everything. Apart from beating up Lin Dong, he had gained nothing. Was that really the case? Naturally not. One's purpose was not to compete with Li Jianan and Lin Dong for winning or losing. Villain value and influence was what one was raising them for. The conflict with protagonist Lin Dong ended, rewarding 200 points of influence and 200 points of villain value. This extra 100 points was most likely due to Lin Dong's increased popularity. Conflict with the business tycoon ended, rewarding 500 points of influence and 100 points of villain value. Sure enough, he hadn't guessed wrong. Tapping on the system page, the first line was labeled System, Mall, Level 1. Villain value 538 points. Influence 3,210 points. The harvest from this trip was very generous. Muhan counted it down to 700 points of influence and 511 points of villain value. It was basically all given by Lin Dong and Li Jianan. Those melon guests shouted half a day of 666. 1 point of villain value also did not give. This was normal. After all, there was no shot against them. Somewhat unexpectedly, that female Taoist also contributed nothing. It should have something to do with her cool and unassuming personality. Her mood hardly fluctuates. The system upgrade option at the bottom of the system had changed. Requirement 110. 000 influence points, incomplete. Requirement 2, 1 disciple, completed. Requirement 3, sacrifice, incomplete. Requirement 4, 25 days remaining. Muhan was satisfied. At this rate, it was a certainty that he would be able to complete the system's task. Please ask the host to upgrade the system to level 2 within 1 month. Otherwise the system will detach and the host's soul will be banished to the endless void. The phone rings. The note is counselor. Muhan connected. Teacher? A female voice came out of the phone. Very angry. Mu. You haven't come to school for 2.5 days. What do you want to do? Do you want to fail the subject? There are already a good number of teachers who are already reflecting on your situation. If you don't come again, these teachers are on to you. You won't be able to not fail your classes. In the afternoon, there is a new teacher to substitute for the class, and he said he wants to see you, so you have to come in the afternoon, or else you'll be waiting to fail the class. Muhan was a little strange. Where did the new teacher actually name himself? Casually perfunctory 2 sentences. He is not going to go. Going to school or not doesn't matter to himself. Just at this moment Mu Shirmei's phone call came in. Brother, I only have 1 class in the afternoon. After class you take me somewhere to take a break. How many classes do you have? I don't have classes. Muhan closed his eyes and talked nonsense. He was a rough-nerved person who couldn't coax or reject people. Of course this refers to family members. You have classes. Just now when your counselor called you, I was right next to you. Mu Xiaomei's fishing enforcement was successful. Okay, then I'll pick you up after class. Muhan readily accepted good advice and changed his words. From the original owner's memory, he found out that the counselor was also Mu Xiaomei's teacher. Leaving Su Nuo and Ouyang Lin in the villa, he drove to the school in the afternoon. Having given Su Nuo and the 2 a car themselves, it was convenient for them to go wherever they wanted to go. Muhan, who was driving slowly on the road, suddenly received a system message. Influence expanded. Host gained an additional 500 influence. Muhan froze and didn't ponder over it. It was probably because his hard dislike of Li Jianan had spread in Huainan City. As the guests left, this engagement banquet of the Chao and Su families spread by word of mouth amongst the melon eaters in the entire Huainan City. Chapter 57, Li Jianan's blocking. This matter quickly fermented on the internet, becoming the hottest spot in Huainan City for a while. Related posts could be seen everywhere. Financial giant Li Jianan appeared at the Chaosu engagement banquet and was assassinated. Behind the marriage of Chao and Su, there is such a shocking secret. 3 men and a woman in the Rongyu Hotel. They did such a shameful thing, with hundreds of onlookers. The power of capital is beyond our imagination. Li Jianan and Muhan tear each other apart. A thought. Boss, you've been cyberbombed. Muhan, who had just arrived at Huainan University, was encouraged by Su Nuwa and Ouyang Lin's phone calls to open the website and search. The netizens' views of him were basically divided into two factions. One of them believed that he had escaped from a mental hospital. Otherwise he could not have done such stupid things as overrate himself or block a car with a praying mantis. Those who supported him were mainly the director of the first branch of the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital, the director of the psychiatric department of the third hospital, and the director of the Institute for the Study of Abnormal Human Beings. The other faction directly believe that he is an animal hospital rabies section at large wild dog. See people bite. Muhan was amused. He sent a message back to Su Nuwa's two daughters, saying, "The netizens' wording is very interesting. This kind of feeling of 1,000 fingers. Very nostalgic." Su Nuwa and Ouyang Lin looked at each other and smiled. The boss's heart is really strong. Not at all glassy-eyed. The bottom of both of their eyes flashed with a faint hurt. It was what society had left them in these 1 or 2 years after graduation. All are social people. Who has not been scolded? The ones that are even more vicious and fierce than these words abound. Muhan flipped through it while walking, and suddenly, one of the posts with a deliberately garbled code attracted Muhan's attention. The screened female guide. Click on the link. I'll take you to unveil the cruel inner world behind the world of the table. The author should be trying to write about shielded female Taoist priests. Muhan deliberately searched, and indeed found that the entire network did not appear on the female Taoist priests of any information. It was deleted cleanly and blocked completely. Muhan clicked on the link in the post. 404. There was no doubt that official forces had intervened. Muhan was more interested in S-H-I-E-L-D. The phone rang. It was Chin Tai. "Boss, the people we blocked the Huamao Intercontinental Hotel were arrested. 52 in total. Originally, everything was going well, and the managers of Huamao stores were at their wits' end. The ratings and reviews of Huamao on local websites were getting worse and worse, and it was only a matter of time before we screwed it. But a lot of people from the Law Enforcement Bureau just came and took all the brethren away, said they were assisting in a case. Most of the brethren have a criminal record." So, the phone rang again. It was Chicken and the three of them. Muhan directly built a WeChat group and pulled several people in, only to see a few people in the video were all sweating profusely. Their faces were bitter. The situation was the same. The juniors involved were all taken away. 274 people were arrested because of you. The villain is solid. Gained 274 points of influence. 274 points of villainy value. Chin Tai was flustered. "Boss, a lot of people from law enforcement came to my bar as well, and it was seized." The three Chicken brothers also complained. "4 stores have been closed down because of you. The villain is solid. Gained 400 points of influence and 400 points of villain value." Muhan wondered within his heart. Wasn't the family estate Mu World also bankrupt because of himself? How come nothing was given? Was it misappropriated by the system? Good thief. That was caused by the original owner, not by you. It's reasonable. Muhan accepted it. The Fortune Tai complained sentence after sentence in the video. It could be heard that they regretted it. Muhan didn't bother to boost his morale. He said, "There is nothing that money can't solve. If there is, then it's not enough money." 674 points. More than 600 million. Li Jinnan, take your time to catch it. I'm not panicking at all. Even want to laugh a little. Just then, Yang Tianshang also called in, and Muhan pulled him directly into the group. In the video, Yang Tianshang wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked carefully, "Boss, I heard that you directly offended Li Jinnan to death?" This caution was not for fear of Muhan's anger, but rather a little bit of fantasy in his heart. The Fortune Tai in the video froze. Their resentment instantly disappeared, and all of them also changed to be careful, looking closely at Muhan. Obviously the 4 of them were so disturbed by the Enforcement Bureau that they didn't have time to pay attention to the hot news. Muhan gave a cloudy then corrected himself. Actually, it's just disliking him. The picture of the 5 people stood still. Only sweat was flowing on their foreheads. Then all of them collapsed. "What do you mean by just unjust? Do you mean you gave him face by not hitting him with your hands?" Yang Tianshang wailed. "Boss, I heard that you do not just dislike him so simple. You are pointing your nose to scold his whole family." A sentence. Directly let Chin Tai. Chicken 4 people sit down on the chair. The eyes were lifeless, and the face appeared indistinct. Everything was strung together. No wonder everything was still windy and sunny in the morning, but it was a raging storm in the afternoon. Offended Li Jinnan. Huainanware can still stay. Now, they could only wait for death. Aha. Muhan nodded and admitted, "Actually, I only scolded him and Li Boron." Yang Tianshang didn't know what to say. Just again, Muhan saw that the 5 had wilted and didn't bother consoling them. Using 40 points of villain value to exchange 40 million, he transferred 10 million to each of the 4 Chin Tai people. With the sound of the arrival and the scrolling short message reminder, the pupils of the 4 showed a tendency to dilate. "Old boss, this money? Yang Tianshang, who was not among the four, immediately asked the four how much money they had gotten, as if he wanted to verify something. 10 million. The four people answered stupidly in unison. Yang Tianshang muttered, the internet says that the boss is a fool for attending an engagement banquet and following a $10 million gift. Before I didn't believe it, but now I do. After saying this, Yang Tianshang was confused. What the hell are you talking about? Only to look at Muhan awkward smile. MD, just a moment of time, brain has been overloaded action. His words were incoherent and he couldn't make sense of them. Shintai four people also confused. Just don't know which one of them is dumbfounded. Alright. Muhan focused all five people's attention. Brothers who work for me should be compensated for their grievances. Brothers who assisted in the case are counted as traveling and are reported to them at the rate of 10,000 a day. Is there a problem? The five people's faces stiffened once again. The screen stood still once again. Then Shintai's four men gasped and nodded fiercely. No problem. I'll thank the boss for the brothers. 10,000 a day. When those bastards found out, they were afraid that they would refuse to come out of the bureau. Money is the original sin. Understanding that Shintai's four people store was only seized either because the formalities were not completed, or because of tax evasion, or because there was something illegal about the business content, or both. Muhan said, one person to take 2 million, according to the requirements of the regulations, and continue to open after rectification. After saying that, he added, if it gets sealed again, keep looking for me to collect. Shintai four people guarantee to do well, will not be sealed again. Just after the guarantee, the four people's brains were a bit turned around again. Boss, this is to let the rectification of good, or not let the rectification of good? How a little confused. The blocking of the door should continue, digging into Li Jinnan's roots bit by bit, and find a way to invite some innocent people to go. Yang Tianshang gave a suggestion, like leading eggs. One word caused the four to be enlightened. Chapter 58, Superficial Woman. Turn your head back. Money can make a mill push a ghost. Shintai's four men excitedly went on with their work. Yang Tianshang was arranged by Muhan to advise the four. At the same time, he exchanged another 10 points and transferred 10 million to him, allowing him to seize the time to set up a new hotel team. Reconstruction is also okay, acquisition can also be. When he exited the group chat, Muhan walked to the school building. Next to a fellow student swept Muhan from the eyelid slit. 2A took a bite, pretender, still imitating Muhan to call the shots with Li Jinnan. Childish. Muhan was speechless. It was almost time for class. Muhan bumped into the counselor and the new teacher in the corridor. The new teacher was wearing a leather jacket and pants, holding a book in one hand, with a cold expression, a proper imperialist style. Her face value is so high that it's unbelievable. Both men and women who passed by couldn't help but turn around and look at her several times. She was looking at herself with a smile, obviously recognizing herself. Muhan looked carefully for a few moments and finally recognized that this was the granddaughter of the Magic City big shot by Li Fu that the hospital had saved. The Magic City Fire Phoenix, the goddess Bayan Mo and Fan Chinxia's mouth, today changed her dress, like a different person. The counselor called out to Muhan, today you are not coming, I am ready to invite parents. This is the new white teacher. Without waiting for the counselor to finish his introduction, Bayan Mo had already generously reached out their hands to gently shake Muhan. The knuckles are clear, thin and strong, the palm is warm and thick, and it is very comfortable to hold. Bayan Mo unconsciously shook his hand for a few seconds longer, reacting. Her pretty face was already colored with a hint of redness. The counselor was surprised. You know each other? Just about to ask again. Suddenly a phone rang. The counselor took a look at the number and slightly nervously connected. Director, coming over now? Yes. After a few short sentences of conversation, the counselor looked at Muhan with some concern, but finally held her tongue. Student Mu, you take mess. Bye into the classroom. I have to go to the faculty office. It just so happens that you two know each other. The counselor left in a hurry. Bayan Mo were pretty sure that this call from the counselor must be related to Muhan, and it was still a bad thing. Li Jinnan's hand should have already reached into the school. The matter of Li Jinnan being disliked hard by Muhan at noon was certainly known to Bayan Mo. As the eldest miss of the Magic City by family, she had a complete think tank behind her, compiling information and analyzing the situation for her every moment. So she was pretty sure that what the counselor brought back on this trip was bound to be bad news. Muhan, you seem to know something? Bayan Mo's beautiful Danfang eyes looked at Muhan, a blind guess. Not important. Why are you here? Muhan asked. There was no such coincidence in the world. She accompanied by Li Fu before appearing in Huainan, and today she entered Huainan University as a teacher? There must be a purpose. Bayan Mo straightened their messed up hair. Their style was momentary. Grandpa has been especially good to me since I was a child. I can't let anything happen to him, and now his condition is very strange, so I want to know more about it. Muhan understood. She was trying to find the answer to his grandfather's current state in himself. After a little analysis, Muhan also guessed the general idea. Bailiff was very clear about his own body, but she had been apprehensive. 1 second lying on the hospital bed, the doctors could not do anything to him. The next second, Muhan up. He was like a person. Hospital test results. His heart at any time. The possibility of the onset of the situation is not optimistic. However, it just does not send. It was like a volcano. All the indicators and all the data indicated that it would erupt in the next second. But it just didn't. This kind of thing, no matter which way you look at it, is too mysterious. It also made Bayan Mo's heart bottomless. That's why she came to Huainan University. She wanted to find the reason from the person who started it, even if it looked like theology. Muhan ignored her flare. How did you become a teacher? The class bell rang. Bayan Mo didn't answer, leaning in with a smile and staggering into the classroom. Guess. The students went into a collective frenzy after learning that this was the new teacher. I'll go. Is the new teacher this cool? Love it, love it. How old is she? Doesn't look too old. 24 or 25. How did she become a teacher? You guys look closely. Don't be fooled by her wild outfit. Her features have a classical Chinese flavor, a flawless blend of classical and new wave, and the corner of her mouth still carries a trace of a smile. That smile is somewhat charming. Wow, can't stand it. The newest goddess. Since then I am Yang Zhua. You be your Yanghua, I'll be my Yi Jiping. Well, water doesn't offend river water. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Suffer death. Bayan Mo stood at the podium and vainly pressed their hands, and the class cooperated and quieted down. Class, I am everyone's new teacher. Muhan casually picked a seat and sat down, listening to Bayan Mo's lecture with boredom. There was suddenly a silhouette beside him. It was Fan Xinsha, her expression tugging as she sat down. Her eyes were always on Bayan Mo. Muhan joked, aren't you trying to pick her up? Why did you come to the back? Fan Xinsha had a you don't understand look on her face as she spoke. Ever thought about what I said? Muhan inclined his head to look at her and waited for the rest of her sentence. Not to mention, her side face was perfect. Fan Xinsha lightly chortled. This kid was nothing but good-looking and a great fighter. Do you know what the business circles in Huainan are saying about you now? Muhan came to be interested. A jumping clown. Fan Xinsha was showing no mercy at all. I completely agree with this. Your behavior is too low. The more Fan Xinsha spoke, the more energized she became. I've sorted out your behavior over the past 2 days. Don't you think it's too childish yourself? What kind of people do you have under your hand? Is there a single one who can pick up the slack? No. You actually jumped out to go against Li Jinnan without even having anyone? Do you know what kind of behavior you're doing? A head who jumps out with a ball of dung to challenge an elephant isn't as bold as you. A girl from the same class in front of her snorted out a laugh and looked back at Fan Xinsha. Fan Xinsha's delicate and beautiful features paired with her tomboyish dress had a different kind of attraction to women as well. The girl winked at her as a greeting. Then she looked at Muhan. And then, fell. Fan Xinsha had commented passionately. Never suffered. Muhan was actually admonished by herself without saying a word. Her mood is not to mention how good. And the humorous words also attracted the beautiful woman to turn back. It was a great feeling. Then she was slapped to death by Muhan's face. Fan Xinsha angrily went up and broke the girl's head back. Shallow woman, turn your head back. Chapter 59, She? Side leak. Muhan was thinking. Fan Xinsha's words weren't very nice, but what she said was the truth. Your roots are too thin. Fan Xinsha continued to comment. In terms of Taoist roots, how many people are under the hands of those big-headed soldiers of yours? Are there 500 yet? Up to 1,000? How many stores do they have? How much economic coverage do they have? You call this a gangster? They're just beggars. You think you can do it just because you stomped on Chen Dongsheng? What kind of character is Chen Dongsheng? A part-timer. Let's talk about your serious business. Fan Xinsha cleared her throat and took the water Muhan handed over. Not bad. Still have eyesight. The girl in the front row was depressed. Handed it to him and he gave it to her. After a mouthful of water, Fan Xinsha was in contempt mode again. Do you have a serious business? I know you have money, and a lot of it. When Muhan transferred money to Qin Tai and the others, she happened to pass by and couldn't help but glance at Muhan just in time to catch a glimpse of the transfer page. Really ing rich. This was her mental picture at that time. Don't ask her why she glanced at it. Ask as last night's eyes fell off the pillow. But what's the use? A sword in the hands of a fool and in the hands of an expert. The results are very different. You don't even understand this. And you still want to call Li Jinnan's bluff. Really? Stupid. It had to be said that Fan Xinsha's contempt made Muhan realize that what he was most lacking now was talent. Talents that can stand alone and give advice. 1,000 armies are easy to get, but a general is hard to find. Suddenly eyes light up. Looking at the front of the dejected and colorful Fan Xinsha was truly pleased. A guy who disliked Li Jinnan to the point that he had to avoid the front line for a while. A fellow who had beaten the martial master to the point where he had to take a step or two back, sitting here dumbfounded by his own bluff. It was too much fun. Muhan hugged Fan Xinsha to his body. Talent. This in front of you is not excellent? Professional things should still be given to professionals. Well said. Officially informing you that you belong to me. Fan Xinsha was blinded on the spot. What is the situation this is? Muhan's strong manly odor caused her red haze to cover her entire face on the spot. Immediately after that some strange emotions arose in her heart. Dangerous. Suppress it. I want to pick up all the beautiful women in the world. If she is embraced by him, her girlfriends shall not cry to death. Fan Xinsha broke free from her clutches. Ignoring the fact that class was in session, and ignoring her image in Bayan Mo's eyes, she fled as if she were leaving the classroom. Before leaving the classroom, she also turned around and cursed. Get lost. You trash. Bayan Mo's class stopped. She was not too happy. The first class is going to have a problem? What's going on? Bayan Mo restrained themselves a little. What happened to that girl? Her? Side leakage. Right. Muhan calmly returned. The whole room was silent. All the girls felt uncomfortable underneath. A large herd of grass mud horses ran through Bayan Mo's hearts as well. The standing posture quietly changed a bit. The class continued and everything returned to normal. The girls were quietly observing and learning what the teacher was wearing. The LSPs are enjoying the teacher's every move. Halfway through the class, Muhan's phone rings, connects. It's the counselor. The class is interrupted again and Bayan Mo look at Muhan. The LSPs found that Mr. Bai did not lift and move, and their own fire could not be suppressed. And on the spot, some people got up to hold Mr. Bai's injustice, and hit the idea of deliberately sucking the teacher's wave. Ah yuck! It was on the spot that someone got up to hold up the injustice on behalf of Mr. Bai, hitting the idea of sucking a wave of attention from the teacher on purpose as well. There have been angrily rebuked Muhan, raging against the once Muhan they didn't quite dare, but now that his family was bankrupt, there was no risk in stepping on it. Interrupting Mr. Bai's class 3 times, Muhan, what's wrong with you? If you don't look, we still have to look. Is there any public morality? MD, Miss Fan is right. You are a piece of trash. Respecting others means respecting yourself. Please love yourself. Muhan naturally ignored this group of LSPs, and proceeded to walk out of the classroom on the phone. Teacher Bai, I'll take a leave of absence. You continue. Don't mind me. Bayan Mo frowned. His arrogant attitude of treating people like nothing was really irritating. Which of the people around himself was not a fair lady, a gentleman, and courteous? The LSPs, seeing the opportunity to perform, fumed one after another. The school committee also stood up, first silencing the crowd and then righteously criticizing. Excessive. We don't care if you're usually a human being or a ghost outside of school, but when you're in the classroom, you have to abide by the class rules and regulations, and even more so, you have to respect your teachers. We are students. Unity and cooperation, love for classmates and respect for teachers are a must. These are words written into the student card. You apologize. The school committee said rightfully, apologize to the teacher, apologize to your classmates, and promise that you won't do it again in the future, and we can forgive you, and we'll plead with the teacher as well. Muhan stopped outside the classroom door, hung up the phone, looked back at these classmates, and began to self-examine, causing his classmates to have such a big commotion and such a big opinion. His own behavior really needed to be a little more careful. The school committee and the LSP saw that Muhan was reflecting, and it was a heartfelt sigh of relief. The person who was once unclimbable was now so simple to lasso him with words and then rub him on the ground. A minute later, Muhan stood outside the classroom door with a cold face. Apologize. Bayan Mo put away their textbooks and went straight out of the classroom. There was no way to take this class. Just now, Muhan, who finished reflecting, walked into the classroom, and the dozen or so boys in the class who were uproarious were all dragged outside the classroom, one, by the neck, and squatted neatly against the wall, hands grasping their ears. But where there is a slight disobedience he will be a slap up. I've reflected on this, and it's true that I was wrong, being too gentle with you all, causing you to have the wrong impression. It's me who didn't do it right. I won't do it again. Apologize. A dozen students immediately chorused, I'm sorry, I was wrong. A slap was slapped on the head of the school committee. Carry. The school committee recited in an aggravated manner, cooperate, love your classmates, and respect your teacher. The class president, a girl, couldn't stand to watch. Although these students in the class took the lead in attacking you, but you do not have to state to violence. Muhan, how can you be like this? Muhan, a tyrannical eye swept over, and then it also came over to hold his head to be beaten. Class president quiet. Muhan dialed the counselor's phone and was told to go to the registrar's office. On the phone, the counselor's mood is not too high. Muhan remembered the class before she looked at his worried eyes. It seemed that something had happened. and that Mo seemed to have guessed it a long time ago. Soon, to the registrar's office, the counselor was anxiously walking back and forth outside the office door. Seeing him hurriedly pulled him aside, looked around to see that no one was there, and whispered, "The school wants to expel you. Did you offend someone? Isn't it Muhan's classmate who has arrived? Bring him in." A low male voice came out from the director's office across from the academic affairs office. A voice in his 50s. The counselor was anxious and could only reply, "Okay, Director Liu." There were two middle-aged men sitting in the office, dressed in Zhongshan suits. One sat in the main seat, with greasy black hair and eyes like a falcon staring at himself, thick with scrutiny. The other sat on the opposite side, crossing his legs and looking at himself playfully. Chapter 60, Oppression from the School Leader. Your students. You didn't lead them well. Director Liu in the main seat criticized the counselor. The counselor half lowered his head without arguing. What an excellent student. Not leading to the right path. This is a mistake in our work. Director Liu appeared to be self-examining, but his words hit the counselor sentence by sentence. This is something that should be rolled out across the school to learn from, and many of our teachers need to learn from it. The counselor lowered her head, her heart aggrieved, but without any defense. She was afraid that she would make things worse. Director Liu kept on creating a sad atmosphere. Seeing that it was almost brewing, she looked at Muhan and lamented, "Student Muhan, because your performance during school has violated many red lines. Therefore, the school has to regretfully inform you that you have been expelled." When the last word was spat out, Director Liu's own emotions were lower than the counselor's. "It's us who didn't do a good job. Shame on the students nah. In the future, we must do our work more carefully, so that we can afford to pay for the students and the parents' trust." Muhan picked a sofa and sat down, following the words, "I forgive you all." Director Liu's next sentimental words that had been brewing were like a mouthful of old phlegm, stuck in his throat. The annoyance and coldness in his eyes contrasted sharply with the bearing and self-reproach in his words. The atmosphere was completely destroyed. The middle-aged man across the desk had to speak up. As the department chair, "I'll say a few words." The official voice played up. "Mu students, the school repeatedly considered for a long time, and finally decided to uphold fairness and justice, to give all teachers and students an explanation, in order to correct the school spirit. Your usual behavior has seriously violated the school rules and discipline. The decision of expulsion, you are also responsible. However, I believe that the prodigal son returns, and gold can shine anywhere, so the school still believes that your future will go better. We are also looking forward to it." Director Liu nodded in agreement. The two of them lamented a few more times, not leaving the word expulsion out of their sentences. Muhan didn't listen to a single word. Looking at the main seat of the director of Liu, a superior tone asked, "Who are you?" Director Liu was choked. The department head was speechless. The counselor was confused, afraid that Muhan would make things worse. Before the director of Liu and the department head changed their faces, she hurriedly introduced, "Muhan, this is the director of the school's academic affairs office, Director Liu, and this is the department head of our department, Director Chen." After the introduction, she also added in a low voice, "You speak properly." If he angered these two, he was afraid that there would be no room for maneuver. Muhan pointed to the door and said to the counselor, "You go out." The counselor was confused. "What do you mean you? I'm here to help you. How can you talk to me like this?" Muhan sighed within his heart. The counselor usually took care of the class, does not discriminate because you are poor, nor does she hate you because you are rich, so her reputation among her classmates has always been very good, but it's just that her brain is a bit not too bright. "I'm trying to protect you. Get out." Muhan lowered his voice. Director Liu and the department head looked at each other. This kid was seeking death by himself. Excessive. Too much. Director Liu thumped his head, aching. This is the student we educated? It must be set right. It must be dealt with seriously. The department head closed his eyes and shook his head. Regretful, failure of education. Our failure nah. You go out first. Director Liu and the department head opened their mouths successively to let the counselor leave the office. Branching her out was the only way to abuse Muhan. In case she bursts with justice in a moment and strives to protect Muhan, it would also be a troublesome matter. The counselor left the office, and the moment she closed the door, she couldn't bear it, but still urged Muhan. The department head and the director are very nice, so beg them nicely. The moment the door closed, heaven turned into hell. The division chief and director straightened their clothes and started shelling Muhan. The two of them didn't realize that the real devil wasn't the two of them themselves, but the man who looked so handsome and evil that he was jealous. Muhan leaned his entire body into the sofa, not at all having the constraints and timidity of a student facing a school leader. Taking the lead, he opened his mouth. The reason for expelling me? Not an inquiry, but a questioning. Director Liu coughed dryly and looked at Muhan coldly. This student doesn't know the rules. The leader didn't open his mouth. And you, a student, are actually so arrogant. The department head's face was also gloomy, tight eyebrows gazing straight at Mu-han, deliberately not opening his mouth. The two joined forces to instantly create a heavy atmosphere. Mu-han surprised. Worthy of being a person in the officialdom, control the atmosphere means first class. If ordinary students were to be messed up like this, they would directly mess up all their positions, and would then be at their mercy. But, they messed with the wrong person today. Fear aura. Reaching out and pressing on the coffee table next to them, the coffee table shattered with a thud. The quality doesn't work. Next time buy something sturdy. Mu-han got up, stepping on the sound of the two men's heartbeats, and reached out to press on Director Lu's desk. Bang! The same shattered. Now can we say what the reason for expulsion is? Director Willow and the department chair went pale. It wasn't that they were scared. Although they hadn't expected Mu-han's force value to be so high, they expected that he wouldn't dare to make a move. After all, the power of life and death regarding his student status was in the hands of the school. The reason why their faces turned white was because they were furious. They were actually threatened by a student. Literati, why fear threats? The two remained calm. There was even a lot of disappointment in their eyes. Student Mu, the fact that you did this only shows that the school's decision was not wrong. And it does show that there is something wrong with our education. Virtue, intelligence, physicality, beauty and labor. Virtue comes first. This should be emphasized over and over again. Mu-han couldn't help but laugh. The usual methods actually didn't work on them. The two of them were still eloquent. Then a different method. Having stayed in the ivory tower for a long time, they who were used to civil battles could only be defeated by civil battles. Compelling words. Do you two know that I can take out tens of millions of dollars at any time? Director Lu and the department head snorted out a laugh. When you get out of school, you must change. The stench of copper will only make one's soul impure and impure. Mu-han sat back on the sofa and said word by word, when you are evaluating titles, honors, and getting projects, there will be people who will sue you for academic corruption, for living a chaotic life, and for falsifying papers. The words came out. Are you afraid? Slander, slander. Director Lu and the department head were like cats that had their tails stepped on. The whole thing exploded, roaring up with open teeth and claws. My results are made one step at a time, made from piles and piles of data. It's not something you can slander with just a sentence or two. My thesis relies on a large amount of real survey data, experimental data. You have no evidence to make false accusations at will. You are legally responsible for this. Mu-han smiled without saying anything, sitting on the sofa quietly watching the two people jumping around. The two completely lost their previous fearlessness. On the contrary, they were like two shrews, pointing at Mu-han and cursing. The counselor outside the door was stunned. Do not know what happened inside. How suddenly from withdrawal to true or false, and has always been gloomy famous in the school of the two leaders how not at all cherish their own feathers? What did Mu-han do in there? Chapter 61 Lee's Consortium Direct Recruitment Meeting. Hitting the duo's soft underbelly, Mu-han felt that he could start a normal conversation. Now for the reason for firing me. But unexpectedly, the two still ignored Mu-han. The two calmed down and both felt that they had overreacted. What waves could a student turn up? Mu-han frowned. The two of them still didn't look at themselves squarely. It seemed that their segment was a bit high and their own skill level was a bit low. Upgrading the system by 2 levels was still necessary. Li Jinnan. Mu-han suddenly pronounced a name. The two swept him in unison, their leadership aura returning. Student Mu, we can understand your feelings, but everything should start from the facts. For example, this decision of the school, it is on the matter and not on the person. It is not against you personally. You should not have emotions. Mu-han smiled. The moment he pronounced Li Jinnan's name, his own overwhelming visual attribute had already captured the answer. The pupils of the two of them first flashed with a trace of shock, then instead, they had a realization. Unfortunately, the direction of enlightenment seemed to be off. The name Li Jinnan had instead given them a great deal of confidence. Therefore, the leadership aura of the two of them naturally swung out again. Sure enough, it was Li Jinnan. Compelling words. Is there a possibility that Li Jinnan couldn't move me on his own and came to find you guys to be the scapegoat? Mu-han leisurely uttered words straight into the two people's brains. Director Lu put away his posture and made eye contact with the department head, before calling Mu-han to come. Of course they had done some investigation on him. Mu-han's performance in school was not very good indeed. Absenteeism, failing classes has long encountered the school red line. It was just that the school was people-oriented, and hadn't gone to the top of the line to say that he would be expelled. Now he is behind the Mu world was swallowed by Li Jinnan. Li Jinnan also want to kill him, so to the school to put pressure. The school also went along with it and agreed to Li Jinnan's request. But, the situation now didn't seem to be that simple. In case Mu-han really had the qualifications to call Li Jinnan's bluff, then the best thing for the school to do would be to do nothing. It was never wise to be wrapped up, or even tricked into getting involved. I've fought martial arts masters. Muhan once again threw out a compelling sentence. One sentence, 5 simple words, but it truly froze the two. The two could no longer control the expressions on their faces and the aura on their bodies. Thoughts raged like a great river, instantly rinsing the whole thing out. Other people heard his sentence or simply didn't understand what he meant, but they, as college leaders, knew. The school was one that had produced many martial arts masters. They knew very well how terrifying the abilities of these former alumni were now. The point was, he had fought. He was not only one of them, but also one of the best. The words having beaten a martial arts master already made him no longer a mere student. The two of them looked at the coffee table and desk that were shattered on the floor. Look at Muhan's arrogant and confident stance. There were already a few moments of belief. Looks like Li Jinnan hid this. Ha ha ha. Muhan got up and headed out of the office. Having said that, the matter of expulsion was bound to be put on hold today. They definitely had to weigh the pros and cons. The two men spoke. The information that came back marked that you missed too many classes and failed too many subjects. We still have to verify these. Finally, the two men stated the reason for the expulsion, and also stated that there was room for maneuvering. I'll provide you with one more. Before I came here, I beat up about 10 students in the class. Muhan wasn't worried about things getting out of hand at all. Director Lu's two minds were filled with the words beat up a martial arts master. As for missing classes, failing classes, and beating up classmates, that was nothing. In exchange, you guys have to return a message to me. Muhan's footsteps stopped at the door. Director Lu pondered for a long time and finally gave a message. Li's consortium is now holding a live direct recruitment job fair at the Art Academy studio. Muhan, one more suggestion for you guys. Check out the network. Also, I'm emotionally attached to the school, so in return, I'll participate in your research projects. Muhan walks away. Direction, Art School Studio. The duo in the office began a conversation. Department head, how credible do you think what he said is? This question refers to Master Wu. Department head Lu, being able to be calm and comfortable in front of us and withstand the pressure we put on him. I think his words are highly credible. The two old faces blushed. The department head nodded, agreeing, and asked, why did you tell him about Li Jinnan's job fair? Director Lu, let him touch base with Li Jinnan. The bottom line has to surface so that the school can do something. Department head nodded, good. Come on, let's see what's online together. A few minutes later, the loud curses of both Director Lu and the department head were heard in the office. MD, this old piker. Others scolded his family as grandchildren. He can't hold the other side, so he burns the fire to the school? What's blocked in the middle must be Muhan clashing with a certain martial artist. It was almost pitched by Li Jinnan. This old piker, asshole to the core, almost got us into a big trouble. Let's go. Find the principal. It's still up to the principal to make the final decision on this matter. I personally think it's better to wait and see. Then what he just said about hitting his classmate. It's also left to the principal to decide. Muhan exited the office building and pulled out his cell phone, dialing Fan Chenxia's number. Scram! Fan Chenxia connected and hung up. Before and after 1 second, Muhan was helpless. He had wanted to get her to counsel him, but now it was a no-go. Dialed the phone again. Lao Yang, come to Huainan University. The address is sent to you. Speed. Is discussing with Qingtai several people how to expand the collar egg. Young Tianqing responded to the sound of good. Drove on the X5 Premium straight to the Muhan place. Continue to phone shaking people. The phone rang. It was Fan Chaoyang. Brother-in-law, what did you do to my sister? She's cursing you, cursing that hard. He. Fan Chaoyang gloated. You come to the Art Academy. Oh, the female Zhuge refused to come, so it's okay to call the little Zhuge. Soon the two of them met at the Art Academy. Brother-in-law, ready to make things happen? Fan Chaoyang arrived in a hurry. In the past day or two he had already seen that there were always exciting things happening around Muhan. Just what he wanted. Just don't come up and make such a big deal like you did at noon. It's Li Jinnan and Master Wu again. Who can stand it? Muhan pointed at the studio. Make this. Ha ha, no problem. Fan Chaoyang excitedly looked over. Li's consortium live direct recruitment job fair. Brother-in-law, I still have things to do. I'll be first. Muhan carried Fan Chaoyang towards the studio. In front of the studio, there were 2 rows of neatly arranged recruitment billboards. Next to each billboard stood a welcoming lady. What a big row. Worthy of being a $1 trillion consortium. Li's pushiness is as high as ever. Fan Chaoyang commented as such, with a bit of tastiness in his voice. Chapter 62, You Recruit Others, I Recruit You, 1. Muhan and Fan Chaoyang were looking at the welcoming ladies, and the ladies were also looking at the two of them. A handsome evil dark department, a sunny nurturing department, both are first-class male gods. One of the misses kindly reminded, students, you guys should quickly go in. The job fair has already started for a while. Fan Chaoyang, who was still downcast, immediately turned sunny again. Miss, You're so pretty. Do you have an object? Add a contact. Muhan strangled Fan Chaoyang's neck and walked into the studio. The young ladies immediately chattered around Muhan and Fan Chaoyang's face value, chatting feverishly. Seeing this, a shy science and engineering boy who had been hovering by the side for a long time and had never been able to muster up the courage, thought to himself that it turned out that these young ladies were still easy to approach. For science and engineering boys, art colleges have always been one of their dream paradises. Flush with long legs, refreshing, all kinds of fat and powder scent, really seductive. So he straightened his hair, straightened his collar, and boldly asked knowingly, "Excuse me, is the job fair here, Mrs. Science and engineering boys?" Inward growl, "MD, you guys don't deserve my genius brain." When Muhan and his duo entered the studio, Yang Tianshang, Liang Chen and a few others were all there. Even Su Nuai and Ouyang Lin ran to join in the fun. On the podium stood one of Li's HR, a professional woman in her 30s, who was using the big screen to introduce to the students the Li's business scale, development history, and future plans. On both sides of the podium were another waterfall of welcoming ladies. Students, all the major companies under the Li's consortium attach great importance to this opportunity to meet you all, and hope to see the future with you. This HR knew the art of talking very well. The thousands of students at the scene were so fervently spoken to that they couldn't immediately throw themselves into the embrace of Li's consortium. It's really a case of people dying over people. Such a lively scene made Fan Chaoyang envious. "How?" Muhan asked. "My home company also came to organize one some time ago." The number of people on the scene was also quite large, but of course not this much. Fan Chaoyang smiled awkwardly and continued. "Cowboys majoring in biology, biopharmaceuticals, and medicine all came over that day, but unfortunately, they all just watched and none of them put down their resumes." Fan Chaoyang pointed to a few students in the first and second rows at the front. "That's them. They would all dislike the small scale of our Yongchang biopharmaceutical company. Hey, now not only are they all here, the top talents from all specialties are here, and they are still all eyeing Li's consortium. This is the gap, is the siphon effect. My family can't get a single pharmaceutical talent, but Li's consortium can net all specialties." The envy and jealousy in Fan Chaoyang's words was stark. Muhan only glanced at this group of high achievers and was impressed. Each one of them had sharp eyes, and there was a unique aura between their looks. Without the anticipation and apprehension of other students, there was recognition and satisfaction in their eyes. Their state was completely different. Of course they also have flaws. All of them have strong abilities and bad temper. Bullish, not many students can stand it. Brother-in-law, look at their periphery again. It's empty. Fan Chaoyang had a bit of the meaning of not being able to eat grapes and saying grapes are sour. Compared to them, no wonder Fan Xinsha said that she had a bunch of beggars at her disposal. Boss, Yang Tianshang arrived, and there were also Liang Chen, Pan Lily, Zhang Long, Xiao Hu, and even Su Nuai and Ouyang Lin ran to join in the fun. After greeting themselves one by one, they quietly followed behind themselves. Muhan looked around the group of beggars under his command. Insufficient ability, temperament cannot, in addition to looks, okay, other really nothing. But what difference does it make? They do not need them to create wealth for themselves. Those few people, does your family still want them? Muhan asked. Of course. Fan Chaoyang's eyes shone with golden light. Brother-in-law, you have a way? Muhan gave a high and deep smile and led Yang Tianshang's few people towards the podium. This group of them didn't realize that there were several senior leaders of the school standing at the entrance at the moment. Director Lu and the department head could only accompany them at the outermost edge. At the very center was none other than the president of Huainan University. There was a student suspected to be a martial artist, so he naturally had to come and take a look. Principal, that's Muhan. Aha. The principal nodded. He had just telephoned the once-old leader of SHIELD, who scolded him, saying that he was almost retired, but still so ignorant of the rules, and asked what he shouldn't have asked. It appeared that nothing had been said, and it appeared that everything had been said. The principal already had a basic idea in his mind. I see that this student is excellent. The principal set the tone. The leaders present were all human beings and immediately nodded their heads in agreement. Director Lu and the department head exchanged glances, secretly saying that it was a close call, and that they were almost pitted by Li Jinnan. Even the HR looking at the stage was very unpleasant. Principal, this direct recruitment meeting is a bit unorthodox, do you think? Director Lu stepped forward and dug a small hole for Li's consortium. The principal shook his head. Li's consortium and the school has always had a cooperative relationship. Old friends, take care of one or two. Director Lu backed away. The principal meant neutral, not involved. You guys take a look here. The principal took a deep look and turned to leave. The leaders greeted the principal and then launched into a discussion. Looks like the news should be true. Your finance department is really lucky. The other faculty leaders said to the head of the finance department. Mu-han was a junior in the finance department. The head of the finance department, Chen San-kai, had long since lost the overbearing demeanor he had when he had pressed Mu-han in the office with Director Liu. Now he was full of redness and modesty. Ha ha ha, what is this saying? Our students are all excellent, and their future prospects are all unlimited. On the side, the head of the biology college department said in passing, Director Chen Na, isn't the school now vigorously advocating for students to take 2 degrees? Student Mu-han would be able to take 1 more. I see that he is very talented in our biology discipline. Right. Our College of Letters is also very confident that we can cultivate student Mu-han. Have you guys seen the literary aura spewing out of him? It's too thick. Director Chen, you must not bury his literary talent. I think it's perfectly fine for capable students to pursue several more degrees without having to limit themselves between 1 or 2 colleges, and our College of Physical Education welcomes Mu-han's arrival. The other few academy leaders were not willing to be left behind and started to snatch people from Chen Sankai's hands. This kind of ready-made martial artist, snatching it would be an honor for the academy. Actually, there is something that all of you don't know. When Mu-han entered the school back then, he filled in that we were an art academy. Then somehow he entered your finance department, and now it's time to set things right. Director Chen Sankai hurriedly chopped everyone. In his heart, he cursed, a bunch of old pikers, where are your bones? And fixing 1 more degree? Fix your sister. You've also set aside your old and undead thieves from the university. I don't know which wall of Huainan University collapsed and let you old bastards in. Chapter 63, you recruit others. I recruit you, too. At this time, a leader asked the head of the medical school department. I heard that your college also has a particularly outstanding student. Compared to this Mu-han student is no less. Is it called Lin Dong? The head of the medical school department unconsciously also surfaced on his face with pride. Zhongshan generations have talents. Our group of people properly train them out on it. Chen Sankai and Director Liu exchanged glances, secretly laughing in their hearts. The Lin Dong in his mouth, the one who has talent from the rivers and mountains, is not even a martial artist now. On the other hand, our Mu-han has beaten up martial masters before. It's not something he can compare. The welcome ladies at the entrance looked at the nose and the heart with their eyes. In their hearts, they were very curious about the character Mu-han. At this time, Mu-han was already sitting on a sofa in the center of the podium, holding the HR microphone in his hand, calmly looking at all the job-seeking students under the stage. Less than a minute, the whole podium has been controlled by Mu-han. During this time, a dozen security personnel came forward to block. What are you doing? Dare to come and cause trouble. Get down. Liang Chen and Zhang Longzhao who greeted them. Liang Chen punched. The first security couldn't stand up in pain. Zhang Long framed him and dragged him to the backstage, throwing him on the ground. Liang Chen punched again, knocking down the second. Zhao who was responsible for throwing him backstage. Less than a minute, more than a dozen security has been lying in the backstage. Zhang Longzhao who raised a box and skillfully stuffed a stack of $10,000 in cash into each of them. Big brothers, sorry. This money is for everyone to suppress the shock. Sorry for the offense. The security guards who were still clamoring to get up and put up a fight, immediately lay down and didn't move a muscle, and the punch they received on their bodies didn't feel any pain anymore. Thank you boss, I just accidentally slipped and fell myself. Now I'm dizzy and don't know anything. Thank you boss, this floor is really slippery today. I also fell myself. What bad luck. Yeah, what bad luck. Boss, you guys are busy, we won't go out and get in the way. They were the only ones in the backstage, and each of them got money, so they didn't have to worry about what would happen. Zhang Long Zhaohu, thank you, big brothers. At this moment, another dozen or so security rushed in from outside the arena to support them. Then after taking a punch backstage and getting a wad of money, they also laid down and started to rest. The HR on the podium who was robbed of the microphone didn't know what to do. A job fair in Huainan University can also be attacked? What's the point of you guys coming to a job fair and attacking it? The backstage was also magical. So many security guards went in as if they were lost, and there was no movement at all. The thousands of students under the stage were also unsure, looking strangely at Mu-han sitting on the stage. Is there a sofa on the podium? No, right, just now that HR wasn't standing all the time. I saw it. It was those 2 extremely beautiful women who moved it up from the backstage. Asterisk. Beautiful women serving. So high in compulsion? Behind Mu-han stood 2 extremely beautiful women with hot bodies. It was another level of beauty than those beautiful welcome ladies. It was Su Nuai and Ouyang Lin who came from an actor background. 3 against 1. HR's aura low to burst. HR, this is the Lease Consortium's job fair. You wouldn't be unaware of it, would you? HR raised the signboard of Li Zhenan. Mu-han picked up the microphone and said to the thousands of job-seeking students on the stage. Everyone, the Lease Consortium's job fair is over. Next is Mu World's job fair. Yang Tiancheng understood and immediately ran backstage to unplug the Lease Consortium's USB flash drive, opened a blank PPT on the spot, and wiped his sweat while typing a few words. Mu World Job Fair. HR was dumbfounded. His own recruitment site was robbed? The students were also dumbfounded. Is this Mu World so domineering? Lease Consortium's field even dared to occupy it. Mu World? Isn't that the big company that was swallowed up by the Lease Consortium some time ago? How come it's still around? I recognize him. He's Mu World's young proprietor Muhan, a downtrodden rich second generation. So today is not a face-to-face confrontation between two enemies? Just what just? Mu World is closed down. He came just to be angry. How can he make waves? Muhan turned his head to gently comfort HR. Beautiful young lady. Don't panic. I won't make it difficult for you. I'll give Li Jinnan that goon a call. I think he won't blame you. HR froze. Classmates were confused. And the leaders standing at the entrance were a little dry-mouthed. You just openly called Li Jinnan a goon? Your roots have been shaved by Li Jinnan, and you still want to go looking for death? Director Lu and Director Chen Sankai exchanged eye contact. What the online post said really wasn't even a minute off. You've gone too far. Mu Xiao, show some respect to Li Dong. HR remembered who the handsome and evil man in front of him was. Li Dong doesn't answer every phone call. Security! Security! HR yelled, but did not get a single response. Security is lying comfortably, are thinking whether to sleep on a sleep. Would it be rare for me to get through to Goon Li Jinnan? Muhan took out his cell phone to rummage for a call. HR laughed, directly exposing Muhan's shoddy acting skills. Don't rummage. Didn't you even investigate before pretending? Our Li Dong only has a work phone, and the work phone is on his secretary. Without an appointment, Li Dong won't answer anyone's phone. So how are you going to get through? The entire room of students held their melon-eating minds and looked at the two people on the podium. Someone was having trouble with Lease Consortium, and this was the first time this kind of scene had been seen. A live confrontation was the most exciting. The students were all hot-blooded young people, both male and female, looking forward to the next scene, but none of them believed that Muhan could really make the call. The difference between the two men's quantities was too great, and it was even more unlikely when one became a king and the other a loser. There were leaders at the entrance who pulled out their cell phones and searched. Not to mention, I don't even have Li Jinnan's phone number. I do, but only his work phone. Do any of you have his personal phone? I don't have one either. Maybe he only has a work phone. Muhan is blowing his cover. None of them have it, so it's really nothing. Muhan didn't say much. The phone turned on the outside tone, dialed out, rang twice, and connected. The hearts of the entire room, including the leader at the door, jumped. He really dialed. This is not true and false. Can he really become Mu Xiao? A female voice came out from the other end of the phone. The entire room regretted and inexplicably sighed in relief. Muhan, Zi Xiao. I want a phone number. Can you give it? Zi Xiao, whose? Muhan, Li Jinnan's. Zi Xiao. Muhan didn't say anything, and the entire audience held their breath. They were puzzled. What kind of powerful person was this Zi Xiao? Could she have? If Lin Dong was there, he would be able to hear that this Zi Xiao was none other than a martial master female Taoist. For a long time, just as Mu was waiting a little impatiently, Zi Xiao reported a phone number. You can't mess around. Muhan hummed, hung up the phone, and dialed by the phone number. Chapter 64, You Recruit Others, I Recruit You. 3. Once a person is pushed to a dead end, he will lose his mind. Muhan's current state is like this, presenting a moment of courage but exposing himself completely to the other side's firepower. Hasn't he learned the idiom of lying down and tasting the guts? Humph. I despise this kind of person the most. If you have the patience to dislike Li Jinnan face to face, what's the point of showing off in school, losing his own face and the face of the school? Take a couple more looks at his current smug appearance. In a moment when Lease Consortium sends money over, he'll be crushed to crumbs. There were leaders at the entrance who pulled out their cell phones and searched. Not to mention, I don't even have Li Jinnan's phone number. I do, but I only have his work phone number. Do any of you have his personal phone number? I don't have one either. Muhan is blowing his cowhide out of proportion now. They didn't have it. The possibility of him having it was almost zero. Humph. The head of the medical school department's face was unpleasant, so wild. The foot is not on the ground. Acted in a perverse manner. After this, your finance department also have to properly polish him, or else it will backfire and become a scourge. Chen Sankai heart ha. You are afraid that you do not know your mouth. Crazy boy can be crazy to what extent? Mouth just said, look down. Muhan does not say much. The phone on the outside voice, dialed out, rang twice, connected. The whole room, including the leader at the door, heart jumped. It's hard to believe that he really has it. Mu Xiao? A female voice came out from the other end of the phone. If Lin Dong was there, he could immediately hear that it was the voice of the female Taoist. When the female Taoist was in contact with Muhan at noon, Muhan had gotten her phone number. It wasn't Li Jinnan. The whole crowd regretted it and was inexplicably relieved. Muhan, I want a phone number. Female Taoist. Whose? Muhan, Li Jinnan's. Female Taoist priest. Muhan was waiting for the following from the phone, and the whole audience followed again holding their breath. The heart unconsciously wondered, what kind of person was on the other end of the phone? For a long time, just as Muhan was getting a little impatient waiting, the female Taoist priest reported a phone number. You're not allowed to mess around. Muhan hung up the phone and dialed the number. Everyone's breath held again. Oh, low-level tactics. HR mocked. What's the point of pretending? Flatly disgracing yourself here. The phone was connected, and a puzzled voice came from the other side of the phone. Which one? As soon as he heard this low and majestic voice, HR's face flushed for a while, then it instantly paled, looking incredulously at Muhan. Naturally, the job-seeking students under the stage did not know who that male voice was, but the instantaneous change in HR's face let the students know that the person on the other end of the phone was Li Jinnan. He wasn't pretending to be B. He had really gotten Li Jinnan's phone number, and moreover, it wasn't a work phone number that the secretary was responsible for. It was a private call. HR tried to stand firm and cheer himself up. So what if I got through to Li Dong's phone? I still have the national, provincial and city boss's phone number, public phone number, on my cell phone. If I call them, they won't ignore me just the same. Chen Sankai and director Liu began to re-estimate Muhan's energy again. While others may still be shocked that he was able to ask for Li Jinnan's phone number, the two of them were shocked at the person who answered the phone. Someone who could casually give out the private phone number of a bigwig like Li Jinnan would have the phone numbers of other bigwigs in her hands. For example, the phone numbers of herself and others might all be included in her hands. Also in a flash, the two thought of a possibility. That mysterious department that had collected all the martial arts masters. They hadn't guessed wrongly. All their information was of course recorded in S-H-I-E-L-D, not for surveillance, but for protection. Muhan spat out a word icily. Me. HR's eyes narrowed. He was familiar with Li Dong. With the sound of one word he was certain that the other party could hear who he was. Without familiarity to a certain extent, it was simply impossible. How could Li Dong be familiar with a loser? Li Jinnan on the other end of the phone was silent. How could he not be familiar with this voice? A bastard who had completely brought himself down at noon. Because of him, he himself smashed everything in his office. Muhan continued to speak. Guess who gave me your phone call? The figure of the female Taoist priest suddenly flashed through the mind of Li Jinnan on the other end of the phone. All secrets were not secrets in that mysterious department of theirs. And Muhan was indeed already qualified to touch that department. So don't think about hanging up the phone. If I can get your phone, I can get the phone of many people in your family. Muhan continued to speak. Bare bones threats. Even threatening family members. HR was confused. The students were stupid. And the various leaders at the entrance were once again dumbfounded. What the hell is this situation? This is a live threat. He was threatening Li Jinnan. Everyone couldn't believe it. In their concept, Muhan was like a small baby that couldn't be weaker, while Li Jinnan was definitely a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Now the little baby was threatening the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Moreover, isn't this illegal? Will we be asked to make a statement later? On the phone, Li Jinnan's voice came out. This is not allowed. No wonder you dared to stick your hand into my school. Muhan let out a laugh. So it was because he thought I would be restricted from being afraid to move you by force. S-H-I-E-L-D had rules that did not allow striking out at ordinary people or they would be sanctioned. Muhan continued to open his mouth. However, you guess I will not comply? A ping came from the other end of the phone. The ringing ended and Li Jinnan's voice came out. What do you want to do? Everyone had been shocked. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had accepted the threat. Muhan's shocking power in martial arts. They didn't understand. Li Jinnan had also been prepared for this. He had already requested protection from S-H-I-E-L-D at noon, and S-H-I-E-L-D had fed back that the protectors were about to be in place tonight. That's why he was relieved to boldly send all of Muhan's underlings into the bureau, while exerting some pressure on Huainan University, in exchange for releasing a number of graduate employment positions. Only now there is this temporary lease consortium job fair. But he did not expect Muhan's reaction so quickly, and even directly contacted himself. He still underestimated him. Muhan leisurely spoke. 2 things. First, you can't admit any of this batch of students. Second, this HR is quite good. It's mine. What do you have to say? HR was trembling and panicking in her heart. Although there were many conversations she didn't understand, she knew one thing. The young man in front of her could dominate his career just like Li Jinnan. The job-seeking students under the stage stared at Muhan with crimson eyes, ready to explode in the midst of holding back. It was as if they were staring at their father's enemy, cutting off someone's future. not sharing the same fate, to watch a play and actually find yourself in the play. The head of the medical school department at the doorway frowned and commented, unwise and insensitive. How could his personal feud with Li Jinnan involve innocent students? Chen Sankai also felt that Muhan had gone a bit too far, but the school's students were actually not worried about employment. It was just a matter of time. Right now it is still happier to dislike people, so he laughed and said, if it was me, I wouldn't have agreed to it, and I would even have to crawl out from the end of the phone to beat him to death. Deliberately Emil asked, do you crawl or not? Chapter 65, Mu World's Talent Pool, 4000. The head of the medical school department frowned. I think you are scolding me, but I have no evidence. On the phone for a long time without seeing Li Jinnan speak, Mu Hanhwa provoked. Wimped out again? Then I'll take that as you agreeing. Harvest anger value 10 points. The phone was hung up by Li Jinnan. Muhan looked at HR with a smile yet dangerously. Welcome aboard. HR certainly didn't believe Muhan, but he no longer had the heart to confront him and retreated to the side. The leaders at the door were already speechless. They had actually witnessed once Muhan's disrespect for Li Jinnan. It was not too exciting to see a character of a higher rank than themselves being scolded. Suddenly one of the leaders cursed, Director Yang, you're unkind. It turns out that this isn't the first time he's clashed with Li Jinnan. They had one at noon. He had just seen the post on the internet. Let's see. The other leaders were greatly curious and took out their cell phones to search for it. Muhan is so angry? He went to stir up the engagement banquet of both Chaosu families? The gift money was given $10 million. He must be invited to my son's wedding. The leaders now have a new understanding of Muhan. Not only is his personal strength so strong that it has no boundaries, but his economic base seems to be very thick. The leaders began to congratulate Chen Sankai, as well as continue to discuss the issue of taking a few more degrees. Such a strong Muhan became the meat and potatoes in everyone's eyes. 10 minutes before and after, the lease consortium in the studio was changed to Mu World and Yongchang Pharmaceuticals joint recruitment. HR on the sidelines and colleagues kept calling the headquarters. The phone more and more panicked. The reply was immediately withdrawn. Colleagues do not care, but HR began to really panic in his heart. The consortium to give up recruitment, but also very likely to give up their own. HR is really looking squarely at Muhan's terrifying strength. Don't you guys think this kind of behavior is shameless? A student in the first row stood up to question Muhan. They, the schoolboys from the first and second rows, had come here for the employment positions at the lease consortium, not for Yongchang Pharmaceutical and Mu World. Now that HR was being driven to the corner by Muhan to draw circles, then what were they applying for jobs for? The job-seeking students all stared at Muhan in anger. Some of the students in the back row had already begun to leave the stage. It was not much fun to stay, and they were also slightly disappointed in Lee's consortium. Muhan raised his voice and said, this is rather more proof of our strength. We didn't see your strength. Instead, we saw your bullying and brutality. We came here today for Lee's consortium, not you. This job-seeking academic bully didn't buy it and turned around, also preparing to leave the field. The number of people leaving the field increased. Obviously everyone did not buy Muhan's account and were extremely disgusted by Muhan's behavior. Recruitment relied on strength, not mouths and threats. As the building was about to fall, Fan Chaoyang said helplessly, brother-in-law, recruitment isn't something you play like this. It's not that simple. You think of things too simply. It's not a buyer's market now. It's a seller's market. Saying it's recruiting, it's actually robbing people. This is the era of talent scarcity. HR is gloating on the sidelines. This Muhan has no business acumen and doesn't understand the rules of the game. 10 minutes or so forced Lee's consortium to withdraw. But what can you do? Are you the winner? Not really. It's only been a few minutes, and you've already been forced into a disastrous end by job seekers. You can get high achievers to go with you just by threatening and playing B? What a joke. What makes high achievers is that they're calm, unusual and purposeful. Look at the middle two: hot manga when more than anyone else hot manga. Job searching for the future when more than anyone else sober. The leaders at the doorside. Although they valued Muhan's martial arts future, his approach to business was too childish. The combination of super strong force and childish thinking resulted in the typical lose-lose scenario now. And the one who lost more miserably is not Lee's consortium. Organizing another one on another day is. More tragic is Muhan. Job seekers out of this door. His notoriety has been spread, and also involved Yongchang Pharmaceuticals. It will be much harder to recruit in the future. The head of the medical school department seized the opportunity to suppress. No brains. Not enough to make things happen. Chen Sankai argued. You get it again? The dean of the medical school pointed at Muhan and then at the students leaving the room. What's the need to understand? Just use your eyes to see. Su Nuai and Ouyang Lin were anxious on behalf of Muhan, and when they saw Liang Chen, Zhang Long, and Zhao who were indifferent, they exasperated. You guys aren't going to help think of a solution either? Liang Chen's trio laughed. The boss is so calm. There must be a way. Muhan didn't panic at all. Before going on stage, he already had a plan. After coming out of the Rongyu Hotel at noon, his influence reached 3,884 points and villain value reached 1254 points. On the way back to the school he first used 500 points to exchange for 5 points of physical cap, then 50 points for physical attributes. And now the 3 base attributes reached: physical attributes 77-77, strength 87-87, agility 70-70. The physical attributes have been substantially improved again, and if he fights with the female Taoist priest again, he shouldn't break his skin again. Spent another 300 points to draw random skills. There were 404 points of villain value left to spare. Drawing 3 skills, the first 2 are not much use. Elementary voice changing skill, 1/1. Elementary writing, 1/1. The third skill is very good. Money moves people's hearts, eating people's mouths is short, taking people's hands is soft, money corrupts people's hearts, and those who benefit from it are subjected to it. Please feel out the skill limitations on your own. With only the first glance, he knew that this was another divine skill. Muhan stood up. Tai true scripture. Words of compulsion. Fortune moves the heart. The aura was in full swing. Mu World is here with sincerity. More sincerity than Lee Consortium. Mu World will set up a talent pool, and those in the pool will receive monthly grants at no cost. A minimum of 10,000 yuan and no ceiling. All students here can apply to join the pool. There is no limit to the number of places. The talent in the library can apply for reassessment once a year. Muhan's voice carried a lingering magic, drilling into everyone's brains and tickling their desires. The entire room was quiet. All those who were leaving the field stopped in their tracks. Those who had left the stage also walked back in droves. They were a little less than convinced that there was such a good thing. A student in the front row asked loudly, "Are there any conditions for applying for admission?" Muhan's leisurely voice sounded again. "Bring your resume and evaluate it on the spot." The student ran up to the podium in 3 or 2 steps and handed over his resume. All the students in the audience quietly looked at the crab pioneer. HR on one side also watched the whole process. What kind of operation is this? Enterprise companies to establish a talent pool monthly payment? This must be a large sum of money. The key is, the return? Unpaid? Su Nua received the resume, quickly glanced at it. In addition to having passed the English grade 4 nothing, simply put, it is a university asshole. It can only be set to the minimum standard, 1,000 yuan per month. Muhan gave the result. Next to him, a student who had glanced at the resume froze. This kind of 3 less product general asshole can actually receive 1,000? Wouldn't he himself receive 100,000 then? Zhang Long opened the box and immediately counted out 1,000 and stuffed it to that classmate. As that classmate got the 1,000, the system sent a message. Fortune and money. Host's words and actions increase influence on Zhang Chang by 1%, which can be stacked by compelling words. Note, cooling down time 1 month. Muhan was delighted in his heart. This was indeed a divine skill. It's not about money, it's about power. What makes a big brother's words follow all the others? It's all about influence. The student looked stupidly at the cash in his hand. He came here today purely by the dormitory brothers pulled over to make up the number. Did not intend to be able to apply for any position. After 4 years of playing games, he didn't know how to do anything. But he didn't think that he would actually receive $1,000. Is it every month? His voice was excited. Muhan nodded affirmatively. In a moment, you go to General Manager Yang and HRMS. Yen to interest perfect personal information. Updated once a month, and if there are new achievements you can reapply for evaluation. HRMS. Yen? Everyone in the neighborhood froze and looked at HR dumbfounded. HR himself was also dumbfounded. How did he call me up? I should still be a part of Lee's consortium. Ah, that student doesn't care. Excitedly asked. You mean I can get more after I become more powerful? Muhan had a smile on his lips. Depends on your ability. Then what do I have to pay? That student calmed down and asked the most concerned thing. This question was also everyone's concern. After all, there was no free lunch under the sky. Muhan scornfully swept a glance at everyone. Gratuitous. No need. Everyone was not calm. This was the meaning of giving away money for nothing. Someone else asked loudly, will that restrict me from applying for jobs at other companies? For example, Lee's consortium. Some smart students immediately thought of Muhan's purpose for doing this. Using the talent pool to block Lee's consortium's talent pool. The source of talent. A word woke up the dreamer. HR's pupils dilated and looked at Muhan in shock. This young man was not just reckless. The leaders outside the door also had glittering eyes. So that's it. Awesome. This move was originally made here. The director of enrollment's eyes shone even more brightly. The enrollment after this year's college entrance exam must be very good. All the leaders immediately thought of this layer as well. when the entire society knew that Huainan University still had such a great benefit in place, the number of applicants as well as the enrollment scores would go through the roof. I'm telling you, no one is allowed to touch this Muhan. Touching him is touching me. The director of admissions immediately stood within a trench with Director Lu and Chen Sankai. Then can we set up one in the official name as well? A leader made a suggestion. The leader of the finance department shook his head inside. Impossible. A graduating class of 15,000, providing 500 places. At the minimum requirement it would cost 5 million per month. That's 18 million per year. Each year so stacked. The second year the school will spend 36 million. The third year is 54 million. If it continues, the latter words are not said. Everyone knows, with the funds of a non-profit organization like the school is impossible to achieve. A brain like Muhan is not good. You take a good brain out? Chen Sankai immediately disliked the words into the face of the head of the medical school department. The latter snorted coldly and said, "It's only 5 million a month. He's made a splash today. He'll deny it tomorrow. Is there no such possibility? Don't argue. Keep watching." The other leaders stopped the two. Money definitely can't be given for nothing. Next, let's see how Muhan reveals his sharp teeth. Muhan on the podium still had disdain on his face, unexpectedly nodding his head again. If Lee's consortium hires you, the funds from the talent pool can still be claimed. HR was confused. This operation was really unintelligible. The smart students were also confused. His purpose wasn't to block Lee's consortium? Then what is the purpose? What's in it for him? HR suddenly had a flash of light. She figured it out. After figuring it out, she couldn't control her whole body trembling, and her eyes were all fixed on Muhan. Scary. This person is scary. The one whose schemes sought power. What he is planning is very big. So big that it was unimaginable. Moreover, he was just starting out. It was the time to use people. In this instant, HR Yen Xiaoyu made a decision. "Boss, can I join?" Yen Xiaoyu came to Muhan's side. Muhan nodded in satisfaction. Worthy of being trained by Lee's consortium. Not bad. Turning his head, he commanded, "Leave this place to you and old Yang. When you're done, announce it outwardly. Lee's consortium people, from executives down to staff members, can all join my Mu World's talent pool and receive money." Boom! Everyone's brains collectively exploded. What the job seekers heard was you can also receive the money after you are employed, not limited to the company you are employed with. So everyone desperately rushed back to the studio. At this moment, Muhan is a god of wealth in their eyes. What HR Yen Xiaoyu heard was, "I have a great ambition to swallow the world." Her eyes were filled with passion. She was an ambitious person. As she herself thought, the senior student was extremely purposeful. She herself was a high achiever who had graduated from Huainan University. Fan Chaoyan finally figured everything out in this instant, and the eyes that had started to complain a bit were now all worship. Imagine an employee in the core department of your company running to your dead opponent's side every month to receive a fund. What are you going to do? Fire him? You become a bare-knuckle commander. Not fired? Can you use him with confidence? Order him not to, and he'll be willing to work for you from now on? Then only a salary increase. How much he can receive? You have to give him how much to make up, instantly and dramatically increasing your human capital. As a result, he can still collect. As long as Muhan has enough money to support it, Lee's development will stagnate, and when it collapses one day, it will be unstoppable. Does Muhan lack money? Of course he didn't lack it. Brother-in-law, I'm getting the feeling that my sister is not good enough for you. I have to think about whether to pull my cousin over as well. A welcoming lady was standing not far in front of Muhan. "Boss, I studied English and passed the specialized 8. Can I apply to enter the talent pool?" Muhan nodded without hesitation. 5,000 a month. The entire person of the welcoming lady was about to faint with happiness. This would be an annual salary of $60,000. I've passed English for. Someone shouted. 1,000. I won the third prize in the national math competition. 3,000. I'm a national second-class athlete. 3,000. The schoolboys in the first and second rows couldn't hold back any longer, and the schoolboy who questioned at the very beginning also squeezed to the front of the podium and handed over his resume. Muhan did not care about the previous suspicion, and did not even bother to make things difficult for him. 10,000. You just need to be in Yongchang Pharmaceuticals. 20,000. Chapter 66, Money Moves the Heart. Straight away, he gave 240,000 a year. Turning his head, he asked Fan Chaoyang, "How much annual salary can your company offer?" Fan Chaoyang estimated in his heart, gritted his teeth and said, 120,000 annual salary during the trial period, 200,000 after the regularization, and then 10% per year. The school bully from Huainan University is worth this price. The school bully estimate, before the lease consortium offered treatment, is also after the transfer of 200,000 000 or so. Of course, they are willing to go to Lee's. The platform is bigger, stage is bigger, but now it is different. Mu World Talent Pool can receive 240,000 yuan. Yongchang's salary 200,000, 440,000 a year. It is twice as much as Lee's. Zhang Long directly took out 2 stacks and stuffed them into the schoolboy. This was equivalent to both sides making a deal. Xu Eba was first incredulous, then happily exchanged phone numbers with Fan Chaoyan on the spot. Fan Chaoyan was so happy that the schoolboys who had previously disdained Yongchang Pharmaceuticals were the first to flock over. He then proceeded accordingly to recruit all of these schoolboys down. Immediately, he called his father. Dad, quickly send the company personnel to rush to my school with the contract. I'll send you the address. Be quick. Fan's father scared twice. No, send it to you. It's no good. You've never done anything good. Have you ever done anything good? You haven't. Fan Chaoyan's heart is tired, and he can't help having a dad with such a funny B attribute. Those schoolboys agreed to come to the company last time, and you don't want me to reject them? Fan father laughed twice, quiet for a few seconds, then worried. You're not taking those girlfriends of your sister to trick them to come, right? Let me tell you, last time your sister didn't agree and even scolded me. So, this won't work for you. Fan Chaoyang. Muhan left the venue with Su Nua and Ouyang Lin, and it was already time to pick up Mu Xiaomei for a break. As for Fan Chaoyang, he was already fighting with his father. The registration of the information in the studio was left to Yang Tianqing and the newly joined HR Yen Xiaoyu. When Zhao Hu went to bring out a few more boxes of cash, all the students no longer had a trace of suspicion. All the students of the school madly flocked to the studio. Muhan left Liang Chen in charge of the security of a few people, while Zhang Long and Zhao Hu played the understudy. The security guards behind the stage instantly woke up collectively and ran out to maintain order. The registered students also spontaneously maintained order. In an instant, Muhan's name completely resounded in Huainan University. The Mu World Talent Pool also spread throughout Huainan. There was another crackle in Li Jinnan's office. Mr. Li, the investigation has arrived. The Mu World Talent Pool currently has 736 students entered, and every month he will pay more than $2 million, up to more than $130 million a year. Entry data is still rising. In addition, the secretary is a little less bold to report. Speak. Li Jinnan's face was not good. Previously, Muhan's blocking the door and whatnot was like playing house, and he himself did not put it in his eyes at all. Unexpectedly, once Muhan went crazy, his actions were actually this big. Li Jinnan felt that it was better to deal with the previous door blocking. There was an investigation that 7 employees of the consortium's Huama were also recorded, and HR Yen Xiaoyu she is helping Muhan. Bang! Another teacup smashed to pieces. 7 employees was a small matter. HR Yen Xiaoyu was also a small matter, but this phenomenon was a big matter. Fire them all. Li Jinan, release the news that all those who join the talent pool will be fired. I'd like to see how much money the Mu family has to throw around. Li Jinan didn't think that Muhan would have tons of money. Without industry, he was using 1 point less, and it wouldn't be long before he was penniless. This situation would go unchallenged. The leaders at the entrance of the meeting hall sighed once again. Chen Sankai asked the dean of the medical school department. You said 1.5 million? He sent out more than $10 million. I'm just asking you, is your scalp numb? The head of the medical school department snorted coldly and was so angry that he directly walked away. Over 100 million a year, I'll see how long he can last. Muhan stated that as long as Lin Dong lived long enough, he could provide 100 million a day. Ring. The phone rang. It was Chao Yenda. Mu Xiao, you are still at Huainan University, right? In 10 minutes later, the big fat Chao Yenda was sweating profusely as he ran to Muhan. Mu Xiao, take care of my little brother. In his heart, he was still grateful to Muhan for helping out Li Jinnan at the engagement banquet at noon. Muhan looked at him expressionlessly. Having dealt with him a few times, the latter summarized that Muhan was a person to be coaxed and obeyed, so he hurried to curry favor. Brother, the industry has begun to spread the rumor that Fan Chaoyang recruited several top talents because of your talent pool, so you should take care of your little brother. In order to grab talent, Chao Yenda even changed his tone to call out to his brother, and twisted his body when he finished. Due to the siphon effect, the Lee's consortium's level of existence always sucked out all of the first and second echelon talents from every university. The students who entered the Chao family, the Fan family, and the Mu world were only in the 3rd echelon, and the ones that the Su family could recruit were even in the 4th echelon. Muhan pondered a little. I want the rental rights to the building where the Huamao Intercontinental Hotel is located. Chao Yenda knew that Muhan was trying to continue to stiff Li Jinan. Yang Tiancheng and Qin Tai had contacted the Chao family once before and were rejected. Chao Yenda was in a difficult position. Brother, they haven't expired yet. Muhan looked at Chao Yenda coldly and didn't say anything. The sense of oppression was strong. Su Nua and Ouyang Lin on the side felt a chill. Chao Yenda wandered around for a long time, and finally couldn't bear the attraction of the talent and ran aside to dial his father, Chao Rong. A moment later, Chao Yenda turned back, and although he had already made the decision to agree, it was clear that he was under extreme pressure. Brother, this would be equivalent to going to war against the Li family. The coldness around Muhan's body subsided. You should know that it's a matter of time. The Chao family knew that the Li family was bound to take action against the Chao family since the noon incident. Muhan got the right to use the building where Huama was located, and Chao Yenda took away 7 high achievers. They were all students that the Chao family had been unable to recruit before. These high achievers said, "It's too much to give. There's no way to refuse." Muhan picked up Mu Xiaomei and drove to the countryside for a break. It was only that evening that Yang Tiancheng and HR Yin Xiaoyu finally finished the entry, a total of 4,839 talents, with an average monthly expenditure of more than $17 million. There were also some graduates who took various means of transportation straight to Huainan overnight after learning the news. Tomorrow was bound to be still a busy day. The director of admissions directly waved his hand and personally intervened to communicate with the College of Arts, handing over the use of the studio for the next 3 days to Mu Tianxia to use. After doing so, HR Yin Xiaoyu was so tired that she sat down on a chair, but her spirit was very exhilarated, and at the same time, she was slightly worried. With such sustained and overlapping payments, even Li's consortium might not be able to support it. Chapter 67, S-H-I-E-L-D, comes, 1. Brother Yang, I'm worried that the boss won't be able to hold out. Yang Tiancheng was only the manager of one of Huama's branches, while HR was someone from the headquarters, a bit higher in rank than Yang Tiancheng, but now under Muhan. First come first served, she still respected Yang Tiancheng. Brother Yang, you've been with the boss for a long time. Would you be worried? Yang Tiancheng was also so tired that he slumped down on the chair, but his heart was full, not worried. Yang Tiancheng knew that Yin Xiaoyu was actually asking the boss sideways about his financial strength. Ring. Suddenly HR Yin Xiaoyu's phone rang. It was a call from the headquarters. She had a hint of a bad premonition and connected. After 3 or 2 words, the phone hung up. Yin Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. I'm unemployed. Yang Tiancheng laughed. Unemployment is normal. Didn't I also get out of Li's consortium's Huamao? Yin Xiaoyu hesitated, but in the end, she couldn't hold back and asked in a small voice, Brother Yang, you follow the boss. She wanted to ask about Yang Tiancheng's salary and future development. Muhan just said he would take her in but didn't talk to her about any treatment at all. But this salary issue is very sensitive. The consortium does not allow employees to ask in private, so she is not too good to ask out. Yang Tiancheng understood and cared for her, so he opened the box. I am 100,000 per month. The 2 big beauties beside the boss are also 100,000 per month, and as far as I know, everyone under the boss is 100,000. After saying that, he said to Liang Chen's 3 people, by the way, if you guys didn't claim it, remember to claim it. Liang Chen nodded indifferently. Before he was poor as hell. Now that he had followed the boss for less than a week, he was already not too interested in money. Yesterday at Chao Yenda's property, the boss said he would buy him a villa outright and he didn't even ask for it. He was now only obsessed with martial arts. Zhang Longzhao, who was even more indifferent, carrying $10 or $20 million in his hand at all times. He was numb. The boss never remembers how much money is in the box. He would let his brothers drive their X5 Premium to get cash. After spending, how much is left? Never ask. He secretly took a few stacks of his own. No one knows, but they never do this kind of stupid thing. Want money? Directly with the boss said it is good. Yang Tiancheng continued. If the boss didn't say anything, your salary is also calculated at $100,000. Yen Xiaoyu froze. An annual salary of 1.2 million? Is this okay? A few people laughed out loud at Yen Xiaoyu's expression of disbelief. After following the boss for the past few days, their hearts had gotten used to it. Yang Tiancheng then threw out the bomb. No surprises. In the next 2 days, the boss should match you with a car that's nearly $1 million. Yen Xiaoyu was confused, so confused that she couldn't move a muscle. The boss valued himself so much, rich and intelligent, and treating his subordinates with courtesy. Who wouldn't love this kind of boss? Yen Xiaoyu was instantly revitalized and filled with passion for work. Then which one should I report to? Yen Xiaoyu asked. Yang Tiancheng. Several people looked at each other for a few moments, and looked at Yen Xiaoyu in unison. Find yourself. You are our HR. At the same time, Muhan received a prompt from the system. Wealthy, 4,839 people benefited from you, gaining 483 points of influence and 483 points of villainous value. As expected of a divine technique, it was a 1-2 punch. The darkness was speechless, and dawn came quickly. It was another day of coming out of Lin Dong's house in high spirits. Luckily you're at home. Otherwise I wouldn't know who I should hit. Mu-han praised Lin Dong. Then he turned around and still gave Lin Huan 3 beautiful bunches of roses. On June Evil's face was a gentle smile. Roses are most appropriate with you. I hope you are as delicate and beautiful as it is every day. He was in a good mood after getting 100 influence and 120 points of villain value on a daily basis. Now Lin Dong's mood had not changed too much and only provided 20 points. Lin Dong was still no match, and the gap with Mu-han was even widening. Mu-han walked away in a dashing and contented manner, and even exchanged greetings with the people passing by. Lin Huan was heartbroken for Lin Dong. Brother, either we move. We don't lack money now anyway. Lin Dong and the Li family were getting closer and closer, and in the past few days, he was invited by elderly Bo Rong to heal some of his old fellows of some old illnesses. Li Bo Rong's old fellows were also people in high positions, so the consultation fees were naturally quite a lot. So these days Lin Dong had already gotten more than $2 million. More importantly, he had met a lot of people and broadened his network. Lin Dong reset his dislocated left hand. Yesterday, the Li family has lent us a vacant villa to live in, so we will move there today. While talking Lin Dong's phone rang. Lin Dong, Captain? A female voice on the other end of the phone. One of our people has been injured. Come here. Lin Dong should be good. Mu-han, who had just returned to the villa, ran into HR Yen Xiaoyu outside the neighborhood. HR Yen Xiaoyu greeted Mu-han. Boss, you still have the good habit of running in the morning. Mu-han nodded his head in a serious manner. Running in the morning is good for physical and mental health, and can make me feel happy. I run every day. Yen Xiaoyu handed Mu-han a large stack of information she was holding in her hands. These were the talent information entered yesterday. Boss, this is yesterday's data. 17,685,000 yuan needs to be allocated each month. The figure bites out clearly. That's over $200 million a year. After saying that, he carefully watched his new boss's face and eye color. Mu-han hemmed and didn't listen because the 483 points he got yesterday converted to more than $480 million. Moreover, with the skill, fortune and money in place, one should be able to give them money once, and one would get the corresponding 1/10 of the influence and villain value. One didn't even need to bother with this matter at all. Thus, Mu-han pressed on with no intention of taking over the material and flipping through it. A wave of embarrassment rose in Yen Xiaoyu's heart. This amount of money seemed no different from $1 in the eyes of the boss. She remembered what Yang Tiansheng said yesterday. Report any difficulties. The boss never cares under normal circumstances. The way to care is to give money. This is true. When you meet this kind of boss, you have a lot of freedom to work. You can do it exactly as you want, and you can give full play to your talents. But likewise, the demand for the individual employee's ability would be very high. She thought of her own little sisters who were not able to fulfill their talents. Boss, I still have some little sisters at least who are very good at their jobs. Mu-han didn't wait for her to finish and nodded his head in agreement. Those with excellent abilities. Pull them all over and count them as your squad. Yen Xiaoyu was happy in her heart. Don't look at the boss's icy face. But in fact, he is still very good at talking. She had completely forgotten how she was squeezed into a corner yesterday and fumed. Actually, there were also many very suitable graduates in the talent pool yesterday. Yen Xiaoyu smoothly piped up to ask Mu-han for someone. Mu-han nodded. It's all yours. It felt no different than dividing turnips and potatoes. Yen Xiaoyu, then how much salary will we pay? Asked clearly, so that things can be done. Mu-han frowned. Unhappy. Ask me everything. Then what do I need you to do? Chapter 68, S. H. I. E. L. D. Comes, 2. Redeeming 10 points of villain value. He used his cell phone to transfer 10 million to her. Don't ask. Go do your work, and report back if you have any difficulties. This was a complete release of power to her. Yen Xiaoyu once again experienced her boss's trenchant nature up close. The heart cannot help but think, isn't the boss afraid that I will abscond with a huge amount of money? Shouldn't all this money be coming and going from the finance office? How to give directly to the individual? In fact, Mu-han does not care whether they will run, caught and tortured to death a few times. Anger value, pain value, hate value, etc. Casually a dozen points of villainous value. Mu-han dialed the videophone and pulled in all 4 of Yang Tiansheng, Xin Tai, Chicken and HR Yen Xiaoyu by his side. First, he introduced Yen Xiaoyu to everyone, then arranged the work. Yen Xiaoyu's work in the next few days focus on Huainan University, continue to expand the talent pool, and at the same time, through headhunters to dig Li's top management. There is one to count. Yang Tiansheng bring people with him, go to the East City today to get all 3 Huamaos next. At the same time set up Mu World first. Several people in the video Qintai froze, and Yang Tiansheng followed suit. Boss, the Chow family agreed to breach the contract then rent the building to us? Mu-han nodded. I just agreed yesterday. You go ahead and dock. Several people were shocked in their hearts. Yan Xiaoyu was the most alarmed. For the Chow family to do this was equivalent to officially tearing Li's face off. The little hyena showed its canine teeth to the tiger. What kind of cards did Mu Han have that gave the Chow family such determination? It's definitely not just because of financial strength. There are definitely other more important reasons. But does he have any cards? Being at HR himself, when Li wanted to engulf Mu World, he was able to recite his information backwards and forwards. It's not that one is so good, but his information is too little. Dandy, incompetent, obsessed with su. Nope. It had to be said that HR Yin Xiaoyu's analysis was accurate. The reason that made the Chow family determined to tear their faces off was because of the martial master. Yang Tianshang's spirit lifted and he nodded his head. He felt more confident in his heart to return to his old profession. After all these years, he has returned to the hotel, which is good, and now it was returning with strong funds. Mu Han asked Qin Tai 4 people now situation. The 4 began to introduce them one by one. More than 300 brothers all came out of the bureau last night. After they got their compensation, they all said they didn't want to come out and go back again. Ha ha ha. Compensating 10,000 a day. I want to go in myself. Several people laughed loudly. Yan Xiaoyu froze again. More than 300 people under the boss's hand were imprisoned? Your original boss did it. Mu Han gave a rare explanation. Yan Xiaoyu smiled awkwardly and thought, no wonder Mu Han attacked so frantically when he faced Li Jianan. Mu Han continued to arrange the work. Qin Tai, Chicken you 4 put your brothers out in the next 2 days to sort out what's going on in the East City Road. Qin Tai you take the lead in setting up a security company. The brothers all take in, and give feedback if there are difficulties. Now that Huamao is taken in, there is no need to make small moves. A group of people were arranged to the fullest, hanging up the video call, and giving Su Wen a call over. Su Wen picked up the phone with excitement, then hung up the phone with loss in the eyes of others' envy. X5 Premium sold another one. After Yan Xiaoyu passionately left, Mu Han did not return to the villa, but turned his head to look at a large tree outside the neighborhood. Under the tree stood a strange pair, a monk and a Taoist priest. 2 martial artists? Aura of doom. Unexpected event. The strange color in your eyes has displeased the monk of abstinence. A monk of sobriety? Liang Chen, come here now. The opportunity to enhance the 3 base attributes had come again. Mu Han hung up the phone. In only a few minutes, Liang Chen appeared, and he lived very close to Mu Han. The female Taoist priest pointed to the car next to him, signaling to get in and talk somewhere else. Mu Han asked curiously, monks and Taoist priests can drive too? The female Taoist, Zixio, gave him a smooth sideways forehead. This was the 3rd time she had dealt with him, not exactly a stranger. The young monk, on the other hand, was angry. As soon as Mu Han's voice reached the preceptor monk's ears, the latter's chest immediately felt like a pot of boiling water was boiling. The fire in his heart rushed to his head, and his temples jumped abruptly. He didn't know what was going on. Normally he cultivated the Jade Maiden Heart. Ba! Prajna Heart Sutra. The most important thing is to cultivate sex and practice qi. Easily will not be angry at all. But the moment he saw Mu Han, the inexplicable anger in his heart could not be suppressed. The little monk did not know that this was the effect of the aura of doom. Show some respect, the monk of discipline said angrily. The female Taoist Zixio looked at monk ringmaster in surprise, wondering how he suddenly became so angry. Preceptor monk, calm down, doing business is important. Turning her head to Mu Han, she said, Mr. Mu, we have something we need your help with. More than half an hour later, the female Taoist Zixia drove the group to a heavily guarded mansion. It was in the eastern suburb of Huainan. A column of security guards and law enforcers stood at the entrance. The car was stopped. Zixia rolled down the window. The security guards and law enforcers opened the door and let the car pass after seeing the occupants. The car stopped at the parking lot of the mansion, and there were already 5 or 6 law enforcement vehicles and 2 ambulances parked on the lot. Mu Han got out of the car. Look at the surrounding. Green pines and green, strange mountains and rocks. But through a piece of solemnity, law enforcers could be seen walking back and forth everywhere, also looking at their side warily. Here, I like it, ha ha ha. Mu Han's cold expression thawed, and the madness under his eyes that had disappeared for many days reappeared. This was the Li family mansion. Zixia had actually brought himself to the Li family residence. Zixia, you should know about my relationship with the Li family residence. What do you think? Mu Han glanced at the villain value of 997 points on the system interface in his consciousness. Zixia calmly explained. Yesterday, Li Jianan was worried that you would threaten his family, so he sent a protection request to our divine shield. Yesterday night there was an assassination at the Li family mansion. One of my team members was stabbed and seriously injured. Li Borong was seriously injured. Li Xianyi, the eldest miss of the Li family, was slightly injured. The security guards died 6 people. and the assassin ran away. Muhan's eyebrows jumped with a guess. So you suspect it was me? Zixiao shook his head. It's not me, it's them. The law enforcement bureau suspected it was you. The assassin said his name was Muhan before he escaped. And your stance is extremely strong. Muhan saw that the surrounding 20 to 30 law enforcement officers had already started to surround themselves while on guard. Zixiao said, the people from the law enforcement bureau thought it was extremely likely that it was you, so they asked us to invite you here to cooperate in solving the case. Muhan laughed coldly. He had been tricked and gotten into a jar. The madness under Muhan's eyes grew more and more prevalent. Cooperate in solving the case? Little Taoist, do you know that the consequences of you swindling me here are serious? Zixiao nodded, stretching out the second finger of her right hand that had already recovered. I know. My right hand is just fine. Muhan's eyes narrowed. She was being provocative, calmly stating the facts. There was a great deal of confidence within, but it was the biggest mockery to Muhan. Very well, I'll see how you'll end up in this mess today. Muhan put his hands behind his back, arrogantly and crazily looking at all the people surrounding him. Chapter 69, Divine Shield comes, 3, Crashing the Purple Sky. The monk who had held back his anger for a long time along the way couldn't hold it back any longer. Speak politely to the captain. Muhan was no longer polite, although he had never been polite in the first place. He glared sternly. Do it! Before everyone could react, Liang Chen had already fought with the monk of abstinence. The former was unconditionally obeying Muhan, and he could sense that the monk was slightly weaker in battle than the female Taoist priest. The purpose of the boss calling himself here was definitely to borrow him to sharpen his sword. Liang Chen's battle spirit was boundless. The monk was affected by the system quest and was also furious. 20 to 30 enforcers surrounded more quickly, and a captain of enforcers was full of official authority. His loud voice shook the entirely family mansion. Muhan, how dare you make a move? A large group of people surged out from a 5-story ultra-luxury villa nearby. The first one, Li Jinan, Muhan, those who hurt others will be punished by the law. You still dare to show off here? The latter was Lin Dong. His eyes were wide open. His voice was fierce. Muhan, you killed someone. Your methods are really poisonous. Today you will not be able to fly. The ferocious light within the eyes of the two people was visible. Muhan looked around the weak, a crazy smile raging on his face. Ha ha, I appreciate what you said about assistance. Little Taoist, pay a little price first. 990 points of villain value for 9 points of power cap. 90 points for 9 points of power. Power up to 96 points. Tai True Scripture. Attributes increased by 10%. Physique 84/77. Strength 105/96. Agility 77/70. Cursed Eye. The female Taoist's attributes were cut by 10%. Immediately, the female Taoist felt a slight difference in her body and her breath was not flowing smoothly. Hit. Muhan only threw a punch with his right hand. The sound explosion rang out. At 95 points of strength, he was already able to hit a sonic boom. Now at 105 points, there was a sound of thunder above Muhan's fist. It whistled and pierced into everyone's ears. The female Taoist priest who was facing the fist directly panicked. The Taoist heart was greatly shaken. She hadn't expected that after not seeing Muhan for half a day, he was already so strong. As the fist approached, she didn't even have time to make an effective defense. There was only time to fold her hands in front of her chest. Bang! The sonic boom ended. Like a kite, the female Taoist Zixiao was blasted into midair by Muhan. A bloody arrow sprayed out of her mouth. Blood spilled into the air, leaving a shocking blood trail. Bang! The female Taoist fell to the ground, smashing up a cloud of dust. Struggling for a long time but unable to climb, she spat out several more large mouthfuls of blood. Her arms, broken, taking on an irregular shape. She looked at Muhan in horror. She didn't have the strength to fight at all, but she dared to mess with him. Everyone stood frozen on the spot. Li Jinan was dumbfounded. His mind went blank, and even though he was a business predator and had seen a lot, he was too scared to speak. That was the captain of S.H.I.E.L.D. Team 7. Lin Dong was dumbfounded that Captain Zixiao, whom he had always worshipped to the extreme, couldn't even receive a single punch. Just how strong was Muhan? The captain of the enforcement bureau shut up, his coarse breath not daring to breathe a single word. The inhuman existence in the divine shield had been destroyed, so what made it possible for this crowd of his own to leave him behind? Muhan withdrew his hand, and with his residual power, he coldly looked at Lin Dong. Get lost and treat her injuries. Lin Dong's legs trembled as he reacted and ran to administer first aid to Zixiao. Only anyone could see that Lin Dong's hands were trembling slightly. His heart was in turmoil. Muhan put his hands behind his back and did not look at the crowd. Instead he watched the sparring match between Liang Chen and the monk of discipline. Captain! The monk of discipline cried out miserably as his anger climbed again. Voodoo fist! Die! Under 2 or 3 punches, Liang Chen, who was fighting with him, was knocked against a big tree pole with a bang. If the female Taoist priest was still standing next to him, she would have been able to sense that Liang Chen's combat strength was a tier stronger than yesterday's noon. The apostle's growth rate was still astonishing. Physique +1. Strength +1. Sankey Apostle Force, Liang Chen 64-69 physique, 72-74 strength, 66-64 agility, a total of 201 points. Agility even exceeded Mu Han's own upper limit due to the addition of 10% of his attributes. The monk of discipline moved the spot where he had been hit with a punch, and it was a bit raw and painful. Although he had sent Liang Chen flying, he himself was not completely unharmed. Liang Chen's burst of power was still a slight threat. The monk of discipline closed his fist and ran towards the captain. Zhe Xiao. He wanted to avenge his captain's death, but he knew deep down that he was no match at all. Come back, the fight isn't over yet. After Liang Chen slid down from the tree, he patted the bark on his back and stopped the monk of discipline like it was nothing. This scene made the crowd's hearts jump again. A jerk next to Mu Han was actually able to go up against a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Liang Chen's mouth hung a crazy smile as he once again pounced on the ringed monk. Then I'll fight until you get down. The Ragnarok monk turned around and attacked back. After 3 or 4 moves, Liang Chen was hit by a punch in his lower abdomen, and his entire body was knocked up more than a meter high, hitting the same spot on the tree again. Bang! Monk Ragnarok was similarly punched in the face, and was in raw pain. Liang Chen slid down, smiling gleefully. His body was really inexplicably strong. Surprisingly, still no major injuries. Physique +1. Little monk, today, there is something to play with. Ha ha ha. Liang Chen was already addicted to fighting, and pounced again like a madman. After being knocked away 4 or 5 times again, Mu Han stopped Liang Chen. Liang Chen put away all his madness and closed his eyes to calm down. In Mu Han's consciousness, the health item in Liang Chen's attributes actually turned red, and his physique item also turned red. The system prompted that the damage Liang Chen had endured had almost reached its limit, and if it continued, any kind of situation could happen. It was possible to use this to break through the limit, and the upper limit of the 3 basic attributes would increase. It was also possible that the damage would be permanent and the upper limit would drop. Mu Han felt that there was no need to take the risk. After all, there was only one apostle right now. The monk of discipline limped back to the broken-armed Zhe Xiao, his gaze glaring fiercely at Mu Han and Liang Chen, but he knew deep down that he was no match. Not to mention Mu Han, even that Liang Chen who couldn't be defeated had already given him a degree of psychological shadow. A string of beeps came from Mu Han's consciousness. Emergency event completed. Harvested 100 points of influence. 100 points of villain value. First conflict with the S.H.I.E.L.D. Enforcement Captain. Villain actualized. 500 points of influence. 500 points of villain value. Harvested 17 points of pain value. 4 points of anger value. And 138 points of panic value. Mu Han looked at these rewards and laughed. His laugh creeped everyone out. The law enforcement team had already taken out the guns from their belts. Stop! Zhe Xiao stood in front of Mu Han with the help of Lin Dong and Sigmund. It was more than 20 meters away from him. Sincerely, he said, Mr. Mu, we invited you here because we hope to get your help. Liang Chen couldn't listen and grunted. Just now it was cooperation. Now it's help. Is there a difference? Mu Han smiled politely. The difference between being able to afford to mess with, and not being able to afford to mess with. Chapter 70, Li Borong's death. Zhe Xiao knew she had done things badly. She had seriously underestimated Mu Han's rigidity and madness. In the face of being surrounded, he didn't have a trace of fear or timidity, but instead became crazy. She had even underestimated his strength, and if she hadn't protected her chest slightly, she would have been punched through. Under the unequal strength, it was impossible to force him to cooperate. One could only retreat and ask for his help. Mr. Mu, everything is a misunderstanding. Mu Han, however, swept back and forth over the female Taoist and the rest of the group with a frantic gaze. He was estimating the pros and cons of burying this group of people all here. Everyone read the meaning in his eyes. He was up for killing. For the first time, Zhe Xiao felt a real crisis. She didn't expect that the roles of hunter and prey swapped so quickly. Captain Gua, he's in danger now. Quick! Li Jiannan's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura. Enforcer Captain Guo was startled, and the order came out. Aim! The guns of the 20 to 30 enforcers aimed at Mu Han in unison. The air froze for a moment. Everyone looked at Captain Guo and Mu Han. As long as Captain Guo said shoot, Mu Han and Liang Chen would be killed on the spot. Li Jiannan's face was calm, and Lin Dong's eyes were expectant. Mu Han turned his head to coldly look at Captain Guo. His consciousness entered the system mall, and exchanged 760 points of the just obtained villain value for 7 points of agility cap, 6 points of agility, and 7 points remaining. agility 76 of 77. After the addition, the average value of the 5 senses was 82 points, and the agility also reached 83 points. The body could move at will. Dodging bullets could be tried. Do you know what you're doing? Muhan looked straight at Captain Guo and opened his arms, his chi surging towards him like a great tide. Give you a chance to apologize. I can forgive you. Sweat broke out on Captain Guo's forehead. There was a feeling of being targeted by an overwhelmingly ferocious beast, and his life would be in jeopardy at any moment. If it was a different situation before today, he wouldn't have believed that someone could make his liver and guts tremble with just a look, or even a blank brain. Now he believed it. In his eyes, all the scenery had all faded into black and white. Only Muhan still had color. Muhan occupied all his sight. He knew that he was nervous to the extreme. Stop! You have no right and no obligation, Zi Xiao shouted at Captain Guo. If an ordinary person interfered, he would surely lead to his doom. Unless he was killed immediately, he would retaliate, and there was no one who could stop him. Without evidence, you have no right. With evidence, you have no right either. Still not stopping? He was no longer in the realm of ordinary people. Guilty or not, he was under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s care. Captain Guo was startled again and was drank out of that state of extreme nervousness, letting out a deep breath. Collect! The 20 to 30 enforcers neatly collected their guns. Li Zhennan slightly closed half of his eyes, secretly saying that it was a pity. Captain Guo stared back at Li Zhennan. People are most likely to do wrong when they are nervous. Actually shaded me. Li Zhennan only looked at Muhan without slanting his eyes. Captain Guo grunted inwardly, unable to do anything with him. Muhan, apologize. Captain Guo's face instantly embarrassed into a pig's liver color. Zi Xiao took over. Mr. Mu, I'll take this apology. She was going to take the whole thing on. Captain, the monk who had quit was very uncomfortable. The captain had always been cool and had few words, but his self-esteem was extremely strong. The Li family was assassinated. Muhan was originally the biggest suspect. Swindled him here. First arrested and then interrogated. This has always been the way to handle cases. Where is the fault? It is everyone's duty to cooperate with the investigation. Also want to apologize? Zi Xiao pacified the monk who was abstaining. Muhan's strength is both good and bad. It depends on how the divine shield gets along with him. Everything is possible. What if he joins the divine shield? There were many poor and vicious people within the divine shield. Muhan put away all his aura and resumed his handsome evil coldness. One's purpose was to upgrade the system, not to stomp over the world. The thing of killing chickens and fishing with all one's might could not be done. Cutting leeks was the truth. Muhan turned back and swept a glance at Li Zhennan. His entire family was in danger, and he was still thinking of borrowing every possibility to shade himself. Li Gun, I'm looking forward to it. How many people will die in your Li family? Everyone's faces were terrified as they listened. He dared to provoke the helmsman of the Li clan consortium to his face like this, and then they felt justified. After the battle with Zi Xiao, he was already on the same level as Li Zhennan, or even higher. Li Zhennan did not open his mouth, but instead, it was Zi Xiao who opened his mouth. Last night's assassin was extremely capable. If he had any companions, we would not be a match. Zi Xiao looked at his arms in self-deprecation and said, now that I'm injured to this extent, I'll be even more of an opponent. Then he changed his cool tone, as if he was memorizing a book. The Li family can't collapse. Once the Li family collapses, the economy of the 3 central provinces will definitely be greatly affected. When that time comes, there will be many Li employees who will lose their jobs, which in turn will affect countless families, and the lives of the common people in the 3 provinces will be set back, and the implication will be wider than imaginable. Mr. Mu doesn't want to see this happen either, right? Therefore, one of the purposes of my inviting Mr. Mu here is that I hope that you can temporarily put aside your grudge against the Li family and join us in protecting the members of the Li family's direct lineage. Put aside our former enmity and help the Li family get through this difficult time. I believe that Mr. Mu is so broad-minded and righteous. Liang Chen was confused. Muhan was confused. Little Taoist, do you know what you're saying? Muhan couldn't help but laugh, but in his heart, he had the slightest wonder why her tone had shifted. It was more than normal for businesses to close down and for old and new things to alternate. Where was the talk of economic regression? Which dumbass said this to you, dumbass? She could actually believe it, and ask for help from herself? Even though he was fearless, he was stunned. The Li family applied to S.H.I.E.L.D. for protection against me, and as a result of a misadventure, someone came to assassinate the Li family, and your S.H.I.E.L.D. protected the Li family at the cost of a loss of manpower, and now that you don't have enough manpower, you're actually coming to beg for me? Let me enter the Li family openly to paint all their brains on the gate? Mu-Han was tempted to go up and open her brain to see if her brain gyrus was stained with an unknown yellow solid substance. Don't you dare talk about our Coach Li like that. The monk of discipline couldn't look at Mu-Han's arrogance. Mu-Han curbed his laughter. That fool was Coach Li? Surnamed Li? The extremely visual Mu-Han caught a hint of pride in Li Jinnan's eyes. Coach Li was a member of the Li family? Mu-Han suddenly had a glimmer of clarity, but there was too little information to deduce anything. I promise. Does he dare to promise? Mu-Han pointed at Li Jinnan. Zixiao nodded in understanding. Also, it's a bit of a pushover. Liang Chen was about to roll his eyes. This female Taoist also knew that this was being forceful. You're still a suspect, so please don't leave our sight. Zixiao resumed her originally cool voice. I hope you can promise. Just as the words fell, suddenly a shriek came from the villa. Grandpa. Chapter 71, Li Borong's death, 2. At the same time a white figure broke the window from the third floor of the villa. After a few taps on the wall, it landed on a large tree next to it. With a few more starts and falls, the person disappeared outside the villa, in the middle of a large area of woods in the neighborhood. Startling a few birds, there was no more sound. Assassin! The security guards around the perimeter of the mansion simply couldn't even catch a single hair of his head. Chase! Captain Gore rushed out of the mansion with 20 to 30 law enforcement in a hurry. The monk of discipline also quickly chased after him, chasing so fast, rushing to your death? Half a minute at night, letting Captain Gore's dozens of people catch up with the assassins. Then he was afraid that he would have to collect their corpses. Li Jinnan panicked and ran into the villa, and the rest of the people quickly followed. Mu-Han came to be interested. He was still happy to see something happen to the Li family, not to mention the scene. Going up to the third floor, pushing open a bedroom door, the people went in and saw Li Xianyi sitting down on the ground, covering her face with both hands, looking at Li Bo-Ron lying on the bed with eyes full of horror. Li Boron's eyes were round, both hands holding a dagger. The dagger was sticking above his chest and abdomen. His face was already like gold paper, and he was in a state where he was breathing in more than out. He would die at any time. Lin Dong! Lin Dong! Li Jinnan completely panicked. Quick! Quick! Save the old man! This business tycoon was also a great filial son. Lin Dong separated the crowd, took out the golden needles he had with him, and began to administer first aid to Li Borong. Time passed minute by minute. With Lin Dong's rescue, Li Borong's breathing slightly stabilized, but he was still not out of danger. Li Xianyi pointed at the dagger that was still stuck in his chest and abdomen and cried, "Take it out quickly." Lin Dong was fully focused. "You can't take it out now. It will hemorrhage and be more dangerous." This was common sense. "Uncle Li, have the doctor bring up the blood bag. Grandpa Li has lost too much blood and needs an immediate blood transfusion. This way I can also remove the dagger. Grandpa Li will be fine." Fine. When Li Jinnan heard Lin Dong say so, his heart dropped by half. He had seen Lin Dong's ability before, and there was no one who had more say in medicine than him. Li Dong. The doctor ran up in panic. The blood bags kept in the ambulance are all destroyed. We have contacted the hospital, and the hospital is sending a car here urgently. How long will it take? Lin Dong's face became extremely ugly. Chinese medicine was powerful, but it was impossible to create blood from nothing. Li Jinnan couldn't help but glare dead at the doctor. Say, how long will it take? The hospital isn't far from here. It will take 10 to 15 minutes to get there. Lin Dong's face relaxed a little. I'll do my best to administer help. Be quick. Li Jinnan immediately dispatched 3 cars. Bring people and go pick them up quickly. Full speed. Thinking about it, he also ordered Chen Dongsheng behind him. Call the neighboring hospitals to send more blood bags over. Whatever blood type is needed. For some reason, there is always a bad feeling in his heart. Zixiao didn't go into the bedroom. She didn't understand medicine. She only understood healthcare. I didn't expect the assassins to be so blatant. They dared to come in during the day to carry out an assassination. She sighed helplessly. The assassins really didn't put themselves, who came from S-H-I-E-L-D, in their eyes at all. If Li Borong dies, will your protection mission be considered a failure? Liang Chen was curious about S-H-I-E-L-D. Violet Sky looked Liang Chen up and down a few times, weighed her options, and returned, count. This was her recognizing Liang Chen's strength. She never conversed with the weak. Li Jinnan glared angrily at him, glaring Zixiao in along with him. These few people were actually discussing their father's life and death in front of them. It was really excessive. Excessive to the extreme. Li Xin cried and cursed at the same time. Unbridled. How dare you curse my grandfather? If my grandfather has a death, I want you two to accompany him. Liang Chen looks at Li Xin 1. Zixiao also looks. Mu-Han even more. This Li family's big miss has a big temper. Suddenly, Mu-Han saw a line appear above Li Borong's head. It was, Sin Scales. Sin Scales, compel the other party to accept your help. It seemed that Li Borong knew that he was already dying and had a great thirst for life, so he triggered Muhan's skill. Li Borong seemed to feel something and used all his strength to incline his head to look at Muhan. He inexplicably saw the hope of life in Muhan. A voice told him that Muhan could save him. Li Borong stretched out his powerless hand in Muhan's direction. It was held by Li Xian with a stream of tears. Grandpa, what do you want to say? Say it. Li Borong shook off Li Xianyi's hand with all his strength. Li Xianyi held it even harder, crying extremely sadly. Grandpa, I know you can't let go of me. Don't worry, you will be fine. The people next to them were all moved by the scene of grandfather and grandson being kind and filial, and a cruel smile appeared on Muhan's face. What he saw was that Li Xianyi was blocking Li Borong's hope for life over and over again. Muhan, a leisurely voice into the ears of everyone present. Think about Bai Lifu from the first affiliated hospital. Lin Dong and Li Borong understood. Bai Lifu was also at the point where he was doing his best to listen to the fate of heaven. And Muhan's very middle-aged cry of up instantly took Bai Lifu out of danger. The latter is still suffering from a heart attack, but is able to go around blindly without having an attack. Chen Dongsheng immediately explained the relevant information to Li Jinnan quickly. Everyone present also heard and understood. This handsome, evil and cold man had a way to save, and there were already successful examples. It was still bailiff. Then why don't you quickly save it? What are you doing standing there? Do you still need me to invite you? Li Xianyi split her head and reprimanded Muhan. Muhan didn't care about her. Little ants, too lazy to step on. Li Jinnan's brain was struck by lightning. Asking for help from a hostel? Impossible. Zishao looked at Muhan and Liang Chen several times. After noon yesterday, all of Muhan's information had been placed in Zishao's hands, and there were records of the incidents where he had saved Bai Lifu and Liang Chen. However, the original text reads, there was a conflict with Lin Dong and Li Borong at the hospital, and bailiff is suspected to be cured for unknown reasons. And then there was also another conflict with Lin Dong at the hospital. Liang Chen is suspected to be cured. She hesitated again and again, but still opened her mouth. You can really save? Muhan nodded. Can. Even after this appearance? Can. Zishao said to Li Jinnan. Businesslike. Mr. Mu said he can save. I believe it. Li Jinnan's heart was already on fire and extremely conflicted. And listening to this conversation between the two, a mouthful of old blood almost spewed out. You two thieves. Amusing yourselves with people's lives and deaths here. Talking to you. You're deaf. Get over here. Li Xian cursed as soon as she opened her mouth. Muhan's disregard made her extremely furious. No one had ever dared to ignore their demands. No. Muhan pointed at Li Jinnan. Li Borong died. Well, at least he had years not counted as a loss. This black hair. You also want to send it along? The white-haired person sends the black-haired person. Li Jinnan's pupils shrunk into needles. Chapter 72 Li Borong's death. 3. How to talk you? What kind of thing are you? Whimpering here. Li Xian opened her mouth and a barrage of fire came out. Boom! Muhan's aura opened up and closed again. Everyone had a momentary feeling of weightlessness, then returned to normal. Li Xianyi but has sat down on the ground. Face is full of fear. Clearly saw something very scary. The mind was taken away, like Su Yaowen of the Su family. However, he was not as lucky as Su Yaowen. At that time, there was Lin Dong who immediately administered help, so there were no major injuries. But now Lin Dong was fully hanging on to Li Borong's last breath and was distracted. Therefore, Li Xianyi was afraid that he would be sick for more than half a month this time. How dare you? Li Jinnan picked up Li Xianyi, who was in a very bad state. The doctor rushed forward to examine her. Harvest anger value 10 points. Muhan laughed out loud. Keeping Li Jinnan to cut the leaks was the right thing to do. Mr. Mu, you can't strike at ordinary people. There was no hint of warning in Zizhao's clear and cold voice. It was like declaring the rules and then there was no afterward. Muhan secretly said. Sure enough, there was a suspicion between the Zizhao few and Li Jinnan. Muhan, you've gone too far, actually making a move against a junior. Li Jinnan was furious. He already viewed Muhan as a peer. Strength determined attitude. Muhan directly ignored him. At this moment, the monk of discipline and Captain Guo returned. Captain Guo was sweating profusely and looked frustrated, obviously having found nothing. The monk of discipline returned to Zishao. The assassin ran very fast. I think it's very likely that it's him. Zishao frowns. Him? Preceptor monk nodded affirmatively. Yes. Who is it? Li Jinnan gritted his teeth as he looked at his father's miserable appearance on the hospital bed. He must make that guy break into pieces. Don't know. Zishao and Ragnarok shook their heads one by one. Li Jinnan's face turned into a pig's liver color, and the light in his eyes could kill. This time, Muhan was completely sure that there was a deep conflict between them. Anyone with eyes that weren't blind could be 100% sure. I'm curious. Tell me? Muhan naturally asked. not at all self-conscious about having just broken someone's arms. Zixiao didn't even think about it and also said naturally, I can tell you if you join Team 7. The preceptor thought to himself, since when would a captain bargain? Then he swept his eyes at Lin Dong. Hey, people have to be thrown around more than people. That Lin Dong was sharpening his head to get into S-H-I-E-L-D. The captain had only given him the status of a reserve team member. After all, he wasn't a martial artist yet, and only agreed to it because his medical skills were particularly powerful and extremely helpful to the team. Muhan shook his head. He makes me give up. Zixiao knew that Muhan was definitely going to split life and death with Li Zhenan. Entering S-H-I-E-L-D, there was a lot of power and a lot of restrictions. Make way, make way. A pair of masked doctors hurriedly ran in, each carrying a blood thermostat incubator, and lined up the crowd to arrive in front of Li Borong's bed. One of the male doctors quickly and skillfully opened the box, took out the blood bag inside, and handed it over to Lin Han's. Luckily, I made it in time. The other female doctor ran towards Li Xianyi and carefully began to examine her. Let me take a look at her condition. Muhan glanced at the two doctors, paused, glanced again. Then there was a hidden smile at the corner of his mouth. Zixiao and ringside felt something and looked carefully at the two physicians. Li Zhenan was slightly relieved. The speed of the hospital was still very fast. With the blood source, with Lin Dong's means, he was definitely able to get the old man out of danger. Everything, there was a scare. The next step was to find out the assassin and then, the blood bag is poisonous. Who are you? Suddenly Lin Dong bellowed as the blood bag was thrown all over the place, and he threw a punch against the attacking male doctor, only to be knocked back a few steps. The male doctor was actually a martial artist. Assassin! The male doctor scurried out of the broken window again, his body flung back in mid-air, a concealed weapon striking above the hilt of the dagger on Li Borong's body. The blood vessel that had been sealed by Lin Dong with a golden needle aggravated and broke, and immediately several blood arrows flew out. Li Borong was critically ill on the spot. Whimpers came out of his throat. Breathless. Not good. Li Zhenan looked at his daughter. Sure enough, the female doctor was also the assassin. She pushed the doctor tending to Li Xianyi out of the way. Her arms spread out again, pinned Li Xianyi, and with a long leap, both of them jumped out of the window as well. By the time Li Zhenan reacted, the three silhouettes had already disappeared within the woods. Where to escape? The monk of discipline leapt out from the window, knocking a few times on a thick tree branch. MD, go back and practice your stance, followed by disappearing behind the woods. Captain Guo gulped. He didn't have this kind of ability. If he jumped from the third floor, he would have to be hospitalized in ICU. Follow me. A group of law enforcers rushed out again. All go after them, go after them. Li Zhenan lost his temper and cursed. With all his preparations, it was still useless. It was hard for him to control his emotions anymore. A bunch of wastes. Wastes. Li Zhenan's eyes were gloomy and swept over to Zixiao and Muhan. Zixiao slightly raised his broken arms. Muhan was the one looking at Li Zhenan with a smile on his face, looking at the latter with fire. Li Zhenan reacted that Muhan's smile just now must be because he had already seen that the two doctors were the assassins, but he didn't say it. He didn't say, please leave, you are not welcome in my house. Li Zhenan gave Muhan an expulsion order. Muhan pointed at Lin Dong, who already had his hands full, and Li Borong, whose face was like gold paper. Li Borong doesn't welcome me either? One sentence directly forced Li Zhenan to the edge of human choice. Muhan was probably Li Borong's last hope of survival. Lin Dong, the old man, Li Zhenan asked from the side. Lin Dong's answer decided the attitude to face Muhan. Lin Dong's breath had already begun to be in disarray. The dragon and phoenix golden needles were continuously stabbed. The techniques taught by the master were all used, and even the extremely energy-consuming 12 needles of Emperor Shi was barely used. However, this can only smooth the qi, stop the bleeding, hanging life. Without a blood source, in the end, Li Borong is bound to run out of gas. Uncle Li, might, hey. If there was no this sneak attack, Lin Dong was certain that he would be able to drag on for another half an hour or so. Right now, Li Borong was already standing on the line of life and death due to excessive blood loss. Li Borong seemed to have known that he was about to come to the very end. He fought to reach out his hand to Muhan. This was an old man's thirst for life. At this moment, there was no profit and no hatred in his eyes. There was only a lingering and unwillingness to give up on life. Seeing his old father in such a state, Li Zhenan finally broke his defense. Mr. Mu, can you really save the old man? Muhan nodded. Of course, you can call and ask bailiff. Zixiao also asked, is it really possible? Even a champion of medical skills like Lin Dong was at his wit's end. Your medical skills are even higher than Lin Dong's? Zixiao and Li Zhenan's hearts actually did not believe it. However, there was the ironclad proof of Bai Lifu. Li Li Borong let out a final prayer.